The global apocalypse has arrived. Cultivating at the end of the world with my sister-in-law. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 201, Sewing Shop. Two girls' exquisite craftsmanship. These Soul Eater scythes, purple, also have a feature that can suppress spirit enemies. At some point, the effect is even better than that of the golden weapon. After putting away the 5 sickles, Cao Xing handed over several newly acquired books to Herald. In the other party's grateful eyes, he left the blacksmith shop. At this moment, night gradually fell. The people who went out to collect resources also returned to the territory under the escort of the Ascalon soldiers. Dahua and the new members of Hog Village prepared a sumptuous dinner for everyone, with all kinds of seasonings. Each of their meals can be said to be extremely rich in taste. And more importantly, Cao Xing took out 6 pieces of silver salmon meat and 2 pieces of golden salmon meat. It was broken down into a total of 80 portions for the combatants to eat. In the eyes of everyone's expectation, Cao Xing distributed 60 portions of silver salmon meat to his core members, Assam, Andrew, Renus, Sarah and others. Then there were Elisa, Tongchuchu, Valiba, Dabe and others. Each person got 3 pieces, which could increase their health by 900 points, and 20 portions of golden precious fish meat were divided into 1 portion for each person. After all, this thing can only take effect once, so 1 portion is enough. In addition, Cao Xing also cut 100 GF frost moose hind leg meat for each of Jonad, Josant, and ice type powerhouses such as Elisa. There is no way there are too many combatants in the territory. If everyone wants to enjoy this precious fish and beast meat bonus, then the things in Cao Xing's backpack are probably not enough. This kind of resource can only be used well to maximize the benefits. Then, he cut a portion of scarlet snapper meat for each of the 20 people. This rare quality fish meat can increase agility by 15 points, and the bonus is still very strong. Cao Xing and Liu Muxue naturally cut 2 portions of silver salmon meat and 1 portion of golden salmon meat, as well as 1 portion of frost moose hind leg meat and 1 portion of scarlet snapper meat respectively. They placed them in front of their own dining tables. Then, Cao Xing announced, "Everyone, you can start eating." The people in the territory said excitedly, "Praise the great Lord, you have given us abundant food every day. Praise the great Lord." All the people in the territory began to enjoy, exclaiming from time to time. Cao Xing and Liu Muxue also began to enjoy the food in front of them. As the system had noted before, the meat of silver salmon and golden salmon is extremely tender. There is no need for any extra processing. The moment you put it in your mouth, it is like eating a soft and glutinous pastry, and it also has a little coolness and sweetness. Especially the golden salmon meat. The meat is light red, and the moment you eat it, it seems to melt directly, and it is extremely tender. Cao Xing and Liu Muxue ate all 3 portions of fish in front of them in a few bites. Successfully consumed silver salmon meat, life limit plus 300, population plus 3, remaining consumption times. 1 successfully consumed silver salmon meat, life limit plus 300, population plus 3, remaining consumption times. 0 successfully used golden salmon meat, life limit plus 2000, constitution plus 20, population plus 10, remaining consumption times. 0. Not only Cao Xing, but also Liu Muxue received the same prompt. Cao Xing looked at his health and broke through to 14,000. This time, 3 portions of salmon meat increased his health by almost 3,000 points, constitution plus 20 equals 400 points, plus the life blessing of the pale tree. It can be said to be the largest increase in history. In addition, the 2 of them together increase the population limit by 32, which is also a good benefit. Cao Xing exclaimed, "TSK, TSK, this fish is so tender. No wonder those nobles like to eat golden salmon. This is a rare delicacy in the world." He smacked his lips, seeming to be a little reluctant to eat more. If it weren't for the golden salmon meat that could add attributes, Cao Xing would have wanted to take it all out and eat it himself. Liu Muxue also covered her mouth lightly, with little stars in her eyes, and she agreed with this point of view. And Bron and the others were shouting there. Gods above. I have never eaten such tender fish in my life. This deliciousness is almost better than the food my mother cooks. The two centaurs echoed. Yes, this fish is so tender that Candle's tongue is almost melted. Aha. Thanks to the Lord, I can enjoy such delicious fish. Lab exclaimed. Oh. These fish contain such strong vitality. Lab feels that the blood in my body is boiling. Just listening to their descriptions, those who did not get fish meat felt their saliva secreted crazily. However, they did not have any complaints in their hearts. After all, everyone knew that the people selected by Cao Xing were the real backbone of the territory. However, these people in the territory also secretly made up their minds and their hearts that they must work hard to get the Lord to give them a piece of fish. Listening to the praises of the crowd, Cao Xing smiled. Then he glanced at their attributes. Now, the blood volume of those people who have eaten the fish is basically not less than 10,000. And the blood volume of the third level existence is basically above 30,000. A Saman Seras blood volume even broke through to 40,000. Of course, the most exaggerated is the big white outside the cafeteria. It is now a level 26 creature, and its blood volume has reached 55,000. In other words, when the big white is upgraded to level 30, it will most likely break through to 60,000 blood volume. Then it will advance to a 4th level creature, which means at least 110,000 blood. It can be called a real blood cow. There is no doubt that these salmon have once again increased everyone's survivability by a large margin. Cao Xing exclaimed with satisfaction. Not bad, not bad. It seems that I have to go to other waters in the future to find more species of fish to fish. In this way, just by eating these fish meats, I can increase a lot of attributes. With the Mad King fishing rod, Cao Xing seemed very confident. Then, Cao Xing and Liu Muxue finished the frost moose hind leg meat and scarlet snapper meat on the plate. Because there was no cooking, the moose meat tasted very chewy, and there was a hint of coldness in the meat. Cao Xing chewed several times before swallowing the hind leg meat. Then, he finished the scarlet snapper meat with a faint fishy smell. The system prompt appeared. Successfully consumed frost moose hind leg meat. Ice attack power plus 5%. Remaining consumption times 0. Successfully consumed scarlet snapper meat. Agility plus 15. Remaining consumption times 0. The atmosphere in the cafeteria was very good. Because the area inside was not enough, these people ate in batches. About half an hour later, everyone had almost finished their meal and were full. Those who needed to rest rested, those who needed to stand guard stood guard, and the scene gradually dispersed. Cao Xing continued to patrol his territory. Buildings passed by him. Now, in addition to the infrastructure of the territory, there are more than 40 residential houses. Moreover, Cao Xing also saw that the polar mandarin was leading people to work overtime to build the hot spring. It won't be long before Cao Xing can soak in the hot spring comfortably. Looking at his territory, which has been built from a small campfire to its current level, he felt a sense of accomplishment in his heart. Moreover, this is just the beginning. It won't be long before this territory will develop to a more prosperous level. At this moment, a little girl trotted over from outside the territory. Cao Xing looked closely and found that it was Tong Chachu. When Tong Chachu saw Cao Xing, she said with an innocent smile, Big brother. Mom asked me to tell you that the cloudjack coat you ordered today has been made by her and Aunt Irina. Do you have time to go over and try it on? Hearing this, Cao Xing also became interested. Okay, I'll go over right away. Yeah. Tong Chachu nodded her little head and was about to run out of the territory again. Seeing this, Cao Xing asked in confusion, Chachu, are you going out at night? Tong Chachu smiled embarrassedly. Hehe, Sister Elisa said that she would teach me how to fight in the future. I have been following her to deal with those ice nest monsters all day today. She asked me to call her Captain Elisa and said that she would let me be the captain in the future. Hearing this, Cao Xing was speechless. This Elisa even fooled a child. It's really unique. However, she didn't have any bad intentions. Cao Xing nodded and said, "Go ahead, Chachu, be careful." "Yes, yes, big brother." After that, Tong Chachu trotted out of the territory to deal with the ice nest monsters. Cao Xing went straight to the sewing shop. Pushing open the door, the warm air came in. There was also a mixture of two different fragrances. Two mature and charming women were sitting dignifiedly on their respective workbenches, carefully sewing the armor on the soldiers. After seeing Cao Xing, both women smiled with joy. "Sir, you are here. Sir, I miss you so much." Compared with Xianyani, Irina is much bolder. Cao Xing asked, "Irina, are you used to it here?" Irina chuckled and said, "Very used to it. Sister Yani is very nice. She taught me a lot today. By the way, she also taught me some special positions." She said it was the position that the Lord liked. Hearing this, not only Xianyani, but even Cao Xing couldn't help but twitch his mouth. This Irina is really too unrestrained. Especially after joining Cao Xing's territory. It has been less than a day, and she has let herself go. Xianyani next to her was as red as an apple, lowered her head and whispered, "No, no." Irina covered her face and laughed softly. Of course, she did not go too far, but stopped at the right time. At this time, Xianyani said in a mosquito-like voice, "My lord, the clothes of Yun Kayak are ready. Do you need to try it?" Cao Xing nodded and said, "Okay, let me try it." Then, Irina and Xianyani stood up at the same time. Xianyani came to the locker behind her, took out a blue and white plush coat, and walked over with a ruddy face. Then she gently put it on Cao Xing's shoulders. Irina stood on tiptoe in front of Cao Xing to sort out his clothes. The two women cooperated with each other, and the mature breath on their bodies kept drilling into Cao Xing's nose. Irina patted Cao Xing's chest and said with a dazed look in her eyes, "It's really good. Sister Yani has a clever hand. She knows the adult size without measuring." Cao Xing looked at her strangely and always felt that this sentence was a bit strange. Xianyani naturally understood the hint in Irina's words, and her face flushed. However, after putting on the clothes made of cloudyak hair, Cao Xing really felt waves of warmth emanating from the clothes. His body temperature was rising rapidly. In the sewing shop, because there was a 24-hour heating supply, the temperature was already very high. After a while, it even became a little hot. This was the first time he felt hot in this world. Cao Xing took a look at the properties of the clothes. Cloudyak plush coat, special equipment, quality, none, armor, none, additional special effect, thermal energy storage. Yes, if this coat appears on the market, it will probably cause a frenzy among the survivors. Even the indigenous people will be willing to pay an astonishing price to buy it. But unfortunately, the production is a bit small. The hair of 19 yaks can only make 9 sets of clothes. Cao Xing praised, "The craftsmanship of these coats is very good. Thank you for your hard work. Don't work till late at night, and remember to rest early." Hearing Cao Xing's instructions, the two women had happy smiles on their faces. Now, they all regard the man in front of them as their sustenance and support. Then, in Cao Xing's surprised eyes, the two women, one in front and one behind, gently hugged him. In an instant, Cao Xing only felt that he was covered by waves of softness from front to back. Obviously, Irina and Xianyani both have a plump and mature figure. Xianyani's round buttocks and Irina's exaggerated chest size are both unique. This instantly ignited the fire in Cao Xing's heart. Irina felt it. There was a smile of surprise in her eyes, and there was also endless charm. Then, Irina took the initiative to kneel down. Cao Xing took a breath of cold air, and Xianyani behind him also came close. Cao Xing felt that his soul was about to be seduced by the two mature women in front of him. At this time, Xianyani's beautiful eyes suddenly widened. Well, then, she stood up with a blushing face and covered her mouth. Irina whispered, "Oh Sister Yani, you are so powerful." Xianyani wiped the corner of her mouth and whispered, "No, no, sister, you are still more powerful." Irina smiled softly and then licked the corner of her mouth. "It's my turn now." Without waiting for Cao Xing to rest, they didn't let Cao Xing go until 2 hours later. Irina and Xianyani both had rosy faces. Then, Irina chuckled and said, "My lord. You should go and get busy first. Remember to come and see us when you have time." After hearing this, Cao Xing quickly put on his clothes, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and put away all the plush coats in the storage box. Obtained. Cloudyak plush coat *9 right square bracket. Then, under the fiery gaze of the two women, Cao Xing walked out of the sewing shop. When he came to the outside of the territory, the whistling cold wind could not cool Cao Xing's brain. The figures of the two mature women seemed to be lingering in front of him. Then, he remembered what he had promised Sarah before. It was almost 8 o'clock in the evening. There was nothing to do at night. Cao Xing would be busy until the second system update tomorrow. So he quietly sneaked into the Dark Elf's room again. After 2 hours of fighting, Cao Xing fulfilled his promise. Then, he returned to his lord's cabin. Under Liu Muxue's seductive gaze, Cao Xing once again fought the third battle of the night. Until late at night, the beautiful woman in his arms breathed a sigh of relief, then collapsed in Cao Xing's arms and gradually fell asleep. Cao Xing breathed a sigh of relief. "Fortunately, my strength has increased a lot recently, and I also ate golden salmon today to strengthen my physique. I can already withstand their attacks." Thinking of this, Cao Xing smiled. Then, he also fell asleep. While they were sleeping, the chat channel 174 was still very lively. "Fuyin, brothers, the districts will be merged tomorrow, and there will be a lot of system updates. Are you ready?" Zheng Guanming, "Yes, this time 10 districts will be merged into one district. We are from District 171 to District 180. From now on, we will be collectively called District 17. Wu Yazgi, I took a look. Except for our District 174, the other districts have 1 or 2 powerful people, and they have all established legions. They seem to be developing very well. King, yes, Jiang Qinggan from District 171 is said to have reached level 16, and has begun to sprint towards the 3rd level. He also threatened to become the 1st legion in District 17 within a week. Cheng Hui, yes, I also heard the news. Zouting from District 178 has also reached level 15. It seems that she will also compete for the position of the 1st legion. And Yang Zhongwei from District 180. When the update prompt appeared, the survivors had already started to inquire about the situation in other districts. Now they began to reveal the situation they had obtained. The other survivors exclaimed, "Oh my god. Are all these regions so strong?" Shanjianshi, yes, there are still many top level masters in each region, but apart from these top masters, it is very difficult for other survivors in these regions to survive. After hearing the speech of the survivor above, a man named Yin asked, "Oh, why do you say that?" Shanjianshi explained, "Because these masters have established advantages in the early stage. They monopolized certain resources, offered all kinds of outrageous prices, and forced the survivors to buy, so as to plunder a large amount of supplies. So, this led to the number of survivors in their several regions dying in the novice protection period of 10,000 to 20,000. Up to now, there are only a little over 20,000 people. Not only that, they have continued to use this development model, monopolizing other resources, and forcing the survivors to join their legion. In this way, it will be even more difficult for ordinary people to survive." Chapter 202, The First Server Merger. The points ranking list is opened. After hearing this person's explanation, the other survivors' eyes suddenly became clear. "So that's how it is. Hearing what you said, the environment in these districts is too bad. Yes, there are also several big guys in our district, but they didn't treat us like this, especially Big Boss Cao Xing, who was very nice to us. Yes, compared to this, Big Boss Cao Xing is really a rare conscience." At this time, Jizanayu said in the chat channel, "Everyone listen to me, it will definitely be chaotic after the district merge tomorrow. We must unite, and not be bullied by people from other districts. If they force us to join the legion, everyone must not agree easily." After hearing Jizanayu's words, the survivors in District 174 all felt that what she said made sense. They all echoed, "Yes, we must unite. Haha. I would rather wait for Wu Xinghu and his legion level to be upgraded and join Binghu than join those people." "Me too. I want to join Binghu." including Wu Xinghu, Zhaobo, Qiu Yating and others. They also spoke and promised that they would not oppress the living space of other survivors like the top strongmen and other districts. Under the guidance of Ji Xinyu, the survivors of Zone 174 reached a consensus tonight. Time passed quietly. Soon, a night passed. The next day, a system prompt appeared. All survivors, please note, you have passed the 7th day of the official period. The number of survivors after the end of the novice period is 5.085 billion. The number of deaths in the 7 days of the official period, 732 million. The remaining number, 4.353 billion. The comprehensive mortality rate, 14.39%. Survivors who survived, you have further adapted to the survival rules of the new world. Please continue to maintain it, make more efforts, and build a new civilization in this unknown world. At this moment, countless people opened their eyes, including Cao Xing and Liu Muxue. They woke up at the same time. When they saw this death toll, they looked thoughtful. In the 7 days of the official period, another 700 million people died. Compared with the 7 days of the novice period, more than 2 billion people died directly, which can be said to be a significant drop in the mortality rate. Next, if there is no major change, such as a major movement that affects the entire world pattern, the mortality rate will continue to decline. Those who survived were naturally elites who had been screened through layers of screening. Then, the second system prompt continued to sound. The second update of the official period has been completed. Update content. The first merge has officially started. District 174 where you are is being merged with District 171180. Please wait patiently. Axing. The merge has begun. Liu Muxue said softly. Yes. Cao Xing nodded. At this time, not only Cao Xing, but all the survivors in the nearby area had a strange feeling. This feeling was very wonderful and indescribable. It was as if the world they were originally in suddenly expanded. The next moment, the system prompt appeared. This merge has been completed, and the district you are in has been changed to District 17. At this moment, Cao Xing saw that the chat channel had changed. Online users in District 17. 229713/229713. It was about the same as he expected. The 10 districts combined had only 220,000 people. This is because the 174th district, where Cao Xing is located, has raised the average value. Otherwise it would be even lower. At the same time, a large number of speeches emerged in the chat channel of District 17. Qiu Liangdang. Haha. Finally the districts have been merged. Second uncle, I can finally come to you. Ruan Yin, husband, listen to my explanation. I didn't mean to cheat on you. I was just young and ignorant, and I gave birth to 2 children for your brother in a muddle. I don't know why the system assigned me to them. Mengxingsu, brothers, we seem to be from Xiangjiang City. I guess we will merge with other cities next time the district is merged. Jiangqingan, the 1st Legion of District 171. Wangjiang Pavilion Legion is recruiting people. As long as there are survivors above level 10, there is no need for weak people to chat with me privately. I have limited time. Yuluaniu, I have 2 golden magic plant seeds here. Does anyone want them? No one in the district I was in before could afford them. Looking at the large amount of information that suddenly burst out in the chat channel, it was about the same as expected. After the map is expanded, you can go to farther places to find your relatives and friends. There are also some survivors who have precious items in their hands. No one could afford them before, so they are now seeking trades through the chat channel. Cao Xing also discovered something. That is, when these survivors speak, in addition to the number, there is also a small font behind their names. For example, 171, 172, etc. This should be used to distinguish which region they originally belonged to. Cao Xing nodded secretly. This function is still good. At this time, the system prompts continue to appear. Update content. As the survivors' territories develop, the indigenous forces of this world will gradually notice your territories. Next, a large number of indigenous people will go to the vicinity of the territory to explore. Survivors, please properly handle the relationship with these indigenous people. Update content. New resource points have been refreshed. A small number of rare resource points have been released this time. Powerful monsters may appear in the resource points. Please deal with them with caution. Update content. As the survivors gradually form legions and large-scale battles increase, the armor calculation method has been changed. The original 1 point of armor offsets 1 point of damage, and it has been changed to a division formula. Damage equals attack asterisk 1 1/1 plus ATTACK/DEFENSE. The first of these 3 updates was beyond Cao Xing's expectations. Cao Xing thought to himself, will the indigenous forces pay attention to our territory? That is to say, similar to the church, kingdom forces, noble forces, etc., they may send people to contact our territory. This may be an opportunity or a trouble for the survivors. For example, if the barons and dukes say that your territory is within his territory and need to forcibly merge your territory, how to choose at this time is very critical. If you are not careful, you may provoke a fight, and with the strength of the survivors, they will definitely not be the opponents of these indigenous people. There is also the case that like Fang Long at the beginning, the territory was occupied by those hunters and used as a new base. In general, this update is to allow the survivors to integrate into this world faster. The second update refreshed new resource points, which is exactly what Cao Xing urgently needs. Very good. After finishing this, let the 2 centaurs go to explore the nearby resource points. As for the third update, it is also very simple. This is also an update launched to take care of most ordinary survivors. Cao Xing thought to himself, the armor calculation method has changed. This way, when ordinary survivors attack some high-level beasts or monsters, they will not be unable to break through the defense. It is also a great improvement for my legion. A smile appeared on Cao Xing's lips. The system prompts continue to appear. Update content. The Dragon Resurrection expansion pack opens a new chapter. The survival difficulty is increased, and the Ice Nest has added boss level monsters and a small number of boss level monsters. Update content. The Dragon Store has added a variety of props and blueprints for redemption. Please check them yourself. Have new props been added? Cao Xing glanced at it. He found that there were indeed some more things in the store. For example, the limited redemption Dragon Blood Fighter Recruitment Scroll. For example, the high-level material Dragon Rock Ore. There are also limited redemption high-level gems. He looked at the prices of these new materials. Dragon Shop Exchange Page. Second level Dragon Blood Fighter Recruitment Scroll. Price 5,000 Ice Dragon Marks. Limited to 20 copies. Second level Elite Dragon Blood Fighter Recruitment Scroll. Price 20,000. Ice Dragon Marks. Limited to 5 copies. Second level Leader Dragon Blood Fighter Recruitment Scroll. Price 100,000 Ice Dragon Marks. Limited to 1 copy. Dragon Rock Mine. Price 1,000 Ice Dragon Marks Intermediate. Power Heart. Price 10,000 Ice Dragon Marks. Glacier Magnet. Gold. Price 100,000 Ice Dragon Marks. Limited to 1 copy. Dragon Stone. Orange. Price 300,000 Ice Dragon Marks. Limited to 1 copy. There are many new things added. In addition to the above, there are also some miscellaneous materials and the like. In addition, the exchange of intermediate power hearts has been newly added. Cao Xing looked at the properties of the 2 high-level gems. Glacier Magnet. Gold. Can be embedded in weapons or equipment. Increases 50 points of strength, 50 points of spirit, and increases 100 points of attack when launching ice attacks. Magnet containing the power of glaciers. Requires expert blacksmiths to embed. Dragonstone. Orange. Can be embedded in equipment. Increases 300 points of constitution, and has a 15% chance of increasing armor by 100% at the moment of being attacked. Gem containing weak dragon power. Requires master blacksmiths to embed. A bit powerful. Cao Xing sighed. The properties of these 2 gems are almost comparable to a piece of equipment. Of course, the price is also outrageous. One costs 100,000, and the other costs 300,000. Cao Xing's primary goal now is to open the gold treasure chest, or exchange the extra ice dragon marks for the intermediate power heart. After all, this is the biggest way for him to improve. 6 consecutive updates are no less than the first system update. The chat channel has already triggered heated discussions. However, at this moment, another system prompt appeared. Update content. Since the challenge of the regional ranking list has ended, a new ranking challenge is now launched. The score ranking list is officially opened. Challenge rules. In the next 10 days, the Survivor Lord will increase 1 point for each ice nest destroyed, 1 point for each boss level ice nest monster killed, and 5 points for each boss level ice nest monster killed. After 10 days, ranking rewards will be given according to the final points. Seeing the system prompt, Cao Xing's eyes showed an interested look. Oh, a new ranking challenge has appeared again. Let me see what the reward is. Reward list. Rewards for 10,000th to 5,000th place. 1 primary frost wall construction blueprint. 5 first level Imperial Soldier recruitment scrolls. 1 random purple equipment. 1 ice dragon mark asterisk 1000. Rewards for 4,999th to 1,000th place. 1 primary frost wall construction blueprint. 1 intermediate frost wall blueprint. 1 random purple weapon. 10 first level Imperial Soldier recruitment scrolls. 2000 ice dragon mark. Rewards for 999th to 100th place. 1 primary plus intermediate frost wall construction blueprint. 20th level purple weapon of your choice. 10 second level Imperial Soldier recruitment scrolls. 5000 ice dragon mark. 99th to 50th place. 1 primary plus intermediate frost wall construction blueprint. 1 cold covered silver treasure chest. 1 level 20 purple weapon of your choice. 10 second level Imperial Archer recruitment scrolls. 10,000 ice dragon mark. 49th to 10th place. 1 primary plus intermediate frost wall construction blueprint. 1 silver treasure chest covered with cold. 1 purple weapon of your choice. 3 second level elite creature recruitment scrolls. 20,000 ice dragon mark. 9th to 4th place. 1 primary plus intermediate frost wall construction blueprint. 1 primary plus intermediate frost arrow tower construction blueprint. 1 silver treasure chest covered with cold. 1 purple weapon of your choice. 3 second level elite creature recruitment scrolls. 30,000 ice dragon mark. Seeing this series of reward prompts, Cao Xing's eyes showed a strong shock. Oh my god, the rewards this time are so generous. The top 10 are actually directly rewarded with 4 blueprints. There are also silver treasure chests, weapons, and elite scrolls. It's quite powerful. Including Liu Muxue next to him, there was also a look of surprise in her eyes. This is only the reward for the top 10. When Cao Xing saw the rewards for the top 3, he was even more shocked. 3rd place rewards. Elementary plus intermediate frost wall construction drawing asterisk 1, elementary plus intermediate frost arrow tower construction drawing asterisk 1, 1 golden treasure box with cold light reflecting. 1 purple weapon of your choice. 1 tier 2 leader level dragon blood fighter recruiting scroll asterisk 1, ice dragon mark asterisk 50, 000. 2nd place rewards. Elementary plus intermediate frost wall construction drawing asterisk 1, elementary plus intermediate frost arrow tower construction drawing asterisk 1, 1 golden treasure box with cold light reflecting. 1 golden weapon of your choice. 1 tier 2 leader level dragon blood fighter recruiting scroll asterisk 1, ice dragon mark asterisk 70, 000. 1st place rewards. Elementary plus intermediate frost wall construction drawing asterisk 1, elementary plus intermediate frost arrow tower construction drawing asterisk 1, 1 golden treasure box with cold light reflecting. 1 ice dragon suit part of your choice. 1 tier 2 commander level dragon blood fighter recruiting scroll asterisk 1, ice dragon mark asterisk 100, 000. Fuck. This reward is too exaggerated. The top 3 will get a gold treasure chest, plus the ice dragon mark, which is worth hundreds of thousands of ice dragon marks, plus the leader level dragon blood fighter and the leader level dragon blood fighter scroll. What's even more exaggerated is the 1st place reward, which is actually a commander level recruitment scroll. Cao Xing's eyes showed a strong shock. You know, up to now, he has never encountered a commander level creature, let alone a recruitment scroll. It can be said that just the first place recruitment scroll is enough to cause countless people to scramble for it. Liu Muxue said excitedly. Oh my god. So many rewards. Crossing, can we take the first place this time? Cao Xing thought for a moment, shook his head and said, I don't know the strength of other districts yet, so I'm not sure. After all, there are more than 200,000 people competing this time, and these people are elites who have survived for half a month. It's probably not that easy to take the first place. Liu Muxue's eyes showed a look of realization. Although Cao Xing is confident in his own strength, humility is a good virtue of Chinese people. So Cao Xing didn't say too much. However, the chat channel at this time was completely detonated because of the rewards of the ranking list. Zhengpei, brothers, have you seen it? The rewards of this ranking list are too scary. Li Dongbi, I saw it, it's really exaggerated. Not to mention the top 3, the rewards for the top 10 alone are enough to drive people crazy. Fang Yandang, I thought the leader level recruitment scroll was outrageous enough, but I didn't expect that this time I would give a commander level recruitment scroll. Meishi, yes. Before, Chenshi, the boss of our district, took the first place in the level ranking list. Relying on that leader level recruitment scroll, he developed rapidly and directly established the first legion. This time, the command level recruitment scroll is estimated to be even more outrageous. The survivors sided the generous rewards of the ranking list. At the same time, they also decided that they must work hard to get a good ranking. At this time, someone said something. You said, each of our districts has 2 or 3 top bosses. With so many people, how many can make it into the top 10? Hearing this, the survivors thought for a moment and then spoke. ZHU Zioke, our boss Yang Wanli from District 180 is already level 18, and he has a leader under him. With his strength, he can definitely be in the top 3. Miao Yang, our boss Chenshi from District 173 is also very strong, and it is estimated that he will not have any problem in the top 10. Zio Jiu, and our boss Jiang Qinggan from District 171. I think he can take the first place this time. The survivors from various districts spoke one after another, listing the names of the strongest in their hearts. In the end, they counted some of the survivors with the highest voices. They were Jiang Qinggan from District 171, Gao Yi from District 172, Chen Feng from District 173, Nan Yiman from District 175. Almost every district had 1 or 2. However, contrary to the norm, no one spoke in District 174. Gradually, the survivors from various districts also discovered this phenomenon. At this time, a survivor asked puzzledly, it's strange, why don't the brothers in District 174 speak? I also found that since the merger, people in District 174 rarely speak in the chat channel. Brothers in District 174, what's wrong with you? Are you born not talkative? Or is there no top powerhouse in your district? Hahaha, I think it's because they don't have many powerhouses. If not, you in District 174 should join our District 172's Legion as soon as possible. Faced with these people's doubts, the survivors in District 174 looked strange. At this time, a survivor named Ding Liang couldn't help but said, we have quite a lot of powerhouses in District 174. Boss Wu Xinghu and Boss Zhao Bo are both level 14 or 15, and are preparing to break through to the 3rd level. The 2 of them have also created legions, and there are many powerhouses under them. And above them, there is a more powerful and mysterious boss Cao Xing. Hearing this, the other survivors said one after another, I've heard of Wu Xinghu and Zhao Bo, but who is this Cao Xing? Yeah, what's the mysterious Cao Xing? What level is he? Is he stronger than our leader? Thanks to book friend 2,024,073,164 EE for 1 monthly ticket. Thanks to beloved at baby for 2 monthly tickets. Thanks to book friend 150,610,150,109,822 for 2 monthly tickets. Thanks to Soda Rice Ball for 6 monthly tickets. Thanks to Xiao's A4 4 monthly tickets. Thanks to Cage 4XLA for 2 monthly tickets. Thanks to Quitting 1111 for 2 monthly tickets. Thanks to Want a Beautiful Girl to Get Married for 1 monthly ticket. Thanks to Tomorrow and Tomorrow's 2 monthly tickets. Thanks to Love 90B for 1 monthly ticket. 1 monthly ticket. Thanks to Bookfriend 202210091148355518. Thanks to King Shu Peo Peo for 1 monthly ticket. Thanks to I Don't Care About You for 4 monthly tickets. Thanks to Bookfriend 150,530,231,352,681 for 1 monthly ticket. Thanks to Bookfriend 150,530,231,352,681 for 1 monthly ticket. Thanks to NSYS for 2 monthly tickets. Thanks to Bookfriend 20,230,215,644 dB for 2 monthly tickets. Thanks to Zuwasha Chang for 1 monthly ticket. Thanks to Bookfriends for their recommendation tickets and subscriptions. Thanks to Bookfriend Wu and Ushan Zilao for his 100-point reward. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 203, First Merger, Targeting from Other Regions. What is the mysterious Cao Xing? What level is he? Is he stronger than our leader? Hearing this question, Ding Liang thought for a moment. Then he replied, we don't know the strength of Cao Xing either. I guess he has already broken through the 3rd level. Hearing this, the chat channel was silent for a moment. Then there was a questioning voice. How is it possible? Even Jiang Qinggan from District 171 has just reached level 16. It will take some time for him to reach level 20. That's right, each level up requires too much experience. At this time, Jiang Qinggan from District 171 jumped out. He said, are you saying that Cao Xing in your district has already broken through the 3rd level? Jiang Qinggan, because of his high popularity, attracted the attention of a large number of survivors. As soon as he spoke, others also questioned Ding Liang, questioning the truth of his words. Ding Liang replied, I don't know, but with the speed of Cao Xing, reaching level 20 should be a very easy thing. A very easy thing. Jiang Qinggan replied with interest, really? Then tell me, what level is Cao Xing now? His tone was condescending, as if he was asking his subordinates. Ding Liang said, I don't know. Jiang Qinggan's tone suddenly became a little unhappy after hearing this. Don't you know what you are talking about? Do you know how much experience is needed for each level up? Even the leaders of our major regions have just reached level 16 at the fastest. You actually said that Cao Xing has broken through the 3rd level. You are so arrogant. Ding Liang was speechless after being scolded by Jiang Qinggan. He didn't know why he seemed to have angered the other party just by mentioning Cao Xing. He was inexplicably scolded by Jiang Qinggan. But he didn't indulge Jiang Qinggan and directly replied, why are you so excited? Just because you can't do it doesn't mean others can't do it. Brother Cao Xing's strength is recognized by our District 174. Just a few days after the level rankings came out, he has already reached level 10. At the same time, seeing Jiang Qinggan questioning Cao Xing, the survivors of District 174 also echoed. They spoke in the chat channel one after another. Brother Ding Liang is right. Just because you can't do it doesn't mean others can't do it. That's right, it's as if you are the best in the world and no one can be higher than you. What's wrong with Brother Cao Xing being better than you? The survivors of District 174, who had not spoken much before, rushed out at this moment. Even Jiang Qinggan's speech was drowned out in an instant. Seeing this scene, the survivors of other districts were immediately surprised. They discussed it secretly in private. Who is this Cao Xing? His popularity seems a bit scary. Yeah, he didn't say a word, but he actually got so many people in District 174 to speak for him. It's really amazing. Indeed. Even the Legion leaders like Cao Xing can't do this kind of cohesion. At this time, facing the excited survivors in District 174, Jiang Qinggan didn't say a word, but directly took out something like a horn and clicked to use it. Then, a regional notice appeared. Regional notice, Survivor Lord, Jiang Qinggan used the Ice Dragon Horn, small. In the next 6 hours, some territories will not be attacked by the Ice Nest. Please arrange your development time reasonably. Seeing the above information, everyone was silent for a moment. It seemed that they didn't expect Jiang Qinggan to use this kind of thing right away. He seemed to be showing off his strength. After a while, Jiang Qinggan spoke in the chat channel. It's useless to talk too much. Strength is not something that can be boasted. If this Cao Xing is really as powerful as you say, then let him stand out and use the Ice Dragon Horn for us to see. If he can withstand the large-scale attack of the Ice Nest monster, I will recognize his strength. Hearing this, the survivors in Area 174 looked strange again. Because Cao Xing had used the Ice Dragon Horn once many days ago, this kind of challenge was no problem for him. Moreover, does Cao Xing's strength need to be recognized by him? Seeing that the survivors of District 174 were silent, Jiang Qinggan sneered and said, "Do you know the gap? The real top lords have the strength to deal with large-scale ice nest monsters at this stage. If you can't do it, you can shut up. By the way, the Wangjiang Pavilion Legion will recruit a large number of strong men from today to join us and build the first legion in District 17. Of course, the weak ones in District 174 should not join. Since you admire Cao Xing so much, just follow him. Also, remember to tell Cao Xing, don't think that the matter of killing Fang Long can be let go." After hearing Jiang Qinggan's speech, the chat channel once again caused a strong sensation. Oh my god. Jiang Qinggan is indeed the top strongman in District 171. He used the Ice Dragon Horn right away. Yes, he is so decisive and powerful. He directly suppressed so many people in District 174. His momentum is really like a strong man. By the way, what did Jiang Qinggan mean? Does he have any grudges with this Cao Xing? Of course there are grudges. Didn't you hear him? This Cao Xing seems to have killed Fang Long, and Fang Long and Jiang Qinggan are both the bosses of the Three Hero Society. After hearing this person's explanation, everyone's eyes suddenly became clear. No wonder Jiang Qinggan came out and scolded them as soon as he heard them discussing the name Cao Xing. So that's how it is. It seems that Cao Xing is going to be in trouble. Yes, Cao Xing actually dared to provoke the huge organization of the Three Hero Society and killed Fang Long. This is really a deadly enemy. Jiang Qinggan is worthy of being the boss. His aura is so strong that he directly suppressed so many people in District 174. In fact, it was not the survivors in District 174 whose momentum was suppressed, but there were too many people speaking in the regional channel, and their messages disappeared in an instant. Many strong men in various regions also applied to join Jiang Qinggan's territory because of this wave of Ice Dragon Horn. The leaders of other legions also realized this. The next moment, a system prompt appeared again. Regional notice, Survivor Lord, Cao Xing used the Ice Dragon Horn, small. In the next 6 hours, some territories will not be attacked by the Ice Nest. Please work together to arrange the development time for these lords. The next moment after the regional notice appeared, Cao Xing also spoke in the chat channel. Cao Xing, the 1st Legion of District 172, the Gaoshan Liushu Legion is recruiting people. Survivors above level 2 can chat with me privately. Welcome compatriots to join. At this moment, the survivors of other regions understood. Obviously, after the Ice Dragon Horn is used, a regional notice will appear. This is equivalent to a free advertisement. At this time, the Legion leader stood up and issued a recruitment notice, which will definitely attract many strong men. After all, those who dare to use the Ice Dragon Horn at this stage must have strong strength. So, it didn't take long. Instantly, more than a dozen system prompts appeared. The top masters of each region, or the territories with the strength to fight against a large number of ice nest monsters, all used the Ice Dragon Horn and immediately issued a recruitment notice. As for Jiangqinggan's targeting of Cao Crossing and the survivors of District 174, they quickly forgot about it. Compared with this kind of personal grudge, they are more concerned about their future development. Obviously, joining a powerful legion can give them a better living space. The enthusiasm of each region was high, and system prompts sounded one after another. However, District 174 was still silent as always. No one used the Ice Dragon Horn or issued a recruitment notice. The survivors of District 174 were naturally ridiculed by many people, especially the Wangjiang Pavilion Legion, where Jiangqinggan was. They ridiculed them in the chat channel. They said that they blew it loudly, but there was no one in District 174 who used the Ice Dragon Horn. This made everyone feel very depressed. At the same time, in an area about 300 kilometers away from Cao Crossing's territory, a middle-aged man was standing at the edge of the territory, staring at the snow outside. He had a resolute face with a hint of ferocity between his brows. This man was Wu Xinghu. Next to him, a young man who looked to be in his early 20s asked, "Brother, the guys in other districts seem to be influenced by Jiangqinggan and are about to besiege our District 174. Should we not use the Ice Dragon mark to show our strength or recruit some people?" Hearing this, Wu Xinghu turned around and took a look at his territory. There were hundreds of survivors who had surrendered to him, most of whom were above the second level. These survivors who surrendered could be allowed to join as subjects, and they would also occupy the population of the territory. It was similar to recruiting the natives of this world. The only difference was that there was no way to see their loyalty. In addition to these survivors, there were dozens of powerful recruited creatures in Wu Xinghu's territory. The entire territory, including the staff, had 200 or 300 people. Obviously, with their strength, they were enough to withstand the fierce attack of an ice nest monster. However, Wu Xinghu shook his head and said, "Although we have the strength to deal with a large number of ice nest monsters, but if we use the Ice Dragon Horn, we can only destroy the ice nest as soon as it falls. There is no way to wait for the monsters inside to hatch and then kill them to maximize the benefits, including those team leaders in other districts. I guess they can only use this method." Having said that, Wu Xinghu paused and continued, "I roughly investigated the strength of the survivors in other districts, whether in level or equipment quality, is much worse than our District 174. Anyway, we have almost recruited enough personnel. Before the Legion level is raised, there is no need to advertise at this time and rush to recruit people from other districts. The most important thing is to protect our basic base." Hearing Wu Xinghu's analysis, the young man nodded. The young man asked tentatively, "Boss, that person seems to be targeted by Jiangqinggan. Should we take this opportunity to attack Jiangqinggan and gain a good impression in front of him?" Wu Xinghu thought for a moment, shook his head and said, "No need. That person didn't say anything, and we don't know what he means. It's better not to make a fuss about it. Some things are too much, but it will backfire." Hearing this, the young man next to him was moved, and then nodded respectfully. The person they were talking about was naturally the recognized strongest person in District 174, Cao Crossing. However, he was very low-key. Except for saying a few words during transactions, he could not be contacted at other times. Moreover, he did not set up a legion, but just focused on developing his own territory. Even in the chat channel, Jiangqinggan of District 171 was mocking him, but he did not come out to argue with him. Including the other 3 legion leaders in District 174, Zalbo, Qiu Yating and others, all remained silent. At the same time, Cao Crossing had just finished washing up with Liu Muxue and walked out of the Lord's cabin. He didn't know what Wu Xinghu and the others were talking about him, but he saw the grand occasion in the chat channel. Oh, these guys are quite active, and they seem to have a lot of resources. Then we can raise the price. And this Jiangqinggan, he is actually another boss of the Three Heroes Association. I didn't expect to meet him so soon. Cao Crossing had a faint smile on his face. He didn't take the so-called threat of Jiangqinggan seriously at all. After all, this fool explained the situation of his territory clearly as soon as he came up to show his strength. Cao Crossing learned from the chat information. Jiangqinggan's Legion, Wangjiang Pavilion. There are nearly 200 second level survivors, plus more than 100 first and second level recruited creatures, and a second level leader level creature awarded by the first ranking. For the entire 17th district, this is indeed a very powerful force. However, for Cao Crossing, this strength is not enough. Just send an Ascalon army, and it can be directly flattened. However, this guy's territory is at least 700 to 800 kilometers away from me, and it will take a day or two to travel. There should be no chance to push his territory away at the moment. Shaking his head, Cao Crossing quickly put this guy's threat behind him. With his strength, he is no longer on the same level as the survivors. Thinking of this, Cao Crossing came to the side of the market with a relaxed smile on his face. As soon as he opened the trading interface, hundreds of thousands of consignment information appeared. Compared with the consignment information last night, it has skyrocketed more than 10 times. Sure enough, as I expected, the number of various resources in the market has skyrocketed. In this case, we can raise the price of silver salmon meat, then see the situation, and sell some golden salmon meat to see if we can get all the treasures these guys have hidden in the bottom of the box. Cao Crossing made up his mind. But before that, he needed to understand the market situation first, and then decide how to price silver salmon meat. He first searched for the recent transaction price of beast meat, and then searched for the transaction information of magical creature meat. Through rough statistics, the recent market situation was learned. Among them, the price of green grade beast meat is about 34 ice dragon marks for 100 grams. Blue grade beast meat is 810 ice dragon marks for 100 grams. And the purple grade beast meat is outrageous, starting at 100 G equals 100 ice dragon marks. You know, Cao Crossing's previous purple wild boar meat was able to sell at such a high price because his beast meat was prefixed with the word purification. Its properties have completely surpassed ordinary purple beast meat. It is a bit outrageous that ordinary purple beast meat can be sold at such a high price. As for the meat of purple magic creatures, it is not even seen in the entire market. Cao Crossing was secretly happy. Good. At present, it seems that there is no competitor for the fish meat in my hand, and I can double the price. I can even offer a high price of 400 ice dragon marks for 100 G of silver salmon meat. Cao Crossing looked at his backpack with excitement. After last night's consumption, there are 81 pieces of silver salmon meat left, which can be divided into 810 pieces for trading. There are 9 pieces of gold salmon meat left. These 810 pieces of silver salmon meat alone can be sold at a high price of at least 320,000 ice dragon marks. Cao Crossing's eyes were filled with ecstasy. This number can be said to be quite terrifying. It can even be directly exchanged for 3 gold treasure chests. Chapter 204 Cao Crossing takes action. 400,000 ice dragon marks. Cao Crossing could even exchange for 3 gold treasure chests directly through this transaction. Counting the ice dragon mark in his hand, maybe it could directly exceed 400,000. Thinking of this, he couldn't wait to put up the consignment information. Consignment item, silver salmon meat, purple, stock reserve, small amount, required item, ice dragon mark, consigner, Cao Crossing, seller's note, silver salmon that can increase 300 health points and 3 population, and can be effective 3 times. 100 G equals 400 ice dragon marks. There are not many reserves. Pre-order as soon as possible. Survivors in area 174 can trade with me first. Cao Crossing also saw the ridicule of the survivors of the Wangjiang Pavilion Legion. So Cao Crossing added another sentence. P.S. If the Wangjiang Pavilion Legion in area 171 wants to trade, it needs 1000 ice dragon marks for 10 grams. Yes, it's 10 grams. 1/10 of 1 portion. That is to say, if they want to get 1 portion of silver salmon meat, they have to pay 10,000 ice dragon marks. Cao Crossing didn't want to sell it to them at all, but if there was such a sucker, he wouldn't mind killing him. At the same time, after the silver salmon meat was put on the shelves, the survivors in other areas might not pay much attention to Cao Crossing's name. However, the survivors in area 174 were different. Not long after the consignment information of the silver salmon appeared in the market, it instantly attracted the attention of a large number of survivors. and immediately someone started discussing the relevant information in the chat channel. Jiangdu, brothers, Boss Cao Crossing has put new things on the shelves again. This time it's purple grade magic fish meat. Directly at 300 lives and 3 population. Duan Mingfei, damn. Fish meat with so many attributes, it must be fake, right? Jiangdu, how could Boss Cao Crossing sell fake things? You will know if you go and see it yourself. After hearing this, the survivors quickly opened the market and checked the attributes of a silver salmon. They were also very curious about Boss Cao Crossing, who didn't say a word, but caused a stir in the chat channel. When they clicked on the trading channel, everyone was shocked. It's true, such a strong fish attribute. Oh my god. Boss Cao Crossing really made a move again. I was wondering why he didn't say anything. It turns out that he was preparing to put this strong fish on the shelf. What is silver salmon? Why haven't I heard of it? I haven't heard of it either, but the effect is too strong. It can increase so much health points, and it can be eaten 3 times, which is almost 1000 health points in total. Hearing the discussion of the survivors in District 174, the survivors in other districts also realized the powerful effect of this silver salmon meat. Obviously, the upper limit of 900 health points is an irresistible temptation. More people clicked on market and started to check. More and more people clicked on market and started to check. When they saw the consignment information above, they exclaimed, "It's true. There is such a strong fish meat. This is too outrageous. Our district's boss Qinfeng has only sold purple level beast meat at most. This is the first time I have seen such strong fish meat. It's the same in our district 175. We have never seen such strong fish meat." The survivors were amazed. At the same time, others also saw Cao Crossing's remarks and started discussing. What does Boss Cao Crossing's remarks mean? If people from Wangjiang Pavilion want to buy this kind of fish meat, they need 10,000 ice dragon marks. It seems so. This may be some kind of counter-attack by Boss Cao Crossing against Jiangqingan. Ha ha ha. Our brothers in District 174 can actually trade with Boss Cao Crossing first. That's great. Hearing this, the survivors in District 174 were immediately cheered up, and at the same time, they all showed joy on their faces. While the survivors in other districts were envious, they were also very fortunate. Haha. Fortunately, I didn't attack the brothers in District 174. What they said was true. Boss Cao Crossing is really strong. Indeed, being able to find such a strong fish at this stage is enough to prove his ability. The public opinion in the chat channel instantly began to lean towards Cao Crossing. At this time, at the edge of a forest thousands of kilometers away from Cao Crossing, there is a large territory. This territory also has built walls, but they are all primary walls, and the territory is much smaller. A man with a sinister expression, who looks to be in his early 30s, is busy directing the battle below. He shouted in a gloomy voice, "Liu He, take the brothers to the 7 o'clock direction. There are 2 ice nests landing there. Remember to destroy it as soon as possible. Wan Yu, there is a leader level ice nest hoof appearing at the 12 o'clock direction. Take 10 brothers to lead it under the city wall and use the arrow tower to shoot it. Liu He, go support Chen Ming and others to destroy the ice nest over there." Under his command, although the situation is difficult, it can still be barely supported. This person is Jiangqingan, the head of the Wangjiang Pavilion Corps. At this moment, Jiangqingan looked up and saw a meteor passing by. His face changed wildly in an instant, and he hurriedly shouted to warn, "Old Zhao, take people to retreat quickly. There is an ice nest falling on your head." Hearing the sound, 4 or 5 survivors who were fighting with the ice nest monsters in the snow in front of them, and the recruited creatures were about to retreat. However, they were still a step too late. Boom. A terrifying collision sound appeared. The ice nest smashed down, directly smashing these survivors and 3 recruited creatures into a meat paste. On the snow in front of him, several groups of bright red blood suddenly appeared, mixed with various human internal organs, flowing all over the ground in a colorful manner. The survivors next to him were so scared that a chill suddenly rose behind them. Seeing this scene, Jiangqingan's face turned pale, and a sense of pressure appeared in his heart. Are you still taking it for granted This is the first time I use the ice dragon horn. I thought I could easily carry it with my strength, but this difficulty is a little beyond my imagination. But it's okay, it's nothing more than paying a few more sacrifices. If people are gone, just recruit more. Anyway, there are still hundreds of thousands of people in the entire 17th district, and they are already made cannon fodder. Thinking of this, the solemnity on Jiang Qinggan's face gradually dissipated. He looked at his men who were gradually retreating below, and directly pulled the bowstring in his hand, with several arrows ready to go. Jiang Qinggan said coldly with a fierce look on his face, "Keep fighting, no one is allowed to retreat. If anyone retreats one step further, I will shoot you on the spot, and your family will suffer the same fate." Hearing this, the faces of the survivors below changed wildly. Under the coercion of Jiang Qinggan, they could only bite the bullet and continue to fight those ice nest monsters. At this time, a young girl with a childish face quickly ran over and said, "Dad, there are many people discussing in the chat channel. The man named Cao Xing seems to be selling a kind of fish meat with strong attributes. Do you want to go and see it?" Looking at the little girl in front of him, the violence on Jiang Qinggan's face disappeared and turned into a gentle look. "Okay Ying, Dad knows, go to the territory and stay, it's very dangerous here." Hearing this, the little girl in front of him nodded obediently. "Yeah." After the little girl left, Jiang Qinggan's eyes showed a thoughtful look. Has Cao Xing started to attack? But it's not a counterattack against me, but an ordinary transaction. No matter what, he is the guy I want to deal with, and his situation still needs to be mastered. So, he glanced at the confidant next to him, and then said, "Old Liu, you come to command for me." After receiving the order, the confidant quickly took over the command position. Jiang Qinggan himself opened the chat channel. After seeing the consignment information above, Jiang Qinggan showed an interested smile on his face. "It's interesting. It can actually increase the upper limit of blood volume and population. The effect of this fish meat is very good. It just so happens that I want to recruit more cannon fodder. The population of the territory is a little insufficient. This Cao Xing is indeed quite capable. He can kill Fang Long. He should not be underestimated." Just when he was about to buy a few servings of fish meat, he saw the information noted by Cao Xing. Jiang Qinggan's face suddenly changed. He snorted coldly, "Huh. People from Wangjiang Pavilion want 10,000 ice dragon marks for one copy. It's really a lion's mouth. Only a fool would pay such a high price. However, the attribute of silver salmon meat is very strong. If Jiang Qinggan cannot buy it, then his HP will be higher than that of the legion leaders in other districts, and the gap will gradually widen." Thinking of this, Jiang Qinggan had a headache for a while. He originally wanted to give Cao Xing a warning right away, but now, it seems that Cao Xing gave him a warning. At the same time, the trading channel in the market has begun to swipe the screen frantically. The powerful effect of silver salmon meat can be said to have directly caused a strong sensation. Moreover, Cao Xing did not trade anything else this time, only the ice dragon mark. At present, there are a total of 220,000 people in District 17, which is an average of more than 50,000 territories. Including the territories that have been annexed, there are almost 50,000. And the lord of a territory plus the subordinate lords. Through the development of these days, the number of ice dragon marks in their hands is only between a few hundred and thousands. Therefore, if they want to buy 100g, that is, one portion of fish meat, they have to take out almost all the ice dragon marks in the entire territory. But obviously, for the survivors, this is a good deal. The survivors shouted, "Brothers, hurry up and grab it. This time, Boss Cao Xing doesn't have much fish meat. If you are slow, it will be gone." Yes, 400 ice dragon marks in exchange for 300 points of health increase. This is so damn worth it. The chat channel was enthusiastic. On Cao Xing's side, in just 2 minutes, the 810 portions of silver salmon meat on the shelf were sold out. System prompts kept appearing. Transaction successful, you get ice dragon mark, *800, you lose silver salmon meat, *200 grams. Transaction successful, you get ice dragon mark, *400, you lose silver salmon meat, *100 grams. Transaction successful. The market was so hot that Cao Xing couldn't imagine. Cao Xing almost watched his ice dragon mark grow at a terrifying speed. Finally, it settled at 398,742. Almost broke through 400,000. Cao Xing's eyes showed strong joy. Great, great. Now, not only can I exchange the remaining 2 gold treasure chests, I can even trade 200,000 ice dragon marks to Muzu, so that she can also exchange 2 gold treasure chests. If I'm lucky, maybe I can get a 3-piece suit directly. Haha. Thinking of this, Cao Xing became more and more excited. However, this transaction is not over yet, because Cao Xing plans to take this opportunity to sell some golden salmon meat. Loot all the good things in the hands of the survivors. Glancing at the chat channel, the survivors' chats kept refreshing the screen. Hahaha. I got 1000 G of silver salmon meat. It's a big win. I also got 600 G. Now my health can be increased by a lot. Damn. Your hands are too fast, right? I just went to borrow some ice dragon marks from someone, and I turned around and found that they were sold out. The survivors who got the silver salmon meat were very excited. The survivors who didn't get any were very disappointed. They said regretfully, most of those who got the fish meat are from District 174. It turns out that Boss Cao Xing gave special care to the people in their district. I'm so envious. The survivors in District 174 had swept away their previous depressed emotions and became high-spirited. Seeing the envious tone of the survivors in other districts, a sense of honor rose in their hearts. At the same time, they couldn't help but feel lucky that they were assigned to District 174 at the beginning, and they could be in the same district with a big boss like Cao Xing. At the same time, the survivors in District 174 said proudly, "Brothers, did anyone from Wangjiang Pavilion send you a private message saying they are willing to pay double the price to buy the fish meat?" I received a private message as well. We can't even use this precious fish meat for ourselves, so how can we sell it to them? Hahaha. If you want to buy our fish meat, double the price is not enough. You have to pay at least the same price as Cao Xing. You can only buy 100 G with 10,000 ice dragon marks. This Jiangking Guan is also interesting. He targeted Cao Xing right away, but he didn't expect Cao Xing's sanctions to come so quickly. Now he can only private message us secretly. It's really embarrassing. This time, the survivors of District 174 finally found an opportunity. They had been ridiculed by them before, but now they are fighting back mercilessly. Listening to the survivors' ridicule of Wangjiang Pavilion, in the entire chat channel, people from other districts were watching the show, wanting to see how the people from Wangjiang Pavilion would fight back. The survivors of Wangjiang Pavilion were livid. They asked in the Legion chat channel, "Boss, what should we do now?" This Cao Xing sold most of the fish meat to people in District 174. We chatted with them privately, but it didn't work. We were even scolded by them. Damn it, it's too infuriating. Jiangking Guan was also a little angry, but as the leader of a large group, he still kept his composure and asked, "What about the people in other districts who bought the fish meat? Try to start with them." Chapter 205, Selling Golden Salmon, causing a sensation in the market. The effect of silver salmon meat is very strong. Jiangking Guan does not want to give up. However, another survivor named Ding Jiacheng replied, "I asked. Those guys also asked for a high price, one by one, even more outrageous than Cao Xing, as if they had discussed it beforehand. They all wanted to rip us off." Hearing this, Jiangking Guan's face became even gloomier. He was originally going to use his connections to buy silver salmon meat in other ways, but in order to show his strength, he used the ice dragon horn right away, and the attack of a large number of ice nest monsters dragged Jiangking Guan's attention. At this time, there was no way to distract himself to do anything else. At this time, the survivors noticed the changes in the market again. A survivor named Wang Zhengxin exclaimed, "Brothers, hurry up. Go to the market. Boss Cao Xing is making a big move again. This time, it seems to be even more terrifying fish meat." What? There's more. The survivors all knew how powerful the effect of silver salmon meat was. However, now, someone said that there was an even more powerful fish meat on the market. They all clicked on market at the first time. When everyone saw the consignment information above, their pupils shrank. Consignment item: golden salmon meat, gold, stock reserve, small amount, required item, golden skill book of the same grade, magic plant seeds, or other items. Consigner: Cao Xing. Seller's note: extremely rare golden salmon meat, with very powerful attribute bonuses. If you have golden items of the same grade, you can chat with me privately. PS. Except for people from Wangjiang Pavilion. At this moment, the survivors were silent for a moment. Then there was a fierce exclamation. Damn. This is too outrageous. Directly increased 2000 health points, 20 points of physical fitness, and 10 population. What kind of divine fish meat is this? Yes, it's too outrageous. My current health points are only over 2000. This fish meat can almost double my health points. Brothers, I feel that 100g of this fish meat is worth at least 10,000 ice dragon marks. I'm still short of 9,000. If anyone can lend me some, I will definitely reward you handsomely in the future. Hahaha, don't even think about it. How could Cao Xing use this precious fish meat to exchange for ice dragon marks? Didn't you see what he said? You need a golden item of the same level. Go and look through your warehouses. If you have any treasures, go and chat with Cao Xing. At one time, Cao Xing received a large number of private messages. Cao Xing began to click on them one by one to check. Hukin, Boss Cao Xing, I have a golden skill book for Snow Hunter's Cult, Hunter Perception. Do you need it? Fan Herring, hello, I have a golden fishing rod called Black Dragon Wooden Fishing Rod. Can I exchange it for 5 golden salmon meat? Hang Chao Jiang. Boy, you are targeting our Wangjiang Pavilion, right? Wait, you will see what's next. After spending more than 10 minutes, Cao Xing roughly scanned the private chat messages. He did find a lot of good things in them. Of course, there were also some people who insulted him through private chats. Cao Xing simply disdained these people and blocked them casually. When he met them in the future, he would just pick them up by the way. After Cao Xing patiently read the private chat messages for half an hour, he found a few items worth buying. Some of these things even made Cao Xing feel excited. Really good, as expected. When there are more people, the survivors will definitely have some good things in their hands. And Cao Xing, after negotiating the price with these survivors, clicked on the transaction. Transaction successful. You obtained primary mage tower construction blueprint. Gold. You lost. Golden salmon meat. Asterisk 400g. Transaction successful. You obtained primary night hall construction blueprint. Gold. You lost. Golden salmon meat. Asterisk 400g. Transaction successful. You obtained black dragon wooden fishing rod. Gold. You lost. Golden salmon meat. Asterisk 500g. Transaction successful. You obtained source of extreme ice skill book. Gold. You lost. Golden salmon meat. Asterisk 400g. Transaction successful. You obtained faith thought skill book. Gold. You lost. Golden salmon meat. Asterisk 800g. Transaction successful. You obtained transport vehicle production blueprint. You lost. Golden salmon meat. Asterisk 300g. A total of 6 items. A total of 2,800 grams of golden salmon meat was consumed by Cao Xing, which is nearly 3 pieces of fish meat. But obviously, this is an extremely cost-effective deal. It is better to say that Cao Xing has made a lot of money. With an excited look, Cao Xing looked at the properties of these things. Primary mage tower construction drawing. Gold. Drawing description. A primary mage tower can be built in the territory. Mage professions can meditate and practice in it, increasing 1000 experience points per hour, and can learn intermediate ice element control, ice cone, ice wall and other skills armor. 200 durability. 5000 site area. 172 square meters height. 18 meters. Construction requirements. Lord's Mansion level 6. Wood asterisk 10,000. Stone asterisk 5,000. Iron asterisk 3,000. Mithril asterisk 200. Eternal gold ingot asterisk 40. Magic pattern stone asterisk 20. High level element crystal asterisk 10. Construction time. 63 hours and 17 minutes. The mage tower with a magical aura can increase the prosperity of the territory after construction, speed up the practice of mages, and increase the probability of attracting mage creatures to join the territory. Primary Night Hall construction drawing. Gold. Drawing introduction. A Knight's Hall can be built in the territory. Knights can be trained in it, which increases 1000 experience points per hour. In addition, they can learn intermediate knight swordsmanship, knight slash, charge and other skills armor. 300 durability. 6000 floor area. 294 square meters height. 8 meters. Construction requirements. Lord's Mansion level 6. Wood asterisk 10,000. Stone asterisk 10,000. Iron asterisk 3,000. Mithril asterisk 200. Eternal gold ingot asterisk 40. Magic pattern stone asterisk 20. Advanced element crystal asterisk 10. Construction time. 67 hours and 17 minutes. The Knight's Hall, which symbolizes honor, can increase the prosperity of the territory after its construction, and will attract the probability of knight creatures joining the territory. After reading the two drawings, a satisfied smile appeared on Cao Xing's face. Not bad, not bad. It can actually increase 1000 experience points per hour. If you practice continuously, it will be 24,000 experience points a day. This speed is still very fast. However, increasing experience points is not the most powerful function of these two building blueprints. Its main function is to allow mage creatures and knight creatures to learn skills in it. This function alone is worthy of its golden quality attribute. At this time, Cao Xing said with some regret, but it's a pity that I didn't find the golden blueprint of the warrior type. Otherwise I would have a lot of warriors in my territory. Like the Ascalon Legion, the Wild Boar Warrior Legion, etc. When the time comes, if I build a warrior tower, it will still be a great improvement to my strength. Cao Xing also noticed that these two blueprints require magic pattern stone and eternal gold ingot to build. In addition, Cao Xing remembered that he also had a King's Altar blueprint, which also required these two materials. He looked at the reserves in his backpack. Eternal gold ingot asterisk 64. Magic pattern stone asterisk 31. Cao Xing shook his head. Not good. These two materials are too different. It seems that I still need to collect some more. So, Cao Xing changed the consignment information. 100 G gold and salmon meat equals 20 eternal gold ingots. 10 magic pattern stones. Limited trading. Hurry up if you want to buy. After seeing the consignment information modified by Cao Xing, it immediately caused a sensation among the survivors again. Master Cao Xing has changed the trading conditions. If anyone has this material, go and have a look. You actually want magic pattern stones and eternal gold ingots? I seem to have only 5 magic pattern stones in my hand, and I can't exchange one. I have to find someone to borrow some, and then come to trade with Master Cao Xing. Before, Cao Xing had almost collected these two high-level materials from the survivors in Area 174. There may be some people who have treasured materials in their hands, but they didn't take out something that would make them excited, so they were unwilling to trade. But now it's different. This golden salmon meat can be said to be a powerful fish meat that exceeds the current survivor level. It was enough for them to take out all their savings to trade with Cao Xing. Even the survivors who didn't have enough materials began to mobilize their connections and borrow these two materials from everywhere. After collecting enough, they came to Cao Xing to trade. In just less than a minute, the 20 golden salmon meats that Cao Xing put on the shelf were sold out. He looked at his reserves of these two materials. Eternal gold ingot asterisk 244. Magic pattern stone asterisk 141. Good. Now not only are there enough materials to build the King's Altar, but also enough materials to build the Mage Tower and the Knight's Hall. Ha ha ha. Cao Xing was delighted. At the same time, then, he began to check the other things he had just obtained. Next, it was a fishing rod. This was a fishing rod that was completely black, with faint black snake scale-like patterns on it, and it also exuded a strange smell of old wood. He looked at the properties. Black dragon wooden fishing rod, gold, quality, rare durability. 477/500, fishing range, rare fish, golden salmon, emerald snapper, white silky fish, maximum bearing capacity. 2000 kilograms, additional special effect, power of the black dragon. When fishing, an additional 100 points of strength are added. Additional special effect, breath of the black dragon. When fishing, the breath on the fishing rod can be activated to stun underwater creatures, giving them a 30% chance of losing their resistance. Equipment introduction. Since skills don't work, then use brute force. Fishing master, toyman. Not bad, not bad. Although it's not as good as the Mad King fishing rod, this fishing rod is of gold quality and is very powerful, and it can also catch magical creatures of the level of the golden salmon. Next, I just need to get some more snow demon tongues or more advanced baits, and I can catch more silver salmon and golden salmon. Cao Xing's heart was full of expectations. Then, there are the 2 skill books he is most looking forward to. Source of Extreme Ice skill book, gold. Frost Mage exclusive skill book, skill effect, concentrate the power of extreme ice, apply a layer of Source of Extreme Ice to yourself or friendly units, and in the next 120 seconds, armor plus 100, and constantly emit icy breath, reducing the movement speed of enemy units within 5 meters by 30%. If the same target moves within the coverage of the Source of Extreme Ice for more than 5 seconds, there is a high probability that it will be frozen for 13 seconds. Cooling time, 5 minutes. Seeing the attributes of this Source of Extreme Ice, Cao Xing's pupils suddenly shrank. What a powerful skill. Obviously, as long as a layer of Source of Extreme Ice is applied, you or a friendly unit is equivalent to having a layer of frozen aura, which constantly affects the movement speed of surrounding enemies, and also has a control effect. Just these 2 attributes are worthy of a gold quality skill book. Moreover, after the addition of Eternal Power, this skill will also usher in a qualitative change. But, restraining his excitement, Cao Xing checked the properties of the second golden skill book. Faith skill book, gold. Aurora Night exclusive skill book, skill effect, concentrate the power of faith. Increase the mental resistance of all friendly units in the nearby area by 50%, and add an immune to mental control effect, lasting 150 seconds, with a cooldown of 4 minutes. This is a skill against mental attacks. It sounds like the effect is not very good, but its importance is no less than that of skill books such as Holy Shield. Especially when encountering demonic creatures, this skill can be very effective. For example, Isables, Confession, cannot work on creatures with the faith state. Not bad, not bad. Although the skill book cost me 800 G of golden salmon meat, its effect is also very powerful. Cao Xing was very satisfied. Then, he took out the last blueprint. Transport Vehicle Production Blueprint. Blueprint Introduction. Through the mechanical factory, a transport vehicle that can transport ore or personnel is built, which needs magic crystals to provide power for it. Armor, 200 durability, 4000 maximum moving speed, 60 km/h maximum number of people, 3080 people production requirements. Intermediate machinery factory, iron asterisk 1500, copper asterisk 500, refined iron asterisk 300, electronic components asterisk 20, mithril asterisk 50, intermediate element crystal asterisk 10. Seeing the introduction on the drawing, Cao Xing smiled. Very good. With the transport vehicle, the problem of legion movement can be solved, and I can lead the army to a farther place. Not only that, the transport vehicle can also be used to collect resources and transport ore, and the mole man mine can be put into mining. Moreover, Cao Xing still remembered that he had an orange prop, Shining Throne. This throne can release a shining star every 7 days to find an area with precious resources for Cao Xing. With the transport vehicle, these areas with precious resources can be put into mining. Thinking of this, Cao Xing became more and more excited. However, the transport vehicle needs an intermediate machinery factory to be manufactured. Cao Xing remembered that he had 2 more blueprints, which also required an intermediate machinery factory. After searching the entire market, he did not find the relevant blueprints. Cao Xing thought to himself, it seems that I need to find a way to get a blueprint of an intermediate machinery factory. Thinking of this, he directly clicked on all 3 blueprints to study. All the games have been viewed. Just as he was about to end this transaction, a private chat message caught his attention. The sender of the message was a survivor named Yuluanayu. Yuluanayu, hello, boss Cao Xing. I have 2 golden magic plant seeds here. Can I exchange them for your golden salmon meat? Thanks to bookfriend, ZioAI for 1 monthly ticket. Thanks to Reminiscence of the Past, when it ended for 2 monthly tickets. Thanks to Lost Angel for 4 monthly tickets. Thanks to That Year Brother Was Still Pure for 1 monthly ticket. Thanks to One Night Knows Autumnwillian for 5 monthly tickets. Thanks to Laoling Town Next Door for 6 monthly tickets. Thanks to Kangxianal Team for 1 monthly ticket. Thanks to Hangs How Daffy 1 for 4 monthly tickets. Thanks to A Person's Gudu for 6 monthly tickets. Thanks to Bookfriend 20170915204819044442 monthly tickets. Thanks to Bookfriend 2,023,051,517,131.8445's 4 monthly tickets. Thanks to Feng Crossing's 8 monthly tickets. Thanks to Smart Superman's 2 monthly tickets. Thanks to Tiger Playing Show Kanglang 5's 1 monthly ticket. Thanks to Bufu Ziyang CUE1's 2 monthly tickets. Thanks to Bookfriend 2021119181734430 quote S 1 monthly ticket. Thanks to Frostmourn's 2 monthly tickets. Thanks to Bookfriend 202205262348160051 quote S 2 monthly tickets. Thanks to Bloodthirsty V Kang Kyang's 1 monthly ticket. Thanks to Bookfriend 2023060421560927 quote S 1 monthly ticket. Thank you to all the book friends for your recommendation tickets and subscriptions. Chapter 206 Saint's Guard. Powerful female dragon blood fighter. Yuluanayu. Hello, Master Cao Xing. I have 2 golden magic plant seeds here. Can I exchange them for your golden salmon meat? She seemed a little afraid to communicate with Cao Xing. However, Cao Xing had never encountered golden quality magic plant seeds. So, he replied, what seeds? Send them to me. Yuluanayu quickly replied, okay. After that, she posted the properties of the seeds. Cao Xing took a look. Rattenhead Fortress Plant Seed, Gold, Magic Plant, Affiliation, More Dreamovine, Seed Effect, planted in soil with a strong smell of plague, regularly watered with beast blood, can quickly grow a Rattenhead Fortress plant with the strength of a level 25 leader. Note, Rattenhead Fortress has strong defensive capabilities, can launch plague shells, entangle vines and other abilities, but needs to be fed with fresh beasts regularly and cannot move. After reading the introduction of these 2 seeds, Cao Xing's eyes showed a thoughtful look. Obviously, this plant seed is very powerful, and it can actually grow a level 25 defensive plant turret. However, this vine head turret sounds a bit evil. Not only does it need to be planted in soil with a strong smell of plague, but it also needs to be watered with beast blood. This may be why Yuluanayu didn't plant it herself, but took it out for trading. But no matter what, this is at least a gold quality plant seed. Cao Xing decided to exchange it first, and then asked Juliet if he could plant it in the territory. So, he said directly, I can take these 2 seeds, but I can only give you 200 G of golden salmon meat. Yuluanayu heard the price, and replied in disbelief, ah, so little? No way. The properties of your 2 seeds look a bit strange. I'm not sure if I can plant them. Hearing this, Yuluanayu replied, then, can you add a little more? Cao Xing thought for a moment, and then said, add at most 100 G, no more. Okay. Thank you. After agreeing on the price, Cao Xing made a transaction with him. The transaction was successful. You got 10 shell fort plant seeds, gold, right square bracket asterisk 2. You lost golden salmon meat, asterisk 300 grams. Then, Cao Xing looked at the private chat information again. After confirming that there was nothing worth trading, he also closed the market and removed the consignment information of fish meat. So far, this transaction has come to an end. The survivors in the chat channel still seem to be unsatisfied. Those legion leaders who had used the ice dragon horn to show their strength were struggling to resist the attacks of the ice nest monsters. Especially the people in Wangjiang Pavilion. They were anxiously watching others frantically trading golden salmon meat, but they were blacklisted by Cao Xing. However, this had nothing to do with Cao Xing. He looked at his backpack with a satisfied look on his face. This transaction has yielded a lot. When I digest this harvest, my strength will definitely be greatly improved. Thinking of this, Cao Xing called Liu Muxue over. Then he handed her the Aurora Thoughts skill book. Liu Muxue looked at the golden skill book in her hand and clicked on the learning without hesitation. Then she asked softly, Xing, do you need me to try the effect of this skill? Okay, release it and see. After getting Cao Xing's permission, Liu Muxue raised the long sword in her hand and pointed the tip of the sword at the sky. At the same time, a dazzling aurora began to gather at the tip of her sword. Loving God, please grant me the perseverance to cut through thorns, the wisdom to get rid of adversity, the spirit to resist bewitching, and the power to protect my compatriots. The next moment, this colorful aurora fell on Cao Xing. Your subordinate lord, Liu Muxue cast the skill, Aurora Thought, on you. Mental resistance plus 50%, and there will be a chance to be immune to mental attacks. Affected by the talent, Eternal Power. This skill has become permanent. Note, after the number of immune mental attacks is triggered, it will refresh again after 60 seconds. Cao Xing felt that his brain suddenly became clearer, as if a layer of invisible protection was applied, and he felt very safe. At the same time, he also saw the notes at the back. Sure enough, just like the Holy Shield, after the immune attack special effect is triggered once, it will continue to refresh after a certain period of time. That's not bad. Cao Xing nodded secretly. Then, he took out another golden skill book, clapped his hands directly, and clicked to learn. At this moment, Cao Xing felt a large amount of memories pouring into his mind, and it took a full minute or two to digest them. Successfully learned skill, Source of Extreme Ice. After seeing the system prompt, Cao Xing opened his eyes. Then, he raised his staff, and began to condense a terrifying icy aura. The temperature around him suddenly dropped by many degrees. The next moment, this ball of icy aura was dropped into Cao Xing's body. Successfully cast the skill, Source of Extreme Ice, Armor plus 100, affected by the talent, Eternal Power. This skill has become a permanent state. As expected, Source of Extreme Ice also became a permanent state. And with Cao Xing himself as the center, waves of white cold air were constantly released within 5 meters around him. Even every time he moved, a thick layer of white frost would appear on the ground. The temperature dropped sharply, suddenly dropping by more than 10 or 20 degrees. However, this cold air had no effect on Cao Xing. Not only that, the white frost that continued to emit made Cao Xing look like an ice and snow emperor, and his temperament was directly improved. Okay, this skill is really powerful and cool. In this way, anyone within 5 meters of my body will be severely slowed down. At this time, Cao Xing seemed to have thought of something. He directly activated the cold air eruption effect of the frost shield in his body. The next moment, an astonishing cold air suddenly erupted from Cao Xing's body. And the moment this cold air came into contact with the white frost released by the Source of Extreme Ice, a large amount of ice crystals suddenly condensed in the air. Even Liu Muxue, who was next to him, was instantly covered with a layer of ice crystals. If she was not a friendly unit, she would have been frozen in place at this time. The two looked at each other and saw the look of surprise in each other's eyes. Cao Xing said happily, I didn't expect it. Frost Shield combined with the Source of Extreme Ice can actually produce such a powerful combination effect. This is just like Frost Shield combined with Braum's Ice Bloodline, which can put the surrounding enemies into a deep frozen state. including Liu Muxue was also delighted. And the most important thing is that Cao Crossing's 2 skills are both status skills, which can be added to all friendly units. In this way, almost everyone can have this powerful control effect. If the enemy has no resistance to freezing, they only need to stand still to freeze the opponent to death. Hahaha, too strong. Cao Crossing was very surprised. However, he quickly suppressed his excitement. Although the skill, Source of Extreme Ice, is powerful, Cao Crossing still has a lot to digest. At this time, he looked at his backpack. The current Ice Dragon mark is about to exceed 400,000. It can even allow him and Liu Muxue to exchange 2 gold treasure chests each. However, because Cao Crossing is still going to keep some Ice Dragon marks to exchange for the intermediate power heart, so he decided to spend 200,000 Ice Dragon marks first to exchange the remaining 2 gold treasure chests. The system prompt appears. Do you want to consume Ice Dragon marks asterisk 200, 000 to exchange for 2 gold treasure chests with cold light reflection and the remaining number of exchanges? 2 yes. Exchange successful. Ice Dragon mark minus 200,000. At the same time, Cao Crossing and Liu Muxue looked at the 2 golden treasure chests that exuded cold air and looked gorgeous. Both of them showed excitement. Cao Crossing walked over and clicked to open it. Opened successfully. Obtained. Ice Dragon Fang. Gold. Obtained. Ice Dragon Boots. Gold. Obtained. Dragon Blood Fighter Recruitment Scroll. Purple. Asterisk 3 right square bracket. Obtained. Large Anti-Corruption Potion. Purple. Asterisk 6 right square bracket. Obtained. Ice Dragon Horn. Small. Asterisk 2 right square bracket. Obtained. Ice Dragon Horn. Medium. Asterisk 1 right square bracket. Obtained. Dragon Rock Ore. Gold. Asterisk 7 right square bracket. Seeing the system prompt, Cao Crossing's eyes showed strong joy. Haha. There are actually 2 pieces of gold equipment. This wave of luck in opening the box is quite good. He couldn't wait to take a look at the properties of the 2 pieces of gold equipment. Ice Dragon Fang. Gold. Quality. Rare. Equipment part. Necklace. Equipment requirements. Level 20 and above. Attached special effect. Agility plus 30. Constitution plus 20. Attack speed plus 20%. Attached special effect. Ice Bite. When launching an attack, there is a 20% chance of causing the enemy to enter a bleeding effect, including magic attacks. Attached special effect. Tooth Bite. Bleeding probability increased by 30%, and the bleeding limit is increased by an additional 5 layers. Note, Ice Dragon Soul Set 2/3 can be combined with Ice Dragon Crown and Ice Dragon Ring to form a set effect. After collecting all 3 sets, the set effect, Ice Dragon Blood Drain, can be activated. Obviously, this necklace is a blessing for the bleeding profession, which can greatly increase the bleeding probability and can also break through the 10-layer bleeding limit to a maximum of 15 layers. What is this concept? According to the calculation method of bleeding damage in this world, 1 layer of bleeding equals reducing the enemy's blood volume by 1 plus survivor's agility asterisk 0.3 per second. According to the calculation of a normal 3rd level survivor, 300 points of agility. That means an additional 101 points of health loss per second. If 15 layers are stacked, it is equivalent to more than 1500 bleeding damage per second. In addition, there are some props in this world that enhance bleeding damage, which is still very powerful. However, this necklace is not very suitable for Cao Crossing, but it is much better than the necklace he is wearing now. So, Cao Crossing directly took off the shaman necklace from his neck and replaced it with Ice Dragon Fang. In an instant, he felt a chill on his neck, and at the same time, he felt that his physique and agility had improved a lot again. Cao Crossing said with satisfaction, "Very good. Now 2 of the 3 sets are complete. We only need to find the last piece of Ice Dragon Ring to activate the effect of this set." At the same time, Cao Crossing checked the properties of another golden equipment. Ice Dragon Combat Boots. Gold. Quality. Rare. Equipment requirements. Level 20 or above armor. 5763. Additional special effect. Agility plus 30. Constitution plus 40. Movement speed increased by 20%. Additional special effect. Frost feet. When attacked, there is a 30% chance of activating the effect, covering your legs with a thick layer of frost, and kicking damage increased by an additional 50%, lasting 10 seconds. Additional special effect. Abnormal immunity. When affected by negative states such as disability and deceleration, there is a 50% chance of being immune to this negative state. Note: 1/3 of the Ice Dragon set can be combined with the Ice Dragon helmet and Ice Dragon armor to form a set effect. After collecting all 3 sets, the set effect, Ice Dragon Guardian, can be activated. Seeing the above attributes, Cao Xing thought, this should be a set for warriors or knights. The attributes are very good, which can greatly improve survivability. Thinking of this, Cao Xing directly gave the pair of combat boots to Liu Muxue. Try them on, Muxue. Okay. The beauty in front of him had a quiet and elegant smile on her face, and then she put on new combat boots. This pair of Ice Dragon combat boots is a long boot, almost covering the knee, completely wrapping Liu Muxue's slender calves. The pure white appearance looks like a pair of crystal boots, full of beauty. After Liu Muxue put them on, not only did it not look out of place, but it also added a bit of graceful temperament to her. So far, the biggest gains in the 2 gold treasure chests have been distributed. In addition, there are several bottles of potions and high-level materials, as well as 3 Dragon Blood Fighter recruitment scrolls. Cao Xing knows how powerful this type of soldiers is. Cao Xing decided to recruit them now. However, before that, Cao Xing called Jonad and Josant over. Soon, 2 tall Dragon Blood Fighters holding spears appeared beside Cao Xing. They said respectfully, "Lord, are you summoning us?" Cao Xing nodded and said, "Yes, there will be several new Dragon Blood Fighters joining our territory soon. You can take care of these newcomers." Jonad and Josant looked at each other, and then a look of joy appeared on their faces. "Yes, Lord, we, the Norn, are a race that worships strength. We will definitely feel honored to join the Lord's territory." Cao Xing also smiled. Then, he took out the scroll from his backpack and clicked to use it directly. In an instant, 3 meteors streaked across the sky. Boom. Boom. There was a violent vibration under his feet. After a dull collision, it turned into 3 huge ice blocks and smashed in front of Cao Xing. In the ice blocks, Cao Xing saw 3 figures that were different from Jonad and others. These were actually 3 female Dragon Blood Fighters. They all closed their eyes at this time, with a resolute look on their cold white skin. The facial features were not so stunning, but they were definitely not ugly, equivalent to the level of ordinary beauties. 3 female fighters were recruited this time. Both Jonad and Josant were a little surprised. They explained beside him, "Lord, there are relatively few female Dragon Blood Fighters in our Norn clan. They are generally the personal guards of the Saint Lady." Cao Xing asked with interest, "Oh. Are these female Dragon Blood Fighters different from you?" Jonad replied, "Yes, because of their physical constitution, the power they activate after being injected with Ice Dragon blood is also different. And our fighting methods are also different." Hearing this, Cao Xing became more interested. He looked expectantly at the 3 female Dragon Blood Fighters sealed in the ice. The next moment, they suddenly opened their eyes, revealing 3 pairs of dark blue pupils. But a strong momentum burst out, as if 3 tigers had awakened. Crack, crack. The ice broke, and 3 tall female Dragon Blood Fighters in armor walked out of it. A cold and resolute voice reappeared in Cao Xing's ears. "I feel that the power of the dragon has revived again. Saint, we will not let you fight alone this time. In the name of Saint Norn, Zora, Ice Dragon Blood Fighter, Alice/Janus/Phoenix, report to you." Cao Xing also stepped forward and said, "Welcome, Alice, Janus, and Phoenix. Let us fight the threat from the dragon together." The 3 women, who were 1.9 meters tall and full of vigor, looked at Cao Xing and nodded slightly. Their proud personalities made them not swear allegiance, just because of Cao Xing's words. Then, their eyes turned to Jonad and Josant. Among them, the female fighter named Alice said, "I feel a strong breath on you. This breath does not belong to our Norn clan. However, the mystery and power of this breath even surpassed the power of the ice dragon blood and Norn bloodline. After hearing this, the two dragon blood fighters immediately raised their heads and said proudly, "Yes, this is a blessing of our lord. He has the power to fight against the dragon." Hearing this, the pupils of the three tall women in front of them suddenly shrank. "What did you say? This human lord has the power to fight against the dragon?" They thought that Cao Xing's words just now were just casual talk, so they didn't react much. As a result, the two dragon blood fighters said that this was true. Jonad said solemnly, "Yes, maybe this territory looks very weak now, far from being able to compete with the power of the dragon. But with the power of the Lord, it won't be long before we will rise strongly and even be able to restore the glory of the Norn family." The three female fighters looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. Although Jonad's words made them feel unbelievable, but they also knew that the Norn family never lied. Joseph next to him also said solemnly, "Several guards of the Saint Lady, maybe you find it hard to believe, but this is the fact. Our Lord is very powerful and treats our Norn family well. In my opinion, whether it is his character or strength, he is not inferior to our Saint Lady. Not inferior to the Saint Lady. This is almost the highest evaluation of the Norn family." From this, we can imagine how much Jonad and Josant admire Cao Xing. The three dragon-blooded female fighters stood there in a daze. Jonad struck while the iron was hot and said, "Several Saint Lady's personal guards. Our mission is to fight against dragons for life. Now, please salute our lord, and then join the team to fight against dragons." Hearing this, the three tall women in front of him looked at each other, then knelt on one knee at the same time, and looked at Cao Xing respectfully. "This respected lord, please give us the power to fight against the dragon. As long as you can give us the power, we are willing to give everything." Hearing this, Cao Xing didn't say much. He directly called Irina, Hilda, Blot and others over, and then added various states to the three newly joined dragon blood female fighters. Various powerful states fell on them, and the aura of the three female fighters began to surge. Not only that, Cao Xing also added the newly learned source of extreme ice skill to them. At this moment, Alice, Phoenix and others looked at their bodies in shock, and the cold air that was constantly erupting from their bodies, with strong shock in their eyes. Now, they have completely believed what Jonad, Josant and others said. This lord has enough power to fight against the dragon. Then, the three female fighters knelt down at the same time and saluted solemnly. "Saint, your power is the only one I have ever seen in my life. Alice expresses her sincere respect to you. Because you helped the people, Phoenix improved her strength. Her loyalty has been greatly improved, and her current loyalty is 73. Because you helped the people, Alice improved her strength. Her loyalty has been greatly improved, and her current loyalty is 74. Because of you." After 3 system prompts, the loyalty of the 3 newly joined female fighters all reached above 70. Cao Xing also smiled. Then he quickly glanced at their attributes. Ice Dragon Blood Fighter, Alice, Race, Non, Level 25 21931/20000, Third Order Elite Creature, HP 18372/18372, Attack Power 1369, Skills, Dragon Slaying Spear, Attack Power increased by 20%. When attacking dragon creatures and their minions, an additional 30% attack damage is increased. Chain Dragon Stabs instantly rushes forward 310 meters and attacks all enemies along the way, causing damage of attack power asterisk 143%. Can rush forward up to 3 times in a row. Cooldown time 90 seconds. Ice Dragon Spear Stab concentrates the power of the dragon in the body and continuously stabs 58 terrifying ice spear auras forward, causing 157% piercing damage to the enemy in front and causing its blood to fall into a frozen state. Cooldown time 300 seconds. Talent, Norn Body, Talent, Ice Dragon Blood, Bond, Dragon Blood Fighter Satisfaction. 68 Loyalty. 74 Character Introduction. The female dragon blood fighters were once the personal guards of the Norn Saint Zora. They have undergone cruel and strict training since childhood, and have extremely strong combat awareness and indomitable character, and will be loyal to the existence they are loyal to. Strong. Not inferior to Jonad and Josant. Although the skills are different, they also have extremely strong combat power. Especially the skill, Ice Dragon Spear Stab. The damage coefficient of a dragon spear is 157%, and a minimum of 5 dragon spears, if all hit, is at least 785% of the damage coefficient. Chapter 207, Giant Chamber of Commerce Visit. Nobles with heavy tastes. The 3 female dragon blood fighters were so strong that they were terrifying. Cao Xing was very satisfied with their attributes. Then, he walked forward and helped all 3 female fighters up. The moment their palms touched Cao Xing's, their bodies trembled and their muscles instantly tightened together. However, the 3 female fighters did not resist, but gradually stood up, including Jonad and Josant. They also looked at this scene with some surprise, because in their cognition, the personal guards of the Saint Lady would never come into contact with any opposite sex. And now, they actually let Cao Xing touch their bodies. Cao Xing didn't know this, so he said directly, no matter what you have experienced in the past, you have come to my territory and will be my subjects from now on. In the future, you will fight the dragon together under my command. The 3 female fighters said solemnly, your orders are the direction of our guns. Cao Xing nodded and then said, Jonad, Josant, now take our newcomers to familiarize yourself with the new environment and power. The 2 replied at the same time, yes, Lord. Then, Jonad and Josant led the 3 female fighters to the outside of the territory. The others gradually dispersed. Cao Xing himself called in the polar man Duan. He asked, Duan, how is the progress of the Lord's hut? Duan replied respectfully, dear Lord, the construction of the level 6 Lord's mansion takes a long time. According to estimates, it may take another day or 2 to complete the construction. Cao Xing thought for a moment after hearing this, but he was not surprised. After all, he had obtained quite a lot of new drawings in the past few days, and many new buildings had not been completed. Cao Xing continued, I recently obtained 3 more blueprints for advanced buildings, and I need you to lead people to build them. Build the King's Altar first, and the Mage Tower and the Knight's Hall can be built later. If you don't have enough manpower, you can ask Cao Yi to send a few people to support you. Hearing this, the polar Mandarin immediately replied respectfully, my lord, there are enough manpower, and there is no need to trouble Cao Yi and his men. Very good, then do it. As you command, my lord. After saying this, the polar Mandarin also left here. So far, the gains from this transaction have almost been digested. Cao Xing still has 2 golden seeds in his hand. He took them out of his backpack and observed them in his hand. Cao Xing saw that the 2 seeds were the size of a thumb, and the appearance was covered with purple-blue lines. There seemed to be tiny tentacles wriggling inside, full of evil breath. Just one look at it shows that these 2 seeds are definitely an evil plant. Just as Cao Xing was about to find his own plant encyclopedia, Juliet asked. A system prompt appeared. Giant Chamber of Commerce. Orkan has applied to visit your territory. Do you accept it? Hearing this prompt, Cao Xing was stunned. Oh. People from the Giant Chamber of Commerce are coming to visit my territory? At this moment, Cao Xing's face showed a look of surprise. Great. I was just about to find those chambers of commerce. You know, Cao Xing had already met the Black Lion Chamber of Commerce and the Moon Goddess Chamber of Commerce before this. As the 3 most famous chambers of commerce in the Western continent, he only hadn't met the Giant Chamber of Commerce. A smile appeared on the corner of Cao Xing's mouth, and he secretly said in his heart, I wonder what this Giant Chamber of Commerce sells? Will there be more advanced pet rations or something like that? There are still a lot of gold, silver and copper jewelry in Cao Xing's territory storage box. In addition, Cao Xing also stored dozens of kilograms of cloud yak milk, which can be sold for money. Add to that the millions of crowns in his backpack. With his current financial resources, even gold level equipment can be purchased directly. Thinking of this, Cao Xing became more excited. Then, he directly clicked agree. After getting Cao Xing's approval, About 2 kilometers away from the territory, a caravan with more than a dozen carriages slowly approached Cao Xing's territory, and Cao Xing also came to the city wall as soon as possible. From a distance, he saw dozens of figures coming. Among them, there were more than a dozen carriages covered with black cloth. There was a fist mark on each of these carriages, which was also the symbol of the giant chamber of commerce. The other party had a large number of people. It looked like there were at least 30 or 40 people. And among them, Cao Xing also felt some fierce aura. Obviously, the guard force of the giant chamber of commerce was much stronger than that of the moon goddess chamber of commerce and the black lion chamber of commerce. And Cao Xing quickly brought several generals such as Assam, Blot, and Andrew to the outside of the territory. There was also Sarah waiting in the dark, and inside the territory, there were hundreds of wild boar warriors and Ascalon warriors. As long as Cao Xing gave an order, these powerful warriors would rush out instantly and then submerge the chamber of commerce. At the same time, both sides stopped and looked at each other. Cao Xing first stopped his gaze on the guards wearing armor and holding different weapons. Captain of the giant chamber of commerce guard, Wahig LV-27, race, human, level, tier 3 boss level creature health. 29,840/29,840 attack. 1874-1953 armor. 37-23-93 skills, intermediate battle axe mastery, deadly throwing axe, 3-hit combo, madness burst. Talent, none. Giant chamber of commerce guard, Kirby LV-28, race, human, level, tier 3 ordinary creature health. 13,794/13,794 attack. 11-15-11-38 armor. 20-72-49 skills, intermediate fighting mastery, hurricane fist, jab slam, talent, none. Just as Cao Xing expected, the giant chamber of commerce's guards are much stronger than the other 2 caravans. There is even a leader level guard captain. In addition, there are several elite level captains, plus more than 20 other 3rd level ordinary guards. This strength is basically unimpeded in the snowy plains. At the same time, a middle-aged man in white cotton clothes, who looks about 40 years old, walked down from one of the carriages. He had a faint smile on his cone-like face. He seemed gentle, but he had a sharp look. Cao Xing breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, this time he finally met someone who was not the kind of pot-bellied beer-bellied merchant. However, looking at this guy, he is also a difficult guy. He has a high nose bridge, a pointed chin, a long goatee, and a pair of hawk-like eyes that intentionally or unintentionally swept behind Cao Xing. When he saw the large population in Cao Xing's territory, a greedy look appeared in his eyes. In particular, when the merchant noticed the beauties such as Liu Muxue and Irina around Cao Xing, his pupils shrank, and his eyes were filled with strong surprise and greed. However, he quickly suppressed these expressions. Then he said respectfully, "Hello, Lord Chosen. I'm Orkan from the Giant Chamber of Commerce. I accidentally passed by here, so I came to visit you." Cao Xing nodded slightly, and then shook his hand politely and said, "Nice to meet you, Mr. Orkan." The 2 sides separated and kept a distance of about 1 meter. At this time, Orkan said directly, "Lord Chosen, I see that your territory is well developed and has a large population. I wonder if you are interested in doing a deal with us?" Cao Xing's heart moved after hearing this. He was waiting for this sentence. So, he smiled and said, "Of course, I also want to see your goods." Hearing this, Orkan smiled again. Then he waved his hand behind him. The group of guards immediately understood what he meant and directly uncovered the black cloth covering the carriages. Huolala. The black cloth was lifted. The cargo on more than a dozen carriages was revealed. Cao Xing narrowed his eyes slightly, because the cargo on it seemed a little different from what he thought. Under the black cloth, there were prisoner carriages. In these prisoner carriages, they saw groups of half-dressed creatures with chains on their hands and feet. These were slaves. Irina, Liu Muxue and others behind him had their eyes slightly moved. And Cao Xing seemed to understand why this Orkan showed such greedy eyes. When he looked at the soldiers in his territory, Cao Xing asked, "Mr. Orkan, are these your goods?" Orkan chuckled and said in a shrill voice, "Yes, my lord. The main business of our giant chamber of commerce is the slave trade. The Black Lion Chamber of Commerce and the Moon Goddess Chamber of Commerce have already included most of the trades in the industries of the Western continent. These abominable guys have almost squeezed all our living space. If our giant chamber of commerce wants to survive, we can only do this kind of business." Speaking of this, Orkan seemed very angry, and the tuft of goatee on his chin was shaking slightly. However, the next moment, he returned to a flattering smile. "But please rest assured, Lord, our transactions are all legal and compliant." Hearing this, Cao Xing asked in confusion, "Legal?" "Yes." Merchant Orkan explained slowly, "There are too many principalities and kingdoms of all sizes in the Western continent, and wars of various sizes break out almost every month. And everything of those defeated countries belongs to the victorious country, including land, resources, population, etc. The victorious country has received too many people at once, and does not want to spend too many resources to support these people. So, they are either sent to the battlefield as cannon fodder, or killed directly, and buried on the spot. And our giant chamber of commerce will buy these captives, which will not only help them reduce population pressure, but also the victorious country can obtain a lot of resources." Orkan stroked his goatee while talking non-stop. "Of course, in addition to these, our sources of slaves also include many channels. Basically, whatever you want can be purchased in our giant chamber of commerce. Even as long as you can pay enough money, even those beautiful elves in the southern continent and the mysterious dragon eggs in the eastern continent, we can get them for you." At this point, a hidden smile appeared on his face. Hearing this, Cao Xing's eyes lit up. "Even elves can be obtained?" Speaking of which, he was also very curious about the elves. The beauty of the elves is well known in any world. Of course, Cao Xing did not have some special ideas, but was simply curious about what the elves in this world looked like, and how their fighting ability was. Alcon smiled. "Of course, the power of our giant chamber of commerce is still very large. However, this price must be a bit high. After all, we have to pay a huge price to capture these slaves." Cao Xing thought for a while. According to the giant chamber of commerce, as long as you have money, they can get you any species of creatures. Even dragon eggs are one of their goals. This is indeed in line with the nature of these businessmen. As long as there is enough profit, they dare to trample on everything. Although it sounds very realistic, in this world, where force is supreme, buying and selling slaves is a very normal thing. Moreover, buying slaves is also one of the main ways for survivor lords to expand their population. Cao Xing would also check the world channel when he was free. Some survivor lords would share their purchase of slaves in the chat channel. Among them, many people bought good slaves. For example, a Middle Eastern man named Abdul bought a poor knight with advanced riding skills. He gave him a mount and the knight showed his strong fighting power, which greatly increased the strength of his territory. Another islander named Takasuji Kori bought a hunter with advanced hunting skills. With the help of that hunter, her territory caught a lot of beast meat in a short period of time. There was also a lord named Katrina who even bought a third level leader level slave. At that time, she made a big fuss in the chat channel, which made others envious and sighed at her good luck. However, because the survivor lord was not strong enough, he could not keep anyone. The leader level slave just joined her territory and ran away the next day. Therefore, Cao Xing had no objection to buying slaves. At this time, the merchant Orkan said, "This chosen lord, if you have any ideas, you can take a look first. You can check and choose these slaves at will." Hearing this, Cao Xing's heart moved slightly. Then he thought to himself, the natives of this world don't know that we, the survivor lords, have our own system panel that can see the attributes of the other party. I wonder if I can use the system panel function to pick up a loophole like the survivors in the world channel. However, when he looked at these slaves, he found that all he got were a bunch of question marks. Not only could he not see their levels, but he couldn't even see their names. Cao Xing's eyes showed a slight surprise, and then he looked at Orkan. But he found that this guy had a faint smile on his face. At this moment, Cao Xing suddenly understood something. It's interesting. It seems that the giant chamber of commerce has some preliminary understanding of us, the chosen lords. knowing that we had some strange abilities that can see through the information of these slaves. So you developed a special prop to cover up the breath of these slaves. Cao Xing was not surprised. After all, he had encountered this kind of thing before. For example, the shadow cloak developed by the Church of Light also has the ability to cover up the breath. What a trouble. The giant chamber of commerce has found a way to target our survivor lords. So I can't get a bargain. Cao Xing looked at the dozens of slaves of different races on the dozen or so carriages in front of him and felt that each one was mediocre and not worth buying. However, you can't tell anything just by looking at the appearance. After all, some natives have some special abilities, and only through the system panel can you get detailed information. At this time, Cao Xing suddenly remembered that he had obtained a bottle of magic potion in the camp of the white-robed priest. It is called Liu Muxue's True Vision Potion. After drinking this potion, you can get True Vision Eye, which can see through the target's camouflage effect. I just don't know if you can see through the giant chamber of commerce's method. At the same time, the merchant Olcan next to him smiled slightly and said generously, "Sir, please check it out. If necessary, we can open the iron cage and let you observe the slaves up close. Which one do you like? Tell me directly, and I will give you a fair price." He seemed confident and didn't seem to worry that Cao Xing would find a bargain. Cao Xing nodded without changing his expression. He slowly came to the prison cars. The slaves imprisoned inside had different looks in their eyes when they saw Cao Xing. There was disgust, desire, flattery, and scrutiny. Cao Xing naturally ignored all these looks. He did find some interesting creatures among them. For example, several men with rock-like skin and wide bodies. There were also several women with thick limbs and big waists. In this kind of chamber of commerce, there would naturally be no good goods, like those beautiful women or powerful warriors. As soon as they fell into the hands of the giant chamber of commerce, they were either privately ordered by some nobles or auctioned off. So what Cao Xing saw were some slaves with thin bodies and ordinary looks. And most of them were human. Among them, Cao Xing even found some mole people and cave dwellers. The most important thing is that these mole people and cave dwellers are all female. Some of them even have big bellies. It has to be said that the slave business of the giant chamber of commerce is really extensive, and there are slaves of all races. Seeing Cao Xing's eyes stop on these female mole people, Merchant Orcan came over and said with a smile, "This lord, do you like these mole people? I'll tell you secretly, although these alien races look disgusting, they taste really good." However, this batch of goods was ordered by the noble grandfather of Melind City, and they paid a large sum of money in order to catch these pregnant mole people and cave dwellers. I spent a lot of effort. Hearing this, Cao Xing couldn't help but feel a chill, and goosebumps appeared on his back. He couldn't help sighing again. Damn, these nobles are so fancy and have such heavy tastes. They even didn't let the mole man go. Cao Xing shook his head and said, "Let me take a look myself, Mr. Orcan." Hearing this, the merchant with a goatee stood still tactfully. However, he looked at Cao Xing's actions and didn't seem to worry about missing anything among these slaves. Just as Cao Xing passed the corner, he silently took out a bottle of magic potion with a little starlight from his backpack and drank it directly. The next moment, Cao Xing only felt a warm current in his stomach, and this warm current instantly rushed into his head, making his brain instantly hot. Cao Xing felt that his vision became clearer. Not only that, this effect seemed to stay in his body forever. You have taken Liu Muxue's True Vision Potion and have gained the ability to see through disguises below level 5. With the blessing of the talent, Eternal Power, this effect has become permanent. Seeing the system prompt, Cao Xing smiled again. Sure enough, the effect of this potion will also be blessed by the Eternal Power. In this way, stealth fighters below level 5 will basically not be able to hide in front of me. Cao Xing looked at the slaves in front of him. At this moment, the system interface that originally displayed a lot of question marks changed. Cao Xing looked at one of the slaves with a relatively sturdy figure. Slave, Ivanchuk, race, human, level 7 HP. 570 over 570, attack power 4,749. Skills. Primary mining skills. Increases the efficiency of mining ore by 10%. Talent. Hardworking. Increases the upper limit of physical strength by 10% and speeds up the recovery of physical strength by 20%. At this moment, Cao Xing's heart was filled with ecstasy. Sure enough, his true vision could see through the disguises of these slaves. In this way, he could use the system's functions to view the information of these slaves in detail. Although the giant chamber of commerce had some knowledge of these chosen lords and had developed means to hide the aura of these slaves, they certainly didn't expect that someone could get something of the level of the true vision potion at this stage. At the same time, Cao Xing began to check them one by one. Among them, he really found some talents. For example, a young woman with a level of only 13. She was an ordinary person, but she had the skill of intermediate medical skills proficiency. Another middle-aged woman with a level of 5 also had intermediate cooking skills proficiency. In addition, some slaves had special skills, such as primary brewing proficiency, primary collection proficiency, etc. Cao Xing even found a third-level elite. Repressing the ecstasy in his heart, Cao Xing's expression was still very calm. He pointed to a middle-aged man in the prison van and said, "How much is this?" Seeing the direction Cao Xing pointed, Alkan's hawk-like eyes rolled around a few times. Then he said, "His name is Delio. He was originally a winner-maker at the White Owl Winery and has superb winner-making skills. Your Excellency has a good eye. Thanks." 1 monthly ticket from book friend Ensis. 1 monthly ticket from beloved Al Baby. 2 monthly tickets from book friend 120,531,162,742,891. 2 monthly tickets from CZC Pig. 1 monthly ticket from Little Deer. 1 monthly ticket from book friend 20221120035213049. 2 monthly tickets from book friend 160,507,122,752,454. 1 monthly ticket from Lily of the Valley. 2,022,110,101,454 1751s. 1 monthly ticket. Thanks to Ziana and Moran's 2 monthly tickets. Thanks to Crazy Stones 1 monthly ticket. Thanks to Reader 1691980646923689984. Quote S 4 monthly tickets. Thanks to Rapid Frozen Chicken Wings 1 monthly ticket. Thanks to Puppet Gouges 1 monthly ticket. Thanks to Happy D Days 1 monthly ticket. Thanks to Shangan K Gaming's 2 monthly tickets. Thanks to Bookfriend 150,530,231,352,681s. 1 monthly ticket. Thanks to Like I Will Subscribe 7 monthly tickets. Thanks to the book friends for their recommendation tickets and subscriptions. Chapter 208 The Suspicious Peasant Woman and the Queen of Mind. Alcon smiled and said, "You have a good eye, sir." Hearing this, Cao Xing's mouth twitched. He praised the basic brewing technology as a superb brewing technology. These merchants really do everything to raise the price. Cao Xing was speechless. "Just tell me how much it is." Alcon thought for a moment and quoted a price. 20,000 crowns, sir. Hearing this number, Cao Xing rolled his eyes again. He said directly, 2,000 crowns. Alcon was also a little confused to see that he bargained so hard. He praised this slave so much, but the other party didn't seem to be interested at all. He said with an embarrassed look on his face, "Sir, your price is a bit difficult to deal with. In our giant chamber of commerce, the cheapest slaves are thousands of crowns. Although Delio has little combat power, he is still hardworking and can brew wine. Would you like to increase it a little?" After hearing this, Cao Xing quoted another price. 2,500 krona, no more than that. Hearing this price, Orkan's eyes showed hesitation again. After a moment, he slowly said, "Deal." Cao Xing's face gradually showed joy. After paying 2,500 krona, Orkan blew his goatee. Then he looked at the guard next to him and winked. The slave named Delio was escorted behind Cao Xing. The first transaction allowed Cao Xing to pick up a talent, which made him feel quite good. At the same time, Cao Xing looked at a level 13 woman named Sabina next to him. She had a skill of intermediate medical proficiency, and her level 13 physique gave her a little weak combat power. Cao Xing asked, "How much is this?" Orkan looked at her carefully and then said, "Sabina was originally a famous doctor in the Principality of Palace, with superb medical skills, but for some reason, one day she murdered a baron while treating a patient and was then captured by the knights. Sabina should have been hanged on the spot, but she was rescued by a knight she had treated before and fled the Principality of Palace. After being hunted down, she fell into the hands of our giant chamber of commerce." Hearing this, the woman in the prison car had a cold expression, and her eyes were full of coldness when she looked at Orkan. Orkan was unmoved and still had a faint smile on his face and said, "Sir, this price is a little more expensive. It costs 50,000 crowns. After hearing this, Cao Xing's eyes showed a thoughtful look. Obviously, Orkan should have almost figured out the details and abilities of these slaves. He even knew the origin of this Sabina. Of course, he must have exaggerated. Sabina was only proficient in intermediate medical skills, but the merchant Orkan boasted that she had superb medical skills. However, what Orkan didn't know was that Sabina had a more advanced skill in addition to medical skills. That was, advanced poisoning skills. This skill allowed Sabina to master various methods of poisoning, and she could also develop various powerful poisons, apply them on weapons or arrows, and greatly enhance her attack capabilities. I'm afraid that Sabina relied on this method to poison the baron and escape the pursuit of the knights. Cao Xing even wanted to buy this woman on the spot. Not to mention 50,000, even 100,000 crowns would be worth it. However, he was not impetuous, but continued to bargain and said, "I can only offer 5,000 crowns, Your Excellency Orkan." Hearing this price, Orkan's goatee twitched again. He found that this lord was really patient. He had boasted so much, but the other party was completely unmoved. This made Orkan wonder if the method of hiding the breath of their giant chamber of commerce had failed. However, he carefully checked and found that the auras of these slaves were well hidden, so he gradually put his mind at ease. After some bargaining, Cao Xing finally bought Sabina for 12,000. Both parties had satisfied smiles on their faces. After that, Cao Xing picked and chose and bought a few slaves with good physiques who could be used as coolies. Among them, there were 2 slaves with intermediate cooking proficiency and elementary fishing proficiency. There were 7 people in total. After Cao Xing bargained, he spent a total of 20,000 crowns to buy them all. Alkan narrowed his eyes with a smile from the heart. Cao Xing had already bought 9 slaves from him, which was already a good customer. "Sir, do you see if there are any more you need?" Cao Xing did not speak, but looked around again and checked them one by one. "I hope to find talents with advanced skills like Sabina again." However, after looking through them, Cao Xing was a little disappointed. The remaining slaves were all ordinary people and were not very useful. The prices of those warriors were too high. For a 2nd level warrior, the minimum price was 20,000 krona. For Cao Xing, these ordinary warriors were of little use. Just as he was about to end the transaction, Cao Xing's eyes suddenly fixed on one of the prisoner cars. In the corner, squatted a peasant woman wearing dirty cloth and with big shoulders and waist. Seeing Cao Xing's gaze, the peasant woman opened her mouth and made a babbling sound. She looked at Cao Xing, her pupils turned white, a silly smile appeared on her face, and fishy yellow saliva flowed from the corners of her mouth. If it were a normal person, seeing her like this, they would subconsciously choose to stay away. However, when Cao Xing looked at the other person carefully, a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He pointed at the peasant woman and said, "Mr. Orkan, how much is this?" Orkan was stunned, as if he didn't expect Cao Xing to be interested in this silly peasant woman. At this time, a faint smile appeared at the corner of Orkan's mouth, revealing a look of "I understand." He said slowly, "This is MPO. She was originally an acrobat in the Vermont Circus. Later, the Vermont Circus encountered bandits and all the people were killed. Only this MPO, the bandits saw that she was really stupid and let her go. Later, she was picked up by our giant chamber of commerce. If this lord wants it, I can give you a base price. How about 1,500 crowns? It can be seen that Orkan is eager to sell this peasant woman. After all, basically no one would be willing to buy such a stupid peasant woman. So Orkan gave a very low price right away. At this time, Cao Xing saw a trace of anxiety in the eyes of the peasant woman. She didn't seem to want to be bought by Cao Xing. However, Cao Xing smiled and said, "Okay, deal." Smiles appeared on the faces of the two at the same time. Then, Cao Xing paid 1,500 crowns. The peasant woman was forcibly captured by two strong guards. After completing this wave of transactions, Orkan looked at Cao Xing and said, "Lord, are there any slaves you need to buy?" Cao Xing shook his head and said, "No for now." He looked carefully and found that apart from the peasant woman and the doctor, there was basically nothing missing. Hearing this, Orkan said, "Do you have any people you need to sell? For example, these warriors in your territory, I see that they are very powerful and have at least the strength of the second level. If you are willing to sell, how about I give you a minimum price of 20,000 crowns? It can be seen that Orkan has taken a fancy to Cao Xing's Ascalon warriors and wild boar warriors, but his eyes kept lingering on Liu Muxue and Irina beside him. However, Cao Xing shook his head and said, "Sir Orkan, they are all my subjects and my loyal subordinates. I will not sell them." Hearing this, Orkan said with some regret, "Well, okay." He did not continue to pester. After all, as a businessman, he knew how powerful the territory in front of him was. Compared to those wild boar warriors, Orkan actually wanted Cao Xing to sell him beauties like Irina and Liu Muxue. When he saw Liu Muxue's appearance for the first time, Orkan was already shocked in his heart. In addition, with her oriental face, as long as she appeared at the auction, her value would even surpass those elves. But what Orkan didn't know was that there were many beauties in Cao Xing's territory who were as beautiful as Liu Muxue, but with different styles. For example, Isabel, the tree spirit sisters, Irina and Hilda, etc. It's just that these beauties were resting in the territory and were not brought out by Cao Xing. Orkan didn't dare to ask for this, for fear of angering the lord in front of him. In fact, his decision was right. If he dared to bring it up, Cao Xing would probably make him suffer. Orkan suppressed all the thoughts in his mind and continued, "Lord, we still have to find the next place to stay before dark. To be honest, we have been to many territories of the chosen lords before, but your territory is the largest I have ever seen. Next time I have a chance, I will visit you again. By then, I will definitely leave you some good stuff." It can be seen that he still wants to have a good relationship with Cao Xing. After hearing this, Cao Xing smiled and said, "Okay, thank you, Lord Orkan." The two sides parted ways. Orkan left with the giant chamber of commerce's convoy and gradually disappeared from Cao Xing's sight. At this time, Irina next to him said with an unnatural look, "Lord, the look in this merchant's eyes makes me uncomfortable and makes me want to shoot an arrow through his eyes." Cao Xing smiled. "Don't think too much, Irina. With your and Muxue's beauty, it's normal to attract the attention of these guys. Rather, this just shows that you have a coveted beauty." Hearing Cao Xing praising their looks, Irina and Liu Muxue blushed at the same time. The discomfort in their hearts disappeared, and they became very happy. After all, which woman doesn't want to be praised by the person she likes? At this moment, Irina lost some of her elegance and became more shy as a little woman. I'm not as beautiful as you said, and I only let the Lord see it." Liu Muxue next to him also replied, "Axing, me too." Cao Xing smiled and nodded. Although there are more female combatants in his territory, but these women are very sensible and easy to coax, especially when their loyalty is 100%. They will basically agree with everything Cao Xing says. At this time, a petite figure wrapped in a cotton coat came out. It was Elisa. She said, "Lord, what about me? Is Elisa pretty?" Cao Xing was stunned. He didn't even notice Elisa. She was short and hiding behind the taller Sam. At this moment, the little girl opened her gem-like eyes and looked at Cao Xing expectantly. Cao Xing looked at her fair face, round jaw, delicate features, and a strong sweet girl style. It must be said that Elisa is also a rare little beauty. After a moment, Cao Xing said, "You are also beautiful." After receiving Cao Xing's praise, Elisa laughed foolishly. After coaxing these women, Cao Xing turned around and looked behind him. At this moment, In the snow in front of him, 10 ragged figures stood respectfully. These were the slaves he had bought for more than 30,000 crowns. Cao Xing also looked at the group of slaves in front of him, with a slight smile on his face. Then, he said directly, "No matter what you have experienced in the past, you have come to my territory now. Then from now on, everything you have will belong to me, and you must obey my orders in the future, understand?" The slaves looked at each other and nodded one after another. Most of the people here, after knowing that they have become slaves, have already understood that they no longer have the right to choose their lives. The only wish in their hearts is that the new master in front of them can treat them better. Cao Xing didn't say anything more. People like these people have already experienced all kinds of deception and lies in their slave life. Simple words cannot impress them. Only actions can make them feel a sense of belonging. Then, Cao Xing directly issued a recruitment message to them. All the ordinary slaves clicked to accept. Only the peasant woman MPO and the Dr. Sabina were still a little reluctant, with a flash of struggle in their eyes. Even, the two girls secretly glanced around, as if they wanted to escape. However, when they saw the strong guards around Cao Xing, and the Ascalon Legion and the Wild Boar Warrior Legion behind him, finally, they clicked to accept. Recruitment successful. Sabina/Michela/Freddy joined your territory. Territory population plus 15. There are only 10 people, but they occupy 15 of Cao Xing's population. Cao Xing didn't say much, but directly said, "Assam, take them to familiarize themselves with the environment." The loyalty of these newcomers is very low, only in their early 50s. Especially the peasant woman, who only has a loyalty of 42. This is equivalent to running away at any time. Therefore, even if Cao Xing blesses her, it will be useless. She needs to be locked up in the territory first, and cultivate her loyalty for a period of time, before she can further develop a sense of belonging to the territory. Assam walked over respectfully, and then led these newcomers into the territory. Looking at their backs, Cao Xing finally couldn't suppress the joy in his heart, and a curve appeared at the corner of his mouth. This time, he found two big loopholes. Sabina, who has the advanced poison technique mastery, is not the most important. The most important thing is the identity of the peasant woman. Her background seems to be somewhat surprising. Cao Xing stared at her sturdy back and glanced at her attributes. Queen Renoir, Victoria Santa Cruz, race, human, level 38, 4th order commander, HP 673/1936-44, blessing of the pale tree plus sealed state, attack power 5462-78, sealed state, armor 11,872, sealed state, skills, expert level mind control, masters advanced mind control methods, increases mind control attack damage by 40%, mind surround, condense 4 groups of mind control, attach them to yourself or friendly units, and rotate at high speed, causing 100% mind control damage to nearby enemies, lasting 100 seconds, cooldown time 150 seconds, mind control phantom step, condense mind control, and gather it under your feet, increasing your movement speed by 50%, and in the process of moving forward, creates up to 5 mind control clones to interfere with the enemy's judgment. The health of the key clone is 10% of its own. After the clone is exploded, it will cause damage of 80k * 54% to nearby enemies, lasting for 120 seconds, with a cooldown of 300 seconds. Key shield, condenses the key to form a huge key shield around itself, protecting all friendly units within the range from damage. The maximum diameter of the key shield is 50 meters, and the durability is 120% of the health. It lasts for 30 seconds, and has a cooldown of 120 seconds. Energy gathering shockwave, condenses the power of key, charges for 1 to 3 seconds, and causes impact damage of 80k * 300% to all enemies within 3 * 100 meters in front. For every 1 second of charging, the damage coefficient increases by 100%, with a cooldown of 120 seconds. Commander skill, Ranbu Chiba Flower, increases the release speed of key skills by 50%, and adds 1 layer of Chiba Flower mark to up to 1 enemy. Each subsequent attack will trigger a key explosion effect. The mark lasts for 60 seconds, with a cooldown of 300 seconds. Talent, psychic perception, can clearly perceive the psychic in the air. Speed up the practice of psychic skills by 30%. Talent, psychic queen, increases the movement speed of all friendly units by 20% and adds a psychic shield with a durability of 10% of HP. Status, domination seal. Blessed by the Pale Tree. Character introduction. Victoria has had an amazing psychic talent since she was a child. After being noticed by a master level strongman in the kingdom, she became his disciple. Victoria followed this master and practiced hard, and soon broke through to the 4th level. Later, she was noticed by King Renoir, and was named queen. During her time as Queen of Renoir, Victoria not only showed amazing combat power, but also showed a strong political talent. With her help and governance, the kingdom of Renoir prospered, and Victoria also had a large number of supporters. Her voice in the kingdom reached an unprecedented level. More than 10 years later, King Renoir was aging, and announced that he would make Victoria the new ruler of the kingdom, which caused a sensation throughout the country. When Victoria was about to be crowned as the first queen of the kingdom of Renoir, the enemy country, the kingdom of Austria, launched a full-scale war. In the war, the kingdom of Renoir was defeated, and the king died in battle. Victoria, who had not yet become the new queen, was hunted down. In order to avoid the pursuit of the enemy country, Victoria took the initiative to accept the domination seal, completely concealed all her auras, and successfully escaped from the kingdom of Renoir after a series of twists and turns. After that, she fled all the way, hiding her identity, waiting for the opportunity to revenge the kingdom of Austria. Later, by chance, she fell into the hands of the giant chamber of commerce. After reading the hidden attributes and character introduction of this peasant woman, Cao Xing's eyes showed a strong shock. Oh my god. As expected, this peasant woman has an amazing background. Through the other party's character introduction, Cao Xing also roughly understood her experience. It turned out that this was once the queen of the kingdom of Renoir. But because the kingdom was defeated, and the king died in battle, she chose to accept the domination seal in order to survive, and then fled all the way. Victoria's enemies also learned about the queen's escape, and began to hunt her down in the western continent. Therefore, Victoria could only hide her identity, and walk around the continent as MPO. But what she didn't expect, was that her disguise was seen through by the Lord of the Otherworld, and bought at a very low price. However, for Cao Xing, Victoria's identity was not the most important. The most important thing was that she was actually a commander level strongman. This was the first time he saw the attribute panel of a commander level creature clearly. It was so powerful. Each skill had a variety of powerful effects, especially her mind surround and mind shield, which could bring great help to Cao Xing and his territory. Moreover, she also had a commander level skill, random dance thousand leaf flower. The description of this skill was a bit vague, and the specific effect could only be known through actual combat. However, since it was a commander level skill, it must have its uniqueness. The peasant woman MPO seemed to notice Cao Xing's gaze, turned her head, and glanced at him quietly, and Cao Xing saw a trace of scrutiny and consideration in her eyes. A faint smile appeared on Cao Xing's lips. Obviously, Victoria, as the queen, definitely wanted to continue to escape. However, when they came to their own territory, how could Cao Xing easily let this command level existence go? So, Cao Xing came to Sarah and whispered, "Sarah, you secretly watch the peasant woman from behind. If she shows signs of escaping, stop her immediately. Be careful, this woman may be very strong." Although the 4th level commander is powerful, with Sarah's ability, Cao Xing is still sure to keep her. Even if you can't beat her, you can hold her back for a while. Hearing this, Sarah waved the shadow blade in her hand, and then nodded slightly. She didn't look at Victoria, because she knew that this level of strong people are extremely sensitive to sight, and can instantly realize that someone is staring at them. Sarah disappeared silently on the spot. After everyone left, Cao Xing also led people back to the territory. Liu Muxue asked softly at this time, "Xing, are we going out this afternoon?" PS. Some book friends scolded me, saying that the first paragraph of each chapter is the last paragraph of the previous chapter, saying that I'm writing nonsense. The author would like to explain here that this is to ensure the coherence between each chapter, so that book friends who read every day can quickly remember what happened in the previous chapter. In addition, I write dozens to 100 more words in almost every chapter, and these are free of charge TT. Chapter 209, Ranking Competition. Welcome the Ice Dragon Horn Challenge. Crossing, are we going out this afternoon? Hearing this question, Cao Xing thought for a moment. Then he shook his head and said, not for the time being. In the afternoon, we will continue to refresh the status of the Wild Boar Warrior and the Ascalon Warrior. At night, I plan to use the Ice Dragon Horn to level up. It happens that we are in the ranking period now, and there is a small probability that the leader level creatures and the leader level creatures will appear in the ice nest. Let's see if we can rush to the ranking list. Hearing this, Liu Muxue showed a peaceful smile on her face. Okay, I will fight with you. She was not worried. After all, she had used the Ice Dragon Horn, small, once before. Although there were many ice nests smashed at the same time, they were completely carried. Moreover, during this period, the strength of the territory has once again ushered in a qualitative surge, and it is no problem to deal with more ice nest monsters. However, what Liu Muxue didn't know was that this time Cao Xing was going to use the medium level Ice Dragon Horn, which was several times more difficult than the last time. Of course, high difficulty means higher returns. Last time, Cao Xing killed tens of thousands of ice nest monsters in 6 hours, gaining a lot of experience points and more than 40,000 ice dragon marks. This time, it is conservatively estimated that the number of monsters is at least 4 times. In other words, if Cao Xing wants to maximize the benefits of each ice nest like last time, he must kill at least 300,000 ice nest monsters. This is a terrifying number. Although these ice nest monsters will not appear at the same time, it is also very scary. Then, Cao Xing and Liu Muxue began to add various states to those warriors. Time passed slowly. In the blink of an eye, an afternoon had passed. After the efforts of the two, all combatants and staff in the territory were added with a new group state, Faith Thought. Cao Xing also continuously cast Source of Extreme Ice, adding this powerful golden state to all backbone members and 60 Ascalon warriors. There is no way Source of Extreme Ice has a 5-minute cooling time, and it is still a single state. If Cao Xing wants to add all the hundreds of people in the territory, it will take at least 1 or 2 days. At the same time, it was getting dark. After all the staff returned to the territory, Cao Xing looked at the fighters and said, get ready, I will summon the power of the dragon again tonight. A large number of ice nests will descend on our territory. This is a tough battle. Hearing this, hundreds of fighters looked stern. The 3 newly joined female dragon blood fighters instantly raised their spears. Alice said with a serious expression, is it those damn ice nest monsters again? These dragon claws have destroyed countless cities and taken the lives of many of our people. This time, I must smash them all. Phoenix next to him also said, that's right, we must drive the power of the dragon out of this continent, at all costs. Looking at their serious expressions, John had stepped forward and comforted them. Several saint laid his personal guards. Don't be so nervous, relax a little. Hearing this, the 3 female dragon blood fighters looked at him with some doubts. Alice said solemnly, how can we relax? That's the power of the dragon. Have you forgotten the damage that Zuoma has caused to our homeland? Even if it's those weak ice nest monsters, they will soon reach a terrifying number when they gather together, enough to destroy a huge city. This territory is too weak now, and it will be overwhelmed by those monsters in an instant. Jonad was stunned, then shook his head. I naturally know that the power of the dragon cannot be underestimated, but now the dragon is still in the recovery stage, and its claws are not that strong. As for you saying that this territory is weak, but they don't think so, you will know by looking at the reactions of these warriors. Hearing this, the 3 female fighters looked at the Wild Boar warriors and Ascalon warriors at the same time. At this moment, the Wild Boar warriors had excited expressions on their faces. The boar leader, Lab, stood up and said, come on, everyone, cheer up. Tonight we have to kill more enemies than those Ascalon warriors. The other boar warriors said excitedly. Oh. We will show our skills tonight. We will definitely perform better than those Ascalon warriors. Haha, that's right. The power given to me by the Lord makes me feel my blood boiling. God of beasts, he will see my heroic figure killing people everywhere. The Ascalon warriors next to him were also excited. The warrior captain Yaskin gave an order. Everyone pay attention. Last time we only fought for a few hours and ran out of energy. We had to withdraw, which ruined the Lord's prestige. This time, we must fight to the end. By the way, we must not lose to those boar warriors. Hearing this, the other Ascalon warriors immediately grabbed their weapons and shouted, "Fight to the death. Fight to the death." They had already experienced a large-scale attack by the ice nest, and they were still upset about their withdrawal from the last battle. Everyone began to get ready. These fighters were not afraid of the battle in the evening, but looked forward to it. Including Elisa and other archers. They did not say much, but immediately began to check the arrows in their quivers. The 3 dragon-blooded female fighters looked confused. John had said, "You should have seen it. The warriors in this territory are not afraid of dragons at all. In comparison, they are more afraid of not showing enough strength and not killing more enemies. Even when facing dragons, they maintain an optimistic attitude. This mentality makes them more comfortable in fighting. Although we Norns are a fighting nation, we also need to learn this spirit." The 3 dragon-blooded female fighters listened thoughtfully and then nodded solemnly. "I understand. Thank you for your advice." At the same time, the fighters all entered the cafeteria to enjoy today's dinner and replenish their physical strength before the battle. Cao Xing opened the chat channel to see what major events had happened after the first day of the merger. After flipping through the chat records, he roughly understood the situation in District 17. After a day, the survivors have adapted to their new companions. The leaders of each region also survived the large-scale attack of the ice nest monsters. Although, it was a bit difficult to fight. In order to show their strength, these leaders of the big groups followed Jiang Qinggan to use the Ice Dragon Horn. However, they all underestimated the power of the Ice Dragon Horn. The ice nests kept falling and hatched more and more ice nest monsters. As time went on, the difficulty continued to rise. Later, even if they tried their best to destroy the ice nests, they could not keep up with the speed of the monsters appearing. Moreover, the ice nests now hatched second-level ice nest monsters, among which there were a large number of elites, and occasionally some leaders appeared. There were even leader-level ice nest monsters. So this led to a lot of casualties on the first day. Many survivors and recruited creatures died in the major legions. However, behind these casualties, the level and points of the survivors increased. Those leaders killed a large number of ice nest monsters and participated in the finishing blows, and each of them gained a lot of experience. The lowest level was upgraded by 2 levels, and the highest level was even upgraded by 4 levels. Now, of the more than 200,000 survivors in Area 17, the first echelon has reached level 18 or 19, and level 3 survivors are about to appear. After glancing at the information in the chat channel, Cao Xing almost understood the general situation. Yes, although the challenge of the Ice Dragon Horn is very difficult, the benefits are also very high. These people are still upgrading very quickly. Although compared with Cao Xing, their upgrade speed is not good enough. But compared with other survivors, this speed is soaring like a rocket. In addition to the soaring levels of the leaders of the major legions, another thing that has attracted the attention of the survivors is the current point ranking rules. They found that the calculation method of this point ranking is based on the entire territory. In other words, all the points obtained by the arrow towers in a territory, recruiting creatures, and other survivors destroying ice nests, or killing the leader level ice nest monsters, will only be counted on the head of the Lord. Seeing this rule, Cao Xing was thoughtful. If this is the calculation method, it will be a bit troublesome. Because in this case, my idea of letting Muxue also get points and win the first place and the second place reward with me is probably not feasible. Unless, let Muxue go out and develop a new territory now. Cao Xing shook his head and quickly rejected this idea. Obviously, letting Liu Muxue develop a territory now is equivalent to starting all over again, and even with Cao Xing's help, it will waste a lot of time. In addition to this method, there is another way, which is to cooperate with other survivor lords. I will provide him with military support, help him win the ranking, and then let him give me the reward. Of course, this requires a trustworthy person, and I don't know anyone, so forget it. After thinking about it, Cao Xing didn't think of any suitable way. Shaking his head, he decided not to dwell on this issue for the time being. After all, there are still 9 days before the ranking challenge, so there is no need to rush. He glanced at the current ranking. 17th District Points Ranking. First place, Jiang Qinggan 227 points. Second place, Chen Feng 213 points. Third place, Gao Yi 207 points. Fourth place, Huang Xinhe 202 points. 10th place, Nan Yiman 183 points. Obviously, the top 10 of the rankings are now occupied by the legion leaders of each major district. They all start with a minimum of 180 points. Because the number of Ice Dragon Horn, small, that fell in 6 hours was at least 160. In addition, the leaders and bosses that were hatched inside will be given a few points after being killed. Therefore, using an Ice Dragon Horn, small, can get a minimum of 160 points. After reading the rankings, Cao Xing nodded. The leaders of these regions are still quite capable. They have all completed the first wave of the Ice Dragon Horn challenge. However, the casualties of these legions are quite serious. In the 6-hour Ice Nest battle, each legion has lost more than 100 people. This battle loss ratio is still very high, almost equivalent to 1/3 of the combat personnel in a territory. In the short term, they should not be able to use the second Ice Dragon Horn challenge. As Cao Xing expected, most of the legions at this time were exhausted and seriously injured. Looking at the corpses on the ground outside the territory, everyone's eyes showed a heavy look. However, the most deaths were still in the Wangjiang Pavilion Legion. In order to maximize the benefits, Jiang Qinggan also wanted to follow Cao Xing's example and wait for some of the monsters inside to hatch before destroying the ice nest. However, when he found that the number of ice nest monsters that appeared at the same time was beyond imagination, it was too late. At this moment, he looked at the more than 150 mutilated corpses in the territory, and a look of regret flashed in his eyes. He didn't regret the death of these people. It was because the loss this time was so great that it would be a bit troublesome to recruit more people. Jiang Qinggan pretended to be sad and comforted him for a few words, then asked his men to dispose of the bodies. As for how to deal with them, it was unknown. Jiang Qinggan came to the edge of the territory and also clicked on the score ranking. When he saw that he was firmly ranked first, he slowly breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, although it cost a lot of sacrifice, I won the first place anyway, and that Cao Xing did not enter the ranking. It seems that this kid is just lucky. He accidentally got that kind of powerful fish meat. His real strength is not strong. During the day, Jiang Qinggan was targeted by Cao Xing, which resulted in him not buying the 2 precious fish meats, and his attributes were worse than those of other group leaders. He even sent people to privately find other survivors to buy. However, after seeing that they were from District 171, the other party decisively refused the transaction. This made Jiang Qinggan very angry. At the same time, a sense of crisis appeared in his heart. Now through the rankings, Jiang Qinggan deduced that Cao Xing's strength was not strong, and he gradually breathed a sigh of relief. Jiang Qinggan thought to himself, next, as long as I keep up this momentum, taking first place will be a sure thing. Then, use the recruitment scroll to summon commander level creatures, and go directly to find the territory of Cao Xing. When the time comes, I will make him wish he were dead, and make him understand what the fate of those who offend me is. At this point, a sinister smile appeared on Jiang Qinggan's face. He looked at an old man with a weathered look and short grey hair next to him, and said, "Old Liu, notify everyone that we will continue to use the Ice Dragon Horn to start the second round of battle." But the old man named Old Liu shook his head and said, "Young Master Jiang, I think we need to pause for a while. We can't use the Ice Dragon Horn anymore." Huh? Why? Jiang Qinggan asked puzzledly. "I'm now in a level 4 Lord's HUD with a population of more than 400. Even if more than 100 people died today, aren't there still nearly 200 combatants?" Hearing this, the old man in front of him sighed. Yes, there are still 200 combatants. But they have been fighting intensively for a day and can't hold on any longer. Hearing this, a thoughtful look flashed in Jiang Qinggan's eyes. He asked again, after the first wave of the ice dragon horn lasted for a long time, didn't I let them take turns to fight, and the others rested in the territory? How could they not hold on? The old man sighed and said, they rested for about 2 hours today, and they were fighting all the rest of the time. Their bodies and spirits have reached their limits. The combat status of these members is getting worse and worse, and the casualties are starting to increase. Young Master Jiang, let them rest for a while, and your status is not right either. The old man said in a heavy tone. He had seen the bloodshot in Jiang Qinggan's eyes. However, Jiang Qinggan's face gradually became gloomy. Rest? How can we rest at this time? We finally won the first place, and we must maintain it now. Besides, you all saw how terrible the benefits are after using this ice dragon horn, a full 50% experience bonus. Today, most of the combatants on the field have been upgraded by 1 or 2 levels, and I have also directly rushed to level 19. It won't be long before I can be upgraded to level 20 and then complete the 3rd level advancement. The ice dragon horn can choose experience bonus or material bonus. For Jiang Qinggan, experience bonus is naturally more important. Although most of the ice nests were directly destroyed by them, they still killed a large number of ice nest monsters. However, Jiang Qinggan does not have KO crossings, eternal power, talent, and cannot share everyone's experience. But he can also share some of his subordinates' experience, just by contributing some output. For example, an ice nest monster has 1000 health points, and he can get 50% of the experience by just touching it. Therefore, Jiang Qinggan's level soared very quickly. Including the strong men in several other regions, they have tasted the sweetness of ice dragon horn. With this thing, if they can use it uninterruptedly, they can rush to level 20 or even level 30 in a short time. Of course, this requires extremely strong strength. Even KO Crossing couldn't do it before. Just when Jiang Qinggan decided to let these members continue to fight, the little girl next to him said, Dad, those uncles look so pitiful. They have many wounds on their bodies from the bites of those monsters, and they have to continue fighting. Can you let them rest for a while? The little girl in front of him looked innocent, with a pair of pure big eyes looking at the man in front of him with a pleading look. Hearing the girl's crisp voice, the hostility on Jiang Qinggan's face gradually disappeared. He said in a gentle tone, okay Ying, Dad will listen to you. Then let them rest for a while. The little girl in front of him smiled happily, and then hugged Jiang Qinggan's waist. Thank you, Dad. Dad is the best. Jiang Qinggan also had a doting smile on his face, and touched the girl's head. At this time, he turned around, and looked at the old man next to him, and asked, Mr. Liu, where are the second batch of members I recruited from the nearby territory today? How long will it take for them to arrive near my territory? The old man said respectfully, Young Master Jiang, the second batch of members are on the way. There were some accidents on the way, and a few people died. There are still more than 200 people, and it will take about half an hour to arrive at the territory. Jiang Qinggan nodded and said, okay, then wait another half an hour. After these newcomers come, drive the old members out of the territory and let them rest nearby. At this point, Jiang Qinggan added a sentence. My territory is underpopulated and there is no way to recruit everyone. Hearing this, the old man said, okay, young Master Jiang. Half an hour later, the second batch of survivors from Wangjiang Pavilion arrived at Jiang Qinggan's territory. Jiang Qinggan looked at the survivors below who looked excited. Through today's battle report, they knew that the members who followed Jiang Qinggan to fight had all been promoted several levels. However, Jiang Qinggan only reported good news and did not tell other members about the casualty rate in the battle. These survivors thought that coming to participate in the battle was a benefit given to them by Jiang Qinggan. Seeing their excitement, Jiang Qinggan also smiled. Then, he took out another ice dragon horn and clicked to use it. A system prompt appeared. Regional notice. Survivor Lord. Jiang Qinggan used the ice dragon horn. Small. In the next 6 hours, some territories will not be attacked by the ice nest. Please ask these lords to work together to arrange development time. At this moment, a lot of shouts appeared in the chat channel. Fancy you, fuck. Jiang Qingan actually used the ice dragon horn again. Didn't he just use one this morning? Zhao Yandang, yes, this is too strong. What kind of existence can use the ice dragon horn continuously? Yizeng, it's worthy of being the first on the list. It seems that Jiang Qingan will definitely win the reward for the first place in the scoreboard this time. Listening to the praises of everyone for Jiang Qingan, the survivors of Wangjiang Pavilion swept away the depression of the day and said proudly in the chat channel, "That's for sure. Our boss Jiang Qingan is a man of action. He is determined to get the first place in the ranking this time. He is not like someone who only uses some secret means. That's right. Don't think that you can do anything to us if you don't trade with us Wangjiang Pavilion. Even if you don't have your prey, it won't have any impact on us." However, this time, the sarcasm of the people in Wangjiang Pavilion did not get the support of others. After all, they saw the situation during the day. If Cao Xing did the same thing to the people in Wangjiang Pavilion and didn't trade with them, it would be a lot of fun. The survivors of District 174 retorted, "Using the ice dragon horn is nothing. Our boss Cao Xing has already used it a few days ago." That's right. Cao Xing just hasn't used his strength yet. The people in Wangjiang Pavilion counterattacked. "Just listen to you bragging about how strong he is. If you have the ability, let him use the ice dragon horn and see." That's right. He can't even enter the rankings. What are you bragging about here? The survivors of District 174 were speechless. After all, the people in Wangjiang Pavilion were telling the truth. And at this moment, a regional notice appeared. Regional notice, Survivor Lord, Cao Xing has used the ice dragon horn, medium. In the next 6 hours, some territories will not be attacked by the ice nest. Please arrange the development time together. The chat channel was silent for a moment, and then there was a strong sensation. Thanks to book friends, Sanchez Book Fans Hut for 1 monthly ticket. Thanks to Dear Owl Baby for 1 monthly ticket. Thanks to The Pirate of the Heart. Thanks to IFT HPX for 1 monthly ticket. Thanks to Bookfriend 2023052914224398 for 1 monthly ticket. Thanks to Bookfriend 160,101,023,918,085 for 4 monthly tickets. Thanks to Evil Eyes for 2 monthly tickets. Thanks to Yesterday's Reappearance 210 for 1 monthly ticket. Thanks to Bookfriend 202002251719239944 for 1 monthly ticket. Thanks to Bookfriend 2020201215752628 for 4 monthly tickets. Thanks to Fingaokio for 1 monthly ticket. Thanks to Bookfriend 20,231,116,817 BB for 1 monthly ticket. Thanks to Rensheng Jinjiang for 1 monthly ticket. Thanks to Xiaolu for 1 monthly ticket. Thanks to Bookfriend 20,240,220,835 for 1 monthly ticket. Thanks to Bookfriend 2022062209314090 for 1 monthly ticket. Thanks to Bookfriend 2022092107521076 for 1 monthly ticket. Thanks to Death, Abandoned Disciple for 2 monthly tickets. Thanks to Junior Brother Chang for Piopio for 1 monthly ticket. Thanks to I Love Eating Fruit for 1 monthly ticket. Thanks to Eve Sway for 1 monthly ticket. Thanks to Guzengshan for 10 monthly tickets. Thanks to Book Friends for their recommendation tickets and subscriptions. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 210, Massive Monsters, Soaring Levels. The chat channel was silent for a moment, and then there was a strong sensation. Huang Dongwei, fuck. Big Boss Cao Crossing also used the ice dragon horn, and it was a medium-sized ice dragon horn. Chen Qian, how terrifying. Isn't the range of the medium-sized ice dragon horn 4 times larger than that of the ordinary ice dragon horn? Can Big Boss Cao Crossing withstand it? Shiwulin, I don't know, but since Big Boss Cao Crossing dared to use it, it means that he should have the corresponding strength. At this time, the survivors of District 174 who saw the system prompt became excited. They spoke in the chat channel one after another. Damn it. Where are the people from Wangjiang Pavilion? Stand up and speak. Who said that Big Boss Cao Crossing didn't dare to use the ice dragon horn? Have you seen it now? He directly used a medium-sized horn. Would your leader Jiang Qinggan dare to do it? That's right. If you have the ability, use a medium-sized horn and let me see. The people of Wangjiang Pavilion were instantly speechless. In the chat channel, the people of District 174 began to attack the people of Wangjiang Pavilion. At this time, several survivors of Wangjiang Pavilion said in the Legion channel, "Captain, did you see that? This Cao Crossing actually used the medium-sized ice dragon horn." Jiang Qinggan comforted him in the chat channel. "It doesn't matter. I think you all know the power of the ice dragon horn. There are at least 30 ice nests that appear in an hour. This Cao Crossing actually used the medium-sized ice dragon horn, which means that he will face more than 100 ice nests in an hour. At this stage, no legion can withstand this kind of pressure. I guess he is just swell up. After tonight, maybe we don't need to do anything, and this Cao Crossing will be killed by himself." Hearing this, the survivors of Wangjiang Pavilion also realized something. Yes. Even so many people in our Wangjiang Pavilion can't do it. How can this Cao Crossing do it? That's right, and I also heard that Cao Crossing didn't form a legion. It is impossible to resist so many ice nests with the power of a territory alone. Thinking of this, they gradually felt relieved. At the same time, Wu Xinghu was on the phone with another captain. After seeing the system prompt, his expression changed slightly. Then he chuckled and said, "That person has made a move. Let's try to use the ice dragon horn as well, shall we?" A concise message came back from the other side. Okay. Then, 2 system prompts appeared again. They were Wu Xinghu and Zhao Bo. They also used ice dragon horn, small, at the same time. At this moment, the chat channel was completely blown up. Before, they all said that there were no top powerhouses in District 174. However, now, with Cao Crossing's actions, it seemed to have set off a chain reaction, and 2 more territories that were capable of responding to the challenge of the ice dragon horn appeared at once. You know, even in other districts, at most only 1 legion has the strength to use the ice dragon horn. You can imagine how shocked those survivors were. At the same time, Cao Crossing and Liu Muxue stood on the city wall, looking at the scene outside the territory. Just like before, hundreds of Ascalon warriors were divided into 5 teams to defend 5 directions, and they were led by 5 dragon blood fighters respectively. And the backbones such as Assam and Andrew were in the territory, ready to support at any time. Cao Crossing exclaimed, "Not bad, not bad. Now I have more and more strong men under my command. These 5 dragon blood fighters can be independent." At this moment, in each Ascalon warrior team, 3 or 4 warriors were constantly emitting terrifying cold air. With the help of Frost Magic Shield, the sound of ice crystals breaking continued to be heard around, and even the temperature around was reduced a lot. It was the effect of Source of Extreme Ice. Everyone was ready for battle. At this time, Cao Crossing felt the sound of wind coming from above his head. Whoosh, whoosh. He looked up and saw huge ice nests, like meteors at night, whizzing over his head, and suddenly smashed on the surrounding snow. Boom. There were as many as 11 ice nests in the first wave. The strong vibration frightened the people in the entire territory, but they did not panic, because most people here have experienced the same scene once, and they believe that Cao Crossing's power is enough to destroy all these ice nests. However, the newly joined slaves looked outside the territory with some fear, including the Dr. Sabina. When she saw so many ice nests falling at the same time, a trace of worry appeared in her eyes. She looked around, as if she had already thought about escaping at any time. Only the peasant woman still looked at the outside of the territory with a silly expression. At the same time, As the first wave of ice nests fell, Cao Xing quickly commanded, "Alice, this wave of ice nests appeared over there. You lead people to fight immediately. Don't destroy these ice nests, just kill the monsters hatched in them." After receiving Cao Xing's order, the dragon blood fighter Alice swung her spear. Then, like an elegant cheetah, she led 20 Ascalon warriors and rushed over at the first time. At the same time, the 11 falling ice nests exuded an astonishing cold air. With a tremor, then more than 100 terrifying creatures with a body size of more than 1 meter, covered with ice spikes and shaped like hyenas, emerged from them. Roar, roar. A dull roar appeared. Cao Xing took a quick glance and found that the level of these ice nest monsters was above level 10, which was the second stage. However, the moment the dragon blood fighter Alice saw these ice nest monsters, her pupils shrank, and she instantly ignited a raging rage. "You minions of Zuoma, all deserve to die." The next moment, Alice pointed her spear and disappeared from the spot like an arrow from a bow. Her graceful figure passed through the group of ice nest monsters, causing a large number of damage. -2937, -2863, -3124, -2862, -2937. Although the ice nest monsters in front of them were second stage, their health was only over 2000. In an instant, more than a dozen ice nest monsters were killed on the spot. This move was the second skill of the dragon blood fighter, Dragon Spear Assault. The damage coefficient of 147%, plus Liu Muxue's Honor Blessing bonus, plus the additional 30% damage bonus of the dragon slaying spear technique. That's why such a terrifying number of damage was caused. Your territory member, Alice, killed the ice nest monster LV-15 and gained experience points. 30 combatant gained experience points. 15 Your territory member, Alice, killed the ice nest monster LV-16 and gained experience points. 32 combatant gained experience points. 16 Your. Seeing the killing prompts in batches, Cao Xing nodded secretly. Yes, the combat power of the female dragon blood fighter is not weaker than Jonad and his men. But because I chose the burst rate bonus, these ice nest monsters don't give much experience. But it doesn't matter, there will be thousands of ice nest monsters here soon. Thinking of this, Cao Xing not only did not feel the slightest fear, but also began to look forward to it. At the same time, those ice nest monsters also saw Alice rushing over. Before they could pounce on her, Alice's figure disappeared from the spot again. Swish, snap, snap. The sound of ice crystals breaking continued to appear. The female dragon blood fighter's dragon spear raiding skills are not limited to one time. They can raid 3 times in a row. 3 after images passed by. At least 50 ice nest monsters were killed on the spot. At this moment, the 11 ice nests in front of them trembled. More ferocious ice nest monsters emerged from them. Among them were elite ice nest howlers. Seeing this scene, Cao Xing's heart moved slightly. According to previous experience, it will take 2 or 3 minutes for the ice nest to hatch the second wave of ice nest monsters. And now, less than a minute has passed, and the second wave of monsters has appeared. So it seems that, because I use the medium ice dragon horn, the frequency of monster appearance has also increased. At this moment, Alice saw the scene of hundreds of ice nest monsters rushing towards her, without any fear. She swung her spear and snorted coldly, "I'm willing to give up pain, life, and faith in exchange for the power to fight against the dragon." Ice and snow dragon spear, stab. At this moment, with Alice's stabbing action, a 4 or 5 meter long ice spear appeared. Then, with extremely terrifying might, she rushed out instantly. Swish. A violent wind sounded, and the snow was stirred up in large flakes. At least a dozen ice nest monsters were pierced through the body by this ice spear. -3542, -3376, -5285, -3421, -3371. A dozen terrifying damage numbers appeared. Before the group of ice nest monsters could react, the second ice spear condensed again. Swish, swish. 5 consecutive ice spears were shot out. The hundreds of ice nest monsters that rushed over were directly wiped out. With her alone, she killed more than 100 ice nest monsters in 1 minute. And those Ascalon warriors, because they had no opponents, stood there in a daze. They sighed. This female fighter is really strong. Indeed, I feel that she alone is enough to deal with a team of hundreds of ice nests. At this moment, the powerful fighting power of the dragon blood fighter was undoubtedly revealed. Especially when dealing with a giant dragon and its minions, it can exert even stronger power. Seeing this scene, Cao Xing's face also showed joy. Very good, worthy of being the saint's personal guard. This fighting power is really off the charts. In the future, we will form a dragon blood fighter army, cooperate with my various states. Even if we encounter more ice nest monsters, we can push them through. However, this state of the dragon blood fighter cannot last long. They are the same as Jonad and Josant. After using the power of the dragon blood in their bodies, their faces instantly turned pale. She bit her lower lip lightly, and blood oozed from the corners of her mouth, as if she was in great pain. Only by letting them break through to the boss level, activating the skill, Dragon Blood Extraction, and cooperating with Cao Xing's eternal power, can this pain be suppressed. Seeing this scene, Cao Xing directly ordered, Alice, go back and rest for a few minutes. Leave the battle here to other warriors. Don't fight too hard. Hearing Cao Xing's concerned words, Alice's eyes showed a touch of emotion. She nodded slightly and then retreated. The battlefield here was soon taken over by the Ascalon warriors. 5 minutes later, another 10 meteors streaked across. Then they suddenly hit the other side of the territory. Jonad directly led the Ascalon warriors to welcome the hatched ice nest monsters. Cao Xing calculated the frequency of the ice nests and thought to himself, it seems that the frequency of the ice nests is one wave every 5 minutes. There are about 10 to 11 ice nests at a time. That is to say, there will be more than 120 ice nests near my territory in an hour. The first hour passed quickly. As he expected, the number of ice nests that fell near the territory has reached 129. This is an extremely terrifying number, even exceeding the number of ice nests in the previous 4 hours. Moreover, because Cao Xing wanted to maximize the benefits, he did not destroy these ice nests. As a result, more and more monsters began to appear. Now, thousands of ice nests attack his territory every minute. Cao Xing continued to calculate in his mind, while measuring his own strength. 129 ice nests descend in 1 hour, and each ice nest can hatch more than 10 monsters per minute. That is to say, in just 3 hours, the number of ice nests attacking the territory per minute will exceed 3,000. Just by hearing this number, you can know how severe the battle will be. Moreover, the ice nests that appear in it are all second level creatures, and these Ascalon warriors cannot kill them instantly with one sword. However, at most 2 or 3 swords can solve the battle. Of course, high difficulty also means higher returns. 129 ice nests in 1 hour, more than 700 ice nests in 6 hours. This means at least more than 300,000 ice nests. If you can kill them all, even if you only have 20% of the experience value, Cao Xing can get millions of experience in one fell swoop. It can directly make his level soar to the maximum level of 30. The levels of other members can also almost reach the maximum level of the current stage. In addition, there are a large number of ice dragon marks and other rewards. This time, Cao Xing estimated that he could exchange a gold treasure chest just by killing the ice nest monsters tonight. Of course, this is just an ideal situation. In the process, Cao Xing must destroy some ice nests to share the pressure for the combatants. After all, the scene of 3 or 4,000 ice nest monsters attacking at the same time every minute is still a bit too scary. Time keeps passing. Boom. Boom. The violent collision sound continues. A large number of ice nest monsters below continue to pour out. As more and more monsters appear, Cao Xing also sends a Sam, Andrew and others out. At the same time, Cao Xing has begun to be crazy about various upgrade prompts. Your territory member, Askin's level has been upgraded. Current level, level 19. Your territory member, Asam's level has been upgraded. Current level, level 26. Your territory member, Get's level has been upgraded. Current level, level 16. The Ascalon warriors below have white light rising from their bodies almost every moment. Not only are their levels increasing, but their attributes are also increasing crazily. The warriors were very excited. I feel my strength is growing. What a terrifying speed of getting stronger. All the warriors had excited smiles in their eyes. So far, they have been fighting for an hour. However, not only did they not feel tired, but they became more and more courageous. Cao Xing also showed a look of joy on his face. This feeling of level soaring is really great. As he spoke, a white light appeared on his body. Your level has been upgraded. Current level, level 24. Attributes upgraded in this upgrade. Strength plus 5, agility plus 7, spirit plus 10, constitution plus 7, health plus 500. Cao Xing nodded with satisfaction and said, not bad, not bad. At this rate, it won't be long before I can reach level 30. Then, another half an hour passed. The number of ice nests in each wave of attack increased. The number of ice nests that hit outside Cao Xing's territory has exceeded 200. This number is equivalent to more than 2,000 ice nests attacking their territory every minute. When Braum also brought people to join the battlefield. Basically, all the Ascalon warriors have been upgraded to level 20. That is, the second stage is full level. The continuous upgrades have made their strength soar again. The battle is still going on. Time soon came to 8 o'clock in the evening. That is, the second hour of Cao Xing using the Ice Dragon Horn, medium. At present, there are 257 ice nests outside the territory. The number of ice nest monsters rushing out every minute has exceeded 3,000. The ice nests that descended in the first hour have not continued to transport new ice nest monsters because the number of hatching has reached the upper limit. From Cao Xing's perspective, a large number of monsters are pouring in from all directions in the snow. Among them, there are also a large number of elites and leaders. If it were other survivors, this scene would probably scare them to death. At the same time, Cao Xing also noticed that those Ascalon warriors could no longer take care of all the battlefields. Some of the ice nest monsters rushed to the bottom of the city wall, but they were immediately attacked by archers such as Elisa, as well as elemental arrow towers and ancient war trees. Whoosh, whoosh, arrows were shot one after another. Before the ice nest monsters approached the city wall, they were shot and killed by them. Seeing this, Cao Xing continued to order, everyone attack. Lab, lead your wild boar warriors to go up. Bron, Hilda, you also go to join the battle. After receiving Cao Xing's order, the wild boar warriors raised their double swords and were very excited. Oh, it's finally our turn to play. I can't wait. Wild boar warriors, attack. Braum raised his shield high and suddenly jumped into the monster group and began to slap those monsters away. The blood spider queen Hilda was also hatching a large number of blood spiders, rushing into the monster group and exploding. They quickly divided into 6 or 7 teams and began to fight against the ice nest monsters. This was the first time that Cao Xing sent out all his men. Soon, all the gaps were blocked. At the same time, white light continued to appear. Cao Xing almost watched his level skyrocket wildly. Your level has been upgraded. Current level, level 25. Attributes upgraded with this upgrade. Strength plus 7, agility plus 5, spirit plus 12, constitution plus 6, health plus 500. Your level has been upgraded. Current level, level 26. Attributes upgraded with this upgrade. Strength plus 5, agility plus 6, spirit plus 9, constitution plus 8, health plus 500. You're in the constant upgrade prompts. Time flies, and it is 10 o'clock in the evening. This is the 4th hour after using Ice Dragon Horn, medium. Cao Xing and Liu Muxue have successfully reached level 30, which is the 3rd stage full level. The attributes of the two have soared again. At this time, Cao Xing also noticed that the Ascalon warriors below were a little slow. 4 hours of continuous fighting made them a little exhausted. Cao Xing gave the order directly. All Ascalon warriors, go back and rest for half an hour. Other wild boar warriors, take their place. After hearing Cao Xing's order, the battlefield below fell into a moment of stagnation. Although those Ascalon warriors still wanted to continue fighting, they still obeyed the order and quickly retreated to the territory. At this moment, all 101 Ascalon warriors returned to the territory unscathed. This scene not only shocked the newcomers. Even the peasant woman, Victoria, had a look of surprise in her eyes. As the queen of a kingdom, Victoria naturally understood how amazing it was to create such a result on such a large battlefield. As long as it is a war, there will be no casualties. Moreover, this is when the number of enemies is several times that of itself. Victoria couldn't even think of any explanation for this phenomenon, and could only describe it as a miracle. She looked at the figure standing on the city wall, strategizing. The curiosity in her heart urged her to ask how Cao Xing did it. If he had this ability, the war with the Kingdom of Austria might not have been defeated. However, Victoria hesitated for a while, and finally gave up the idea, and became that silly look again. And at this moment, the vicissitudes and steady voice of the leader Cao Xing sounded. Our new family, I think everyone has seen, that those soldiers have the ability to be immortal. This is the magical power of our territory. The moment you joined, you were blessed by a sacred tree, which greatly increased our vitality. Hearing this, the newcomers on the field nodded one after another, because they all felt that a strong vitality appeared in their bodies. At this moment, everyone's eyes were on the pale tree that was more than 10 meters high in the center of the territory. They also knew that it was the effect brought by this sacred tree. The citizen Cao Xing had a faint smile on his face and continued. This sacred tree was cultivated little by the Lord from a seed. This territory was also established by the Lord. And we, when we were at our most destitute and helpless, we accepted the Lord's help and became his citizens. No matter who you were in the past, coming here is like starting all over again. The Lord treats all of us equally. He began to use his primary speech talent and began to educate these newcomers. No, to convey ideas to these newcomers. At this moment, a system prompt appeared in Cao Xing's ears. Your citizen Cao Xing has a deeper understanding of linguistics through continuous speeches, and his primary speech talent has been upgraded to intermediate speech talent. At this moment, Cao Xing's eyes lit up instantly. Chapter 211, Ice Nest Evil Beast, number 1 on the list. Haha, Cao Xing's talent has actually advanced. Cao Xing looked at Cao Xing, who was brainwashing the group of newcomers, with surprise and admiration in his eyes. Not bad, not bad. This Cao Xing is really a talent. At this time, Cao Xing continued his speech. And the reason why those soldiers can exert such powerful combat power and almost immortal ability is also because of the blessing of the Lord. This is a magical territory. As long as you contribute to the territory, you will get rid of your past slave status, no longer be oppressed, no longer worry about your own safety, and live with dignity. Even, you can also enjoy the same blessing as those soldiers. Hearing this, the slaves bought by Cao Xing all showed different expressions in their eyes. Especially Cao Xing's last sentence. Being able to enjoy the same blessing as those soldiers. Everyone's eyes were filled with desire, and some were in doubt. Including the silly peasant woman. Her eyes were no longer turbid. It can be seen that they all longed to have the same blessing as those soldiers. After all, that is the ability of immortality. This is almost a method that only gods can possess. The slaves saluted respectfully, as if they recognized Cao Xing's words. Cao Xing also heard the system prompt. Because you have shown great strength, the loyalty of your territory member, Sabina, has been increased, and the current loyalty is 58. Because you have shown great strength, the loyalty of your territory member, Victoria St. Luke's, has been increased, and the current loyalty is 51. Because you 10 consecutive system prompts appeared. The loyalty of all newcomers has been increased, reaching more than 50. Cao Xing was ecstatic. But, the loyalty of these newcomers has also been greatly improved. Although there is still a risk of rebellion, at least they will not think about running away at any time. Next, let them stay in the territory for a while, cultivate a sense of belonging, and then improve their loyalty. Then, it's time to unveil the mystery of the commander level queen. Cao Xing was in a good mood, and continued to cast his eyes on the battlefield below. After the group of Ascalon warriors left the field, the pressure on the fighters on the field increased dramatically. But they were not afraid at all, and their eyes were burning with surging fighting spirit. Especially the wild boar warriors, each of them was like a fighting maniac. They held 2 knives, and kept slashing at the bodies of these ice nest monsters. Snap, snap, minus 633, plus 316, minus 617, plus 308, minus 572, plus 286, minus 582, plus 291. A long list of damage numbers appeared, and blood-sucking numbers appeared on the heads of the wild boar warriors. The ice nest monsters they attacked only needed 2 or 3 slashes to kill them on the spot. These second level wild boar warriors have more than 300 attack power, plus Liu Muxue's Blessing of Courage adds more than 400 attack power. This makes their lethality more than doubled. With the attack speed of the wild boar warriors, the ice nest monsters fell down in groups like harvested wheat. Wow. I'll chop. I'll chop. God of beasts, the power bestowed by the Lord is so strong that I feel my blood boiling. For the Lord. Charge. These wild boar warriors used Pig Rush, turned into sharp knives, and rushed forward madly. Not only that, they also relied on their strong recovery and blood-sucking abilities to rush through the monsters. With the blessing of Cao Xing's various permanent states, all wild boar warriors turned into battlefield harvesters. Wherever they passed, all the ice nest monsters were shattered at a touch, and the people watching the battle on the city wall swallowed their saliva. The combat effectiveness shown by these wild boar warriors is really too strong. It can be said that any wild boar warrior can easily deal with a team of 50 people of the same level. Therefore, although there are many ice nest monsters, they don't feel any pressure at all. Not only that, with their crazy killing, these wild boar warriors are still upgrading. The levels of Isabel, Bron, Hilda and others are about to reach the maximum level of the 3rd level. So fierce. Cao Xing's eyes were filled with excitement. This upgrade speed is really unparalleled. However, although the upgrade speed is fast, a new problem is also placed in front of Cao Xing. That is, their level has reached a bottleneck again, and it is a bit troublesome to break through this time. Among his subordinates, Hilda, Bron, Isabel and others, there are at least a dozen 3rd level beings. And these 3rd level beings, including Cao Xing and Liu Muxue, need to use high level power heart to break through to the 4th level. But this thing will only drop with a small probability on some monsters above the 4th level. So far, Cao Xing has only 2. And those 2nd level warriors also need a large number of intermediate power hearts to break through the 3rd level. Although Dragon Store can be exchanged, it is too expensive. Calculated according to 1 intermediate power heart equals 10,000 ice dragon marks. In order to make all the Ascalon warriors and wild boar warriors break through to the 3rd level, at least more than 2 million ice dragon marks are needed. This is a terrifying number. When Cao Xing thought of this, he had a headache. Cao Xing knew that, if he wanted to obtain so many ice dragon marks in a short period of time, he would definitely not be able to do it by himself. He still had to start from other survivors. Only by relying on the more than 200,000 people in the entire 17th district could he collect so many ice dragon marks in a short period of time. Of course, this premises that he can come up with something that makes them excited. Cao Xing shook his head. Forget it, let's take it one step at a time. Anyway, after this ice dragon horn challenge is over, I should be able to get a lot of ice dragon marks. At this time, a wild boar warrior shouted, "Lord, there is something wrong with an ice nest here. It seems that some powerful monster is about to appear." Hearing this, Cao Xing looked over. He found that one of the ice nests began to tremble violently. Like an ice heart, it kept contracting and releasing, and made a dull heartbeat sound. Boom. Boom. Then, the ice nest slowly opened like the big mouth of monster. Or 3-meter tall humanoid creature made entirely of frost emerged from it. In its left hand was a huge ice ball covered with spikes. In its right hand, it held a mace made of ice. Ferocious and fierce, with a faint blue light in its pupils. As soon as it appeared, it roared like a beast. Roar. At this moment, all the ice nest monsters on the field seemed to have sensed some call. They instantly increased their speed and rushed towards Cao Xing's territory like a pack of wolves. Seeing this scene, Cao Xing quickly glanced at the attributes of this monster. Ice Nest Evil Beast LV15, Race, Ice Nest Monster, Level, 2nd Order Boss Level Creature HP. 6214/6530, Attack Power. 732791 Armor. 1972-31. Skills: Ice Crushing Hammer. Raise the giant hammer in your right hand and smash it towards the enemy in front, causing 247% concussion damage to enemies within 10 meters around, and stunning them for 15 seconds. Skill cooldown time: 80 seconds. Sweep. Raise the ice mace in your left hand to cause sweeping damage of attack power asterisk 175% to the enemy in front and knock back units with lower strength than yourself. Skill cooldown time: 60 seconds. Destruction. Suddenly jump forward 520 meters, causing heavy damage of attack power asterisk 177% to enemies within 10 meters around, with a cooldown time of 120 seconds. Voice of the evil beast. It emits a terrifying roar, increasing the movement speed and attack speed of all nearby ice nest monsters by 30%, lasting 60 seconds, with a cooldown of 3 minutes. Ice explosion. It condenses a large amount of ice power and weak dragon power, gathers a huge ice ball in front, and then detonates it, causing 500% blast damage to all enemies within 50 meters, with a cooldown of 1 hour. Talent: Condensation Corruption. When attacking an enemy, it has a corruption effect, reducing its upper limit of health by 10%, its attack power by 10%, and losing 150 health points per second. With a maximum of 5 layers. Introduction: An evil beast tainted with a trace of dragon power, possessing extremely powerful destructive power. Cao Xing's eyes showed a thoughtful look. Is it a leader level ice nest monster? This skill is really powerful, especially the Condensation Corruption talent, which is extremely difficult to deal with. If I encounter a 4th level ice nest evil beast, even I will have to spend some effort, but its level is too low. So Cao Xing said casually, "Sarah, take care of it." After receiving Cao Xing's order, Sarah instantly appeared behind the ice nest evil beast like a ghost. Then she slashed it with a knife. Crack. -3572. This knife directly cut off most of the health of the ice nest evil beast. It is worth mentioning that Sarah's current level has been upgraded to the maximum level 30, and she is also equipped with the golden double knife, Silent Blade. Her attack power has been greatly improved again. The ice nest evil beast was suddenly hit hard and also noticed Sarah's presence. It wanted to turn around and launch a counter-attack in an instant. However, Sarah's second knife had already slashed silently. -3472. At this moment, the health of the ice nest evil beast was directly reduced to 0, and it turned into a pile of ice debris, shattering. The poor ice nest evil beast should have been invincible at the same level. However, due to the level suppression, it was killed by Sarah's 2 knives before it had time to show its leader level power. The system prompt appeared. Your territory member, Sarah Blade Dance, killed Ice Nest Demon Beast LV-15, a second order boss creature, and gained experience points. 0 combatants gained experience points. 80 you gained points +5. It seems that the experience points are very small, but this is because Cao Xing chose a burst rate bonus, so it is only 20% of the experience points. Moreover, the experience points are not the key. The key is that Cao Xing increased the points by 5 points. The rule of the points ranking is that points will only be given for destroying the ice nest or killing the boss and boss level creatures. This is already the 11th boss level ice nest monster killed by Cao Xing. Together with the hundreds of boss monsters killed before, his points have just reached 185. This number is just barely in the top 20, not even in the top 10. The chat channel was also confused at this time. The survivors discussed, what's going on? 4 hours have passed. How come Cao Xing only has so few points? Yes, Wu Xinghu and Xiaobo, who use the ice dragon horn with him, have already scored more than 200 points and are about to enter the top 10. Could it be that there is no ice nest in Cao Xing's territory? That's impossible. How could there be no ice nest after using the ice dragon horn? At this time, the survivors of Wangjiang Pavilion jumped out and said, I think Cao Xing knows that his strength is not good, so he ran away with his people after using the ice dragon horn. Haha. It's very likely that Cao Xing didn't even want his own territory in order to show off. The chat channel was silent. Obviously, such a stupid statement would not be recognized by others. At this time, one of the survivors named Cao Xing said, "Do you think this is possible? It's not that boss Cao Xing ran away, but he was raising ice nests. He didn't destroy those ice nests after they came, but waited for the ice nest monsters inside to hatch, and is now killing those monsters. Wait until the monsters are almost hatched, and then destroy those ice nests in one fell swoop." Hearing this, the survivors in the chat channel suddenly realized something. This is unlikely, right? Boss Cao Xing used the intermediate ice dragon horn. According to the leaders of those big groups, at least more than 100 ice nests fell every hour. It's been so long. There are at least hundreds of ice nests in Boss Cao Xing's territory. Could it be that he really didn't destroy any of them? That's thousands of monsters attacking at the same time every minute. How could anyone's territory withstand it? On the field, all the survivors took a breath of cold air. They all couldn't accept this amazing fact. After all, this is really shocking. What is the concept of resisting monsters hatched in hundreds of ice nests at the same time? This is equivalent to Cao Xing killing thousands of ice nest monsters every minute. Everyone's eyes were filled with disbelief. Then tell me, is there any other explanation? You don't really believe what the people in Wangjiang Pavilion said, that Cao Xing ran away with his men? Hearing this, everyone's mind flashed with thought. However, apart from this statement, they could not think of any other explanation. Why did Cao Xing's points only increase so much after such a long time? At the same time, this statement quickly reached the ears of the leaders of the big groups. Cao Xing didn't know what everyone was discussing about him in the chat channel. He was now paying close attention to the situation on the battlefield below. At this time, Sarah appeared silently and handed a few things in her hand to Cao Xing. "This is the thing dropped by that leader monster. Please take a look." Cao Xing said with appreciation. "Not bad, Sarah." After that, Cao Xing took the things in Sarah's hand. Obtain Ice Dragon Mark *34. Obtain Glacial Shard *15. Obtain Small Anti-Corruption Potion, green, *1. Obtain Dragon Rock Ore, gold, *7. Obtain Medium Chaos Book *1. Oh. Are the things dropped by the leader level ice nest monsters different? This time, it actually dropped a golden material like Dragon Rock Ore. You know, in the Dragon Shop, 1 Dragon Rock Ore is worth 1000 Ice Dragon Marks. Here, just 7 Dragon Rock Ore are worth 7000 Ice Dragon Marks. Cao Xing took another look at the properties of another bottle of anti-corruption potion. Small anti-corruption potion, green, potion effect. After taking it, the effect of condensation corruption is reduced by 30% in the next 30 minutes. Cao Xing exclaimed, "Not bad. The effect of this potion should also be blessed by the talent of eternal power and become a permanent state. In other words, as long as I give each of the people in the territory a bottle, they can permanently weaken the impact of this negative state." After all, the negative state of condensed corruption is still very scary. Although it only appears on the leader level monsters at present, it is hard to guarantee that the elites and even ordinary monsters behind will not have this effect. It is always right to prepare for a rainy day. Cao Xing smiled and thought to himself, the spoils of the leader monsters killed earlier have not been collected yet. It seems that there will be some unexpected surprises after this battle. It is now 11 o'clock in the evening, the 5th hour since the battle began. At this time, the number of ice nest monsters in each wave of attack is also more than 4000. Because the number of monsters hatched in the hundreds of ice nests in front has reached the upper limit. So Cao Xing did not feel much pressure. However, the wild boar warriors below were a little slow in their movements. The high intensity battle consumed a lot of their physical strength. Many ice nest monsters have broken through the defense line and come to the vicinity of the territory wall. Then, these monsters will be shot and killed on the spot by Elisa and other archers, as well as those elemental arrow towers and ice arrow towers. While attacking, Elisa shouted, Elisa is indeed the strongest. Come here, you ice nest monsters. When I become stronger than the Lord, I will spank his butt, ha ha ha." Hearing this, Cao Xing's face suddenly turned black. It can be seen that Elisa still remembers Cao Xing spanking her butt. Sensing Cao Xing's sight, Alice's face suddenly turned pale, and then looked at him with a flattering smile. Lord. I was just talking casually. I was wrong. Cao Xing looked at the little girl's buttocks with a bad face, with an inexplicable smile on his face. I will deal with you after the battle is over. Hearing this, little Alice's face turned even paler. Cao Xing no longer paid attention to the group of archers, but looked at the new members in his territory, those ancient war trees. What interested Cao Xing was their attack method. These ancient trees would first extend a few branches, then gather a bunch of fruits from the treetops and suddenly smash them out of the territory. Bang, bang, -863, -854, -842. The damage exploded one by one. The damage of these ancient war trees was still very strong. After being blessed by blessing of courage, Cao Xing said happily, yes, although these ancient war trees are only level 15 elites, no, they are now level 20 elites. But their damage is still very high, and they also have small scale explosion damage, which is much stronger than the intermediate elemental arrow tower. See if we can get a few souls in the future and let them advance to leaders. Because Cao Xing's territory is strong, the situation is still stable. Looking at the time, it is now 23:12 in the evening. Cao Xing thought, the duration of the ice dragon horn is about to end. We can destroy a batch of ice nests first. So he gave the order directly. Dabe, Valiba, and Sarah form a charge team to destroy the ice nests in the rear that will no longer hatch monsters. After receiving Cao Xing's order, two loud roars rang out in the territory. Moo, roar. Two white giant beasts suddenly rushed out of the territory. Then, they began to run wildly in the snow. Boom. Boom. The momentum of the two giant beasts running was quite amazing. Especially Valiba. As soon as it rushed out, it suddenly jumped into the air. At this moment, everyone looked up and saw a violent bear with lightning power suddenly appeared in the air. Zizzy. Zizzy. The sound of electricity sounded. Then, Valiba, covered with lightning, suddenly smashed into the place where the ice nest monsters were most concentrated. Boom. -2864, -2963, -3125, -3021. A large range of lightning power smashed down. In an instant, a dense array of damage numbers appeared. A large number of ice nest monsters were killed on the spot. This is Valiba's skill, Sky Sound Shock. A full 274% damage coefficient. Although Valiba is only a level 20 boss now, he still exerts a terrifying killing power. And the might of the big white over there is no less powerful. It raised its trunk and directly launched furious charge, like a rushing train, running at high speed. In an instant, it rushed out hundreds of meters. All the ice nests along the way were smashed into pieces the moment they came into contact with the huge body of Baymax. Bang, bang, -2725, -2654, -2552, -2632. It looks less damaging than Valiba's. But you have to know that this is just a normal collision of Baymax. If Baymax uses Mammoth Trampling, the damage is also terrifying. The two behemoths ignored the large number of ice nests and rushed directly to the upright ice nests. Bang, bang. Huge damage numbers kept floating up. One ice nest after another was destroyed by them. The system prompt appeared. Your pet, Dabe, successfully destroyed the second level ice nest and gained experience points. 200 points, combatants gained experience points. 100 points, points plus 1. Your pet, Valiba, successfully destroyed the second level ice nest and gained experience points. 200 points, combatants gained experience points. 100 points plus 1. The attack power of the two giant beasts was terrifying. Almost every 3 or 4 seconds, they could destroy an ice nest. And next to them, there was an even more powerful Sarah. Swish, swish. Silent blades began to pass continuously. -3772, -3513, -3615. Every second, an ice nest was destroyed by Sarah. This was Sarah's terrifying combat power. After more than 10 minutes, they had destroyed more than 200 ice nests. The next battle was no longer suspenseful. At midnight, no new ice nests fell from the sky. All monsters were basically hatched. Cao Crossing began to give orders, and everyone tried their best to destroy the ice nests. One ice nest after another was flattened by the crowd. His points also began to soar at a terrifying speed. 231 points, 357 points, 462 points, 522 points. In the blink of an eye, Cao Crossing's points exceeded 500, surpassing Jiang Qingan and taking first place. Moreover, he was still increasing at a terrifying speed. Throughout the night, countless eyes were staring at the points ranking. The survivors saw Cao Crossing's soaring ranking and exclaimed, "Look, boss, Cao Crossing's points are starting to soar so fast. Fuck, it's already over 600 and he's still rising. 700. This is too scary. Thanks, please let the two of you lie down for a monthly ticket. Thanks, book friend 2022101929284444 for a monthly ticket. Thanks, the end of the palace chaos for a monthly ticket. Thanks, the king of monsters for a monthly ticket. Thanks, cube pudding for a monthly ticket. Thanks, you said you are funny for 2 monthly tickets. Thanks, demon v blood angel for 2 monthly tickets. Thanks, book friend 2021102616240267 for a monthly ticket. Thanks, book friend 2023021515733630 for 2 monthly tickets. Thanks, book friend 202. 30,622,135,131,451 for 1 monthly ticket. Thanks to book friend 201907111838057424. 1 monthly ticket. Thanks to book friend 2019070207131040 for 1 monthly ticket. Thanks to book friend 201911112306438674 for 1 monthly ticket. Thanks to today's 2 monthly tickets. Thanks to Woohoo Cerno for 5 monthly tickets. Thanks to Zuojiang Confucian for 1 monthly ticket. Thanks to IftHQX for 1 monthly ticket. Thanks to Giant Zichenming for 2 monthly tickets. Thanks to all the book friends for their recommendation tickets and subscriptions. Chapter 212. Collect the complete set, and the ice dragon sucks blood. Boss Cao Crossing's points have reached 700. This is too scary. Sure enough, just as we expected, Boss Cao Crossing is keeping those ice nests and waiting to destroy them all at the end. Oh my god. How strong does it take to raise so many ice nests and let them hatch monsters? The entire chat channel of District 17. It was completely detonated in the middle of the night. A large number of survivors started a discussion because of Cao Crossing's skyrocketing points. At this time, Jiang Qingan was personally fighting those ice nest monsters. However, he had been fighting intensively for a day today and was almost exhausted. He was surrounded by ice nest monsters several times and almost died on the spot. If his men hadn't sacrificed themselves to save him, Jiang Qingan would have been torn to pieces by the ice nest monsters. But despite this, they also paid the price of more than 200 casualties before they could barely survive the second challenge of Ice Dragon Horn. Jiang Qingan's face was crazy and his pupils were full of bloodshot. Looking at the more than 200 corpses around the territory, there was no pity in his eyes. He only cared about whether his points were increasing. Very good, we finally withstood the second impact of the Ice Dragon Horn. But today's losses are too great. It seems that we can't organize people in a short time to challenge the Ice Dragon Horn for the 3rd time. It's a pity. But it doesn't matter. At present, I'm the only one in the entire 17th area who has used the Ice Dragon Horn twice in a row. No other legion has this strength. This time, I will definitely take the 1st place. Jiang Qingan's face was full of excitement. Before he could be happy for long, the old man ran over and quickly told Jiang Qingan about the ranking list. After listening to the report, Jiang Qingan's face suddenly sank. There was a strong look of disbelief in his eyes. Impossible. How could he be so far ahead of us? He used a medium-sized ice dragon horn. He has to face thousands of ice nest monsters every minute. This is simply impossible. However, the old man next to him looked helpless. although it is hard to believe. But now the points in the ranking list have already explained everything. Not only that, the man's points are still increasing at a terrifying speed. Watching Cao Xing's points break through 800. You know, Jiang Qinggan used 2 ice dragon horns in a row, and he just broke through 400 points. This was almost a number that made him despair. Jiang Qinggan stood there in a daze. He even forgot about the attack of the ice nest monster. Including Wu Xinghu, Zhaobo and others, they were also shocked by Cao Xing's skyrocketing points. At this moment, Wu Xinghu also had a bitter smile on his face, and then sighed. So, this is your true strength? Alas. Why is the gap so big? At this time, he seemed to understand why Cao Xing had refused so decisively when he wanted to join the Legion. With his strength, he didn't need to huddle with other survivors. That night, the leaders of these large groups had a vague understanding of Cao Xing's strength. However, what they didn't know was that this was only part of Cao Xing's strength. He still had many powerful trump cards that he hadn't used. Moreover, after tonight, the levels of all the combatants in his territory would soar again. The strength has been greatly improved. At 1 o'clock in the morning, Cao Xing cleared all the hundreds of ice nests near the territory, and his points finally stopped increasing. He looked at the ranking. 17 district points ranking. First place, Cao Xing 1074 points. Second place, Jiang Qinggan 417 points. Third place, Chen Feng 257 points. Fourth place, Wu Xinghu 249 points. 10th place, Zhaobo 221 points. And when they saw Cao Xing's astonishing number that broke through 4 digits, everyone was silent. This number is like a mountain, directly pressing the people below the leaderboard to breathless. They don't even have the courage to catch up. In the chat channel, there was a sound of people sucking in cold air. However, at this time, Cao Xing didn't have time to care about the discussions of the survivors in the chat channel, because his eyes were already occupied by the ice dragon marks and glacier fragments all over the ground around the territory. A strong sense of joy appeared in his heart. Ha ha ha. This wave of blood profit. I really don't know how many ice dragon marks I can get this time. Cao Xing couldn't wait to have the battlefield cleaned up. However, before cleaning up the battlefield, he still had to appease the warriors first. These 200 fighters had just killed hundreds of thousands of ice nest monsters in 6 hours. The large amount of killing made them exude a fierce aura. Everyone was like a sharp blade out of its sheath. What was even more amazing was that the damage on Cao Xing's side was 0. No one died. The concept of this was almost self-evident. The newcomers were completely stunned, including the 3 female dragon-blooded fighters. Their magnificent chests were also rising and falling violently at this time, and they looked at the man standing on the city wall with shock. At this time, they finally understood what Jonad and others meant. This is a magical territory. The nearly immortal ability of all the members is enough to make all the forces in this world crazy. At this time, a wonderful idea came into their minds. If the Saint Lady had this person by her side in the last battle of that year, she might really be able to kill the Zuoma dragon in one fell swoop and complete the dragon slaying feat that no one has ever done. However, they could only think about it in their hearts. And Cao Xing also said admiringly, "Everyone, you have worked hard. Tonight, you are all heroes of our territory." Hearing Cao Xing's praise, all the soldiers raised their weapons and shouted excitedly, "In order to defend the honor of our lord, we will fight to the death." There was a fanatical atmosphere in their eyes. Although there were only more than 200 people, the momentum they burst out was no less than that of an army of 10,000. Cao Xing smiled, then stretched out his hand and calmed down this group of excited soldiers. "Everyone, it's late at night now. You should go eat something and replenish your energy, and then you can go back to rest. Tomorrow, I will allow you to get up later to train." Hearing this, the fighters below also laughed. Cao Xing continued to look at the people in the territory and then asked, "Daha, is our post-war meal ready?" Daha stepped forward and said respectfully, "It's ready, respected lord. According to your instructions, we have specially made 400 servings this time, which is enough to feed these brave warriors." "Very good." Cao Xing nodded and said, "Now, everyone go to the cafeteria to enjoy the food." Dazuan, you take people to start cleaning the battlefield. All the people in the territory had excitement in their eyes and responded loudly, yes, Lord. Following Cao Crossing's instructions, the warriors returned to the territory. The polar people began to go outside the territory to collect the spoils that fell on the ground. It took them half an hour to collect all the materials dropped by the ice nest monsters near the entire territory. At this moment, there are 3 small hills piled on the ground outside the territory. One is the mark of the ice dragon, another is the glacier fragments, and another one is those miscellaneous materials. Just seeing these materials made Cao Crossing's breath stagnate, and Liu Muxue's face showed an incredible look. Oh my god. There are so many ice dragon marks. There must be at least hundreds of thousands of them, right? Cao Crossing nodded. Yes, I estimate that after this time, the number of my ice dragon marks will exceed 350,000. After hearing this, Liu Muxue also had a look of joy on her face. Cao Crossing directly collected all the materials on the ground. Obtained. Ice Dragon Mark Asterisk 1936-21. Obtained. Glacier Fragments Asterisk 1072-35. Obtained. Small Anti-Corruption Potion Asterisk 7. Right square bracket. Obtained. Dragon Rock Ore. Gold. Asterisk 72. Obtained. Small Attribute Book. Strength, Agility, Spirit, Constitution, asterisk 432. Obtained. Medium Attribute Book. Strength, Agility, Spirit, Constitution, asterisk 72. At this moment, Cao Crossing's eyes showed a strong joy. A full 190,000 ice dragon marks, and 100,000 glacier fragments. What a terrifying number this is. It is almost self-evident. And the ice dragon marks in his hand, added up to more than 390,000, exceeded Cao Crossing's expectations. Okay, these ice dragon marks alone are enough for me to exchange for 3 gold treasure chests. With so many resources, of course they must be used to transform into their own strength. So, Cao Crossing led everyone back to the territory. Others rested, ate, and were on duty. As for himself, he took Liu Muxue directly back to the Lord's cottage. At this moment, the two of them were leaning against the stove, standing in the hall on the first floor of the Lord's cottage. Then, Cao Crossing traded 300,000 ice dragon seals to Liu Muxue. Muxue, you still have 3 redemption opportunities. Now use these ice dragon seals to redeem 3 gold treasure chests. Yeah. Liu Muxue also had an expectant look on her face. Then, she opened the dragon shop and clicked on the exchange directly. The next moment, 3 hexagram arrays emitting amazing cold air appeared in front of the two of them. Buzz. Energy fluctuations erupted. When the light dissipated, 3 light golden treasure chests with cold light all over appeared in front of Cao Crossing. The two looked at each other and saw the excitement in each other's eyes. This was also the first time Cao Crossing had opened so many gold treasure chests. It was impossible not to be excited. Just when he wanted to walk over and open the treasure chest, he was prompted by the system. This treasure chest is a gold treasure chest exchanged by the survivor, Liu Muxue. Other survivors cannot open it. Hearing this prompt, Cao Crossing was stunned. Then he shook his head and said, Muxue, only you can open these treasure chests. Liu Muxue was also stunned for a moment after hearing this, and then said softly, okay, I'll try. After saying that, she walked forward and opened the golden treasure chest. Liu Muxue didn't even check what was opened and directly handed all the things to him. Cao Crossing didn't say much and took them all. Obtained. Ice Dragon Ring. Gold. Obtained. Ice Dragon Armor. Gold. Obtained. Executioner Spear. Purple. Obtained. 3rd level Elite Dragon Blood Fighter Recruitment Scroll asterisk 5. Obtained. Large Anti-Corruption Potion asterisk 8. Obtained. Dragon Rock Ore asterisk 19. 2 golden equipment and 1 purple equipment were opened in the 3 treasure chests. The luck is pretty good. Cao Crossing was able to open 3 golden equipment in a row before, which was considered an explosion of character. And the most important thing is that Liu Muxue actually opened the equipment. Ice Dragon Ring. This time, you know, Cao Crossing's Ice Dragon Blood 3-piece set only lacks this last piece. Thinking of this, He couldn't wait to check the attributes of this equipment. Ice Dragon Ring. Gold. Quality. Rare. Equipment part. Bracelet. Equipment requirements. Level 20 or above. Additional special effect. Strength plus 30. Spirit plus 30. Critical hit rate increased by 20%. Additional special effect. Frozen Nova. When attacked, there is a 20% chance to release a layer of Frozen Nova, reducing the attack speed of surrounding enemies by 30% for 20 seconds. Additional special effect. Intermediate armor break. When launching an attack, there is a 30% chance to ignore 300 points of enemy armor. Note, Ice Dragon Soul Set 3/3 can be combined with Ice Dragon Crown and Ice Dragon Ring to form a set effect. After collecting all 3 sets, the set effect, Ice Dragon Blood Drain, can be activated. This is actually a bracelet type equipment. Seeing the equipment introduction above, Cao Xing seemed to be thinking about something. Come to think of it, he hasn't obtained a bracelet type equipment yet. What's more, the attributes above are not bad. Especially the third special effect, Intermediate Armor Break, which directly ignores 300 points of armor. Since the system was updated, the calculation method of armor has changed. The damage increased by these 300 points of armor break is more than 20%. Cao Xing was very satisfied, and then he equipped it, and the attributes instantly skyrocketed again. He took a look at his own attributes. Name, Cao Xing. Race, Blue Star Human. Level 30/300000. Third level Frost Mage. Detailed attributes. Click to view. Seeing his panel attributes, Cao Xing couldn't help laughing. Haha, I'm so powerful now. Or 3-piece set of the Ice Dragon suit, plus the Holy Ring of the Kingdom, and the Staff of Light of Dawn. Cao Xing now has 5 pieces of gold equipment. Such high quality equipment is exchanged for his superb attributes: 468 points of spirit after casting Ice Healing, plus the 32% life blessing of the Pale Tree, plus the 50% healing bonus of the Holy Ring of the Kingdom, and the 20% bonus of the staff. It can now restore 750 to health points per second, and the blood volume restored in 1 minute reaches 45,000. Even the ice armor can directly increase the armor by 337 points. Good. My defense after the addition of the ice armor is almost comparable to that of a warrior of the same level. Cao Xing's critical hit rate also reached 45%, which is almost the critical hit rate that only those assassins have. In disguise, his damage was increased by a lot. However, the surprise is not over yet. At the same time, the second system prompt appeared. Congratulations. You have collected the 3-piece set of Ice Dragon Soul and successfully activated the set effect, Ice Dragon Blood. Ice Dragon Blood, when launching a magic attack or physical attack, absorb 20% of the health value of the damage caused this time. Seeing the system prompt, Cao Xing's pupils shrank suddenly. Fuck. Magic blood sucking. An uncontrollable ecstasy appeared in his eyes. This is actually a magic blood sucking special effect. With his current attack power of 1800, including Liu Muxue's Blessing of Courage bonus, it is 2200 attack power. Any ice ball technique can at least restore more than 400 blood points. If you release those powerful skills, the blood returned will be even more. Add to that his own ice healing technique and Andrew's life bloom. Hahaha. Now I can't die even if I stand and fight a warrior of the same level head on. I guess the blood volume he hit is not as much as my recovery. Cao Xing had a happy smile on his face. Even Liu Muxue next to him was happy for Cao Xing. That's great, Xing. Cao Xing smiled and nodded, then replied, let me take a look at the properties of the second piece of equipment. It seems that this equipment is used by you. Then, he took out a piece of armor that was crystal colored all over. I took a look at the attributes. Ice Dragon Armor, Gold, Quality, Rare, Wearing Requirements, Level 20 and above Armor. 2480-81, Attached Special Effect, Strength plus 50, Constitution plus 50, Health plus 2000, Attached Special Effect, Intermediate Damage Reduction, when attacked by physical or magical attacks. Reduce the damage received by 20%. Attached special effect, Roar of the Ice Dragon. When charging, movement speed increases by 30%, armor increases by 20%, lasts for 5 seconds, cooldown time is 20 seconds. Note: Ice Dragon set 1/3 can form a set effect with Ice Dragon helmet and Ice Dragon armor. After collecting all 3 pieces, the set effect can be activated. Ice Dragon Guardian. Similarly, this is a very powerful equipment, especially the 3rd special effect. After the addition of Eternal Power, it can become a permanent effect, which can greatly increase Liu Muxue's mobility and defense. Of course, the gained special effects on the equipment will disappear directly after the equipment is taken off. This is also the effect that Cao Xing accidentally tested. But this is also normal. If the special effects of the equipment do not disappear after taking them off, then Cao Xing can go directly to the trading channel to buy all kinds of green and blue equipment with special effects and stack them crazily, and soon he will be invincible. Cao Xing suddenly remembered something and then asked, Muxue, I remember you have a level 30 purple battle armor, crystal armor? Liu Muxue nodded lightly. Well, I haven't had time to put it on yet. After saying that, she handed the crystal plate armor to Cao Xing. Cao Xing glanced at the attributes of the 2 pieces of equipment, his eyes showing a thoughtful look. The armor of the level 30 purple armor is even higher than that of the Ice Dragon armor. However, its special effects are not as good as the Ice Dragon armor, and the latter has a set effect after collecting 3 pieces. So, Cao Xing handed the Ice Dragon armor to Liu Muxue. Muxue, put on this. Give that crystal plate armor to Brahma-Sam. Liu Muxue took it obediently. In front of Cao Xing, she took off her armor, revealing the white undershirt underneath. Although this undershirt was relatively loose, it still couldn't hide her proud figure, especially the pair of magnificent breasts, whose outline could be vaguely seen. Then, Liu Muxue put on the Ice Dragon armor. Like the combat boots, the appearance of the armor is also crystal white. It not only takes into account defense, but also has beauty. After Liu Muxue put it on, she was like a heroic female knight. In addition, her posture of holding the sword with one hand at this moment made people stare at her directly. Noticing Cao Xing's gaze, Liu Muxue asked softly, Good. Does it look good? Xing? Cao Xing nodded. It looks good. Hearing this, Liu Muxue's beautiful face was shy. Then, she said embarrassedly, Then I will wear this dress today and do it with you, okay? Hearing the latter sentence, Cao Xing's heart was instantly aroused. He grabbed Liu Muxue's fair arm, pulled it over, and then held her in his arms. At this moment, the beauty in front of him lowered her head, looking shy and expectant. To be honest, as one of the top 10 goddesses recognized by Xiangjiang City, Liu Muxue can handle any style. However, this knight's outfit adds a different kind of beauty to her. Cao Xing gradually put his hand into the armor and stroked her warm soft body. Liu Muxue's body temperature was gradually rising, and she twisted in his arms. The 2 first fought in the Lord's cabin, and then the battlefield gradually moved upstairs. At this moment, Liu Muxue was lying on her back on the bed, her upper body still wearing armor, and her lower body was naked. A pair of slender white legs were swinging in the air. The beauty's legs were hanging on his arms. Xing. The beauty's charming voice kept coming, and Cao Xing directly picked her up. Liu Muxue hugged Cao Xing's neck, and the whole person was like an octopus, hanging on him. Xing. Good. So powerful. The waves kept hitting. Let the beauty take deep breaths. The white skin gradually turned light pink. Later, the Ice Dragon armor on the upper body was also directly removed. A perfect figure was presented. No matter how many times he looked at her, Cao Xing couldn't help but sigh at the perfect proportions of the beauty in front of him. Then, Cao Xing gently placed Liu Muxue on the bed. In the warm quilt, they fought for the second time. And as Cao Xing attacked, the beauty tightly grasped a corner of the bearskin, frowning slightly. However, this was not pain, but an unspeakable emotion. From her mouth, a faint sound leaked out. HMM. The 2 fought until more than 1 in the morning. Accompanied by a long and ethereal breathing, the beauty's head tilted on Cao Xing's shoulder. Liu Muxue lay in Cao Xing's arms, gently entangled with him. The two felt each other's body temperature and enjoyed the tranquility after the storm. The beauty stretched out her white jade fingers and kept stroking Cao Xing's chest. "What's wrong, Muxue?" She lowered her head shyly. "No, nothing. It's just me. My legs are a little weak." Hearing this, Cao Xing was also stunned. Speaking of which, his actions just now were indeed a bit. He stroked the beauty's perfect jawline and said, "I'll be gentler next time." However, the beautiful knight in front of him hurriedly said, "No, no need. I still want. Let me be on top next time." Hearing this, Cao Xing even wanted to start a third battle. However, considering her body, Cao Xing gently patted her buttocks that were as soft as tofu. "Okay, then next time." Hearing Cao Xing's agreement, the beauty shyly said Then, Cao Xing carried the limp and rosy-faced beauty back to bed. At night, Cao Xing and Liu Muxue, who was hugging him in his arms, fell asleep sweetly. At 2 or 3 in the morning, he was suddenly awakened by a system prompt. "Your territory member, Sabina attacked territory member, Irina. Your territory member, Renis Hawkey attacked territory member, Sabina." At the same time, there was a noise outside. Cao Xing and Liu Muxue quickly opened their eyes. Crossing, what happened?" Liu Muxue's eyes were filled with worry. Cao Xing shook his head and said, "I'll go out and take a look. You have a good rest. Don't worry, it shouldn't be a big deal." Hearing this, Liu Muxue nodded lightly. "Okay." At the same time, Cao Xing quickly put on his clothes. Then he went straight to the outside of the Lord's hut. As soon as he came out, he saw Renis, Irina, Sarah, and 3 female dragon blood fighters surrounding the Dr. Sabina. Cao Xing even noticed that several scales on Irina's lower body had fallen off, and purple blood was oozing out of them, as if she had been attacked by some kind of toxin. Sabina also had an arrow stuck in her shoulder. These female warriors surrounded Sabina with unfriendly faces, ready to subdue her at any time. Seeing this, Cao Xing frowned and asked, "What happened?" At this moment, Irina explained, "Lord, I saw this woman sneak out of the room in the middle of the night, and then went to the cafeteria to steal some food. She was sneaking around the territory, and when she wanted to climb the wall, I realized she wanted to escape, so I stopped her. Then this woman attacked me." Miss Renis heard the noise and came over to stop her. Irina held the trident, staring at Sabina with narrow snake eyes, and seemed very angry. Hearing this, Cao Xing also understood what happened. He looked at Sabina again. "You want to escape?" The woman in front of him, who was dressed in coarse linen, bit her lower lip lightly and had a firm expression, said, "Yes." She admitted frankly. "Why do you want to escape?" Cao Xing continued to ask. "I killed that disgusting baron and was wanted by Duke Kadyrov. Although I escaped, my family is still there, and I want to go back to save them. I attacked the snake lady subconsciously, not intentionally, and I'm deeply sorry for it." After saying that, Sabina covered the wound on her shoulder and knelt down on both knees in front of Irina on the spot. "I'm very sorry, lady." Seeing her apologize so solemnly, everyone was stunned for a while, including Irina, who was a little embarrassed. Cao Xing looked at Irina. "Do you accept her apology?" Irina thought for a moment and then said, "If it was unintentional, then it's nothing." Hearing this, Sabina below breathed a sigh of relief. She could feel how powerful these women on the field, including this lord, were. They could easily kill her. Just now, Renis had shown mercy. Otherwise, with Sabina's physique, I'm afraid an arrow could have shot directly through her heart. Sabina said apologetically again, "My lord, first of all, I apologize to you for my escape. I know you spent a lot of crowns to buy me. As a slave, this kind of betrayal is not allowed. If you want to punish me, or even execute me, I'm willing to accept it." She bit her lip and said firmly, "This woman has a plan for her actions. Although she failed, she is ready to bear the consequences, even death." Cao Xing thought for a moment. He asked, "Do you want to go back to save your family?" Sabina still didn't dare to look up. "Yes. With your strength, can you do it?" Hearing this question, Sabina was stunned for a moment. Then she shook her head slowly and said, I can't do it." Cao Xing was speechless. "Then why do you go back? Are you looking for death?" Sabina opened her mouth and choked. For a moment, I didn't know how to answer. Both sides were silent for a moment. Cao Xing was also thinking about how to deal with this woman. At this time, he suddenly said, "Well, I'll give you a chance." Chapter 213 Post-War Construction, Thriving. Cao Xing said, "How about this? I'll give you a chance. Next, you will work hard for me in the territory for 3 months. And as a reward, I will find a way to help you reach the 4th level of strength. Then I will allow you to go back and save your family. As for whether you live or die, it has nothing to do with me. How about that?" At this moment, when Sabina heard Cao Xing say that he would help her reach the 4th level of strength, she thought she was hallucinating. When she heard the last sentence, she was stunned on the spot. What did you say? You are willing to help me reach the 4th level, and are willing to let me go back to save people? There was a strong disbelief in her tone. Cao Xing nodded. For him, buying Sabina was just because of her skill, advanced poison technique. At his current development speed, the strength of the territory will probably increase many times in 3 months. By then, a higher level poison master will be of no use. Letting her go is nothing. After getting Cao Xing's affirmation, Sabina took a few deep breaths. She asked again tentatively, "Really? Do you really only need to work for 3 months?" Cao Xing replied, "Yes, but the premise is that you work hard." Sabina was excited when she heard this. "I will work hard. No matter what you ask me to do, I will do my best to complete it. Thank you, kind lord. Due to your promise, the loyalty of territory member Sabina has been increased. Current loyalty 71. Seeing the system prompt, Cao Xing also smiled. Then, he nodded and said, "Very good, you can go back to the room to treat your wounds now. Everyone else can go." After receiving Cao Xing's order, the women looked at each other and turned to leave. Sabina slowly stood up. Then she took out a small bottle from her pocket. "This is detoxification powder. Apply it on the wound of this snake lady and the toxins on it will be removed quickly." Hearing this, Cao Xing was stunned and then took it over. Obtained. Detoxification powder. Blue, *1 right square bracket. He looked at the attributes. Detoxification powder. Blue, can remove some common poisoning conditions. Although the poison attack caused by Sabina is not strong, Liu Muxue can solve it with a purification spell. But with this detoxification powder, it is much more convenient. Under Cao Xing's order, everyone gradually dispersed. Those who should go back to their rooms, went back to their rooms, and those who should rest went to rest. Cao Xing looked at the snake girl next to him and said, "Irina, come with me." After hearing this, Irina nodded obediently, then twisted her snake tail and followed Cao Xing. In the room, Cao Xing opened the bottle cap and poured the white powder on Irina's wound. At this moment, the beautiful snake girl was half lying on the bed. The lower half of the snake tail was placed on Cao Xing's thigh, staring at Cao Xing with a pair of narrow eyes. Those eyes were not scary, but added a bit of strange beauty to them. Detoxification powder worked very well. Soon the toxin effect on Irina's wound disappeared. Cao Xing clapped his hands and said, "Okay, Irina, you have ice healing skills, and you will be able to recover to normal soon. Your performance today is good." Cao Xing praised. Hearing this, the snake girl in front of him covered her face and chuckled. "Lord, since I performed well, can you give me a little reward?" Cao Xing was stunned. "What reward do you need?" Speaking of which, Irina is now a level 30 elite. The only way to improve her now is to change her weapon, or give her a leader level soul. But Cao Xing has used up all these. I can only wait until tomorrow to see if I can get a leader soul. However, at this moment, a snake tail covered with white scales has already wrapped around Cao Xing's waist. Irina raised her upper body and quickly moved closer. Then, Cao Xing saw a face with black eyeshadow and full of exotic style appeared in front of him. The two looked at each other. Cao Xing felt the heat in the eyes of the beauty in front of him. The reward is this. After saying that, Irina took the initiative to kiss him. Their lips touched. At this moment, Cao Xing felt a completely different smell. It was not fishy, but a cool smell similar to mint. It made people subconsciously want to taste it a few more times. After a moment, she took the initiative to grab Cao Xing's arm and covered it on her proud chest. The body temperature of the snake people is very low. It was cold and soft in the hand. Cao Xing gradually held it. Irina made a seductive sound. Her graceful figure twisted inadvertently. This also aroused the fire in Cao Xing's heart. With a swish, the last cover of the beauty in his arms also disappeared, revealing a dazzlingly white body. Cao Xing held her in his arms and felt a sense of coolness in an instant. Lord, is it cold? Irina seemed to know her physique, with some worry in her eyes and a hint of hidden inferiority. However, Cao Xing shook her head and chuckled. It's okay. Hearing this, Irina's eyes were filled with joy again. The two of them were affectionate for a while. Then, she turned around and slowly lowered her head. Cao Xing only felt a cold but soft touch. It was different from the feeling brought by Xianyani and others. Irina's wrapping. It was like a cool spring in a warm room, constantly washing the feeling. Cao Xing pressed down the soft hair with one hand so that the source could go deeper. Late at night, Cao Xing didn't know how he came back. Anyway, he left Irina's room in a daze, then returned to his own room and fell asleep. He slept until more than 9 o'clock the next day before getting up. Cao Xing opened his eyes first. The beauty beside the pillow lay on his side in his arms, her eyes closed, her eyelashes slightly moving, and she looked very sweet in sleep. At the same time, Liu Muxue gradually woke up from her sleep. The two smiled at each other, and both felt a rare warmth. Cao Xing didn't think much about what happened with Irina last night. Because of Irina's snake man body, they didn't take the last step. They just comforted her. It's normal for the Lord to care about his subordinates, right? Cao Xing smiled. Then, he opened the system interface and looked through the system prompts to see if he had missed any important information. All survivors, please note, you have passed the 8th day of the official period. Weather forecast. Today's temperature is -46 to -57. Light wind. Suitable for going out. It's still a daily reminder, but there is no important information. Cao Xing said happily. The weather is pretty good today. It seems that we can go out. Liu Muxue blinked her beautiful eyes after hearing this, and then asked softly, Xing, where are we going today? Hearing this question, Cao Xing also thought for a moment. Speaking of which, he should go out today. After all, there is a primary problem in front of him. That is to get a large number of high-level power hearts and intermediate power hearts. After the battle last night, almost everyone in the entire territory has reached the upper limit of the current level, and killing monsters can no longer gain experience. The power heart is urgently needed to break through. Cao Xing only has 2 high-level power hearts, and this thing has a probability of failure. Cao Xing thought to himself, according to the plan, I have several places to get resources, and then use them to improve myself. For example, get some bait, find new waters to fish, and then use the fish caught to exchange resources with other survivors. Or, go to the nearby city, Melon City, sell a batch of things I have, and see if I can buy some gold equipment or something. Also, explore the witch forest and the ancient battlefield that Yao Yiming mentioned, and I can even continue to flatten the camps of other hunters. For Cao Xing, there are many ways to become stronger, not limited to staying in the territory to kill lice nest monsters. After thinking for a moment, he made a decision. That is, go to the witch forest first. After all, the monsters in that forest are of high level, and the probability of exploding high-level power hearts is also higher. Moreover, there are monsters like the ice crystal human face tree, which are full of treasures. In addition, there is a witch who has been confirmed to exist. This time his strength has skyrocketed. Cao Xing also wanted to explore what kind of secrets this forest hides. So, he said directly, get up, Muxue, let's go to the witch forest today. Hearing this, the beauty in front of him nodded obediently. She never interferes with Cao Xing's opinions. As long as Cao Xing makes a decision, Liu Muxue just follows him to execute it. This is also her cleverness. Although Liu Muxue is a subsidiary lord of this territory and has certain authority, she never uses it. Everything in this territory is decided by Cao Xing. Of course, Liu Muxue also has her own important role. That is to protect Cao Xing closely. In fact, Her combat effectiveness is not weak, but in comparison, Cao Xing is more worried about his own life. It is better to have one less combat power in the battle, to ensure his own safety. The two washed up, and walked out of the Lord's cabin. As soon as they walked out of the hut, the huge temperature difference made them shiver. Although they have lived in this world for more than half a month, this extremely cold weather still makes people feel uncomfortable. Cao Xing took out a cloud yak coat from his backpack and put it on Liu Muxue. It made her look elegant and noble. Feeling the heat from the coat, Liu Muxue's pretty face showed a look of surprise. "Thank you, Xing." Cao Xing rubbed her head and chuckled. "Thank you for what?" Cao Xing has 7 more coats of this kind in his backpack. According to Old Mel, each coat is a priceless thing, and its price is no less than a moonlight orb, which starts at 500,000 krona. The coats in Cao Xing's backpack alone are worth millions of krona. Cao Xing is also looking forward to meeting a new wandering caravan as soon as possible. This time, he wants to buy a lot of goods from these merchants. While thinking about this, he took Liu Muxue to patrol the territory. Now, all the roads in the territory have been paved with a layer of floor tiles, which make a tap-tap sound when stepped on. Compared with the previous muddy ground, the entire territory looks clean and beautiful. The sisters of the tree spirit tribe are hanging 2 winter pumpkins in front of each house, which can not only play a decorative effect, but also provide lighting at night. Dozens of polar people and other staff are working hard. "Lord, I wish you good health. Madam, you are as beautiful as the morning dew today, spotless and exceptionally beautiful." When these people see them, they will greet them respectfully. Cao Xing and Liu Muxue will also smile and nod to them. As the two gradually passed through the entire territory, Cao Xing also noticed that there were several more building foundations in the territory. 3 or 4 polar people were building there in full swing. That was the prototype of the Mage's Tower, Night Hall, and King's Altar. Obviously, the citizen Cao Yi has arranged today's work for all the staff. The entire territory was in a thriving development scene. Cao Xing nodded with satisfaction. Not bad, not bad. Now the infrastructure of the territory is almost complete. The next step is to build various advanced buildings to continue to improve the strength of the territory. What surprised Cao Xing was that the newly joined slaves, under the command of Dazuang, began to repair the city wall. There were too many ice nest monsters last night. Although Cao Xing's defense was very strong, some ice nest monsters still rushed to the foot of the city wall. These ice nest monsters caused some damage to the city wall, and some resources were needed to repair it. There was also the peasant woman MPO, who was also following Dahua to prepare food for today. Seeing this scene, Cao Xing nodded secretly. Very good. It seems that they have developed some sense of belonging to my territory. Of course, Cao Xing is not ready to have more contact with them now. As long as they don't want to escape, Cao Xing will not do anything to them. Gradually, Cao Xing and Liu Muxue came to an open area in the territory. Then, he shouted, "Fighters, assemble." After hearing Cao Xing's order, more than 200 people came over. More than 100 Ascalant soldiers, more than 100 wild boar warriors, and other backbones of the territory were all looking at Cao Xing with a firm gaze. Cao Xing said directly, "I'm going out today, and will take some people with me." Hearing this, everyone's eyes were filled with expectations, as if they hoped that Cao Xing could take them out today. Then, he started to call out names. Sarah, Renus, Hilda, Isabel, Bron, Assam, Andrew, Blot, Lab, Jonad, Josant, Elisa. A total of 12 names. These are the backbones of his territory. All of them are at least level 30 leaders. With Cao Xing's many buffs, their real combat power is completely regarded as level 40 leaders. This is a very terrifying force. The people whose names were called by Cao Xing all had gentle smiles on their faces. They all felt honored to fight alongside Cao Xing. Those who were not named were not discouraged. They just hoped that they could become stronger faster. Then the next time the Lord went out, he could take them with him. Elisa said excitedly, "Wow. The Lord finally took me out, that's great." After that, she put her hands on her waist and looked at the archer team behind her and said proudly, Did you see that? I said I was so powerful, the Lord would definitely take me out." Ellis's ice explosion arrow has a high damage coefficient and can be charged, which is the main reason why Cao Xing took her out. The group of archers all had awkward smiles on their faces. Captain Elisa is right. You are very powerful. That's right. Captain Elisa is the most powerful archer. Hearing their praise, Elisa touched her head embarrassedly and said, well, I'm not as powerful as you say, heh. Seeing the proud look of this little girl, Cao Xing reminded her, Elisa, you can't be as casual outsiders in the territory. Remember, all actions must be under my command, and all your skills can only be released according to my instructions, understand? Elisa immediately straightened her body, understood. Lord. Looking at the little girl's non-standard standing at attention, Cao Xing couldn't help but smile. Then, he took out the crystal plate armor that Liu Muxue hadn't had time to put on, and asked, Bron, Assam, who wants this armor? This plate armor is only suitable for melee units like them. Braum touched his bald head and laughed. Lord, Braum doesn't like to wear clothes, which will affect my ability to show off my muscles. You should give it to Knight Assam. Cao Xing was speechless. He also discovered that, since he summoned Braum, he has been in a state of naked upper body. No matter how cold the weather is, it can't stop him from being naked. Of course, this may also be related to Braum's talent, Ice Bloodline. He handed the plate armor in his hand to Assam. The knight took it respectfully. Then, Cao Xing took out 2 fist-sized deep red crystals in his hand. These are his only 2 high-level power hearts. He and Liu Muxue are not going to use them. Compared with them, the improvement of these leader-level beings who broke through the 4th level is obviously much greater. After thinking for a moment, Cao Xing said, Sarah, Andrew. The 2 stood up respectfully. Cao Xing continued, you are the first members to follow me. Now, use this heart of power to break through to the 4th level. Sarah and Andrew took it at the same time. Sarah said with a complicated expression, in our dark elf tribe, the 4th level phantom assassin leader is already considered a strong man. I thought I would never have the opportunity to reach this level again. Then, she whispered, thank you. Andrew also said with emotion, yes, the 4th level druid leader is even the strongest existence in our tribe except for the tribe leader. It's hard to imagine that I was only a 2nd level druid half a month ago. Andrew, thank you for your cultivation. The 2 of them attached great importance to breaking through the 4th level. Cao Xing smiled and said, don't be too happy. Although the success rate of this thing is very high, there is still a probability of failure, so you must be prepared. After hearing this, the 2 of them also had a faint smile on their faces. Then, they directly crushed the high-level heart of power in their hands. Crack, crack. The next moment, a stream of extremely pure red energy flowed into their bodies. On the field, more than a dozen pairs of eyes were watching them. They were also very curious about the transformation from the 3rd level to the 4th level. After waiting for a few minutes, a shocking aura suddenly emerged from Sarah, like a sharp dagger. Just looking at it gives people a stinging feeling. Your territory member, Sarah Blade Dance, has successfully broken through and has become a 4th level creature with basic attributes increased by 100%. Seeing the system prompt, Cao Xing's eyes showed surprise. He quickly checked Sarah's attributes. Phantom Assassin, Sarah Blade Dance, Race, Dark Elf, Level 30/30000, Level 4 Leader Level Creature, Detailed Attributes, click to expand. Powerful. Unprecedented power. Obviously, this is the most powerful creature under Cao Xing. The HP has exceeded 60,000, and the attack is about to exceed 4,000. In addition, the long list of permanent states on her status bar. This makes this powerful phantom assassin almost flawless. At the same time, Cao Xing also noticed Sarah's skill list. There was an additional skill, Shadow Swiftness. Cao Xing asked happily, Sarah, have you learned a new skill? Last time, Cao Xing gave Sarah a Assassin's Handbook, Orange, which recorded many powerful skills. Sarah smiled and nodded. Yes, I got some insights during the battle last night, and then I practiced a few more times at night, and I learned this skill. Great. You are really the strongest assassin. Cao Xing did not hesitate to praise. This Shadow Step is also a stealth skill, which can increase the movement speed by 50%. Combined with Sarah's phantom invisible, it can really turn her into a top killer who comes and goes without a trace. Sarah seemed embarrassed by his praise, her lips moved slightly, and then she lowered her head. However, at this time, Andrew's breath stopped abruptly. He walked over a little dejectedly and said with a guilty face, "Lord." Cao Xing was also stunned. He didn't expect that Andrew would fail with such a high success rate of advanced heart of power. Speaking of which, Andrew failed once when breaking through the leader or the leader. Yes, every time he transformed, it brought great help to Cao Xing. Cao Xing smiled and comforted him. "Don't blame yourself, Andrew. In our East, there is an old saying that good things take time. Although you have encountered some difficulties every time you transform, you have gained great strength. It is the same this time." Hearing Cao Xing's comfort, Andrew was stunned for a moment. Then he said with emotion, "You are really a generous and caring lord." Cao Xing smiled and said nothing more. Then, he took out a 3-meter long black spear from his backpack. It was the executioner spear that Liu Muxue opened in the golden treasure chest last night. He looked at the attributes. Executioner's spear, purple, quality, rare, equipment level, above level 30, attack power 53 25 78, attached special effect, strength plus 80, agility plus 60, hit rate plus 20%, attached special effect, piercing spear. When attacking the enemy's vital points, increase the penetration effect by 30% and cause an additional 50% increase in damage. Attached special effect, execution spear, active special effect. When activated, the next attack will increase the hit rate by 100%, the critical strike rate by 100%, and ignore 300 points of enemy armor. Equipment introduction. In the name of the true god Balthazar, I now sentence you to death. Slayer, Izanai Barra. Cao Xing's eyes lit up. This weapon is good. Especially the execution spear special effect, which basically has a 100% hit rate. It's very strong. He looked at the 2 male dragon blood warriors, and then said, "Jonad, Josant, show me your weapons." The 2 tall Norns did not hesitate at all. The tall figures stepped forward, and handed the spears in their hands to Cao Xing. Obtained, Norn army breaking spear, purple. Obtained, Norn standard spear, blue. Both of these weapons are level 20 weapons with average attributes. Jonad used the purple spear, while Joseon used the blue one. Cao Xing directly handed the executioner spear, purple, to Joseon. Then he said, "I'll give you a new weapon next time." Hearing this, Jonad smiled and said, "Lord, don't worry about me. The help you have given me is enough." Joseon took the new weapon with a respectful look. "Thank you for your gift. From now on, your orders will be directed by the tip of my spear. Due to your generous gift, the loyalty of the territory member Joseon has been improved. The current loyalty is 95. Seeing the system prompt, Cao Xing also smiled. Joseon's loyalty soared from 87 to 95, and it will soon reach 100. He looked at Joseon's attributes. Ice Dragon Blood Fighter, Joseon, race, non, level 30/300000, level 3 boss creature, detailed attributes, click to view. Not bad, not bad. 35,000 HP, 1,600 attack. For a level 3 boss, it is already very strong. This time, all of Cao Xing's men were upgraded to level 30, and many equipment could be arranged. Then, Cao Xing took out a broken sword with an extremely gorgeous appearance and a gemstone on the top from his backpack. The moment this broken sword appeared, everyone felt the majesty of a king on Cao Xing. In an instant, everyone in the entire territory looked at Cao Xing, especially Queen Victoria. Her pupils instantly became clear, and she stared at the ancient sword. And all the Ascalon warriors knelt on one knee on the spot. They shouted excitedly, "Oh my god. This is actually the king's sword of our Ascalon kingdom, Magdal. This weapon actually appeared on the lord. Is this God's will?" Yaskin next to him also said excitedly, "Yes, this must be God's will. This legendary weapon chose the Lord, which means that you will become our new king. No wonder when we look at the Lord, we have a sense of intimacy and submission. Let us meet the new king of Ascalon together. Thanks, Fat QIU for 1 monthly ticket. Thanks, Kinge for 2 monthly tickets. Thanks. Naming 6 small monthly tickets. Thanks to Bookfriend 110,304,213,044,264 1 monthly ticket. Thanks to Bookfriend 161,018,102,743,313 for 1 monthly ticket. Thanks to Jiang Zhi Chen Ming for 1 monthly ticket. Thanks to Bookfriend 20210301105379138 for 1 monthly ticket. Thanks to Yukingling Deo Deozun for 1 monthly ticket. Thanks to Bookfriend 20240506113729548 for 1 monthly ticket. Thanks to Vincent's for 2 monthly tickets. Thanks to Ling Lan Hua for 1 monthly ticket. Thanks to Lian Shimeng She lost her for 1 monthly ticket. Thanks to Bookfriend 20230305231120699 for 1 monthly ticket. Thanks to Kaiang Liden for 1 monthly ticket. Thanks to Baisui Guanyan Yi Meng Dai for 2 monthly tickets. Thanks, Book Friends, for their recommendations and subscriptions. Thanks to Book Friends and Tessie for his 500 points again. Thanks to Book Friend Baisui Guanyan Yi Meng Dai for his 10,000 points. 2 chapters with 14,000 words are here. Chapter 214, Meeting Yao Yiming again, the basis for cooperation. Let's meet the new king of Ascalon together. After that, all the Ascalon warriors saluted Cao Xing. Because you have been recognized by the ancient sword, the loyalty of the territory member, Yaskin, has been increased, and the current loyalty is 100. Loyalty is full, and now the other party will unconditionally execute any of your orders. Because you have been recognized by the ancient sword, the loyalty of the territory member Filippo has been increased, and the current loyalty is 96. Because you have been recognized by the ancient sword, the loyalty of the territory member Franz has been increased, and the current loyalty is 100. Because a long series of system prompts appeared. The loyalty of the 102 Ascalon warriors on the field has all skyrocketed. Some of them even reached 100 loyalty. Cao Xing was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect that just taking out this legendary weapon would have such an effect. Then, he smiled and said, "Everyone, get up. I'm not your new king. And you can see that this weapon has been broken." Hearing this, Yaskin in front of him gradually raised his head and said, "We do feel that the power of this weapon is a little weak. The complete Magdal can only be controlled by beings above level 8. Moreover, each legendary weapon is bound to the user and cannot be used by others." Hearing this, Cao Xing's eyes moved slightly. Level 8 means above level 70. In other words, the original level of this weapon was level 70, and now, because of the breakage, its level has dropped significantly. Even the legendary binding function has failed. This is a bargain for Cao Xing, who can use this legendary weapon so soon. Yaskin continued, "Although it is broken, this weapon appears in your hand, which means it has recognized you. And the recognition of the ancient sword represents the recognition of all of us Ascalonians." Hearing this, Cao Xing said no more, and asked all the Ascalon warriors to get up from the ground. He himself took a look at the attributes of the ancient sword. Ancient sword Magdal, broken. To prevent readers from forgetting, click to view detailed attributes. Although it is not the first time I have seen it, but Cao Xing still can't help but sigh at the strength of this weapon. More than 1700 attack power, plus all attributes plus 200. Just these 2 attributes are enough to crush the same level of gold equipment, and even epic equipment. It can allow any 3rd or 4th level existence to obtain a strong attribute improvement. Moreover, although most of the special effects of this weapon can no longer be used, there is still a special effect that can be used, that is, Sword of Judgment. The above description is a bit vague, and I don't know the specific lethality of the sword energy, but the damage coefficient is still very good. After thinking for a while, Cao Xing decided to give this legendary broken sword to Liu Muxue first. After all, Assam already has a level 20 golden weapon, King's Blade, and this weapon has all attributes plus 200, which can greatly increase Liu Muxue's gain ability. "Muxue, you take it." Hearing this, Liu Muxue's eyes flashed with uncertainty. This, or give it tonight to Sam. This weapon is too expensive. But Cao Xing chuckled and said, don't worry, Sam's future weapon is the Sword of the Lake Girl, which is a complete legendary weapon, much stronger than yours. If it doesn't work, you can give him this weapon when you encounter a powerful enemy. According to Yaskin, all legendary weapons are bound to exclusive users and cannot be traded. However, now, because the sword is broken and the authority is invalid, Cao Xing can give them any use and they can all get attribute bonuses. Hearing this, Liu Muxue no longer refused. She took the legendary weapon from Cao Xing. At this moment, holding the paladin shield in her left hand and the ancient sword, Magdal, in her right hand. In addition to her gorgeous equipment, at this moment, Liu Muxue's aura has reached an extremely powerful level. Even from her body, there is a king's breath. The group of Ascalon warriors exclaimed, the temperament of the Lord's wife has changed. It's like a queen has descended. Yes, this is also the most beautiful queen I have ever seen. Haha. I want to follow the Lord's wife to charge into battle. Listening to the praises of the crowd, Liu Muxue's face turned slightly red and lowered her head shyly. Even Cao Xing couldn't help but admire it. Then, he looked at Liu Muxue's attributes. Survivor, Liu Muxue, race, blue star human, level 30/30000, level 3 Aurora Knight, detailed attributes, click to view. Hiss. After reading Liu Muxue's attributes, Cao Xing took a breath. No wonder he felt a sense of threat from Liu Muxue. This attribute is too terrifying. The HP is about to break through 40,000, and the attack is 2,500. This is directly crushing the boss creatures of the same level. The most important thing is that after Liu Muxue's attributes are greatly improved, the blessing of courage can directly increase the attack power by more than 800. What this concept is almost self-evident. Even a level 30 golden weapon, the added attack power is almost only this much. This is equivalent to any level 1 citizen, as long as he adds Blessing of Courage once. His current attack power is enough to exceed the level 20 elite existence. Too abnormal. Cao Xing couldn't help but sigh. Sam couldn't help but admire. I felt a dangerous breath from the Lord's wife. If I fight with all my strength, I may not be the opponent of the Lord's wife now. Bron on the side laughed. Haha. Sam's position as the first knight in our territory is in jeopardy. Liu Muxue was a little embarrassed by the praise of everyone, and her head had completely lowered. And Cao Xing was also very satisfied. Then he asked Liu Muxue to cast Blessing of Courage again. Anyway, this skill is a group buff, which is very convenient. As Liu Muxue raised the broken sword, Magdal, an extremely strong holy light condensed on her sword. The next moment, this group of holy light burst out and fell on everyone on the field. And Cao Xing instantly felt that his attack power was much stronger. The magic attack power directly exceeded 2600. Sarah even reached 4600, which was terrifyingly strong. Everyone's strength can be said to have skyrocketed. Cao Xing nodded with satisfaction. So, he was ready to take people out. Just before going out, he seemed to remember something and shouted, "Choo choo." At this moment, the little girl who was standing quietly next to Volibear looked at Cao Xing with a blank face. "Big brother, what's wrong?" Cao Xing smiled and said, "Tell your mother that you have to go out with me today." Tong Chachu had already reached the second level last night and used intermediate power heart to successfully break through to the third level. She is now a level 25 third level mechanic. She is still very strong. Cao Xing is also preparing to train her so that she can be used in large-scale wars in the future. Hearing this, the little girl in front of him showed a look of surprise. "Really? Can you really take Chachu out, big brother?" Cao Xing smiled. "Of course. Long live. I'll tell mom right now." After that, Tong Chachu trotted into the sewing shop and told Zayani the news. Cao Xing called Irina again and asked her to carefully watch the peasant woman MPO. Now Irina is also a third level elite creature. With the blessing of a set of buffs, her strength is still relatively strong. In addition, there are 2 centaurs, 3 female dragon blood fighters and other powerful beings in the territory. Even if the peasant woman is very strong, she can't make much trouble. After hearing this, Irina spit out scarlet letters and chuckled. Lord, I remember your instructions. When you come back, remember to reward me. Cao Xing readily agreed. No problem. Today I will leave you a leader's soul, so that you can advance again. However, Irina looked at Cao Xing with narrow eyes. Obviously, the reward she wanted was not as simple as a soul. Irina didn't say much, chuckled, and then twisted her snake tail and left here. At this time, Sabina walked over timidly and said, Lord, please arrange my work for today. As agreed, I will make every effort to contribute to the territory in the next 3 months. Cao Xing looked at her skill bar. Obviously, Sabina's most valuable skill is naturally her advanced poison skills. Cao Xing thought for a moment and asked, I know that in addition to medical skills, you are even more advanced in poison skills. What can this poison skill do specifically? Sabina was not surprised to hear this. After all, she had demonstrated it once last night. She replied softly, poison technique is to make some highly toxic potions or pills, or even powders, through some materials, including hallucinogenic toxins, neurotoxins, etc. These potions can be eaten by people, or applied to weapons, to cause more damage to the enemy. I have a lot of recorded toxin formulas in my mind, and I also saw that there is a medicine workshop in your territory. If there are materials, I can make a batch of poisons for you. After listening to Sabina's explanation, Cao Xing understood the role of this advanced poison technique mastery. In other words, she is actually equivalent to an alchemist, but she can only make poisons. And making these poisons requires various raw materials, so they cannot be made at present. Cao Xing nodded suddenly, and then said, okay, I understand. No one is sick now, and there is nothing for you to do. You can go and help Dahlia and the others in the cafeteria first. Hearing this, Sabina nodded solemnly. Yes, sir. After saying that, she also left here. Everything is ready. Tong Chachu also ran over excitedly and joined the team. At this moment, the gate of the territory was wide open. Under the gaze of everyone, Cao Xing and his team of 14 people, plus a mammoth and a snow bear, left the territory in a mighty manner. Boom. Boom. On the vast snowy plain, everyone ran all the way, since their goal this time was very clear, that is, to go directly to the witch forest. They were familiar with the road. Everyone was moving very fast. The speed reached more than 80 km per hour. Cao Xing and Liu Muxue rode the mammoth. Tong Chachu and Elisa, 2 small girls, lay on Volibear's back, holding its hair tightly, for fear of falling off. However, after discovering that Volibear's back was very stable even when running wildly, the 2 girls gradually felt relieved. They looked at each other, and then smiles appeared on their faces. The crisp laughter of the girl and the little girl rang in the team. Elisa grabbed the hair on Wally's back and said, little Wally, run forward, let's surpass the Lord together. At this time, Tong Chachu next to her said, Sister Elisa, no. Big brother said we should follow behind him, not in front of him. Hearing this, Elisa also recalled something and exclaimed, yes, I almost forgot. It's a good thing that Xiao Chachu is here, otherwise I will be punished by the Lord again. Tong Chachu also had an innocent smile on her face. While the 2 girls were talking in a low voice, they had already advanced 7 or 8 kilometers. At this time, Cao Xing seemed to remember something and suddenly said, let's go, let's change direction. After saying that, he controlled Dabe and ran in another direction. Although everyone was confused, they didn't ask much. Following behind the mammoth, they moved forward at a high speed. Soon, they came to a snowy field covered with snow. In front, a survivor's territory appeared. It was not large in scale, surrounded by a circle of wooden fences, and there were also 3 primary elemental arrow towers and 2 sentry towers inside. The bonfire in the territory was burning fiercely, and it seemed to have reached level 6. Some polar people were working in full swing. Seeing this territory, Liu Muxue's eyes showed a familiar feeling. Axing. This seems to be the territory of the family we rescued last time. Cao Xing replied, yes, it is Yao Yiming's territory. Last time he gave us a few seeds of the ancient war tree, and then told me a location. This neighbor is not bad, so I came to see if I can help him. Hearing this, Liu Muxue was slightly stunned, and a gentle smile appeared on her face. In fact, in addition to this idea, Cao Xing came here for another purpose. That is to see if he can unite Yao Yiming's territory to take all the first and second place rewards of this ranking. The previous idea was that Cao Xing would provide combat support to other survivor lords, and then the other party would trade it to himself after taking the reward. But this requires a survivor lord who can be trusted. Cao Xing thought about it and found that among the people he knew, only Yao Yiming and Zhenai had decent personalities. So this time, he wanted to see how strong Yao Yiming's territory was before making other plans. However, they did not approach immediately because a system prompt appeared in front of Cao Xing. Please note, you are approaching the territory of other survivors. If you do not obtain access rights, you will be attacked by the other party's elemental arrow tower. At the same time, seeing the tall mammoth, the dozen polar people who were working in Yao Yiming's territory, as well as 5 or 6 imperial soldiers, all held their weapons. They looked at the people 1 kilometer away vigilantly. 4 figures holding weapons and ready to fight also emerged from the lord's hut. When they saw the mammoth outside the territory and the figure on its back, the vigilance on their faces disappeared instantly and turned into surprise. Boss Cao Xing, Sister Muzu, Yao Yiming and his sister Yao Ying exclaimed at the same time. They opened access rights for Cao Xing and others without any hesitation. Cao Xing and his companions came to Yao Yiming's territory without any obstacles. Boss Cao Xing, why are you here? Cao Xing smiled and said, I just happened to pass by here, so I came to see how you are doing. He did not immediately put forward his ideas. After all, according to his idea, a large amount of combat support is needed to enable these survivors to have the strength to fight against the challenge of the Ice Dragon Horn. However, if Cao Xing expels his soldiers from the territory, not only will the loyalty be reset, but the effect of eternal power will also disappear. So at present, he has not thought of any good solution. When Yao Yiming heard Cao Xing's question, he did not hide anything and basically told Cao Xing about the strength of his territory. In the past few days, all members of their family have broken through the 2nd level, and Yao Yiming has even reached level 14. In addition, there are also 3 2nd level imperial archers and 2 imperial warriors under his command. For a personal territory, the strength is already good. At least it is no problem to deal with 1 or 2 ice nests. After understanding this, Cao Xing also nodded secretly. Then he praised, you have done well. Hearing Cao Xing's praise, Yao Yiming smiled embarrassedly and then said, also, fortunately, thanks to big brother Cao Xing who saved us last time, otherwise our family's territory would have been destroyed by the ice nest long ago. Besides, it's definitely not comparable to big brother Cao Xing. Yao Ying next to him also said excitedly, yes, big brother Cao Xing is now the #1 celebrity in District 17. You actually used the medium level Ice Dragon Horn and got more than 1,000 points in one go. Now the entire District 17 is guessing how big brother Cao Xing did it. It's amazing. Cao Xing's soaring points last night really shocked everyone and aroused everyone's curiosity. Of course, they didn't know how Cao Xing did it. If there was no talent for eternal power, according to Cao Xing's estimate, at least a territory of 2,000 people would be needed to have the hope of withstanding the impact of the medium level Ice Dragon Horn. However, it was only hope. In actual combat, there would definitely be a lot of casualties. Obviously, no legion will be able to have so many combatants in a short period of time. The problem of the population limit alone cannot be solved in a short period of time. Cao Xing smiled and said nothing more, then took out a whole piece of silver salmon meat from his backpack. Boss Cao Xing, what is this? Cao Xing smiled and said, a piece of fish meat. It can add attributes. You guys take it first. After hearing this, Yao Yiming took it tentatively. When he saw the attributes and name above, his pupils suddenly shrank. Yao Yiming knew how precious this kind of fish meat was. Yesterday, the 17th zone channel was going crazy because of this fish meat. Now in the market, 100 g of silver salmon meat has been hyped up to a sky-high price. But now, Cao Xing directly gave them a whole piece, equivalent to 10 servings. He immediately felt that the fish meat in his hand was extremely hot. He quickly said, "Boss Cao Xing, this fish is too valuable. We can't take it." Cao Xing shook his head and said with a smile, "It's nothing, take it. Just as a thank you for the information, maybe we will have a chance to cooperate in the future." Hearing the latter sentence, Yao Yiming's eyes moved slightly, and he stopped shirking. After chatting for a few more words, Cao Xing led his people away. Yao Yiming's family, on the other hand, looked at Cao Xing and his family with gratitude. After they left, Yao Yiming stared at the fish in Yao Yiming's hand, and her saliva almost flowed out. "Brother, this is actually silver salmon meat, and it's a whole piece. We've made a fortune." Yao Yiming shook his head. "What kind of fortune? We have to keep such precious fish meat for ourselves, and we definitely can't sell it." Yao Yiming nodded happily and said, "That's right, we have to eat this kind of fish meat ourselves to improve its attributes. Besides, I heard them say in the chat channel that the meat of silver salmon is extremely tender. It's simply a delicacy on Earth. I've wanted to try it for a long time." Hearing this, their family laughed. At this time, Yao Yiming said, "Brother, Cao Xing suddenly gave us such precious fish meat. Does he want us to help him with something?" After hearing this, Yao Yiming remembered Cao Xing's last words, and a thoughtful look appeared in his eyes. "I don't know yet, but if Cao Xing really needs our help, we must fully cooperate with him. After all, we are neighbors with him, and we may deal with him in the future. It's not about currying favor with him, but it's also beneficial for us to have a good relationship with such a strong man." Yeah. Yao Yiming and her family all agreed with Yao Yiming's decision. In the vast white snowfield, more than a dozen figures moved forward at a constant speed. They left dense footprints on the snowy ground. It was Cao Xing and his group. Soon, they came to the vicinity of the Light River. This is also the largest glacier in the storm snowfield. The width of the water area reached 4 or 5 kilometers. It was also near here that Cao Xing met the convoy of the Moon Goddess Chamber of Commerce. However, there was no trace of any caravan on the river today. At this time, Cao Xing was looking at the thick ice of the Light River and thinking, the Light River runs through the entire snowy plain. I wonder if there are any rare fish species here? Cao Xing looked at the Mad King fishing rod in his backpack and was eager to try. After thinking for a moment, he shook his head and said, "Forget it. I don't have any bait now, so I can't catch any precious big fish." Thinking of this, Cao Xing was ready to lead everyone to move forward. Just as they were about to cross the Light River, suddenly, they saw a half-dressed panicked woman rushing towards them at high speed. Behind this woman, there were 4 or 5 fierce-looking men holding long swords and wearing militia uniforms. When the woman saw Cao Xing, she walked faster, as if she had seen a savior, and she ran and shouted, "Help! Help!" Hearing the woman's cry for help, everyone on the field straightened their faces and became alert. As she approached, Cao Xing also noticed something unusual about the woman. Chapter 215, The Woman on the River, The Strange Letter. The woman had many whip marks and wounds on her body, and her clothes were tattered. Large areas of her skin were exposed and red from the cold. The group of pursuers holding long swords said gloomily, "Don't let her run away. Chase her." 2 groups of people rushed towards Cao Xing and his men, one in front and one behind. Seeing this, Assam drew his long sword instantly and blocked in front of Cao Xing. Including the others, they also grabbed their weapons. Renus and Elisa pulled the bowstrings and were ready to go. But Cao Xing waved his hand and said, "Don't prepare to do it yet." After receiving Cao Xing's order, the 2 archers stopped where they were. At the same time, the woman had already run to the front of the crowd. After seeing the tall Assam, she knelt down with a thump. She grabbed Assam's cuff and said pleadingly, "My lord, please save me." The woman's face was filled with tears and strong fear. Her appearance was quite delicate, and she looked to be in her early 30s, with a hint of mature woman's charm between her eyebrows. Assam's hand holding the long sword was suspended in the air, and then he looked at Cao Xing in a bewildered manner. "Lord, this." Seeing this, the woman seemed to understand that Cao Xing was the one who gave orders among the group of people. She quickly knelt in front of Cao Xing again and said with tears on her face, "Lord, please save me. I have been chased by those vicious bandits for a long time." Cao Xing asked in confusion, "What's the situation? Why are those militiamen chasing you?" However, before the woman could speak, the militiamen with weapons had already arrived in front of Cao Xing and others. After seeing Cao Xing, these militiamen put away their murderous aura and did not rush up immediately. They seemed to know that these people in front of them were not easy to mess with. The two sides kept a certain distance and stalemate for a moment. Then, one of the militiamen stood up and said respectfully, "My lords, we are chasing this white demon spirit. I hope you can help us." "White demon spirit?" Cao Xing was full of confusion. The soldier said, "Yes, it's the woman behind you. She is the transformed white demon spirit. This kind of demon will transform into a human woman, lure strong men to unknown corners, suck their essence, and turn them into its slaves. This kind of demon will even appear during the day. She has been causing trouble in Valis village for a long time, and many strong villagers have suffered from her vicious hands." Hearing this, Cao Xing looked at the woman kneeling on the ground. She kept shaking her head, with deep fear in her eyes. The cotton coat on her body seemed to be put on temporarily, and she was not wearing underwear inside. The snow-white chest was completely exposed, and there were whip marks on her neck. She hurriedly shook her head and said, "Sir, I'm not a white demon spirit. Don't believe them. These people are not the militia of Veris village. They are a group of bandits." Cao Xing's face was full of doubts again. "Bandits?" The woman in front of him nodded hurriedly. "Yes. That day, a group of bandits entered our village, killed all the men and children, and then captured all the women and locked them up in the dungeon. Then, they began to humiliate and abuse us endlessly. The women and the entire village became their tools for venting. We don't know how long we have been in the dungeon. Many women couldn't stand this humiliation and have committed suicide. Only I persisted until today when the group of bandits changed shifts, and I was lucky enough to escape. Sir, please save me. Save those poor people who are locked up in Veris village." After hearing what the woman said, the group of militiamen in front of them were immediately excited and said, "Sir, she is lying. The white demon spirit is best at making up all kinds of stories to confuse people. Many men in our Veris village were deceived by her, and those men have not been found yet." At this moment, both sides insisted on their own words and said it with full confidence. Including Assam and Irina, they were a little confused because what they said sounded true and had reasons. Cao Xing did not speak, but kept his eyes on both sides. Veris Village Militia, Euriko, Affiliation, Ice Crystal Kingdom, Level 14, Second Level Ordinary Creature, Health 1782/1782, Attack Power 2172/32 Armor 7892, Skills, Basic Sword Skills. After training in the barracks, learn the basic sword skills. When using sword weapons to fight, the attack power is plus 10%. Continuous chop. Pull all your strength to continuously chop the target. Each attack causes 105% damage. Current status, neutral. The attributes of the militia seem to be fine. Cao Xing looked at the woman again. Villager of Veris Village, Morica, Faction, Ice Crystal Kingdom, Level 7. Ordinary First Order Creature, HP 286/352, Skills, none, Talent, none. Seeing this, Cao Xing was also a little confused. There's nothing wrong with this woman's attributes. That's weird. But what is certain is that one of these two groups of people must have lied. It's easy to prove it. Just go to Veris Village and take a look. Cao Xing asked, "How far is Veris Village from here?" Hearing this, the woman in front of him answered first, "It's just behind the woods, only a dozen kilometers away from here." The militiamen's expressions changed, and they hurriedly said, "Sir, Veris Village is not there. It's on the opposite side of the river, more than 20 kilometers away from here. We chased this white demon spirit for most of the day before we got here." Seeing this scene, the woman also hurriedly said, "Sir, they are lying. That's where Veris Village is. They are worried about being exposed and don't want you to go there." The militiaman immediately retorted, I think the place you are taking us to is a trap. Did you catch all the men in our Veris village there? Seeing them arguing endlessly, Cao Xing frowned and said directly, stop arguing. Hearing his voice, both sides stopped arguing. For a while, everyone was waiting for Cao Xing's judgment. Should I believe this woman or the militiaman? Cao Xing originally wanted to open the map to take a look at the specific location of Veris village. However, because the location had not been explored, it would not be recorded on the map, so Cao Xing found nothing. He took out the map of the snowstorm again, but still could not find the village. This made Cao Xing even more confused. He thought for a moment, then pointed at the woman and said, you go ahead and lead the way. I'll go to the village to see the situation and then decide. Hearing this, the faces of both parties changed at the same time. The militia looked ugly, because this meant that Cao Xing chose to trust this woman. The woman, on the other hand, had a look of joy on her face. She said excitedly, okay, sir, I'll take you there right away. After that, she grabbed her clothes and trotted forward. However, after she ran a few steps, she suddenly felt a gust of wind coming from behind. When she realized the danger and turned around, a big ice ball had already whistled and hit her. Bang! -2413. A huge injury exploded, and the woman in front of her screamed. Then, she fell directly on the cold ice, and blood gradually flowed out. Until she died. She looked at Cao Xing with an unbelievable look in her eyes. Everyone on the field was stunned, as if they didn't know why Cao Xing suddenly attacked. However, he frowned and thought, did I guess wrong? But I clearly felt that there was a rotten smell on this woman. At this moment, a white smoke gradually rose from the woman's body. The dead woman gradually stood up from the ground. Her clothes slipped off, revealing a white body. Then, in front of everyone, her body began to change. The skin on her body quickly shrank, and the flesh began to rot. Her proud chest also began to shrink and sag rapidly. And with the changes, her body was also rising rapidly, reaching a height of 2 meters and 5, like a tall and thin dried corpse. The blood basin opened its mouth and spit out a rotten tongue. A voice like a vengeful spirit came. Human, why are you attacking me? I trust you so much. If you promise me, I will let you experience the most extreme happiness in the world. Hearing this, and looking at the appearance of the mummy in front of him, Cao Xing couldn't help but feel a chill. Including the others, they also looked at the scene in front of them with surprise. Sam drew out his sword and exclaimed, it's really a monster, and a rare demon spirit. The true attributes of the other party also appeared in front of Cao Xing. White demon spirit, race, evil spirit, level 18, second order boss level creature, HP 6890/6890, attack power 4574/87 armor 8997, skills, Wraith Claw. The white demon spirit quickly pounces on the enemy and inflicts wounds with its claws. The enemy hit will be infected by the plague and lose 174 HP per second. Wraith Clone. Every 1 minute, a clone is created with the same attributes as the white demon spirit's original body until the end of the battle. Any of the white demon spirit's clones can be regarded as its original body. All clones must be killed to completely kill it. Demon Spirit Disguise. The white demon spirit's exclusive camouflage technique can perfectly imitate the breath and appearance of a living creature, and it will not be easily recognized. Slave Conversion. Creatures whose essence has been sucked away by the white demon spirit will be transformed into slaves, and inherit 50% of the white demon spirit's attributes. Talent. Body of the resentful spirit. Physical damage received is reduced by 30% and can move quickly. Introduction. Beings that die with strong resentment will continue to create more clones. Be careful. The longer you fight with the white demon spirit, the slimmer your chance of survival will be. Seeing the system prompt, Cao Xing's eyes showed a thoughtful look. Are there demon spirits that can clone themselves? According to the system introduction, they will continue to create more clones as the battle progresses. Each clone is equivalent to the original body, which is indeed a bit difficult to deal with. At this moment, the mummy stepped on the cold snow, and its long tongue swayed in the air, making a tempting sound. Human. Come with me quickly, I can let you feel that kind of extreme happiness forever. Here I can also create many clones for you to play with. I have all the styles you want at this moment. Assam had already raised the king's battle blade and was about to cut it down with a knife. But Cao Xing said, Assam, wait a moment. After saying that, he took out a large sickle from his backpack. Try this. That's right, this weapon is a Soul Eater scythe, which can cause an extra 50% damage to evil spirit creatures. This is also a sudden idea that Cao Xing had after seeing its evil spirit body talent. So, Assam took it over. At this moment, a white smoke emanated from the white demon spirit. Then, next to it, a completely identical mummy appeared. The two mummies were about to rush towards Assam, but they saw the sickle in his hand that was nearly 1.5 meters long and emitting a faint black gas. A trace of fear suddenly appeared in the empty eyes of the white demon spirit. What kind of weapon is this? Why do I feel a dangerous breath when I'm up there? Assam didn't say much. The frost wolf under his feet took him and charged in an instant, coming to one of the white demon spirits. Then, the huge sickle slashed through the other's body. Swish. -5784. A terrifying damage appeared. Ah! The white demon spirit screamed. Seeing this scene, Cao Xing's face also showed a look of surprise. Okay, it's just as I expected. This sickle can cause extremely terrible damage to spirits. The white demon spirit was slashed, and a long blood stain appeared on its body. It trembled violently, and seemed to be in great pain, before it could react. At this time, Assam had already swung the second knife. Sure. -5683. At this moment, the clone of the white demon spirit turned into ashes on the spot. The remaining white demon spirit finally realized the seriousness of the matter. It just wanted to escape, but how could it be faster than Assam, a level 30 leader? As Assam chased after it, 2 slashes fell. The white demon spirit's health value returned to 0, and a white smoke quickly rushed out of its body. Then it turned into ashes on the spot. The system prompt appeared. Your territory member, Assam killed the white demon spirit LV-18, a second level boss level creature, and gained experience points. 0 combatants gained experience points. 270. From the beginning to the end of the battle, it took less than 20 seconds in total. Assam killed the second level leader. At the same time, Cao Xing also saw some materials dropped on the ground after the white demon died. Just as he was about to ask Assam to pick up the things on the ground, the second system prompt appeared. Attention survivors. Because you made the right choice and help those who really need help. Knight's 5 Virtues Trial, Generosity Trial progress has been updated. Current progress. 1/5. Cao Xing was stunned for a moment. Ah, this works? So this is what the task says, helping those who really need help? He was a little confused. But no matter what, this pointed out a way for Cao Xing. This generosity trial is not that complicated. You just need to make the right choice. Very good. In this way, you just need to get in touch with those natives more, and you can quickly complete the generosity trial. Then find a level 40 boss monster for Assam to fight alone, and the Knight's 5 Virtues will be completed. By then, you can get that complete legendary weapon. Thinking of this, Cao Xing smiled. At the same time, Assam also picked up the things that the white demon spirit dropped and then handed them to Cao Xing. Lord, please take a look. Cao Xing nodded and took it. Obtained. Ghost crystal. Purple. *6. Right square bracket. Obtained. Medium spirit book *1. Right square bracket. Obtained. Intermediate power heart *1. Right square bracket. Obtained. Intermediate element crystal *2. Right square bracket. Obtained. Morika's letter. Oh. A new material has appeared. Cao Xing looked at the properties of the new material. Grudge crystal. Purple. A crystal with strong resentment. A high level material for some evil alchemy. Note, the ghost crystal will continuously release resentment. Put it on the ground and sprinkle evil spirit dust around it. It can attract more evil spirits or ghosts in some areas with extremely heavy resentment. Seeing the notes on the material, Cao Xing was instantly happy. Huh. This thing can attract more evil spirits with the help of evil spirit dust. You know, last time in Ascalon Underground Palace, Cao Xing killed those soul-eating monsters and obtained a lot of evil spirit dust. Cao Xing's thoughts instantly became active. Obviously, this thing can play an unexpected effect at certain times. When he is bored, Cao Xing can even use this thing to summon a few evil spirits to kill. Thinking of this, Cao Xing put all these things into his backpack. At the same time, the militiamen also saw the scene of Assam killing the white demon spirit with a few knives. They all saluted Cao Xing with gratitude. "Thank you, sir, for helping us eliminate the white demon spirit. You have great power and extraordinary judgment. On behalf of all the people of Veris village, thank you for your help. Because you helped to kill the white ghost, the favorability of the Veris village camp has been improved. The current favorability, friendly." Seeing the system prompt, Cao Xing also smiled. There are still many benefits to building good relations with these villages. For example, Hog Village can now recruit a group of workers for free every week, and there are discounts for purchasing supplies in the village. This Valis village can also be visited if there is a chance. Cao Xing smiled and said, "You're welcome. As a lord, it is also our duty to kill these evil spirits that are causing trouble to the area." Seeing that Cao Xing was so easy to talk to, the faces of several militiamen in front of him also smiled. "You are really a kind and powerful lord. If you have the opportunity, please come to Veris village as a guest. We welcome you at any time." After hearing this, Cao Xing also replied, okay, if I have the opportunity, I will go to your Veris village." After some politeness, the two sides separated. Then, Cao Xing led his people and continued to the place where Witch Forest was located. On the way, Cao Xing took out the props that exploded from the white demon spirit and took a look. Molika's letter, special props, click to read. Cao Xing clicked to read. PS. Since this information is quite important and readers on questions reading cannot see it, I will not put it in the comment area. First paragraph. "Father, I hope the gods will bless my sister and you." Now please read carefully, because what I'm going to say is very important. As soon as you see this letter, please go to Melin City and find Baron Ortega, and tell him that the village of Veris has been occupied by the bandits in the Ballis Mountains. Second paragraph. All the militiamen in the village have been killed, and now the village has fallen into their hands. They seem to be performing some kind of evil priest ritual, taking villagers out every day for cruel sacrifices, and muttering something about the mountain god. This morning, my sister was taken out by them. I could do nothing as I listened to her screams. I knew it would be my turn soon. Part 3. Father, they didn't seem to summon the mountain god, but some evil existence. At night, I heard the screams of the bandits and the sound of the monster swallowing food. Oh my god. Many bandits were eaten, and they screamed so miserably. Part 4. The evil existence has broken into the underground prison, and many villagers died screaming. I heard the footsteps of the monster, so heavy. It was like the sound of you taking me to the edge of a cliff and throwing stones down when I was a child. The footsteps approached my cage. It was here. After reading the introduction in the letter, Cao Xing's pupils shrank. Then he looked at the direction where the militia left, and a bad look flashed in his eyes. I thought I had made the right choice. And now it seems that this group of militiamen are not good people either. Chapter 216. Nightmare Piranha, a devastating battle. Cao Xing stared at the direction where the militia left. Liu Muxue also noticed his abnormality and asked softly, "Xing, what's wrong with you?" Cao Xing calmed down his emotions and shook his head slowly, saying, "Nothing, let's move on." Cao Xing didn't completely believe the story in the letter. Only by going to Valis village to see what happened can he know what happened. But now, he still has things to do. After thinking for a moment, Cao Xing decided to go and see later. There were no accidents on the way. An hour later, Cao Xing and his men stopped. In front of them, a huge and deep forest covered with ice and snow appeared. Witch Forest. Compared with the last time he entered the Witch Forest, Cao Xing's strength was only a dozen levels. Their current improvement can be said to be insufficient to describe it as a qualitative change. The improvement in strength also made Cao Xing feel more confident. If he encounters the 4th level leader level black snake again this time, Cao Xing will not let it escape. They stepped straight into this beautiful witch forest covered with frost. Boom. Dang dang. Heavy footsteps were heard. Dabe and Volibear led the way. It is worth mentioning that Volibear also used the intermediate power heart last night and became a 3rd level creature. Now he has reached level 25. As usual, I looked at its attributes. Cao Xing's pet, Volibear, race, beast, level 25 57,516/20000, 3rd level boss level creature, detailed attributes, click to view. Not bad, not bad. While his health has now reached 47,000. At this rate, it will be easy to break through 50,000 after level 30. Complete the 4th level advancement, and the health will be at least 90,000. Thinking of this, Cao Xing was very satisfied. Although Volibear's health is a little lower than Dabe's, but its attack power is higher than Dabe's. With the blessing of Courage blessing, it is almost reaching 3000 attack power. Although Cao Xing does not compare the combat power of his pets, but the two giant beasts really fight. Dabe is indeed no match for Volibear. I wonder if Dabe will feel a sense of defeat if he is defeated by Volibear. Cao Xing smiled and told them to move forward. Not long after entering the witch forest, they encountered a group of 3rd level ice crystal human-faced trees blocking their way again. The moment they saw the crowd, a large number of branches attacked them. Swish. Swish. Seeing this scene, Cao Xing was a little confused. Why do I feel that the desire to attack these human-faced trees is even higher than last time? But he didn't think much about it and directly ordered, go. After receiving the order, Assam and others, whose strength had skyrocketed, rushed up in an instant. Zizzy. The sound of electricity sounded. Volibear stood up, directly condensed a ball of lightning power, and smashed it down. Boom. -3917, -4072, -3863, -3623. Instantly, terrifying lightning damage appeared on the heads of the ice crystal human-faced trees. This move was Volibear's ranged skill, Thunderbolt. At the same time, as Assam raised the King's Glaive, a group of majestic light condensed directly. The next moment, the system prompt appeared. Your territory member, Assam used the skill, Glory Praise. Under the influence of the talent, Eternal Power, this skill has become permanent. At this moment, under the blessing of Glory Praise, Assam's weapon exuded a strong light. Directly slashed out. -2614, 1307, -2619, 1309, -2714, 1387. Because the effect of Glory Praise is that all subsequent attacks will have 50% light attribute attacks. So every time Assam's sword falls, it will cause 2 damage numbers. The damage is equivalent to nearly 4000, which is enough to compete with Serra in output. Moreover, each of Assam's swords will add a negative state to the enemy, so the damage will become higher and higher. After 3 or 4 swords, these extremely powerful human-faced trees died on the spot. Your territory member, Assam killed the ice crystal human-faced tree guard LV-27, a 3rd level elite creature, and gained experience points. 0 combatants gained experience points. 675 your. Serra next to her was even more terrifying. She was already a 4th level leader. She had more than 3700 attack power. With Blessing of Courage, the attack power officially exceeded 4600. The silent blade in her hand swung out after images and fell on these human-faced trees. One by one, terrifying damage numbers appeared. -4329, -6493, -8742. Graceful Liberation. Critical strike rate of more than 40%, plus the Graceful Liberation skill. Therefore, Serra's attack can easily cause high damage. It only takes 2 or 3 seconds to knock down a level 3 human-faced tree. This is truly cutting melons and vegetables. In addition, the leaders of level 3, such as Hilda, Isabel, and Andrew, are all launching terrifying attacks. System prompts keep appearing. Your territory member, Serra Blade Dance killed the ice crystal human-faced tree LV-28, a level 3 ordinary creature, and gained experience points. 840 combatants gained experience points. 420. Your territory member, Iceable Gospel killed the ice crystal human face tree LV27, a level 3 ordinary creature, and gained experience points. 0 combatants gained experience points. 405. It only took less than a minute. They killed this group of ice crystal human face trees with a minimum level of 25. Cao Xing and Liu Muxue sat on the back of the mammoth without even moving. This is truly a crushing combat power. After a while, when they finished cleaning up the battlefield, Cao Xing went down and collected all the things on the ground. Obtained ice crystal human face tree heart, green, *21. Obtained ice crystal human face tree heart, blue, *2. Obtained intermediate strength heart *4. Obtained tree sap, green, *114. Obtained intermediate tree sap, blue, *8. Obtained ancient human face tree bark, green, *16. Obtained human face tree bark, blue, *2. Obtained intermediate element crystal *15. Obtained intermediate attribute books, strength, agility, spirit, constitution, *17. A lot of materials, including 2 blue grade human face tree hearts. Dabe and Voliba had already eaten this grade of human face tree heart 3 times, so it had no effect on them. Only by finding a human face tree heart of the leader level or above can it continue to grow. Then, he collected the vines on the ground. He led everyone to continue moving forward. This time, Cao Xing decided to go directly into the witch forest and deal with those high level monsters. See if he can explode a few high level hearts of power. So he didn't stay in the outer area for long, but went deeper. After more than an hour, they had already penetrated into the witch forest for almost 30 kilometers. This was already beyond the depth of Cao Xing's last exploration. During this period, they also encountered several battles, but they were all easily solved by Cao Xing's men. As they went deeper, the level of the monsters inside became higher and higher. And Cao Xing also found that the plants here became more and more sturdy. Giant trees over 100 meters in height can be seen everywhere. The dense branches and leaves almost blocked all the light above the head, and only a few scattered lights fell down. The whole forest looked dark and cold. If ordinary people entered here, they would probably be scared to death. But fortunately, they were all 3rd level beings with very strong eyesight, so it didn't affect them much. Cao Xing looked up, glanced at the top of his head, and then exclaimed, "TSK, I really don't know how these trees can grow so tall in such a harsh environment." Andrew chuckled and said, "Nature is very magical, Lord. Some plants are naturally adapted to cold weather and can grow magical fruits. Besides, in this forest that no one has set foot on for many years, you may encounter some magical plants." Cao Xing said happily, "Oh. Are they magical plants?" Andrew nodded. Hearing this, Cao Xing also became interested. Before he could speak, Irina suddenly said, "Lord, there is something ahead." Hearing this, everyone instantly raised their vigilance and looked over. They saw that some strange plants appeared under several large trees in front. It seemed to be a strange flower, and these flowers were unusually tall. Each one was more than 1 meter tall. At present, they were all in a bud state, looking like standing white vases. Looking around, this area was full of such flowers, at least 40 or 50. Sam drew out his sword. Andrew beside him also said, "There is an evil aura on these plants." Hearing this, Cao Xing naturally realized that there was something wrong with these flowers. So, he said directly, "Renus, Elisa, shoot an arrow and see." After receiving Cao Xing's order, the 2 archers pulled the bowstrings at the same time. Creak. Creak. The bowstrings were pulled into a full moon shape by them. The next moment, a gust of wind arrow and an arrow containing coldness shot out instantly. Swish. Swish. -2147, -1772. Elisa's damage was lower than Renus's, but this was normal. This also showed that there was indeed something wrong with these flowers in front of them. As the 2 attacked, everyone saw that the dozens of huge flowers in front of them all began to rotate slowly, like a whirlpool. Their petals gradually stretched out. However, unlike the white petals, when the petals were fully opened, everyone saw that the color of the petals inside was black and purple. There were spikes all over it, which looked like the teeth of a monster. Not only that, in the center of the petals, there was a purple tentacle that danced in the air like a monster's tongue. Just by looking at the appearance, you can tell that these flowers are not good people. Cao Xing quickly cast his eyes over them. Nightmare Piranha, race, Piranha, level 31. 4th order elite creature, HP 41,067/41,067, attack power 1730-1786 armor 3784-12, skills, Nightmare Assault, extends the tentacles from the stamens to attack enemies within 30 meters, injects nightmare venom into the hit enemies, making them unconscious for 130 seconds, and drags them into the petals for devouring, feeding. State, after the piranha swallows an enemy, it will retract its petals and enter a defensive state, increasing its armor by 300 and recovering 5% of its HP per second for 30 seconds. Nightmare Spikes, sprays out highly poisonous spikes from the petals, causing 76% piercing damage to surrounding enemies, causing the enemy to enter a layer of nightmare poison state, reducing the enemy's movement speed and attack speed by 10%, and causing the enemy to lose 261 HP per second. Up to 3 layers. Talent, Root Rain. After entering combat, it absorbs the vitality of the soil and recovers 1% of its health per second. Talent, Giant Plant, increases health by 30%. Introduction, the piranha plant in the Witch Forest has become the Nightmare Piranha plant due to being infected with a certain dark aura. Nightmare Piranha boss, race, Piranha plant, level 32, level 4 boss level creature, health 53,270/53,270, attack power 2613-2708 armor 4725-33, skills, Nightmare Attack, Eating State, Nightmare Spikes, same attributes as above. Nightmare Pollen, sprays out hypnotic pollen, causing the enemy to enter a psychedelic state, reducing attack speed and armor by 30%, and causing hallucinations. The duration is 60 seconds, and the cooldown time is 120 seconds. Talent, Root Rain, talent, Giant Plant. Seeing the properties of these carnivorous plants, Cao Xing's eyes condensed, and then a thoughtful look appeared. Is it another creature corroded by the dark aura? The wild boar before, and the black snake, all became violent, because they were contaminated by the dark aura. These carnivorous plants are the same. What exactly is the dark aura? While he was thinking about this, the carnivorous plants in front of him had already attacked everyone. I saw their petals suddenly shrink. The next moment, the sharp thorns as thick as a thumb shot out instantly. Swish, swish. Hearing the sound of breaking through the air, Cao Xing decided to ignore all this and kill the enemies in front of him first. So, he directly ordered, go, kill these carnivorous plants. Block their attacks. After receiving Cao Xing's order, Brayon took the lead and rushed out with his shield raised. In an instant, more than a dozen nightmare stamens shot towards Brayon like tongues. Puff, puff. The holy shield on his body was broken layer by layer. The remaining attacks all landed on Braum's shield. Bang, 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 bang. -874, -742, -971, -1024, -732. A dozen damage numbers appeared. In one encounter, Braum lost more than 10,000 HP. However, compared to his 40,000 HP, it was still in good condition. Braum laughed, haha, it's my turn now. Then, he jumped directly in front of the group of carnivorous plants. The ice blood was activated. The frost shield erupted. The source of extreme ice erupted. The 3 layers of cold air erupted at the same time. Crack. Visible frost froze the surrounding air. With Braum as the center, a white mist appeared in the area within a radius of 10 meters. More than a dozen carnivorous plants were frozen in place on the spot. Seeing this scene, Cao Xing praised, not bad, not bad. Different skills combined can bring out a more powerful effect. These dozen or so piranhas have all entered a deep freezing state for 5 seconds. You know, Braum is only a 3rd level boss now. He can control so many 4th level creatures at the same time for such a long time. It can be said to be very powerful. The next moment, more piranhas attacked Braum. However, at this time, Assam had already wielded the sword of justice to attack. Swish, 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 swish. 4 swords swept past. A lot of damage numbers appeared. Not only that, the targets swept by Assam all fell into various states such as reduced armor, reduced attack speed, and reduced attack power. The threat was greatly reduced. At the same time, everyone else also launched various attacks. Bang, bang. Under the concentrated fire of Isabel and Sarah, one of the piranhas died on the spot. Your territory member, Sarah Blade Dance, killed Nightmare Piranha LV34, a 4th level common creature, and gained experience points. 1360, combatants gained experience points. 680. At the same time, others also began to launch various powerful attacks, and piranha flowers died one after another. Even though these piranha flowers were higher in level than them, and more in number than Cao Xing's side. But Cao Xing's side still quickly gained the upper hand. At this moment, in the central area of this piranha flower, there was a huge piranha flower with wide petals, thick roots, and a height of 2 meters. It was the leader of the piranha flower. It seemed to sense the threat, and its petals suddenly retracted. From its body, a black gas was gradually released. Seeing this scene, Cao Xing realized that it might be using some tricks. So, Cao Xing immediately ordered Jonad, use the ice dragon spear to interrupt it. After receiving Cao Xing's order, Jonad instantly grabbed the spear tightly. From him, a terrifying dragon power suddenly rose. Ha! Jonad shouted, and then pointed his spear. At this moment, a huge ice column nearly 4 meters thick and 65 meters long suddenly erupted. Boom. -5312, -5741, -5582, -5212. In an instant, more than a dozen damage numbers up to 5,000 appeared. All the piranhas along the way, including the leader piranha in the middle, were all frozen into ice sculptures. And the opponent's attack was directly interrupted. Yes, the skill of dragon blood extraction greatly increases the lethality of the dragon blood warrior. I wonder how powerful the leader level or even commander level dragon blood warriors will be. Cao Xing thought with great expectation, and even couldn't wait to win the reward for the first place in the ranking. As the battle went on, the number of piranhas gradually decreased. With this group of 4th level piranhas, it was enough to easily destroy a survivor camp of hundreds of people. However, for Cao Xing, it did not pose any threat. He didn't even use his full strength. His strongest people, Sarah, Isabel, Hilda and others, were still standing by. Cao Xing wanted to raise his staff, to make a finishing blow. At this time, he saw Tong Chachu next to him, and suddenly an idea came to his mind. Then he said, Chachu, summon the pursuit robot and the self-destruct robot to see. And your corona, summon it too. Tong Chachu held the pistol tightly in his hand, then nodded and said, okay. But big brother, summoning a self-destruct robot requires 20 irons, 5 coppers and 1 primary element crystal. The pursuit robot requires 50 irons, 20 coppers, and 3 primary element crystals. Hearing this, Cao Xing smiled and said, it doesn't matter, just use them. After that, Cao Xing traded her 2,000 pieces of iron, 1,000 pieces of copper, and 200 primary element crystals. These basic resources were not lacking for Cao Xing. Tong Chachu also happily took them. Then, under the gaze of Cao Xing, Tong Chachu consumed part of the mechanical force and materials. A robot about 1.5 meters tall and made entirely of iron sheets quickly took shape. The robot's left hand was a pliers that could hold the enemy. The right hand was a chainsaw that could use a thermal cutting skill. Coupled with its blue eyes and the thermal tracking function, it was quite versatile. This is the Mark Chaser. It inherited 120% of Tong Chachu's attributes and can only last for 5 minutes. Cao Xing waited for a while, but did not hear any reminder about eternal power. It seems that these robots cannot exist forever. But after thinking about it, it is normal. After all, robots are also summoned creatures. It is the same as summoning Horned Eagle and summoning Frost Spirit. Then, Tongchachu summoned 2 improved self-destructing robots that were about 80 centimeters tall and shaped like iron boxes. Following Tongchachu's command, the 3 robots and the floating Corona rushed up together. Corona is more like a floating iron sphere. From its round hole, energy shells are constantly ejected, causing energy damage to the piranha plants. Puff, puff. -1225, -1221, -1152. The damage is not high, which is also related to the low quality of Tongchachu's equipment. However, as the 2 self-destructing robots rushed into the group of carnivorous plants, they exploded. Boom. A blasting sound appeared, and the terrifying heat wave instantly dispersed the surrounding cold air. At least a dozen damage numbers appeared. -2732, -2658, -2931, -2523. Seeing this damage number, Cao Xing's face showed admiration. This damage is not bad. After Chachu changes to a better equipment, the damage can be further improved. Moreover, the cooling time of the self-destructing robot is not long, and 2 can be summoned at a time. It is one of the main output skills of the mechanic besides Mark Chaser and Corona. Of course, a lot of materials need to be consumed. 2 explosions will destroy 40 irons, 10 coppers, and 2 element crystals. Ordinary survivors can't bear this kind of consumption. At the same time, the number of carnivorous plants is getting smaller and smaller after being besieged by everyone. Your territory member, Sarablade Dance, killed Nightmare Piranha LV32, 4th level common creature. Experience points gained. 1280. Combatant experience points gained. 640. Your territory member, Iceable Gospel, killed Nightmare Piranha LV34, 4th level common creature. Experience points gained. 0 combatant experience points gained. 680. In less than 2 minutes, only the last boss piranha was still resisting stubbornly. However, as black smoke shock fell. Bang. -3014. The health of this boss piranha was reduced to 0, and it fell down. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 217. Decomposing the Piranha Plant, Nightmare Garden Archer. As the battle ended, all the piranhas on the field were like eggplants hit by frost, with petals drooping on the ground. And they also lost all the breath of life. Next, it was the stage of cleaning up the battlefield that Cao Xing was looking forward to. He had already seen that some souls and hearts of power appeared in the places where those piranhas died. Just when Cao Xing couldn't wait to collect the spoils on the ground, a system prompt appeared. Found the corpse of the Nightmare Piranha. Do you want to decompose it? Huh. This thing can also be decomposed. At this moment, Cao Xing's eyes showed joy. This was an unexpected surprise. Moreover, these piranhas are all 4th level creatures, and the materials on their bodies should be very precious. Thinking of this, Cao Xing directly clicked on decomposition. At the same time, the corpse of the piranha in front of him disappeared. A large pile of materials appeared in the original place. There were spikes on the ground, a few petals, and the tentacle in the center of the piranha. Cao Xing looked over, and a system prompt appeared. Nightmare Piranha Plant Spikes, green, *62. The spikes contain toxins and nightmare aura, causing 176 damage to the enemy hit, and adding 1 layer of nightmare poison effect, reducing its armor by 30 points, and losing 154 health points per second for 30 seconds. It cannot be stacked. Nightmare Piranha Plant Petals, green, *6. Right square bracket. The petals contain toxins, and are the materials for making certain hallucinogenic potions or poisons. Nightmare Piranha Plant Tentacles, green, *1. Right square bracket. The stamen tentacles of the piranha plant have sharp barbs on them, which will cause nightmare poison to the enemies it The function is unknown. Nightmare piranha plant nectar, green, asterisk 5 right square bracket. Nectar containing the breath of life can restore 1000 health points after consumption. It is also the material for some potions. It can no longer be used due to the erosion of the dark aura. Seeing the system prompt, Cao Xing's eyes lit up instantly. Sure enough, just as I thought, there are a lot of good things on these carnivorous plants. Those spikes, it seems that they can be made into arrows, which can greatly increase the lethality of these archers. And those petals can be made into poison. I wonder if Sabina can use them. As for the tentacles of the carnivorous plants, Cao Xing pondered for a moment. Although the system said that its function was unknown, but Cao Xing thought of a different use. That is, to make it into a whip. Yes, the kind of whip used to whip people. He also has a Mole Man Overseer whip, green, in his backpack, which can increase the movement speed by 10% and enhance the pain. The shape of the tentacles of this carnivorous plant looks very suitable for making a whip. In general, everything on the nightmare carnivorous plant is a treasure. And because of the erosion of the dark breath, the functionality of these materials has greatly increased. The only regret is that the carnivorous plant nectar has been eroded by the dark breath and cannot be eaten. He collected all the materials on the ground. Then he looked at Liu Muxue and said, "Muxue, help me decompose it." Okay. After that, the two began to act separately. After a while, the bodies of the ordinary and elite piranha plants were all decomposed. On the field, there was only the last boss level piranha plant body about 2 meters tall. After approaching, Cao Xing directly clicked on decomposition. The system prompt appeared. Decomposition successful. Obtained. Nightmare piranha boss spike. Purple. Asterisk 137. Spikes containing toxins and nightmare auras seem to be made into arrows, causing high-level nightmare poison effects on enemies, reducing armor by 80 points, losing 288 health points per second, lasting 30 seconds. Obtained. Nightmare piranha boss petals, purple, asterisk 6. Petals containing highly toxic and nightmare auras are materials for making potions and certain poisons. Obtained. Nightmare piranha tentacles, purple, asterisk 1. The tentacles of the piranha boss have sharp barbs on them, which will put the target into a high-level nightmare poison state when hitting it. Obtained. Nightmare piranha nectar, purple, asterisk 3. Nectar containing the breath of life, which can restore 4000 health points after consumption, and can also be used to make certain potions. Due to the erosion of the dark aura, it can no longer be used. Yes, the purple spikes can actually weaken the enemy's armor by 80 points, and there is also a 30-second bleeding effect. Calculated in this way, if the opponent does not have a skill like purification, the bleeding alone can cause more than 8000 damage. Cao Xing suddenly had a different idea. A spike like this is an artifact level existence for the current survivors. And the most important thing is that this thing has no usage level. Can I make a batch of arrows and then sell them on the trading channel? This idea should be feasible. After all, the bleeding damage of an arrow can directly kill a second level boss level monster in 30 seconds. There must be many survivors willing to pay a high price to buy it. After Cao Xing's promotion, its value will even exceed the effect of silver salmon meat. Thinking of this, Cao Xing's eyes showed excitement. But, these carnivorous plants' corpses have contributed thousands of spikes to me, which can be made into thousands of nightmare arrows. Even those green and blue quality spikes can cause very good damage. This is an amazing fortune. In addition, those petals and tentacles can be made into props. It can be said that, as long as you use your imagination, this carnivorous plant is also full of treasures. Cao Xing sighed and said, "It's a pity that the nectar of this leader-level carnivorous plant cannot be eaten. Otherwise, it will directly restore 4000 health points, which is very powerful." However, he has gained enough. Not only that, in addition to the materials on these corpses, there are also some items dropped by those carnivorous plants after they died. These are also a huge harvest. Cao Xing collected them all. Obtain. High level heart of strength asterisk 1 right square bracket. Obtain. Intermediate heart of strength asterisk 5 right square bracket. Obtain. Soul of the leader of the piranha plant eroded by the aura of darkness asterisk 1 right square bracket. Obtain. Soul of the elite piranha plant eroded by the aura of darkness asterisk 2 right square bracket. Obtain. 3rd level nightmare court. Archer recruitment scroll asterisk 3 right square bracket. Obtain. 3rd level elite nightmare court archer recruitment scroll asterisk 1 right square bracket. Obtain. Large attribute book asterisk 7 right square bracket. Oh. Recruitment scrolls are out again. This time it's a new type of soldier. What a nightmare court archers. It seemed that she heard the keyword nightmare court mentioned by Cao Xing. Isabel walked over slowly. Lord, I heard you talk about nightmare court. Cao Xing nodded. Yes, did you know? Isabel nodded lightly and then said, well, 10,000 years ago, Nightmare Court was also a huge organization, and its scale was even comparable to that of the Dark Church. Hearing this, Cao Xing was shocked. You mean, this is also a cult? Isabel thought for a moment, shook her head and said, strictly speaking, they are not a cult. The doctrine they spread is dreams, and they believe that the other side of dreams is the real world. They believe in the nightmare god Democrat. At the peak, the number of church members and strong people even exceeded that of the Dark Church. Hearing this, Cao Xing nodded secretly. He had heard Isabel mention the organization, Dark Church. It was a cult that could compete with ancient entities like the Holy See. And the Nightmare Court actually had such a scale, which really surprised Cao Xing. What happened later? Does the Nightmare Court still exist? Cao Xing couldn't help asking. Isabel shook her head. It no longer exists? The Nightmare Court was indeed very powerful at its peak. But one day, the sixth true god suddenly revealed that the nightmare god Dem was deprived of his godhood and lost his identity as a nightmare god because of his unjust actions. And the Nightmare Court also lost their faith on that day and never recovered. After that, the organization was purged by the Dark Church, and countless Nightmare Court believers were sacrificed as sacrifices, and then disappeared from the world. After listening to Isabel's story, Cao Xing was thoughtful. So to speak, the composition of the members of the Nightmare Court is quite complicated. They are not good people, nor are they bad people, which is equivalent to chaotic neutral. After thinking for a while, Cao Xing decided to summon these archers first to try. Do you want to use the recruitment scroll? Yes. The moment Cao Xing clicked to confirm, 4 groups of black and purple smoke appeared out of thin air on the land in front of him. In the smoke, Cao Xing saw the rapidly growing vines and a piece of blurred scene. It was like a dream. When the smoke disappeared, 4 female archers with pale pink skin, entangled by vines, and holding a vine bow on their backs appeared. Those black and purple vines seemed to be their clothes, covering the key parts of their bodies. They raised their heads, and their messy pink and purple hair was scattered on their shoulders. Their facial features were quite alien. Obviously, these archers were not human. At this moment, the 4 archers stared at Cao Xing with their dark pupils, without saying a word, and they all looked very silent. Cao Xing walked up directly and said, "Hello, I'm Lord Cao Xing." They still didn't say a word. The atmosphere was silent for a moment, including Cao Xing. He stood there awkwardly. At this time, Elisa jumped out and said, hey, what are you doing? Can't you hear the Lord talking to you? You are really rude." The little girl put her hands on her waist and looked very angry, including Irina. She also stared at the 4 people with unfriendly eyes. However, the 4 archers remained silent. Cao Xing was also amused by this. Oh, what do these newcomers mean? Don't they want to pledge allegiance to me? Cao Xing didn't indulge them and said directly, "If you don't want to pledge allegiance to me, I'll give you a choice. Provide me a piece of valuable information, which is equivalent to the conditions for redemption, and then I will let you go." There is no way. After the recruitment scroll is used, there is no option to return it. Otherwise, Cao Xing also wants to seal them into the scroll, and selling them to other survivors is also a good harvest. But it is impossible for Cao Xing to let these archers go directly. After all, he is not a great philanthropist. Therefore, he made the following request. The 4 Nightmare Courtyard archers' expressions moved slightly and looked at each other. One of them looked at Isabel and Hilda. After a moment, an archer who was about 1.6 meters tall and barefoot slowly spoke. "Respected Lord, it's not that we are unwilling to serve you. It's just that our faith has betrayed us and even cost us lives. This has made us no longer easily loyal to other beings." Hearing this, Cao Xing's eyes showed a strange look. Through Isabel's narration, he knew what these members of the Nightmare Court had experienced. It was indeed a bit pitiful. But it sounded like they had been hurt by scumbags and now they didn't believe in other men. Cao Xing was too lazy to say anything more to them. He said directly, "I don't interfere with your faith. I just ask you, are you willing to serve me?" Hearing this question, the four archers looked at each other, and a look of struggle appeared in their eyes. After a moment, they knelt on one knee at the same time, and then respectfully said, "Respected Lord, we are willing to serve you. I hope you can treat us well." Hearing this, Cao Xing also nodded slightly. "Very good. From now on you just follow my command and I won't let you die. Understand?" "Understood, Lord." The four archers replied again. It can be seen that they are not so reluctant to pledge allegiance to Cao Xing. It's just that, because of their personality, they don't like to talk much. "Now tell me your names." After hearing Cao Xing's order, they spoke slowly. "Mengme, Menglita, Mengluosi, Mengma." They were still very frugal with words, and didn't say anything more. After introducing their names, Cao Xing didn't ask any more questions, but checked their attributes. Archer of Nightmare Court, Mengme, race, Dream Spirit, level 26, 3rd order elite creature, HP 20,139/20,139, attack power 1123 1183 armor 214237, skills, Nightmare Arrow, all arrows have a nightmare aura. When they hit the enemy, there is a 30% chance of putting it into a sleeping state. It will wake up after being attacked. Nightmare Coil shoots an arrow with nightmare vines, which freezes the enemy in place and makes it unable to move for 13 seconds, and adds 3 layers of nightmare marks to it. The cooldown time is 40 seconds. Summon Nightmare Hound. Summons 2 Nightmare Hounds to assist in battle, inheriting 80% of its own attributes. The Nightmare Hounds have skills such as Nightmare Bite and Nightmare Rush, which last for 180 seconds, and have a cooldown time of 5 minutes. Talent, Dream Spirit, maximum HP increases by 20%, and the probability of being immune to control skills is increased by 20%. Talent, Nightmare Mark, when all attacks hit the enemy, 1 layer of Nightmare Mark is added. When it reaches 10 layers, the enemy will fall into a sleeping state for 15 seconds, and a random enemy skill will be sealed, making it unable to use it for 30 seconds. Bond, when there are 10 Nightmare Court archers acting at the same time, the attack speed is increased by 20%. When there are 20, the attack power is increased by 20%. When there are 50, the movement speed is increased by 30%. When there are 100, the additional skill, Nightmare Invasion, is activated. Satisfaction. 68 Loyalty. 56 Introduction. A former member of the Nightmare Court combat team, with rich combat experience. Nightmare Court Archer, Melita, race, Dream Spirit, level 25, level 3 ordinary creature, HP 13,872/13,872, attack power 764797 armor 162178, skills, Nightmare Arrow, Nightmare Coil, talent, Dream Spirit Clan, talent, Nightmare Mark. Satisfaction. 71 Loyalty. 55. After reading the attributes of these 4 Nightmare Court archers, Cao Xing nodded secretly. It looks good. While taking into account the damage, there is also a control effect. After thinking for a moment, Cao Xing said directly, then, Mengma, welcome to join us. According to the custom of our territory, we will bless the newcomers and grant you powerful power. Although the loyalty of these Nightmare Court archers is not high, according to Cao Xing's habit, he will not impose various states on creatures with such low loyalty. But now in the advanced map, Witch Forest, the health of these archers is not high. In case they go deep into the jungle and deal with those powerful monsters, they will be killed instantly. Under the puzzled eyes of these archers, Cao Xing directly called Liu Muxue, Tong Chuchu, Blot and Zida, and added status to them. As the powerful status fell into the bodies of these archers, their eyes, which had always been in a dream state, slowly opened. At the same time, they were filled with strong surprise. This is such a magical power. Gods, how did you do this? The archer named Mengma was surprised. Elisa stood up and said with a proud face, you all know how powerful it is, right? This is the power of our Lord. Before, only those who made contributions to our territory could enjoy this blessing. You should thank the Lord for his kindness. Hearing this, the 4 archers of the Nightmare Court looked at each other and knew that what Elisa said was true. How could such a blessing that was enough to surpass the gods be given to others that were under normal circumstances? At this moment, they all knelt on one knee. Thank you, my merciful Lord. Your power is so great and vast. Because you helped to improve her strength, the loyalty of the territory member, Mengma, has been improved, and the current loyalty is 62. Because you helped to improve her strength, the loyalty of the territory member, Menglita, has been improved, and the current loyalty is 64. Because of you, 4 system prompts appeared. Cao Xing's face did not change, but he was secretly happy in his heart. Sure enough, the power of eternity is above everything. No matter what kind of belief in the gods, it will be dispersed by the power of eternity. Even people as difficult as Hilda and Isabel can be improved to 80 or 90 loyalty by me, but they can't deal with these dream spirits. Thinking of this, Cao Xing casually said, okay, go to the team now, and you will follow Renus and Elisa later. The 4 archers looked at the 2 women with bows and arrows in Cao Xing's team at the same time. After hearing this, Elisa, who was standing next to them, said, you have to follow me in the future. I will teach you some etiquette of the territory. Then let's start with the titles. From now on, you have to call Sister Ines the captain, and call me Captain Elisa. Do you understand? The 4 archers looked at each other, and then said with some difficulty, yes, Captain. Captain. Hearing their titles, Elisa smiled triumphantly. Cao Xing also smiled. It was a good thing to have Elisa, a lively girl, to train these 4 taciturn archers. At this time, Cao Xing took out a red crystal from his backpack. It was a heart of advanced power that exploded when the leader of the piranha plant was killed. He continued to give it to Andrew. Andrew didn't say much, but he decided in his heart that he must succeed this time. He crushed the power crystal directly, and the pure red power flowed into his body. Everyone waited silently for a while. 3 minutes later, an ancient and powerful aura rose from Andrew. Everyone looked over and looked at him expectantly. The next moment, a system prompt appeared. Thanks. 1 monthly ticket from Han Pizai Ocean. Thanks. 3 monthly tickets from Book Friend to 1,023,072,867,787. Thanks. 2 monthly tickets from Kilthuzad III. Thanks. 2 monthly tickets from Book Friend 201702140807143337. Thanks. 1 monthly ticket from Sanjin Chen P. Thanks. 2 monthly tickets from Bingzishan Shen. Thanks. 2 monthly tickets from Book Friend 202405061137295548. Thanks. 2 monthly tickets from Book Friend 202405061137295548. Thanks. 1 monthly ticket from Sanchez Book Fans House. Thanks. 89,788,954 1 monthly ticket. Thanks. I want a beautiful girl to get married for 1 monthly ticket. Thanks. Xiaoyao is not Xiaoyao for 2 monthly tickets. Thanks. Handsome guy is here for 1 monthly ticket. Thanks. Book Friend 202210101929284444 for 1 monthly ticket. Thanks. 7 color scales for 1 monthly ticket. Thanks. Book Friend 202306031746525434 for 1 monthly ticket. Thanks. Weiyang Palace Chaos for 1 monthly ticket. Thanks. 28-year-old I want to play professionally for 4 monthly tickets. Thanks. No condolences, go up the west building alone for 1 monthly ticket. Thanks. 100's 1 monthly ticket. Thanks to 2 monthly tickets from the whole body healthy. Thanks to 1 monthly ticket from the good bad people in the masses. Thanks to 3 monthly tickets from enses. Thanks to 1 monthly ticket from book friend 2022100301529251. Thanks to 3 monthly tickets from a small mallet. Thanks to 1 monthly ticket from book friend 20,240,630,596,838. Thanks to the book friends for their recommendation tickets and subscriptions. Chapter 218. Open up the witch forest, where treasures are everywhere. A system prompt appeared. Your territory member, Andrew, has successfully broken through and has become a 4th order leader level creature, with basic attributes increased by 100%. At this moment, everyone had a gentle smile on their faces. They all congratulated him. Sam said sincerely, "Congratulations, Sir Andrew." As the two of Cao Crossing's earliest generals, they had a good relationship in private. Andrew said with a pious smile on his face, "Knight Sam, with the Lord here, you will soon be able to break through to the 4th order." However, Cao Crossing shook his head and said, "Sam will have to wait for a while. He has a Knight's 5 Virtues trial, and he needs to challenge a leader monster of a higher level. It's just right. Let's see if we can find a suitable target in this forest for Sam to complete this trial. Then let him break through to the 4th order." Hearing this, Sam said with a firm look, "I will do my best to complete the challenge, Lord." Cao Crossing nodded slightly. At the same time, Cao Crossing checked Andrew's attributes after the breakthrough. Icefield Druid, Andrew, race, Druid, level 30/30,000, level 3 chief creature, detailed attributes, click to view. Seeing Andrew's attributes, Cao Crossing's eyes suddenly showed a look of surprise. With 90,000 HP, he has completely surpassed Sarah. His attack power has also directly reached 3,300. This is not counting the state of Courage Blessing. Now Andrew, any Starfire spell will cause at least 6,000 damage. Moonfire spell also has nearly 5,000 group attack damage, which is terrifying. Except for Sarah, I'm afraid that no one on the field can compare to him in terms of damage. Cao Crossing was amazed. Andrew after the transformation is really strong. And this witch forest is really a good place. I exploded a high level heart of power right after I came here. It seems that it won't be long before all of us can enter the 4th level. Cao Crossing thought happily. Then, he led his people to continue moving forward. As he walked, Cao Crossing saw some familiar plants appear under one of the big trees. Several flowers about 30 centimeters high with green petals were growing quietly. He went forward to take a look and found that they were indeed Iceluin flowers. Then, Cao Crossing carefully picked them all. Obtained Iceluin flowers, blue, *17. Not bad. I picked up money again. Cao Crossing thought happily. To him, these magical plants are resources, that is, money. The more the better. Let's move on. Under Cao Crossing's command, everyone began to explore the forest. A few minutes later, Cao Crossing came to a dense forest again. This was an area they had not explored before. The surroundings also showed a pale tone, including the branches and leaves of those big trees, which were all pale. However, in this paleness, some strange plants also grew. For example, some black fruits as big as fists were hanging on the branches. There were also some weeds and mosses of various shapes growing on the ground. Cao Crossing took a quick look and found that they were just some ordinary plants, so he didn't care. As mentioned before, the witch forest is too big. Even though this is a doomsday world shrouded in extreme cold, the plant species in it are still richer than imagined. Not far away, everyone suddenly smelled a strange fragrance. This fragrance is extremely tempting. Just one sniff, and you can feel your mind clear up. Everyone couldn't help but move their noses. Elisa said with shining pupils, "What a good smell. It smells like milk." And the wild boar warrior lab said, "Oh, why do I smell the smell of animal meat?" Cao Crossing was also a little surprised. What the hell? Why is it so fragrant? Everyone was confused and seemed to have no idea how this cold forest could suddenly emit such a fragrance. Andrew, who was standing next to him, sniffed the air a few times and said, "Lord, this smells like the smell of the Jixiang mushroom." Jixiang mushroom? Andrew nodded. Yes, this is a magical mushroom, and it is also a relatively rare ingredient. It is said that after it is dried, it is even better to use it to make soup. No matter what kind of unpalatable dish, as long as a little Jixiang mushroom is added, it can become a rare delicacy. The most important thing is that this ingredient will not destroy the taste of other foods. It is an ingredient that those royal chefs are searching for. Hearing this, Cao Xing's eyes lit up. Then he asked, "Is this thing valuable?" Andrew was stunned for a moment and seemed to be confused by Cao Xing's question. Then, he slowly replied, "It should be quite valuable. After all, those royal chefs and top chefs often spend a lot of money to ask those powerful hunters to go deep in the mountains to find this ingredient. If it is ready, they will definitely be happy to buy it." Cao Xing's eyes instantly showed joy. For him, the taste of the Jixiang mushroom is secondary. The main thing is how valuable it is. "Andrew, if there is such a fragrance here, does it mean that there are Jixiang mushrooms nearby?" "Yes." After getting Andrew's confirmation, Cao Xing immediately ordered, "Look for it." After hearing this, everyone started to move, and Elisa twitched her nose and quickly walked to the back of one of the big trees. Then, she exclaimed, "Lord, it's here." Hearing this, Cao Xing was stunned. "Good guy, she found it so quickly? Do you have a dog nose?" He also rushed to Elisa's side. Sure enough, he saw that next to the root of this big tree, several white mushrooms grew. The height reached about half a meter, the stem was almost as thick as a thigh, and the umbrella cap on the top was 30 or 40 centimeters wide. It looked very plump. There were bursts of strange fragrance coming from it. For some reason, there are not many beasts in the witch forest. Cao Xing speculated that it should be because of the dark breath. Otherwise, this fragrance alone would attract a large number of beasts. "Good guy, such a big mushroom?" Cao Xing said in surprise. Andrew was also stunned for a moment, and then said, "General Jixiang mushrooms are about the size of a fist. This is the first time I have seen such a big one. Its value is probably much higher than some ordinary Jixiang mushrooms." Hearing this, Cao Xing's eyes also showed an expectant look. He walked forward directly, and the properties of these mushrooms appeared in front of him. Giant Jixiang mushroom, magic plant, purple. The Jixiang mushroom exuding a strong aroma is a relatively rare ingredient. Effect: after drying it, grind it into powder. It can be made into Jixiang seasoning, and it can also be mixed with other ingredients to make high-end pet food. Effect: the first consumption can increase 15 points of physical fitness. An ingredient that can be made into seasoning. Not only that, it can also be made into high-end pet food, and it also has the effect of increasing physical fitness, which is really good. Cao Xing said happily, "Collect it." So he directly collected all the mushrooms on the ground. Obtained. Giant Jixiang mushroom, purple, *4, 4 Jixiang mushrooms, together weighing more than 10 kilograms. Haha, it feels so good to pick up money from the ground. Obviously, the Jixiang mushroom is a precious food. The several functions mentioned in the prop introduction show the value of the Jixiang mushroom. Moreover, he has a giant Jixiang mushroom in his hand. It can be seen from the fact that those top chefs have issued commissions and hired powerful hunters to help find the Jixiang mushroom. It can definitely be sold at a high price. However, because the witch forest is very dangerous, those hunters dare not come to such a place to collect resources. So this forest has been under shade for almost 100 or 200 years. If it were some ordinary forests, the rare fruits and even those magical plants in it would have been plucked out by them long ago. It would not be Cao Xing's turn. And now, because of Cao Xing's strong strength, he has penetrated into the witch forest so far, and he is still searching unscrupulously in it. For Cao Xing, this is equivalent to a huge treasure house. As long as you look for it patiently, you will always find some unexpected surprises. Let's go. Keep moving forward. Following Cao Xing's order, they changed direction and started searching. 3 minutes later, they encountered another wave of nightmare piranhas. Cao Xing took a look and found that there were about 30 piranhas. Although they were all above level 30, there were no boss level piranhas. However, although there are no boss level piranhas, the 2 elite piranhas are also good. The poisonous stings on their bodies can be used to make a lot of arrows. Thinking of this, Cao Xing continued to order, "Fight as you like, and make a quick decision." After hearing Cao Xing's order, Braum, Assam, 2 dragon blood warriors, and boar warriors and other melee fighters swarmed up. Puff, puff, Jonad and Josant's spears kept hitting, causing holes to appear in the petals of these piranhas. At the same time, high damage appeared one by one. -2573, -2471, -2631. And Lab next to him, relying on his 30% blood sucking and strong recovery ability, jumped directly into the group of piranhas. "Lord Beast God, grant me strength." Double blade wheel dance. Rab held his double blade and began to spin at high speed in the group of carnivorous plants. -2471, +741, -2532, +760, -2651. +795 damage numbers appeared one after another. Among them were blood-sucking numbers. At this moment, Rab was fighting 7 or 8 4th level carnivorous plants alone. Even though the 3 layers of holy shields on his body had been completely broken, his blood volume did not decrease. Every time he was hit by the carnivorous plants, Rab sucked back most of his blood with a few slashes. Then Ice Healing and Life Bloom began to restore his blood volume at the same time, directly restoring his blood volume to full. Rab excitedly said, "Haha, Rab is an immortal wild boar warrior." However, before he could be happy for long, one of the elite carnivorous plants directly stretched out a long tentacle and directly wrapped around Rab's arm. At this moment, he felt a huge force coming. In his horrified eyes, Rab was directly dragged over. Then, the petals suddenly closed. Seeing this, Braum slapped his bald head and said in surprise, "Oh no." The wild boar warrior was swallowed. Lab was careless and forgot that the piranha plant also had a skill, Nightmare Attack. At this moment, Isabel and the Nightmare Archer suddenly felt a huge force coming from their waists. The two flew forward directly. Then, the Holy Light Priest was also swallowed by the piranha plant on the spot. Everyone on the field had a strong surprise in their eyes. However, Cao Xing's face did not change, because with their strong recovery ability, even if they were swallowed by the piranha plant, there would be no danger in a short time. Everyone also heard the cry for help from the petals. "Spirit. Spirit Lord Darren, help." This was Lab's voice. Isabel also said in a trembling voice, "What is this mucus? So disgusting." Cao Xing couldn't help laughing. "Go and rescue them." After receiving Cao Xing's order, Assam and the 2 dragon spear warriors rushed up directly. Sure. After several slashes, the petals of the 3 carnivorous plants suffered multiple attacks. Then, they directly vomited out Lab, Isabel, and the archer. The 3 sat on the ground, looking frightened. Their bodies were still stained with wet and sticky purple liquid. Especially Isabel, she was originally wearing a plain white wizard robe. Now because the robe was soaked, her graceful figure was highlighted. Delicate skin, snow white outline, and that slender waist. In addition, her appearance covered with mucus formed a strong contrast with the sacred Holy Light Priest. Cao Xing's eyes fell on her and found that the woman's waist was really thin. Can such a thin waist support the size of her upper body? And Isabel also noticed Cao Xing's gaze and her wet clothes. The Holy Light Priest, who usually doesn't smile, suddenly showed a touch of shame on his face. Hilda next to her did not forget to taunt, "That woman from the church, put on your clothes and stop trying to seduce the Lord Leader here." The fighters were concentrating on fighting, and they didn't dare to look back when they heard this, pretending that they didn't hear it. After all, this was a fight between 2 powerful women, and no one dared to get involved. And Isabel bit her lower lip lightly. She looked at Hilda hatefully, and then stood up from the ground. At this moment, she raised her staff, and a strong holy light flowed out like water, washing away the mucus on her body. Isabel bathed in the holy light. After a moment, her beautiful face became pure again. She was restored to the spotless and sacred Holy Light Priest. And Lab and the archer next to her also cleaned up their bodies. Rab exclaimed, "God of beasts, I was almost swallowed by these man-eating plants." Cao Crossing then reminded, be careful, don't let the tentacles of the man-eating plants wrap your body. If you don't want to be covered in saliva. Rab recovered, then picked up his weapon, and rushed forward again. Isabel, who was next to him, seemed a little angry. She raised her staff, and a terrifying holy light force gushed out. The petals of the man-eating plants kept shrinking and gathering. In no time, everyone got rid of this wave of man-eating plants. Bang! A big holy light ball fell. -4127. Your territory member, Isabel Gospel killed the nightmare man-eating plant LV-35, a 4th level elite creature, and gained experience points. 0 combatants gained experience points. 1400. When the last man-eating plant was killed, a pile of materials appeared on the ground, as well as the huge corpses of the man-eating plants. And Cao Crossing also walked over to decompose them all as usual, and then collected the things together. Obtain. Nightmare Piranha Plants Poisonous Thorn. Green. Asterisk. 2794. Obtain. Nightmare Piranha Plants Poisonous Thorn. Blue. Asterisk. 372. Obtain. Nightmare Piranha Plants Petal. Green. Obtain. Intermediate Power Heart asterisk 4 right square bracket. Obtain. Level 3 Elite Nightmare Court Archer Scroll asterisk 1 right square bracket. Obtain. Level 3 Nightmare Court Archer Scroll asterisk 5 right square bracket. Obtain. Another wave of harvest. There are also 4 intermediate power hearts, several recruitment scrolls, 2 polluted elite souls, and more than 3000 poisonous thorns. Not bad, not bad. 4 intermediate power hearts saved me 40,000 ice dragon marks. Since entering the witch forest, I have already received 13 intermediate power hearts. If it is sold at the price in the dragon shop, it will be 130,000 ice dragon marks. Cao Crossing praised. Sure enough, the high level area is good. If I can kill all the monsters in this forest, maybe I can directly solve the power hearts of my more than 200 warriors at once. Cao Crossing thought happily. Of course, if you want to kill the monsters in the entire forest, it requires extremely strong strength and a lot of exploration time. It is basically impossible to complete it in 1 or 2 days. As for those recruitment scrolls, Cao Crossing did not summon them. They already have enough people now. Too many people are not easy to command in this jungle terrain. So Cao Crossing put all these things into his backpack. Then he led everyone to go deeper. 5 minutes later. This time, they stopped beside a giant tree that was more than 200 meters high. What attracted Cao Crossing's attention were the red fruits on the top of the tree canopy. Obviously, in this forest with a pale tone, these red fruits are so eye-catching. Cao Crossing turned around and asked, does anyone know what these fruits are? Everyone shook their heads. Even Andrew, who knew more about plants, was not sure. My lord, this may be a unique tree in the witch forest. But it must have been quite old to grow so tall. Cao Crossing nodded, then sighed. It would be great if my plant encyclopedia, Juliet, was around at this time. She must know the names of these fruits. However, although no one knew the names of these fruits, but he was a survivor, and he had the system's own panel function. As long as he got closer, Cao Crossing could see their properties. Thinking of this, he said directly, Dabe, take me to the bottom of that big tree. Chapter 219 Golden Fruit, Get Rich. Moo. Dabe obeyed the command, and moved forward with his thick elephant hooves. Then, he stopped in front of the big tree. Under Liu Muxue's curious eyes, Cao Crossing stood up directly. He stepped on Dabe's back, and took out a ejection claw, blue, from his backpack. As Cao Crossing pressed the switch on the cylinder. Swish. A sound of breaking through the air appeared. In an instant, the sharp claw shot out into the sky. Then it firmly grabbed one of the branches of the giant tree. Sensing Cao Crossing's intention, Liu Muxue whispered, Axing, be careful. Renus and Sarah, and others beside him said one after another, Lord, let me do it. Elisa also volunteered, Lord, let me do it. Elisa is the best at climbing trees. Including Assam, Bron and others all signed up enthusiastically. It can be seen that they are all very worried about Cao Crossing's safety. This scene made the 4 newly joined Nightmare Court archers look slightly surprised. They could see that these people's concerns were sincere, not flattery or just a show. This also shows that the Lord in front of them is deeply loved and respected by them. To make so many powerful beings so loyal to one person, this made them curious about what kind of personality charm this Lord has. But Cao Xing smiled and said, "I'm just climbing a tree. Why are you so nervous? Don't worry, I often climbed trees when I was a child, and I'm very skilled. Besides, I have a holy shield on me. Even if I fall down, it won't be a big deal." Hearing this, Assam and others were stunned and did not continue to insist. Then, they watched Cao Xing grab the vines and start to climb up. Because the forest was very humid and the extreme low temperature made the trunk of the giant tree also frozen with a layer of frost. It was very slippery. Although Cao Xing was not worried about his own safety, he climbed up slowly and carefully. When he reached an area about 80 meters high, Cao Xing stepped on a thick tree trunk. Since the ejection hook is not long enough, the vines must be retracted and ejected for the second time to reach the top of the tree. There is a cooling time of about 30 seconds. When all the vines were retracted, Cao Xing fired at one of the tree trunks above his head. Swish! The hook hooked a thick branch at the top again. Not bad. It seems that my aim is not bad. Cao Xing was happy. Then, he grabbed the vines and stepped on the trunk of the giant tree and jumped up. Soon, he arrived at the top of the giant tree. Because this tree is unusually high, it is dozens of meters higher than other trees in the forest. So Cao Xing's current position is the highest point in this area. Looking around, you can even see the whole forest. The snow-covered forest is covered with silver. The world seems to be shrouded in this snow-white color. The huge forest within a radius of dozens of kilometers is all in this color. Occasionally, you can see some white birds flying in the low sky. In the distance, the mountains are covered with snow, like a beautiful ink painting. This scene is just like a CG scene in a game. Cao Xing couldn't help but admire. This kind of beautiful scenery is really amazing. It's a pity that it's too cold. He turned on the system's built-in camera function and began to take pictures around. Click, click. At this moment, Cao Xing suddenly noticed that some buildings appeared vaguely in the center of the forest, which was about dozens of kilometers away from him. It seemed to be some ancient city walls. Through the dense trees, the outlines of the tops of several towers could be seen. City walls and towers? What the hell? How can there be such things in the forest? There was a puzzled look in his eyes, but because the distance was too far, Cao Xing couldn't see what it was. He shook his head and put these thoughts behind him. Forget it for now. We have to continue exploring the witch forest anyway. We'll know when we get closer. Let's see what these red fruits are now. So, he grabbed the branch and carefully came to a red fruit. This fruit was the size of an adult's fist, and the whole body was crystal-like in color, looking more like some kind of exquisite work of art. However, there was also a faint smell of extremely powerful aura on the fruit. At the same time, the properties of this thing appeared in front of Cao Xing. Blood crystal fruit, gold, magic plant, quality, treasure, effect. After eating a whole blood essence fruit for the first time, you can increase your strength by 100 points, which can only take effect once. Note, an extremely rare fruit. The blood crystal fruit tree needs a growth period of 200 years, and then it bears fruit every 17 years. After eating it, it can greatly increase strength, but because the power it contains is too strong, those with low physical fitness will have strong side effects after eating it. It can only be eaten by at least third level creatures. When Cao Xing saw the above properties, his pupils shrank. He exclaimed on the spot, "Fuck. Golden fruit. After eating it, it will increase your strength by 100 points. This effect is too strong." At this moment, even his breathing became a little rapid. You know, this is the first time he has come into contact with golden magic fruit. For those melee professions, this is an artifact level existence. Eating one at random can increase your attack power by at least more than 100 points. He quickly glanced and found that there were 23 blood crystal fruits hanging on this tree. What an amazing fortune this is. It is almost self-evident. I'm rich. This time I'm really rich. Haha. Cao Xing was pleasantly surprised. Without any hesitation, he picked all 23 blood crystal fruits on this tree. Obtained blood crystal fruit, gold, *23. When the fruit fell into his pocket, Cao Xing also felt relieved. With excitement, he quickly slid down from the tree. Then, in the surprised eyes of everyone, Cao Xing took out one of the fruits. Sam felt the breath emanating from it and exclaimed, "What a strong breath. I feel a strong attraction to this fruit." Lab next to him echoed, "Me too. I feel that, after eating this fruit, I can have even more powerful strength." Cao Xing smiled, "You are right. This is a fruit that can increase strength. After eating it, it can greatly increase your strength." Hearing this, the melee professions on the field suddenly showed eager looks in their eyes. As for the ranged professions such as Isabel and Hilda, they were somewhat uninterested. And Cao Xing was not stingy, and directly took out a large number of blood crystal fruits from his backpack. "Give them to Liu Muxue, Serap, Sam, Renus, Elisa, and 2 dragon blood fighters and other melee professions, including Dabe and Valiba." Each of them took one. A total of 10 blood crystal fruits were distributed. Everyone held the fist-sized fruit in their hands. Cao Xing said directly, "Okay, eat it." Hearing this, everyone on the field did not hesitate at all and all began to devour it. With the sound of chewing the fruit, these melee professions all ate a whole fruit. The next moment, system prompts appeared one after another. Your territory member, Renus Hawkeye, took the blood crystal fruit, strength attribute plus 100, remaining number of uses. 0. Your territory member, Sarah Blade Dance, took the blood crystal fruit, strength attribute plus 100, remaining number of uses. 0. Your. At this moment, those who ate the fruit felt a heat flow in their stomachs, and this heat flow quickly spread throughout the body. Little Elisa's eyes widened and exclaimed, "Wow. Elisa feels so hot. I seem to be growing taller." Tong Chachu next to her said naively, "Sister Elisa, you are already past the age of growth. You will not grow taller." Hearing this, Elisa's face suddenly collapsed. "Woo woo. How could this happen? Elisa wants to grow taller." She squatted on the ground in frustration. Tong Chachu patted her back and comforted her in a low voice. The others all had surprised looks on their faces because they all felt the surge in strength. Cao Xing was also very satisfied, because 1 point of strength attribute can increase 1.5 to 3 points of physical attack power according to the growth of each profession. In other words, these 100 points of strength can at least bring them an increase of 150 to 300 points of attack power. This is almost equivalent to the improvement of half a weapon. Therefore, for these strength professions, how powerful this improvement is almost self-evident. And those magic professions also had envy on their faces. However, they also saw that Cao Xing himself did not eat this kind of fruit. After all, the strength attribute has no effect on them. As for the 4 Nightmare Garden archers, although there was desire in their eyes, they did not say much. Cao Xing looked at the remaining 13 fruits in the backpack and did not give them to them. He said, "Those who get these fruits have made contributions to our territory. If you perform well, I will not only reward you with blood crystal fruits, but also reward you with souls that can transform into elites and leaders." I think everyone can prove this. Sam was the first to respond. "Yes, we all received the help of the Lord and improved little by little." Braun raised his shield and said excitedly, "A few days ago, I was just an ordinary first level shield guard, but in just a few days, I have the power I have now. All this is thanks to the help of the Lord." The others nodded one after another. Hearing this, a glimmer of light gradually emerged in the deep pupils of the 4 archers. They nodded slightly and said, "We understand, respected Lord." Then, Cao Xing led everyone to continue to go deeper into the forest. Feeling the terrifying improvement of the blood crystal fruit, everyone on the field became more motivated. As they went deeper, the visibility here became lower and lower, and the environment became increasingly cold. But this could not dilute their enthusiasm for exploration. Including the 4 Nightmare Vine archers, they also became full of fighting spirit because of Cao Xing's previous words. Cao Xing thought to himself, "This kind of blood crystal fruit has a harsh growth environment. The blood crystal tree needs 200 years to grow, and it will take 17 years to grow a round of blood crystal fruit. This time, I'm lucky to have encountered it." Sure enough, there are always unexpected surprises when opening up these high-level areas. I just don't know if there are fruits that increase spirit or agility. Thinking of this, Cao Xing is more looking forward to the next exploration journey. Boom. Boom. The crowd continued to move forward, with the two behemoths Dabe and Voliba leading the way in front. They basically had no obstacles. Half an hour later, Cao Xing looked at the map. They were almost 40 kilometers deep in the witch forest. They were about to reach the deepest part of the witch forest. The monsters here were all above level 35. However, for Cao Xing, as long as there were no level 5 monsters, they basically posed no threat to him. And at this moment, Cao Xing stopped again, because he saw a towering tree with a height of more than 100 meters and a trunk diameter of 3 meters in front of him. And next to it, there are many giant trees with the same height of 50 to 60 meters and the same thick trunks. He clearly felt that the giant tree in front of him had a faint sense of danger. Is it a human-faced tree? Cao Xing's eyes showed a thoughtful look. Although they have dealt with human-faced trees many times, but because this kind of monster is no different from ordinary giant trees in normal state, Cao Xing is not very good at distinguishing. He glanced at Irina next to him. She immediately understood what Cao Xing meant. He directly pulled the horned eagle warbow and shot an arrow. Swish. Dunk. -3027. The arrow hit, and a critical damage occurred. Just as Cao Xing expected. The moment the giant tree in front of him was attacked, the branches on its body suddenly folded. Hoo-la la. At the same time, the frozen soil under the giant tree bulged, as if there were many powerful earth dragons moving around underneath. The giant tree turned around, revealing a pale human face on its trunk. Intruder. Die. At the same time, as the giant tree moved, the surrounding giant trees turned around one after another. At least 40 or 50 human-faced trees waved their branches at the same time. Cao Xing casually glanced at their attributes. Ice crystal human-faced tree elder, race, human-faced tree, level 37, 4th tier boss level creature HP. 67,239/67,239. Attack power 2589-2632. Skills: strong branches, frost touch, frost dance, blood-sucking vines, life drain, talent, longevity, talent, vitality, bond, human-faced tree, 20 activated. Ice crystal human-faced tree leader, race, human-faced tree, level 38, 4th tier boss level creature, HP. 123494/125507. Attack power 3413-3457. Skills: strong branches, frost touch, frost dance, blood-sucking vines, life drain, same attributes as above. Life forbidden zone. When the health of the human-faced tree leader is less than 20%, it will fall into a completely violent state. It will wave all its tentacles and attack the surrounding enemies indiscriminately. In the violent state, the attack speed of the human-faced tree leader is plus 100%, and when it hits the enemy, it has a 100% blood-sucking effect, which lasts for 50 seconds, and has a cooldown of 1 hour. Talent, longevity talent, vitality talent, human-faced tree leader. When there are other human-faced trees nearby, the health value is increased by 20%, and the life recovery speed is accelerated by 100%. Bond, human-faced tree, 20 activated. Introduction: an ancient human-faced tree that has existed for hundreds of years. It has strong vitality and good combat power. Wow. All 4th level human-faced trees. 1 leader, 2 leaders, plus 5 elites, and more than 40 ordinary human-faced trees. Obviously, this is the most powerful wave of enemies Cao Xing has encountered since entering the witch forest. But he did not feel afraid, but surprised. Very good. I finally encountered a leader level human-faced tree. As long as we kill it, the tree heart in its body can accelerate the growth of the pale tree. And those leader level human-faced trees, their tree hearts can also be given to Dabe and Wally. Cao Xing jumped down from the back of the mammoth with an expectant look in his eyes. Then, he quickly commanded, Bron, Assam, Jonad, Josant, Lab, go up. Andrew, switch to the ancient tree form. You also go to help. all long range, start to output at full power. After receiving Cao Xing's order, everyone instantly entered the combat state. Bron took the lead, and he directly faced the 4th level leader level human face tree. However, the attack of this human face tree was extremely violent. The branches were like dozens of spirit snakes, attacking crazily. Whoosh, whoosh, crack, crack. The 3 layers of holy shields on Bron's body were instantly broken. The remaining branches whipped Bron. -1472, -1382, -1253, -1325. Bron's health dropped bit by bit, and then was raised bit by ice healing and life bloom. At this moment, Cao Xing quickly ordered, Wally, Xian Shengzhen Luo, go help Bron deal with this human face tree. After receiving Cao Xing's order, Wally jumped high and let out a beast-like roar. In midair, the terrifying power of thunder and lightning began to burst out from its body. Then, a huge figure, carrying a tremendous thunder, suddenly jumped to the side of the human face tree. Boom. Like a human-shaped lightning bolt descending, terrifying electric light burst out. It instantly enveloped the surrounding 30-meter area. At least a dozen human face trees were covered by this wave of attacks, causing large-scale damage. -7013, -70 to 54, -7312, -7714, -7152. A long string of terrifying damage numbers appeared. The damage coefficient of 274%, combined with Waller's terrifying attack, dealt a damage of up to 7000. In addition, all the human face trees were affected by the invasion of the electric current. They stood stiffly in place. Seeing this scene, Cao Xing was delighted. Dabe, you also go to Waller's side and deal with this human face tree leader together. He raised his staff and quickly gave instructions to others. Isabel, Hilda, each of you deal with a leader level human face tree and make a quick decision. Jonathan, Josant, Lab, the other 5 elite human face trees are left to you. Everyone else, do your best to kill those ordinary human face trees. After receiving Cao Xing's order, everyone began to act. Isabel and Hilda looked at each other and seemed to see the desire to win in each other's eyes. Humph. TSK. After saying that, the 2 women separated and quickly found their opponents. Looking at the 4th order leader level human face tree in front of them, the 2 powerful women did not show any fear, but instead had a surging fighting spirit in their eyes. It seemed that they were going to decide who was better today. Thanks to Bookfriend, Shu Shishu for 1 monthly ticket. Thanks to Jiashire for 1 monthly ticket. Thanks to Tkij for 1 monthly ticket. Thanks to Bookfriend 202305262340583544 for 1 monthly ticket. Thanks to Bookfriend 202305072252563660 for 1 monthly ticket. Thanks to Bookfriend 2023010719205380 for 1 monthly ticket. Thanks to Weiang Palace Luin for 1 monthly ticket. Thanks to Bookfriend 120,531,162,742,891 for 1 monthly ticket. Thanks to Bookfriend 202305291422439885 for 1 monthly ticket. Thanks to Huji for 1 monthly ticket. Thanks to Bookfriend 20,240,317,236 EB for 6 monthly tickets. Thanks to Tixuyin Lan Qiang. Thanks to Bookfriend 202302141356044694 for 1 monthly ticket. Thanks to Bookfriend 202406232228420684 for 1 monthly ticket. Thanks to ZBQ for 1 monthly ticket. Thanks to Bookfriend 202401190017137954 for 3 monthly tickets. Thanks to Bookfriend 201709152048190444 for 2 monthly tickets. Thanks to Bookfriend 20,240,711,302 BD for 1 monthly ticket. Thanks to Bookfriend 20226220931400090 for 1 monthly ticket. Thanks to Xianshan Fang Huo for 5 monthly tickets. Thanks to Bookfriend 20240411092807324 for 1 monthly ticket. Thanks to Puppet Youge for 1 monthly ticket. Thanks to all the book friends for their recommendation tickets and subscriptions. Exclamation mark. Chapter 220 The Heart of the Tree of Life. The best sap. Hilda and Isabel's attacks became more fierce, as if they wanted to see who was stronger. The holy light will grant you salvation. Accept the punishment of the holy light. As Isabel waved her staff, large balls of light fell one after another. Bang, bang. -3812, -3974, -3742, -4213. Dazzling balls of holy light exploded one after another, causing the branches of the leader human-faced tree to shrink and twist together like earthworms. And every time it wanted to swing its branches to attack the enemy, Isabel raised her hand and cast a holy light cinder shield, or a holy chain ring, blocking its attack or completely restraining it in place. The leader level human-faced tree was beaten so hard that it had no power to fight back. Hilda was no less powerful, because her main output method was to rely on the number of layers of blood poison. After the blood poison reaches 10 layers, even if you stand still, the enemy will receive 100% of Hilda's attack power every second. So Hilda continued to hatch a large number of blood spiders, and launched a self-destruct attack on the human-faced tree. Puff, puff. These blood spiders rushed forward like fearless monsters. After being blown up by the branches, many blood spiders still came to the human-faced tree. They quickly climbed onto the trunk of the human-faced tree and exploded. At the same time, Hilda was still spewing red venom. In less than 3 seconds, the human-faced tree was already full of 10 layers of blood poison. -3072, -3144, -3072, -3283, -3072, -3196. One by one, terrifying damage numbers appeared. It seems that the damage is not as good as Isabel's, but the frequency of this damage is very terrifying. It is almost more than twice that of Isabel. Cao Xing saw this 4th order leader level human-faced tree, whose health was dropping rapidly. This Zeta blood kiss, who had been a disaster for a region 10,000 years ago, had already begun to show the demeanor of the blood spider queen. The most important thing was that the human-faced tree, which had always been silent in battle, even screamed because it could not bear the erosion of the blood poison. Ah, it hurts. It hurts. The shrill screams made everyone on the scene shudder. They all knew how terrible Zeta's blood poison was. Isabel said with disgust in her eyes, "What a vicious method." Zeta said disdainfully, "TSK. This is the talent of our blood spider clan. It's useless for you to envy it." Isabel retorted, "I'm a holy light priest appointed by the Pope. I will become a holy light sage in the future. Would I envy you?" The two women were about to quarrel again. Cao Xing was about to stop them. However, they also knew that they were in a battle, so after a few arguments, they began to concentrate on dealing with the enemy in front of them. Cao Xing also nodded secretly when he saw this scene. "Not bad, you are quite sensible." So, he raised his staff with peace of mind, and continued to use various powerful magics to deal with the leader level human-faced tree. Ice-breaking flying blade, go. As Cao Xing shot out 3 ice balls, 3 high damage numbers instantly exploded above its head. Bang, bang, -6472, -6512, -9620. The last one was a critical hit. It directly knocked off more than 20,000 health points of the human-faced tree. At the same time, as the ice balls exploded, 3 waves of ice took away another 3,000 health points of the human-faced tree. In other words, with this skill alone, Cao Xing knocked off 25,000 health points of the human-faced tree. If it were an ordinary 4th level creature, this wave would have been killed by him on the spot. Haha, I'm so strong now. However, Cao Xing didn't wait long to be happy. The high damage also attracted the hatred of the leader level human-faced tree. In an instant, more than a dozen branches were whipped towards him. the sound of breaking through the air came. Seeing this scene, Cao Xing did not panic, because there was a knight beside him who was responsible for protecting him. Liu Muxue stood up directly with a paladin shield. Crack, crack. As the 3 layers of holy shield were blown up, all other attacks hit Liu Muxue's shield, and finally triggered 3 or 4 damage numbers. -1014, -1125, -1093, -1032. Liu Muxue's current defense is higher than Braum, so this wave of attacks only caused her to lose more than 4,000 health points. With Liu Muxue's nearly 40,000 health points, it is basically not worth mentioning. Moreover, she can almost restore it to full with just a random, holy healing technique. Seeing this, Assam suddenly laughed and said, "Sir Bron, you have to work hard too. Otherwise, your position as the first shield guard of the team will be replaced by the Lord's wife." Bron didn't care after hearing this. Haha, Knight Assam, you are the same. The Lord's wife can do what the 2 of us can do. Liu Muxue was embarrassed by their praise again, and whispered, "No, no, you are all very important, much better than me." After hearing this, the 2 smiled at each other, then raised their swords and shields, and attacked the opponents in front of them. At this moment, Cao Xing was not idle either. After the first wave of ice-breaking flying blades entered the cooling time, he released the second big move, Sleep in the Frozen Memories. But a 6-pointed star magic circle emitting cold air appeared. Then, ice pillars as thick as thighs erupted from it. Puff, puff. These ice pillars pierced into the torso of the leader of the human-faced tree, and the terrifying cold air release greatly reduced its attack speed. Braum, together with Dabe and Valibar, the 3 blood bulls, held the leader-level human-faced tree tightly. Seeing this scene, Cao Xing calmed down a little, and then looked at the battlefield where the others were. Assam, Andrew, Irina and others. Because Cao Xing gave them the order to kill those ordinary human-faced trees. With their powerful attributes, dealing with these monsters is basically a piece of cake. Swish, swish. Nightmare arrows, ice arrows, and wind arrows were shot out one after another. Those newcomers to the Nightmare Court were also working hard to output. The nightmare arrows hit the trunk of the human-faced tree, making a thump sound in the air, and add 1 layer of nightmare mark to the enemy. After 10 layers, the enemy will enter the nightmare state and randomly seal one of the opponent's skills. However, the attack power of Assam and others is too high. Often before they could stack several layers of nightmare mark, these human-faced trees were killed on the spot. System prompts kept appearing. Your territory member, Assam killed the ice crystal human-faced tree LV36, a 4th level ordinary creature, and gained experience points. 0 combatants gained experience points. 720. Your territory member, Elisa killed the ice crystal human-faced tree LV37, a 4th level elite creature, and gained experience points. 0 combatants gained experience points. 1480. Your 2 minutes later. Only the last 2 leader-level human-faced tree elders and the leader of this human-faced tree were left on the field, still standing firm against everyone. I looked at their health points. Human-faced tree elder HP 34,156/67,239. Human-faced tree elder HP 21,275/69,507. Human-faced tree leader HP 35,273/125507. Cao Xing smiled. Looking at the trend of the blood volume decreasing, it seems that they should kill this leader level human-faced tree first. But it is normal to think about it. After all, they have 3 outputs. Although Isabel and Hilda have terrible attack power, they are definitely not as good as so many people. Moreover, the recovery ability of the leader level human-faced tree is very strong. Once it enters the life-sucking state, the blood volume begins to recover crazily. Of course, the blood recovery speed of the human-faced tree is definitely not as fast as their attack speed. With Dabe and Valibar, they continue to attack this human-faced tree leader. In the blink of an eye, the blood volume of the human-faced tree leader has dropped below 10,000. Seeing this scene, Cao Xing swung his ice soul spinning spear directly. Bang, Bang. Minus 2831. Minus 2931. Minus 2973. Several large damage numbers floated up. The health of the human-faced tree leader in front of him was immediately reduced to 0. You killed the human-faced tree leader LV38, a 4th order leader level creature, and gained experience points. 0 combatants gained experience points. 3800. As the human-faced tree leader fell, others also joined the battle on Isabel and Hilda's side. They also quickly killed the enemy in front of them. At this point, the battle in this area subsided. All the human-faced trees were killed, leaving a pile of materials on the ground. Cao Xing looked at the spoils on the ground, and joy appeared in his eyes. As usual, you go and break the vines on these human-faced trees and collect them. After receiving Cao Xing's order, everyone else started to act. Cao Xing himself quickly picked up a lot of things that fell on the ground. First of all, of course, it was the materials that the leader level human-faced tree exploded. Obtained. The life tree heart of the leader of the human-faced tree, gold. Obtained. The soul of the leader of the human-faced tree, gold. Obtained. The strong bark of the leader of the human-faced tree, gold. Obtained. Top quality tree sap. Gold. Asterisk 7. Right square bracket. Obtained. High level heart of power asterisk 1. Right square bracket. Obtained. High level element crystal asterisk 8. Right square bracket. Obtained. Large book of chaos asterisk 1. Right square bracket. Haha. 4 golden items. In addition to the leader level soul, there are also golden grade tree hearts, bark, and sap. Add a high level heart of power. This wave is another big explosion. Obviously, killing this leader level human-faced tree exploded something very good. Cao Xing couldn't wait to check the properties of these 4 items. The heart of life of the human-faced tree leader, gold. A heart of tree with great vitality. Effect 1. After taking it, it can increase the upper limit of life by 3000 points, and it can be effective once at most. Effect 2. It can accelerate the growth time of some magical plants or special creatures, ranging from 8 to 10 years, and can be used up to 3 times, and the effect will be reduced each time it is used. The strong bark of the human-faced tree leader, gold. Extremely strong bark, which contains strong life fluctuations, can be used to make 4th level gold quality leather armor or other items, with a high probability of adding additional special effects. Top quality tree sap, gold. After taking it, it can instantly restore all the mental power of 4th level creatures, and can also be used to make certain secret medicines, magic potions, etc. The soul of the human-faced tree leader, gold, can make a 4th level or lower leader level creature advance to a leader, with a success rate of 45%, 65%. After reading the properties of these 4 things, Cao Xing's eyes showed excitement again. This leader level tree heart can actually grow for at least 8 years. Isn't this an 8% bonus to all members' health? And the bark of this human-faced tree leader is actually the material for making golden equipment. Great, let Harold try it when we get back and see if he can make a golden leather armor. Thinking of this, Cao Xing became even more excited. At the same time, Dabe and Valib both looked at the heart in Cao Xing's hand, which was as bright as green agate, with eager looks in their eyes. Cao Xing smiled. Dabe, Valib, don't worry, this thing should be left for the pale tree in the territory. I'll give you the leader level heart first. The 2 giant beasts seemed to understand what people said at this moment, and they actually nodded slightly. There was also a light of expectation in the pupils of the giant beasts, and Cao Xing had already gone to collect other materials on the ground. Obtained. Heart of the human-faced tree elder, purple, asterisk 2 right square bracket. Obtained. Leader soul of the human-faced tree elder, purple, asterisk 1 right square bracket. Obtained. Tough bark of the human-faced tree elder, purple, asterisk 2 right square bracket. Obtained. Top grade tree sap, purple, asterisk 19. Obtained. High level heart of strength asterisk 1 right square bracket. Obtained. High level element crystal asterisk 12. Obtained. Large book of agility asterisk 1 right square bracket. Obtained. Large book of strength asterisk 1 right square bracket. Yes, 2 leader level human face trees gave me a leader soul and a high level heart of strength. Counting the heart of strength that the leader of the human face tree gave me, I have 2. That means, this time, there is a high probability that I will have 2 4th level strongmen under my command. Thinking of this, Cao Xing became more and more excited. At the same time, Assam and the others also cut off the vines on those human face trees. When cutting off the vines of the leader level human face trees, as expected, there was another accident. Assam held the king's glaive and needed several swords to cut the vines. Even an assassin with high burst like Sarah needs 2 slashes. Seeing this, Cao Xing directly asked Liu Muxue to give the Magdal in her hand to Assam. Sure enough, under the blade of this ancient sword, the vines of the leader level human face tree lost their previous toughness and tenacity. They were easily cut off. Cao Xing also walked over and picked up all these vines, as well as everything dropped by other human face trees. Obtained. Life vines of the leader of the human face tree *174. Obtained. Ancient vines of the elder of the human face tree *327. Obtained. Elite soul of the human face tree guard *3. Obtained. Intermediate power heart *8. Obtained. Heart of the human face tree guard, blue, *5 obtained. The rest are all some green and blue grade materials. It's similar to what the human face trees dropped before. The only special one is the vine of the leader of the human face tree. I looked at the attributes. The life vine of the leader of the human face tree, a vine with strong toughness and recovery ability, can be used to make a hunting net to trap some powerful beasts. Cao Xing saw the introduction above and thought deeply. He asked Liu Muxue to cut the leader vine. In an instant, a gap appeared on the vine. However, in just 2 or 3 seconds, the gap began to heal and recovered. Wow, such a strong recovery ability? Cao Xing was slightly surprised. Obviously, the recovery ability of these vines exceeded Cao Xing's expectations. Combined with its toughness, it is an excellent material. No wonder the system notes that it can be used to deal with some large beasts. Cao Xing was also satisfied and put it into his backpack. The battle is over. Everyone on the field has reformed their formation. Next, it is naturally the exciting stage of distributing the spoils. Cao Xing first took out the 2 high-level hearts of power in his hand. His eyes fell on the people on the field. All his men urgently need to advance to the heart of power. The same was true for Cao Xing and Liu Muxue. However, as survivors, they were not in a hurry. Letting these powerful subordinates break through first would bring greater benefits. Then, Cao Xing's eyes fell on the holy priest in a white robe. There was also the blood-emitting, enchanting blood spider queen next to him. Isabel, Hilda, come here. Hearing Cao Xing's voice, the 2 women took steps and walked over. A holy breath and a strong blood aura came from the front. As 2 leaders under his command, letting them break through first would bring great benefits. These 2 hearts of power are given to you first. Take them and break through. The 2 women showed joy on their faces at the same time. They said happily at the same time, "Thank you, Lord *2!" Then, they looked at each other. "Why are you talking like me *2!" You *2! The 2 spoke almost in unison, and even their expressions and movements were basically the same, as if they had been rehearsed. This scene made Cao Xing happy. If they were not of different races, he would have thought that the 2 were twin sisters. The 2 women glared at each other. Cao Xing said, "Okay, stop arguing and take these 2 hearts of power." Hearing Cao Xing speak, they all quieted down at the same time and respectfully took the red crystals in Cao Xing's hand. Now, their loyalty is above 80, and they basically will not disobey Cao Xing's orders. At the same time, Isabel and Hilda, holding the hearts of power in their hands, both showed excitement in their eyes. You know, before they were sealed in the summoning space, their strength was far more than the current level. The Blood Spider Queen was once a command level existence. Although they now have decent power, they are still too weak compared to their peak period. Therefore, they are eager to restore their former powerful strength. At this moment, the 2 women looked at Cao Xing with gratitude in their eyes. The system prompt appeared. "Due to your generous gift, The loyalty of territory member, Iceable Gospel has been increased. Current loyalty. 87 due to your generous gift, the loyalty of territory member, Hilda Bloodkiss has been increased. Current loyalty. 95. At this moment, Cao Xing also smiled. Not bad, not bad. Finally the loyalty of the two most difficult ones has been raised. At this rate, it won't be long before the loyalty of this proud blood spider queen will reach 100. And Iceable, this woman who regards the Holy See as extremely important, will also be loyal to me. When the time comes, maybe I can take the opportunity to ask what Iceable's other form is. Cao Xing saw Iceable's other state last time. It's called the Witch of Vengeance. And in this state, Iceable's level seems to be very high. Even when Cao Xing looked over, a bunch of question marks were displayed. So, he was very curious about Iceable's state. Under the gaze of everyone, these two powerful leader level beings crushed the hearts of power in their hands. The transformation from the third stage to the fourth stage began. Cao Xing took out a leader level soul from his backpack. This thing was also something most of his men needed. The two dragon blood warriors, Blot and others were still leader level creatures. This soul could give them a significant improvement. After thinking for a while, Cao Xing called out a name. Renus. Hearing this, Renus, who still had a serious expression, slowly raised her head. Chapter 221 Blood and Holy Light. Everyone is promoted. As the fourth creature recruited by Cao Xing, Renus is also an old employee. She is also a diehard fan. Therefore, according to the order, Cao Xing decided to give this soul to her. Take this soul. I wish you a smooth breakthrough. Renus took it with gratitude. When she was outside, she was basically serious. Even after the battle, she remained vigilant. However, now, when she took the leader's soul from Cao Xing, a bright smile appeared on the woman's face. At this moment, it was like a flower blooming in the snow, emitting dazzling light. Even the dark and cold environment around seemed to have color again with her smile. Cao Xing was a little stunned. Thank you, Lord. Ahem. Cao Xing coughed twice and quickly turned his eyes away and said, nothing, you sit to start the breakthrough. Okay, Lord. After that, Renus slapped this leader level soul into her body. Now, all three of them have entered the transformation state. Cao Xing still had a leader and 3 elite souls in his hand. He looked at the people on the field. Only the 4 newly recruited Nightmare Court archers could be used. So, he said, Mengma, Menglata, Mengma. Come here. After receiving Cao Xing's order, 4 slender women with vines entangled in their bodies came over at the same time. Cao Xing didn't say much and directly divided the 4 souls. The 4 people stared at the souls in their hands in a daze and seemed to not know what to say. Lord, this. Cao Xing waved his hand and said, I said before that you will be rewarded only if you make contributions. In the battle just now, you performed well and obeyed the command, so these souls are given to you. Hearing this, the 4 Nightmare Court archers looked at each other. Then, they stretched out their right hands at the same time, placed them on their eyebrows, and prayed. May you have a good dream, this generous lord. Because of your generous gift, the loyalty of your territory member, Mengma has been increased, and the current loyalty is 72. Because of your generous gift, the loyalty of your territory member, Mengma has been increased, and the current loyalty is 69. Because of you, the loyalty of the 4 newcomers has all reached above 65. With this loyalty, they will basically not rebel. Cao Xing smiled. Then, he fed 2 boss level life tree hearts to Dabe and Wally. So many people have entered the state of transformation. Next, it is to wait quietly. First, it was the Holy Light Priest and the Blood Spider Queen who used the Heart of Power first. A strong sacred breath suddenly burst out from Iceable. But, the strong holy light burst out, instantly illuminating the dark witch forest, as if it was extremely bright. At the same time, Hilda was not to be outdone. A strong blood energy rose from her. In an instant, 2 different colors appeared in this witch forest covered with ice and snow. One side was a sacred golden color. The other side was a bloody red. Holy light and blood competed with each other. Your territory member, Iceable Gospel successfully broke through and became a 4th order leader creature. Basic attributes increased by 100%. Your territory member, Zeta Bloodkiss successfully broke through and became a 4th order leader creature. Basic attributes increased by 100%. Seeing the system prompt, Cao Xing was overjoyed. Great, great. Both of them succeeded. At this moment, the two women who had completed the transformation restrained their aura. Like two beauties in the world, they walked towards Cao Xing. And Cao Xing also quickly glanced at their attributes. Holy Light Priest, Iceable Gospel, Race, Human, Level 30/30000, 4th Order Leader Level Creature, Detailed Attributes, click to view. Blood Spider Queen, Hilda Bloodkiss, Race, Blood Spider, Level 30/30000, 4th Order Leader Level Creature, Detailed Attributes, click to view. Not bad, both have over 3000 attack power, plus the blessing of courage, it can easily break 4000. And compared to that, Hilda's attributes are a bit more comprehensive than Iceable's. Cao Xing thought happily. The two women came to him and said with a smile on their faces, "Lord, I succeeded." Cao Xing nodded and encouraged, "Not bad, you are all great, work hard, and I will continue to help you improve in the future." Hearing Cao Xing's promise, the two women's beautiful pupils also flashed brightly. "Thank you, respected Lord." Iceable bowed gracefully, her manners were extremely dignified. At the same time, good news appeared again. At this moment, Irina, who was closing her eyes, suddenly opened her eyes. It was like two sharp arrows, giving people a tingling feeling. But an equally powerful force burst out from Irina's body. Your territory member, Irina Hawkeye, has successfully transformed and has become a 3rd Order Leader level creature. The basic attributes have increased by 30% and a new skill has been learned, Hunting Heart. Hunting Heart, after it is turned on, it increases its own critical hit rate by 50%, the hit rate by 50%, and for every 10 arrows shot, the next attack will cause a blasting effect, causing 200% damage to enemies within 5 meters around. The skill lasts for 120 seconds, and the cooling time is 5 minutes. Note, after this skill is turned on, it is a heavy burden on the user. After the duration ends, it will fall into a weak state for 100 seconds. The attack speed is reduced by 80%, and the attack power is reduced by 30%. See the system prompt. Cao Xing's pupils suddenly shrank. Wow. This Hunting Heart actually directly increases the critical hit rate and hit rate by 50%, which is a bit too powerful. And the most important thing is that this is a status skill, which means that it is likely to be blessed by the power of eternity. Just like the skills of those Dragon Blood warriors, Dragon Blood Extraction, there is no effect. He couldn't wait to check the attributes of Irina after the breakthrough. Ascalon Archer, Irina Hawkeye, Race, Human, Level 30/30000, Level 3 Leader Level Creature, Detailed Attributes, click to view. Good. There is actually a basic critical hit rate of 53%. Add the 50% critical hit rate bonus of Hunting Eye. In other words, Irina's next attack will all be critical hits. Combined with the terrifying attack speed, Irina's damage will usher in a qualitative change. Once she breaks through to the 4th level, maybe he can compete with Sarah and Andrew for the top output position. The improvement of these few people alone made Cao Xing's trip worthwhile. Not to mention, he also decomposed a large number of carnivorous plant corpses on the way, and obtained many precious materials. Cao Xing exclaimed, "Irina, congratulations. Now, use your new skills for me to see." Hearing this, Irina also had a gentle smile on her face, and then nodded slightly. The next moment, a burst of red energy burst out from her body. It was like a streak of red lightning, giving people a feeling of being unapproachable. Your territory member, Irina Hawkeye, used the skill, Hunting Heart, which has become permanent due to the influence of the talent, Eternal Power. Note, in the permanent state, you can exit and enter the Hunting Heart state at any time. Very good. As Cao Xing expected, this skill has also become permanent. Now, there are only a few Nightmare Court archers left on the field who have not broken through, and Cao Xing is also waiting patiently. The system prompt appears. Your territory member, Meng Luosi, successfully advanced to a 3rd level elite creature. Basic attributes increased by 30%. Learned new skills. Summon Nightmare Dog. Your territory member, Meng Ma, successfully transformed into a 3rd level boss level creature. Basic attributes increased by 30%. Learned new skills. Nightmare Clone. Nightmare Clone. Create 2 clones on the spot that inherit 50% of its own attributes and imitate the breath of the original body to assist in combat. The clone lasts for 120 seconds and the cooldown time is 5 minutes. Seeing the attributes of this new skill, Cao Xing was amazed again. Not bad. This clone skill combined with the elite skill, Summon Nightmare Dog, is equivalent to having 4 more combat units at once. When the number of elite level nightmare archers under my command increases, I can rely on the number of people to kill the enemy. Cao Xing smiled. 2 of the 4 archers succeeded in breaking through, and 2 failed. This probability is still good. Finally, it was Dabe and Valaba. After eating the boss level life tree heart, they also gained a 6% increase in health. Along the way, almost everyone has been promoted. Cao Xing's strength has increased dramatically. Everyone's face is full of excitement. Jonad, Joseon and others who have not been promoted are not in a hurry at all, because they believe that the Lord will not forget them. So Cao Xing continued to lead people to explore the forest. After advancing about 3 or 4 kilometers, Cao Xing stopped again because he saw a familiar figure in front of him. The whole body is covered with black scales and is tens of meters long. It is the black snake. At this moment, it is entangled in a tree, as if closing its eyes to rest, or waiting for prey. Its huge body directly attracted the attention of everyone on the field. I actually ran into this snake again. Cao Xing's heart moved slightly, and his eyes instantly locked on the other party. At the same time, the big snake also noticed Cao Xing and others. Its narrow snake eyes shrank instantly, and bursts of black air suddenly emanated from it. Prepare for battle. With Cao Xing's voice, everyone entered the battle state again. At this moment, the black snake slid down from the tree, and then activated the dark body skill, emitting waves of terrifying black air. Just when everyone thought that the black snake was going to rush over, it turned its head without hesitation, and ran towards the depths of the jungle like a running train. It ran so decisively, without any drag. This scene made Cao Xing stunned. Fuck, why did it run away directly? Didn't you say that this guy has been eroded by the dark aura and lost his mind? Cao Xing was even ready to fight with this black snake. At this time, Cao Xing also suddenly came to his senses. Let's chase. In the previous contact, he had already set his sights on the meat on the black snake. Before, it was messed up by the Church of Light, but now, Cao Xing will not let it go easily. After saying that, Cao Xing jumped directly on the back of Dabe, took the lead, and chased at a high speed. Behind them, Assam, riding on a frost wolf, and Valaba, carrying Elisa and Tongchachu, also began to run wildly. Boom. Boom. The whole forest was shaken by the sound of the 2 giant beasts running wildly. Cao Xing and his men were extremely fast. After all, they had 2 acceleration states, Queen's Will and Queen's Domain. After chasing for about 1 or 2 kilometers, he saw the trace of the black snake again. Very good, I must catch you this time. Just as Cao Xing was about to take out the ejection hook to drag it, a trace of fear appeared in the eyes of the black snake. Hiss. It hissed to the sky, and the black hair on its body burst out again, and its speed actually increased a few points. Damn. Running so fast? Cao Xing was also very surprised to see this. But he did not get discouraged, and still followed behind, chasing relentlessly. However, the black snake seemed to be very familiar with this forest. In a few moves, the distance was opened again, and they also used those 100-meter high trees to slow down Cao Xing's pace. Cao Xing relied on his speed advantage to keep chasing behind. The black snake was also forced into a hurry. It didn't dare to stop for a moment, running all the way, knocking down countless giant trees. After all, in the last encounter, it had experienced the power of this group of people, and was almost trampled to death by them. And now, it can feel that this group of people has become stronger. If it falls into their hands, there is absolutely no chance of escape. Thinking of this, the black snake began to run for its life. Boom. Countless trees were knocked down by its huge body. Behind it was the giant beast Dabe, which was rampaging. It was almost a mess all the way. After chasing all the way, Cao Xing looked behind him. He found a problem. That is, the team became more and more scattered. After all, these men of his had different occupations and races, and their movement speeds were also different. Now only Wally, Assam, and Sarah and other leader level creatures can keep up with Cao Xing. In the back, the archers, as well as Brawn and others have left the team. Looking at the black snake gradually going away, Cao Xing's eyes flashed with helplessness. After a moment, he said directly, "Stop." The running team slowly stopped. Behind him, Brawn and Mengma and others stepped forward and said, "Lord, Brawn, slow down your pace." The other 4 archers also had a look of self-blame in their eyes. Cao Xing waved his hand. "It's okay, don't blame yourself. This black snake is really too fast, especially in a terrain like the forest. Even if I continue to chase it, I dare not say that I can catch up with it 100%. Hearing this, Brawn and others still felt a little guilty, but they felt better. But Cao Xing also discovered something. As they chased, they seemed to have come to a new area in the forest. Looking at the map, the current location of everyone is about 45 kilometers away from the witch forest. Almost in the center. My goodness, we just chased this black snake for 3 or 4 kilometers in the forest. Where did it take me? Cao Xing looked around and found that there were many more plants he didn't recognize nearby. After thinking for a moment, Cao Xing said directly, "In this case, let's continue exploring around here." After hearing Cao Xing's order, everyone reorganized the team. Bron and Assam, 2 melee fighters, walked in the front. 2 dragon blood fighters were on both sides of the team. The group of archers and mages followed behind the team. Dang. Dang dang. Dabe led everyone to explore in the dense forest. Cao Xing sat on Dabe's back and also kept an eye on all directions and listened to all directions. At this time, in a pile of weeds, he suddenly saw a few small grasses emitting faint blue light. "Blue fluorescent grass?" Cao Xing blurted out, but he immediately closed his mouth. Obviously, this kind of grass should not be that kind of plant. When he got closer, the system prompt appeared. Cold star grass, blue, magic plant, effect. After consumption, it can slightly increase the affinity of ice element, speed up the casting speed by 3% to 8%, and last for 30 to 120 seconds. A relatively rare magic plant, and it is also the main material of some magic potions. Oh. The main material of magic potions? This is a good thing. Although Cao Xing has not found a citizen with a skill of refining medicine, the intermediate refining workshop has been idle there. But this is only temporary. Cao Xing will definitely find a pharmacist. So, this thing should be useful later. Thinking of this, Cao Xing happily collected all the blue grass on the ground. Obtained. Cold star grass, blue, asterisk 27. Not bad, not bad. I picked up money again. Let's go, let's move on. Then, Cao Xing led everyone to explore the deepest part of the witch forest. A few minutes later, Cao Xing suddenly saw a dense white bush in front of him. And near here, Cao Xing sensed a strange breath. When he pushed aside the bushes and saw the scene in front of him, his pupils suddenly shrank. Fuck. How could there be such a thing here? Cao Xing was surprised. Including the others, they all stood there in a daze. Bron touched his bald head and exclaimed, "Gods, there is actually an ancient castle in such a forest. And it is so large." Yes, a castle appeared in front of Cao Xing and others. It covers an extremely large area, at least more than 10 square kilometers. A high blue stone wall encloses the entire castle. The wall is covered with mottled marks, covered with moss, and full of the breath of time. Inside, Cao Xing saw many pointed towers, and in the central area, a tower hundreds of meters high. At this time, he remembered the scene he saw on the big tree before. So, this is the scene I saw at the beginning. At this time, a system prompt appeared. You have reached the deepest part of the witch forest and discovered a special area, the castle of the forest witch. Reputation value plus 50. Thanks to Bookfriend. Puppet Youch for 1 monthly ticket. Thanks to Bookfriend 2023071101023982 for 1 monthly ticket. Thanks to Fei Wanja for 1 monthly ticket. Thanks to Xingchen Zhuanggan for 1 monthly ticket. Thanks to Zhiri at Baby for 1 monthly ticket. Thanks to Bookfriend 202301071920538088 for 2 monthly tickets. Thanks to Want a Beautiful Girl to Get Married for 1 monthly ticket. Thanks to Bookfriend 20,170,604,092 112,193 for 3 monthly tickets. Thanks to Bookfriend 2022042014035738 for 1 monthly ticket. Thanks to Jiusmi Ren for 1 monthly ticket. Thanks to Dongfang Fox for 5 monthly tickets. Thanks to I Want to Kill a Pig for 2 monthly tickets. Thanks to Sanyu for 1 monthly ticket. Thanks to Fei Wanga for 1 monthly ticket. Thanks to Lian Shimeng Shi for 4 monthly tickets. Thanks to Beishi Dealing Hun for 1 monthly ticket. Thanks to Heyo for 1 monthly ticket. Thanks to the book friends for their recommendation tickets and subscriptions. Chapter 222 Solbeed, the Horrible Witch in the Forest. Seeing the system prompt, Cao Xing's eyes once again showed a thoughtful look. This is the deepest part of the forest, and according to the system, this is the witch's castle. Could it be that the witch can be found in here? Obviously, Cao Xing has touched upon the long forgotten truth of this forest. Those plants and animals eroded by the dark aura, and why the Church of Light wants to deal with the black snake, and the legendary witch. All these are about to be presented in front of him. As long as Cao Xing enters this castle, he can explore all of this. Thinking of this, Cao Xing took a deep breath. Let's go and take a look. They soon came to a place more than 10 meters away from the city wall. This castle seemed very deserted, not to mention the guards. There was not even a shadow of a person. Obviously, with this 4 or 5 meter high wall, there was no way to stop them. Just as Cao Xing was about to approach, about 5 meters away from the city wall, Dabe suddenly bumped into something. Puff! A dull flashy sound appeared, and Dabe was knocked to the ground and shook his head. And at this moment, Cao Xing saw a blue energy shield appearing out of thin air in front of him. My goodness, what is this? Protective shield. At this moment, the system prompt appeared. The witch castle is the private forbidden area of the forest witch. She has set up a powerful sealing barrier around it to prohibit all foreign creatures from entering or leaving. Tip, maybe you can look for clues around the castle. Seeing the system prompt, Cao Xing's eyes showed a look of surprise. Isn't this a shield, but a barrier? No wonder it doesn't show the durability, so you can't enter by brute force. However, the system prompts me to look for clues around the castle. So Cao Xing ordered, let's go, let's explore nearby. After that, he led everyone to search around the castle. This castle is really big, with a diameter of at least 4 or 5 kilometers. You know, the diameter of Cao Xing's entire territory is only 1 kilometer. This castle is really nice, with a large area and a good location. It would be great if this was my territory. This way, I can save a lot of resources. Cao Xing couldn't help fantasizing. Of course, he was just thinking about it. The survivor's territory cannot be moved. After all, the bonfire is the core of the territory. Unless, as before, they take down other people's territories, then occupy them, and start developing again. But obviously, this castle does not have the conditions to become a territory. However, although there is no way to turn this castle into a territory, the location of my territory is also good. The surroundings are very open. As long as you stand on the sentry tower, you can see at a glance whether there are enemies. And Cao Xing believes that it won't be long before his territory can develop to the same scale as this castle. Thinking about it, they have already moved forward half a circle around the castle. And through such observation, Cao Xing has roughly figured out the terrain inside the castle. There are many high towers inside, and some 2-story buildings. These buildings have a unified style. They are all made of stone, and are full of medieval style. The castle was full of weeds and some unknown plants, covering the road. It seemed that no one had been active in it for a long time. In the central area, there was a tower as high as 100 meters. It seemed that this tower was the most important building in the entire castle. And at this moment, Sarah flashed and emerged directly from the shadows, looking ahead vigilantly. Cao Xing realized that Sarah might have discovered something, and followed her gaze. On the ground in front of him, there was actually a figure lying. What surprised Cao Xing the most was that this figure was actually inside the barrier. In other words, this person had entered the castle. This instantly aroused Cao Xing's interest. Get ready, let's go and take a look. After receiving Cao Xing's order, Assam directly raised his weapon and walked in front of him. When they approached, the figure seemed to hear the heavy footsteps of Dabe. He slowly stood up from the ground, lowered his head, and stared at Cao Xing and others. He let out a low roar like a beast. Roar, roar. As he approached, Cao Xing also saw the appearance of this person, and was immediately shocked. This was a man wearing soldier's armor, but his appearance was completely different from that of an ordinary person. He held a long sword in his left hand, and a sharp claw covered with grey hair in his right hand. His face was also covered with grey hair, and a pair of fangs were exposed, full of ferocious breath. Werewolf? Or what? Cao Xing's eyes showed doubt. Seeing this strange scene, everyone stopped. However, although the other party looked scary, it did not seem to be a very powerful creature. Assam, Sarah, go and see what's going on with him. Assam rode the frost wolf under his feet and rushed up quickly. Sarah in the shadows also came to the side quietly, and at this moment, this strange soldier seemed to be angered by Assam's approach. Roar. He let out a strange cry, then instantly crossed the barrier in front of him and rushed towards Assam. Seeing this scene, Cao Xing quickly reminded Assam, be careful. Assam, who had rich combat experience, reacted immediately. The moment the other party rushed over, the king's blade in his hand swept across. Bang. -3124. 1560 to the soldier was instantly blown away more than 10 meters. After landing, the other party quickly got up, then got on all fours and pounced fiercely. At this time, the action was really like a wild beast. Seeing this scene, others just wanted to go up to help. Cao Xing stopped them. Don't go over yet, they can handle it. Assam, Sarah, don't kill it, just beat it half to death. He wanted to find clues to enter the castle from this monster. Hearing the order, everyone stood still, and Cao Xing also quickly glanced at the attributes of this monster. Experimental subject, Tamara soldier, race, human/beast, level 31, ordinary 4th order creature, HP 24,623/28,747, attack power 1246 armor 279311, skills, intermediate swordsmanship mastery. When using sword weapons, attack power increases by 20%, attack speed increases by 10%, fierce claw attack, swing the wolf claws of the left hand, causing 124% tearing damage to the enemy and causing it to enter the 3rd level of bleeding. 3-stage slash, continuously slash forward 3 times, causing 97%, 75%, and 64% damage respectively. Enrage. After being attacked 5 times, it will enter the enraged state. Attack power plus 20%, attack speed plus 20%, talent, fusion, HP plus 20%, attack power plus 10%. The soldiers of the former Tamara kingdom have now become a product of an experiment. They will become very violent during the day. Seeing the attributes of this soldier, Cao Xing's eyes showed a thoughtful look. A fusion? It seems that the wolf's genes have been integrated into this soldier's body. This makes him play a good combat power. An ordinary creature can have 4 skills. Cao Xing remembered the human-faced trees he encountered before. It seems that they are the same method, and these soldiers can enter and exit the castle freely. Just when Cao Xing was thinking about this, the battle over there had entered its end. As a 3rd level leader, Assam was too easy to deal with this 4th level ordinary monster. With Sarah next to him, with a few slashes, the soldier was seriously injured. And because of Sarah's deliberate control, her silent blade cut across the soldier's heel, making him lose his ability to move. At this time, he could only fall to the ground and struggle constantly, with blood oozing from his mouth. Seeing this scene, Cao Xing also quickly led people over. He quickly came to the side of the soldier and asked directly, "Tell me how to enter the castle, I will let you go." However, the other party seemed to not understand his words at all, and still roared like a beast. Roar, roar. Not only that, he was also waving the wolf claws on his left hand, trying to attack Cao Xing. Seeing this, Cao Xing frowned. He asked Isabel to come over and use confession to see if she could forcefully control the soldier. However, Isabel tried it and shook her head and said, "No, Lord, this soldier's consciousness is extremely confused and the confession will not work on him." Hearing this, Cao Xing frowned again. Roar, roar. The soldier continued to roar, and the roars were getting louder and louder. If this continued, it might disturb the creatures in the castle. So Cao Xing said directly, "Forget it, just finish him off." After receiving the order, Sarah appeared and slashed with a knife. Swish. Minus 4672. The health value returned to 0. At the last moment, the soldier seemed to have regained a trace of clarity in his eyes. He looked at Cao Xing, as if asking for help, and said the last sentence. "The king deceived us. Your territory member, Sarah Blade Dance, killed the fused soldier LV-31, a 4th level ordinary creature, and gained experience points." 1240. Combatants gained experience points. 620. The king deceived him. Which king? Cao Xing was thinking about the soldier's last words. However, because there were too few clues, there was no way to infer. Shaking his head, he threw these thoughts behind him. Forget it, let's pick up the things that exploded from his body first. After saying that, Cao Xing put the several things on the ground into his backpack. Obtained. Chaos Soldier Soul Orb, green. *1. Obtained. Tamara Standard Iron Sword, green. *1. Obtained. Tamara Soldier Seal, green. Obtained. Intermediate Power Heart *1. Obtained. Medium Chaos Book *1. The things that this soldier exploded are pretty good. 1 intermediate power heart is equivalent to 10,000 ice dragon seals. Not bad. I saved money again. Cao Xing thought happily, and then began to check the properties of other materials. There was no need to check the standard iron sword, since it was only a green quality equipment. Cao Xing first looked at the properties of the seal. Tamil Soldier Seal, green. Equipment part, accessory, quality, excellent. Attributes, strength +3, agility +3. Note, a soldier seal of a destroyed kingdom, with a certain commemorative value. Oh. Has the Tamil kingdom been destroyed? Then is the king that this soldier is talking about the king of Tamil? Cao Xing's eyes showed a thoughtful look. He didn't think much about it, and directly started to check another thing. Chaotic Soldier Soul Bead, green. Special item. Introduction. The souls of two different races are fused together, containing extremely chaotic consciousness. Effective item. After using, you will be subjected to a strong mental shock, with an 80% chance of falling into a state of confusion, a permanent decrease of 10 points in mental attributes, and a 20% chance of increasing 10 points of mental or 10 points of agility number of remaining uses. 10/10. Wow. A soul bead that can be used to increase attributes, 10 points at a time. This is twice as powerful as the increase in the large attribute book. The most important thing is that this thing is different from those attribute books. This can be used for survivor lords. In other words, Cao Xing and Liu Muxue can use this thing to improve themselves. The number of uses of the soul bead is 10. If you are lucky, you may be able to directly increase dozens of points of mental energy, which is a huge improvement. However, this kind of soul bead has a biggest drawback, that is, the failure probability is too high. A full 80% failure probability. At this time, Cao Xing suddenly noticed the prompt above. Use will be subject to a strong mental shock, causing oneself to fall into a state of confusion. In other words, it failed because of the mental shock, right? What if I resist this wave of mental attacks? After all, they now all have a status skill called Faith. This skill happens to be immune to a mental attack. Can it be used to be immune to the attack of Soul Orb? After thinking for a moment, Cao Xing decided to give it a try. Although the side effects of failure of this thing are a bit scary, he can still bear it. So, Cao Xing directly took out the grey bead from his backpack and looked at it in his hand. The bead is the size of a thumb, and there seem to be two groups of breath entangled with each other. The method of use is also very simple, just crush it directly. And he did not hesitate, and crushed it on the spot. Crack. The next moment, two groups of cold breath suddenly drilled into Cao Xing's mind. He seemed to see a horrible scene. A soldier was placed on the experimental table, his body was covered with knife wounds, and there was a figure standing next to him. Then transplant the organs of various animals into his body. At the same time, a system prompt. Ding. The thought of faith has been triggered. You are immune to this mental attack. The picture in front of him disappeared instantly. Successfully use the chaotic soldier soul bead. Green. Mental attribute +10. Remaining times 9. Seeing the system prompt, Cao Xing was pleasantly surprised. Haha, it really works. Great. In this way, this thing has a 100% success rate for me. Thinking of this, Cao Xing's eyes showed ecstasy. He even wanted to get a few hundred more and give them to all the mages or assassins on the field. After all, the improvement of dozens of points of spirit or dozens of points of agility attributes is very large. For Cao Xing, this thing is 1 or 200 points of magic attack power. But unfortunately, this thing currently has only 1. Shaking his head, Cao Xing put away these thoughts. He ordered, keep moving forward. Then, they circled the castle and began to explore all the way. A few minutes later, they moved forward for almost a mile. At this time, Sarah appeared again silently. There's something going on ahead. I found a cabin in the forest. A cabin? Cao Xing was stunned. Sarah nodded and pointed to the woods not far away. Obviously, in such a forest, a cabin suddenly appeared, which was abnormal, no matter how you thought about it. So Cao Xing said directly, take me over to have a look. Yes, sir. Then, Sarah led everyone to walk towards the area she found. Not long after, at the foot of several big trees ahead, a wooden cabin wrapped in vines was found. This cabin looked really small, with only one floor. The wood on the surface had turned black and damp. The humid environment in the forest caused some fungi to grow on the surface of the cabin. The most important thing was, there was still light inside, as if someone was still living there. Cao Xing thought for a moment and stopped in front of the cabin door. He walked up and knocked on the door. Dong. Dong dong. No one responded the first time, so Cao Xing knocked again. After a while, a voice came from inside. Who is it? The voice sounded like an old man in his 80s or 90s. Old and extremely harsh. Just listening to it makes people feel creepy. Tong Chachu and Elisa behind them couldn't help but hold each other's hands. Cao Xing didn't think much about it. After all, their strength was there. He straightened his face and continued, hello, we are explorers passing by and want to ask you something. Hearing this, there was silence for a moment, and then there was a sound of footsteps. A moment later, the wooden door of the hut opened a gap. A skinny, mummy-like right hand stretched out from inside and grabbed the wooden door. Crack. The wooden door opened. An old woman with a hunched figure, wearing a dirty black robe and a black scarf on her head, appeared in front of everyone. When the other party raised her head, everyone on the field trembled slightly. Even Cao Xing was scared and took a half step back. The face of this old woman really scared everyone on the field, because she looked too much like the witch in those fairy tales. The wrinkles on her face were piled up like the wrinkles on a crocodile's skin, and even her eyes were a little unclear. The most iconic thing was her wide nose, which was almost hanging down to her chin. In such a forest, the appearance of such a terrifying old man was abnormal. Cao Xing also checked her attributes in an instant. Witch in the forest, race, unknown, level 12, second level ordinary creature, health 1340/1340, attack power 95,102, skills, none, talent, none. The witch of unknown origin seems to have existed in the witch forest a long time ago. Seeing the other party's panel attributes, Cao Xing's eyes showed a thoughtful look. It was just an ordinary creature of level 12, and it didn't seem to pose any threat. However, Cao Xing did not underestimate the other party. You know, in this world, many beings use camouflage. His eye of true vision can only see through the 5th level camouflage. Therefore, Cao Xing also remained vigilant and was ready to escape or fight at any time. The old witch looked at Cao Xing and the others, and her eyelids gradually opened. Cao Xing found a pair of cat-like eyes in the wrinkles on her face. Her eyes swept over Cao Xing and the others. Everyone who was stared at by her felt a little creepy. The old woman made a blower-like sound in her throat, as if she was holding a piece of thick phlegm, which was very unpleasant. Young explorers, what do you want to ask me? Cao Xing calmed down, suppressed the discomfort in his heart, and asked, Old man, I want to know how to get into that castle. He pointed to the castle behind him. The system prompted him to look for clues nearby, and nearby Cao Xing only found this cabin in the woods. So he got straight to the point. Hearing this question, the old witch's cat-like eyes rolled a few times. Young explorer, why do you want to enter that castle? That castle is too dangerous. There are many man-eating monsters in it. Man-eating monsters? Cao Xing's eyes moved slightly. Old man, can you tell me in detail? The old witch thought for a moment, as if she was recalling something. In there is an evil big bad wolf. An ogre who likes to eat people and drinks a glass of freshly squeezed corpse juice every day. And a long-haired princess who enjoys torturing other people's souls. After hearing this, Cao Xing's eyes flashed with thought again. The big bad wolf, the cannibal that drinks corpse juice, the long-haired princess. These should be the monsters in the castle. The strange thing is that Cao Xing just walked around the castle. Except for the soldier, he didn't find any signs of biological activity inside. So Cao Xing asked his doubts directly, but when we just came here, we didn't find any monsters in the castle? When the old witch heard this question, a curve appeared at the corner of her dry mouth. It looked like she was laughing, but it was uglier than crying. Hehe. She laughed like a blower again in her throat. That's because this castle only shows its true appearance at night. Young explorer, didn't you find that there are few wild animals in this forest? Hearing this question, Cao Xing's eyes showed a thoughtful look. Because he did find this problem. Except for the group of wild boars he encountered last time he came in. This time, he didn't even encounter a wave of wild animals. What he encountered were all weird monsters such as the man-eating plant and the man-faced tree. He nodded. That's because all the beasts in the forest have been captured by the witch in this castle. The evil witch sends her soldiers every night to capture all the beasts in the forest and bring them into the castle for evil experiments. It wasn't until recent years that there were fewer and fewer beasts in the forest, and the castle finally calmed down. Chapter 223 Dark Crystal Ball, 3 Fairy Tales. Hearing this, Cao Xing was thoughtful again. So, the soldier he just met was the test subject in the castle. In other words, there are still many soldiers in this castle? That's great. This makes Cao Xing want to enter even more. You know, he just wanted to kill more fusion soldiers and explode a large number of soul orbs to upgrade himself. And according to the old witch, the group of soldiers will only appear in the castle at night. Of course, he didn't believe what the old witch said. Cao Xing continued to ask, then old man, do you know how to enter the castle? Hearing this, the old witch said slowly, the barrier set by the evil witch is very powerful. Even I can't break her barrier. Cao Xing's eyes suddenly showed disappointment. At this time, the old witch changed the subject. But, a few days ago, a girl brought me the lost crystal ball. Girl. Cao Xing instantly thought of the group of survivors who entered the witch forest together last time. Could it be Qiu Yating? Cao Xing asked, is the girl you mentioned the same as me? The old witch nodded. She is the same as you. She has the breath of another world. But she is much weaker than you. I didn't expect such a weak human could successfully pass through such a dangerous forest and brought back the things I lost. But she seemed scared. She said that her team members died in the forest. Only she found me. I comforted the child, gave her enough rewards, and sent her out of the forest. Cao Xing's eyes showed a sudden realization. He also understood what the task Qiu Yating was talking about. It was to give the crystal ball to this old witch. Unexpectedly, they actually completed the task. But the price was that all her team members died, and she was the only one left alive. As for what happened in the middle, Cao Xing didn't know. Cao Xing didn't care how Liu Yating completed the task, and continued to ask, "You mean, this crystal ball can help us enter the witch castle?" The old witch nodded and said, "Yes. This is a very magical crystal ball. I have activated its power." Hearing this, Cao Xing's eyes showed curiosity. "Can you give us this crystal ball? We want to go to the castle to take a look. We will return it to you after we use it. Of course, you see what you need, we can exchange." Hearing this, a very hidden look appeared in the old witch's turbid eyes. It was like the expression of a fisherman who had been waiting for a long time and finally waited for the fish to take the bait. The old witch laughed harshly and even raised her voice a few points. "I don't need anything. I just need. You can help me kill the witch in the castle." Hearing this, Cao Xing was shocked. He also understood the old witch's purpose in an instant. Cao Xing asked, "Do you want to deal with the witch in the castle?" The old witch nodded. "Yes. She is an evil existence. I have been waiting here for many years. I'm waiting for someone to enter the castle and kill her." After hearing this, Cao Xing's eyes showed a thoughtful look, and he did not make a decision immediately. After all, his plan was just to enter the castle to explore. The witch must be very strong to be able to set up such a barrier, and Cao Xing was not sure to deal with her. It seemed that she knew Cao Xing was hesitating. The old witch took out a black crystal ball directly from her arms. It exuded a magical dark aura. "Here, young explorer. Take a look at this crystal ball first." Cao Xing took it tentatively. Obtained. Dark crystal ball. Orange. *1 right square bracket. Cao Xing was secretly shocked. This was actually an epic quality item. He looked at the attributes silently. Dark crystal ball. Orange. Quality. Epic. Effect of the item. It can build 2 dark portals that are connected to each other. The maximum distance between the 2 portals is 5 meters, and the duration is 60 seconds. It can be used once every 7 days. Wow, this is actually a teleportation item. Moreover, its effect is very terrifying. In other words, as long as you have this crystal ball in hand. For Cao Xing, some sealed gates or special areas are basically useless. At this time, he suddenly thought of something. He thought in his heart, "I remember that there is a sealed treasure house in the underground palace of Ascalon. It is said that you need to have the royal blood of Ascalon to open the door." Obviously, in a short period of time, Cao Xing has no chance to go to the Yaolan kingdom to find the person with the royal blood of Ascalon. If there is this thing, does it mean that you don't need to find the royal blood to enter the underground palace treasure house directly? Cao Xing was shocked in an instant. After all, there are clues about repairing the ancient sword, Magdal, and there may be a lot of treasures. Thinking of this, Cao Xing's eyes gradually showed a greedy look. He even subconsciously wanted to take the crystal ball away. However, he did not implement this idea. Because Cao Xing knew that the old witch in front of him was definitely not as simple as it seemed. The old witch's eyes, like an old cat, saw Cao Xing's reaction and seemed to guess what he was thinking. A terrifying smile appeared on her wrinkled face. "Young adventurer, this is a magical crystal ball. It can take you through any door. If you can kill the evil witch in the castle, I can give you this crystal ball directly." At the same time, the system prompt appeared. "Do you accept the commission of the witch in the forest? Kill the witch in the castle?" Task reward, dark crystal ball, orange, *1 right square bracket. Looking at the task information, Cao Xing thought for a moment. Everyone also stood in place, as if waiting for his decision. Including the old witch in front of him. They also looked at Cao Xing with some expectation. Then, he shook his head and said, "Forget it." "Forget it?" The old witch's eyes showed doubts, and she seemed very puzzled. "That's right." Cao Xing nodded. "According to what you said, the witch in the castle can set up such a barrier, and her strength must be extremely powerful. We are not strong enough, so we should not take this risk." Hearing this, the old witch seemed a little anxious. She hurriedly said, "Young explorer, although the evil witch is very strong, but the strength of your group is not weak. Moreover, the witch has some problems with her body and cannot exert all her strength. I think you can complete this task. Of course, this requires a little luck. However, Cao Xing still shook his head and did not agree. Seeing this, the old witch seemed to understand something in her turbid eyes. Young explorer, how about this? If you can enter the castle and kill the evil witch, in addition to this crystal ball, I can also tell you the whereabouts of a legendary item. Hearing this, a barely detectable smile appeared on Cao Xing's lips. He finally succeeded. He must go into the witch's castle to explore. He just wanted to find this mysterious old witch and ask for more rewards. Now it seems that he has succeeded. Cao Xing suppressed his thoughts without showing any expression and asked in confusion, "Legendary item? What is it?" The old witch recalled and continued to make a shrill sound. That legendary item is called the Shield of Origin, Anodite. This is a shield used by a legendary knight. It has the power of Dwayna, the goddess of air and life. Hearing this, a hint of surprise flashed in Cao Xing's eyes. It turned out to be a legendary shield. Before this, he already knew that any legendary equipment had an extremely powerful effect. And this Shield of Origin, Anodite, must have its special features. If he can get it, whether it is given to Liu Muxue or Braum, it will surely bring him a great improvement. So, Cao Xing said directly, "Okay, I accept it." Successfully accepted the task, kill the witch in the castle. Task progress, enter the castle, kill the witch. 0/1. Hearing Cao Xing accepted, the old witch's face showed a terrifying smile again. Cao Xing couldn't stand the old man's smile and directly put the crystal ball into his backpack. Then he said, "Old man, we will take our leave first. Anyway, what should be obtained has been obtained." After speaking, he was about to take people away. At this time, the old witch stopped them. "Young explorer, please wait a moment." Cao Xing asked puzzledly, "Is there anything else?" The old witch nodded. "Before you enter the castle, how about listening to my 3 stories first?" "Stories?" Cao Xing asked. "Is this related to our next action?" The old witch nodded again. Seeing this, Cao Xing said directly, "Okay, you tell it." The old witch cleared her throat. "The first story is about a wolf." Her voice changed, giving people the vicissitudes of life and an ancient feeling. Many years ago, there was a wolf working in a circus. It had received rigorous training since childhood. The circus people took it with them every day to perform the story of Little Red Riding Hood. The story is, the wolf ate Little Red Riding Hood and her grandmother, and then was hunted by a hunter. The hunter cut open the wolf's stomach, and Little Red Riding Hood and her grandmother were miraculously resurrected. Their performances are wonderful, and they always receive a standing ovation. The audience also loves watching this show very much. And one day, the wolf went crazy on the stage. Its body became very tall, and could stand up like a human, with a creepy red light in its eyes. In front of everyone, it ate Little Red Riding Hood and her grandmother. The audience applauded and cheered for the wolf's perfect performance. However, when the wolf jumped off the stage and began to tear apart human bodies with its terrifying claws, the audience finally began to panic. The wolf killed everyone present, pulled out everyone's intestines, and connected them together. Then, it was also hunted by hunters. In a forest, the wolf was shot by an arrow and fell down. The hunter quickly walked over and cut open the wolf's stomach. However, this time, no grandfather and grandson jumped out of the stomach, but 2 magic beans. After listening to the old witch's story, Cao Xing was thoughtful. Obviously, this is the story of Little Red Riding Hood and the Big Bad Wolf, just another version. The old witch paused and continued. The second story is about an ogre. A long time ago, there lived an ogre in the forest. No one knows when he appeared in the forest. No one knows his past, but we only know that he likes to eat people very much. This ogre is proficient in the art of cooking human flesh. The children in the nearby villages are almost caught and eaten by him. Until one day, a princess of the kingdom appeared in the forest and was captured by this ogre. The king was very angry when he got the news. He immediately sent a large number of knights to hunt down the ogre. However, when people entered the forest again, they found that the knights and soldiers sent by the king, including the princess, and the ogre had all disappeared in the forest and never appeared again. After the old witch finished speaking, everyone on the scene fell into thought. Her voice was very hoarse and heavy, as if she was born to tell all kinds of horror stories. However, Cao Xing had never heard of the story about the ogre. The old voice sounded again. The third story is about a princess of a kingdom. A long time ago, there was a very beautiful princess. Her appearance was like the moon in the sky, and people favored her. Many princes from neighboring countries came to this country and wanted to marry this princess. However, in order to prevent others from taking advantage of the princess, the king built a 100-meter high tower and locked the princess in the tower and forbade anyone to contact her. After that, the king brought food and water to the princess every day. The queen knew all this clearly. One day, she wanted to let her daughter go from the tower, but was discovered by the king. As the days passed, the princess's hair grew longer and longer, until one day, her hair reached 100 meters long enough for her to slide down from the tower. As the number of casualties increased, the legend of the tower gradually spread. From then on, that area became a forbidden area that few people set foot in. After listening to these 3 stories, Cao Xing was thoughtful. Obviously, this was related to the monsters in the castle she mentioned before. Cao Xing said directly, "Are the 3 stories you mentioned the 3 monsters you told me about before?" The old witch laughed sharply. Hehe. Yes. If you want to see the witch in the castle, you must defeat these 3 first. They are stronger than each other. If you can find each other's weaknesses, you can defeat them more easily. Weakness? Cao Xing asked doubtfully. That's right. Their weaknesses are hidden in the stories I told. Hearing this, Cao Xing also understood the purpose of the old witch telling these 3 stories. At the same time, a system prompt appeared. The mission to kill the forest witch has been changed. Mission objective: defeat the 3 guardians of the castle, the big bad wolf, the ogre, and the long-haired princess. 0/3. Go to the top floor of the castle and defeat the forest witch. 0/1. Mission reward: dark crystal ball, orange, *1, shield of origin and Odiet's clue. After the old witch said this, a green look appeared in the cat's eyes again. This young explorer, I wish you good luck. Hehe. Remind you again. The castle will only reveal its true appearance at night. You need to enter at night. After that, she closed the door of the cabin. Hearing this, Cao Xing's eyes showed a thoughtful look. Will the true appearance be revealed at night? He looked at the time. Due to nightfall. 1 hour and 17 minutes. Cao Xing did not say much, but led everyone to leave here quickly. At this moment, as time went by, the environment of the witch forest became darker and darker, and night was about to fall. Liu Muxue also noticed this, and asked softly, "Xing, are we going into the castle tonight?" Cao Xing thought for a moment, shook his head and said, "Not tonight. According to what the old witch said, the level of the monsters in this castle should be quite high. We will not return to the territory tonight, and we will rest in the forest for one night. Continue to explore the witch forest tomorrow morning, and try to clear all the monsters near the castle, and get more advanced power hearts and intermediate power hearts to help us break through. After our strength is improved, we will have greater confidence." After listening to Cao Xing's analysis, everyone nodded. Obviously, his decision was right. Cao Xing still maintained his previous steady style. After getting the dark crystal ball and seeing the mission reward, he plunged directly in. He still chose to proceed step by step, making sure that he had enough strength to deal with the dangers of the castle before choosing to enter. This is one of the reasons why Sam and others respect Cao Xing. Sometimes on the battlefield, blindly charging may have significant effects, but it will cost greater casualties. Only by rationally analyzing your own strength and trying to improve yourself before the battle can you go further. Moreover, the old witch did not ask them to complete it within a certain time. Cao Xing can enter whenever he wants. Lab said excitedly at this time, "My lord, are we going to spend the night in the forest tonight?" Cao Xing nodded, "Yes." Lab immediately replied, "Great. Wild boar warriors love forests the most. By the way, my lord, do you want to go to our wild boar tribe to rest?" Hearing this, Cao Xing also remembered. In this forest, there is a wild boar tribe, where the temperature is very comfortable and there is a ready-made rest room. He opened the map and took a look. He found that the location of the wild boar tribe was more than 10 kilometers away from him, which was not too far. So Cao Xing nodded and said, okay, then we will go to the wild boar tribe to rest for a night tonight. Hearing this, smiles appeared on the faces of everyone on the field. They are now powerful beings of the 3rd and 4th levels. With everyone's physique, it is nothing to endure a night in the forest. But if there is a warm residence, it is obviously a good thing. At this time, Cao Xing said, Choo Choo, tell your mother to report safety, so that she doesn't have to worry. Tong Chuchu followed Elisa, and nodded her little head, yeah, okay big brother. After that, she went to contact Xianyani, and Elisa next to her said, Lord, tell my father too, otherwise he will think that you and I did not come home at night, and did something secretly outside. Cao Xing looked at her speechlessly, I know. Then, he pressed the communication device on his ear and dialed Irina's number. Zizzy, zizzy, the sound of electricity sounded. After a moment, Irina's voice rang in his ears. Lord. Irina seemed not used to using this kind of technological device. It's me. Cao Xing said directly. Irina, we won't go back to the territory tonight. You go and inform the others, all work will proceed as usual. Hearing this, Irina replied softly, okay lord, you be careful outside, remember to keep warm, and miss me okay, I will. After giving these instructions, Cao Xing was about to hang up the communication. At this time, an idea suddenly flashed through his mind. At present, in addition to Irina and the 3 female dragon blood fighters in the territory, there are more than 200 combatants. This is a very powerful force. Those soldiers have nothing to do at night except guard duty. Can I use a wave of Ice Dragon Horn to summon ice nest monsters, to brush points and ice dragon marks? With their strength, it might be difficult to deal with the challenge of the medium-sized Ice Dragon Horn. But if it is to deal with the monsters summoned by the Ice Dragon Horn, small, it is no problem at all. Thinking of this, Cao Xing added, oh, Irina. Keep notifying those soldiers, and tell them to prepare for battle at night. I will use a small Ice Dragon Horn at night, and a large number of Ice Nest monsters will descend at that time. You lead 3 Dragon Blood Warriors and 2 Centaurs to organize the team. Deal with the attacks of those Ice Nest monsters. Thanks to Bookfriend, Kyangledu for 1 monthly ticket. Thanks to Bookfriend 140,318,093,742,569 for 2 monthly tickets. Thanks to Bookfriend. 202303121042139355 for 1 monthly ticket. Thanks to Bookfriend. 202205270711499986 for 1 monthly ticket. Thanks to Giluishi for 6 monthly tickets. Thanks to Xiaomaozi for 3 monthly tickets. Thanks to Bookfriend. 2017090716345532 for 1 monthly ticket. Thanks to Bookfriend. 2017092415125236 for 2 monthly tickets. Thanks to Ultraman Fights. 1 monthly ticket. Thanks to Bookfriend 202220904145758324 for 3 monthly tickets. Thanks to Xiaoze for 4 monthly tickets. Thanks to Demon 136781 for 1 monthly ticket. Thanks to Beishida Handling for 1 monthly ticket. Thanks to Bookfriend 120,531,162,742,891 for 1 monthly ticket. Thanks to Shenba for 1 monthly ticket. Thanks to Bookfriend. 20,230,329,812 for 2 monthly tickets. Thanks to Registration Lao Mao for 3 monthly tickets. Thanks to Bookfriends for their recommendation tickets and subscriptions. Thanks to Bookfriend, Perpetiouch for his 500-point reward. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 224 is firmly in first place. The blizzard is coming. Cao Xing began to give instructions on how to deal with the challenge of the ice dragon horn at night. Irina quickly replied, "Okay, I'll go and inform the people." She kept Cao Xing's instructions in mind, then hung up the phone and began to give instructions. The matters in the territory were almost completed. As night fell, the sky soon darkened. The entire witch forest was shrouded in complete darkness. In such a dark environment, there was a group of figures holding blue torches, walking through the forest. It was Cao Xing and his group. The witch forest at night was very depressing, or rather, terribly depressing. Except for sporadic bird calls, not even the sound of wild animals could be heard. At this moment, Isabel and the team whispered, "Lord, let me light the way forward for you." Cao Xing was stunned, and he also remembered. Isabel's advanced holy light control can release strong holy light to serve as a lighting effect. "Okay, go, Isabel." After getting permission, the holy woman in front of him slowly raised her staff. "The holy light will guide us forward." The next moment, a strong light rose from her staff. The area of dozens of meters nearby was extremely bright. Seeing this scene, everyone's eyes showed admiration. Tongchachu whispered, "Wow. Sister Isabel is so powerful and beautiful." But Zida, who was following the team, looked at her with disdain. "TSK. What a woman who loves to show off." Under the guidance of Isabel, everyone soon came to an area filled with a lot of vines. Behind these vines was the ancient wild boar tribe. Following the gap where the black snake broke in before, they quickly entered the interior. In an instant, warm breath came in waves. Cao Xing looked at the temperature above his head. Current temperature 13. Everyone knew that the reason why the environment of the wild boar tribe was so comfortable was because there was a magical, huge vine. Cao Xing sighed and said, "It's a pity that such a magical vine can't be obtained." The ones they had fought before were still preserved here, and no other creatures had entered. Everyone came to the square in the center of the wild boar tribe. Cao Xing looked at the statue in the square and asked, "Labo, can the beast god statue still be used?" In his backpack, there was some nectar of the man-eating plant, a leader-level soul, and several elite souls that needed to be purified. Labo leaned over to take a look, and then said, "Lord, the power on the statue has been exhausted. Without the wild boar warriors praying and contributing their faith every day, it may take a long time to recover." Hearing this, Cao Xing nodded. Although it was a bit regrettable, it didn't have much impact. So he said directly, "Okay, let's go in and rest. Keep your energy tonight. We will experience a lot of battles tomorrow daytime. We may have to enter the witch castle at night. Everyone must hold on." Hearing this, everyone on the field had a smile on their faces. Braum patted his chest and assured, "Don't worry, Lord, Braum is in good physical condition." Jonad and Josant also replied, "During the Dragon War, the longest time our Norn tribe experienced continuous fighting was 2 months. This is nothing for us." Cao Xing smiled. Then, he took them to the stone door of the wild boar tribe's lounge. Since they knew the spell of the lounge, the stone door was quickly opened by them. Everyone filed in. There were many stone rooms inside, as well as ready-made stone beds, stone tables, etc. Lab excitedly said, "Oh, I haven't lived in a tribal house for many years. This feeling is so familiar and strange. Everyone, just treat this place as your own home. Live anywhere you want, haha." Everyone looked at the wild boar warrior Lab speechlessly. He is not from this tribe, but he makes himself look like the chief of the tribe. However, everyone still observed and found a room to enter. And Elisa and Tongchachu, the 2 little girls, followed Valiba, as well as Cao Xing and Liu Muxue. 4 people and a bear slept in the same room. However, they did not sleep on the stone bed, but rested against the wall. Valiba lay in the corner. Elisa and Xiaochachu rested, while hugging Valiba's thick hairy legs. Time passed slowly. At 6:30 in the evening, Cao Xing dialed the communication device on his ear and said, "Irina, get ready. I'm going to use the ice dragon horn." Zizzy. Received. "Lord, we are ready for battle." Hearing this, Cao Xing was relieved. Then, he used the horn directly. "This thing can only be used by the Lord. and no matter where you use it, the summoned ice nest monster will descend near the territory. At the same time, a familiar district notice sounded in the chat channel of District 17. District notice, survivors, please note, Survivor Lord, Cao Xing has used the ice dragon horn, small. At this moment, the lively chat channel was instantly stagnant, and then there was a cry of surprise. Chenze, oh my god. Boss Cao Xing used a horn again. Isn't it said that every time a horn challenge is used, many people will die? Yinlinru, yes, since yesterday, although those legion leaders have resisted the impact of the ice nest, they have suffered heavy losses. Today, no legion has used the ice dragon horn. Gushiji, haha, didn't the people in Wangjiang Pavilion say that, although Boss Cao Xing resisted the challenge of the medium level ice dragon horn, he suffered heavy losses, and was unable to recover? How come he still looks so strong? Dengzang, indeed, he is worthy of being Boss Cao Xing. In this challenge tonight, his points will soar again. I guess no one can catch up with him. At this time, Jiang Qingyan, who was ridiculed by everyone, and the legion leaders of District 17, were all looking at the chat channel in shock. It seems that they don't understand why Cao Xing can use the ice dragon horn continuously. You know, no matter how strong the territory is, facing the attack of so many ice nest monsters, it is impossible not to have casualties. Could it be that no one died in his territory in yesterday's battle? Or did they die very few? Cao Xing did not read the discussion in the chat channel, nor did he know the Legion commander's speculations about him. Instead, he kept communicating and listened to Irina's report on the battle situation. Just as expected, 100 Ascalon warriors, more than 100 wild boar warriors, and powerful beings such as Irina and Alice were enough to easily deal with the small ice dragon horn challenge. The kill information kept refreshing the screen until 0 hours in the morning. The battle was almost over. Then they began to destroy those ice nests. Cao Xing's points once again ushered in a rapid growth. 1137 points, 1194 points, 1235 points. In the end, Cao Xing's points were fixed at 1312 points. I took a look at the current points ranking. Ranking of points in District 17. First place, Cao Xing 1312 points. Second place, Jiang Qingyan 438 points. Fourth place, Wu Xinghu 285 points. Third place, Chen Feng 273 points. Obviously, he still took the first place with a crushing advantage, and the gap was getting bigger and bigger. In the chat channel, the people of Wangjiang Pavilion had completely stopped fighting. Jiang Qingyan still sat in the Lord's hut with a sullen face, not saying a word. Cao Xing, after the battle, learned from Irina's report that this time he had obtained more than 40,000 ice dragon marks and 20,000 glacier fragments. Cao Xing said happily, not bad, let's see if I can save some ice dragon marks after I go back and exchange them for a Haoyu treasure chest. Of course, those advanced blueprints and leader level dragon blood warriors can also be exchanged for a few to see. Thinking of this, Cao Xing couldn't help but feel a little excited. Then, he went to rest with peace of mind. The next day, Cao Xing and Liu Muxue woke up together. A system prompt appeared. Attention all survivors. Attention all survivors. You have passed the 9th day of the official period, and a blizzard is coming. Weather forecast. There will be a cold current today, and the lowest temperature will reach -68. The blizzard will officially hit tonight at 2012. In the blizzard, the lowest temperature will reach -79. The blizzard will trigger various geological disasters, such as landslides, snowstorms, etc. Please all survivors, be prepared to deal with it. Seeing this series of system prompts, Cao Xing's face also showed surprise. It has been almost 20 days since entering this world and finally ushered in the first blizzard. Although it was expected, when it really came, I was still a little nervous. After all, in this world, blizzards are an extremely severe challenge for everyone. The seriousness of the matter can be seen from the long list of prompts in the system. As expected, the world channel has become a mess. Christopher, oh my god. A moderate snowfall a few days ago almost submerged my territory. How terrible will this blizzard be? Niyai, oh no. My territory is on the mountain, next to a cliff. I will definitely be in trouble if this blizzard comes. No, I have to run away. Hori Kinjiro, yo. Fortunately, I gave up my territory and hid in a cave. I also stored a lot of food and coal in it, and I can play with those female mole people every day. Ha ha ha. Han Yaozen, handsome pass in the chat channel. Is there anyone who can take me and my sister in? The level of our territory is too low, and it will definitely not withstand the blizzard. Zao minimum, please give priority to homeless little brothers who are over 180 centimeters tall and have six-pack abdominal muscles. The bonfire in my territory has been upgraded to level 8, and there are several second level soldiers, which are enough to ensure your safety. Yan Lishan, brothers, don't go, you will be beaten. At this moment, in the wild boar tribe, Liu Muxue nestled in Cao Xing's arms and said with a worried look on her face, Crossing, there will be a blizzard tomorrow. Should we go back first and make some preparations? Her worries were not unreasonable. After all, blizzard weather is one of the worst weather in the world, and it is possible that it will cause serious consequences. Cao Xing nodded and said, it's time to go back, otherwise we may not be able to go out for a few days when the blizzard comes. However, the blizzard weather will not officially come until the evening, and we can continue to explore the forest during the day. Just bring more resources back. Liu Muxue also nodded. Although, according to Cao Xing's plan, he was going to enter the witch castle tonight. But as mentioned before, the weather in this world is changeable, and everything is uncertain. Plans cannot keep up with changes. As for the task of the old witch, Cao Xing was not in a hurry. Anyway, there was no completion time marked on the task. So, he pressed the small communication device on his ear and issued a general broadcast. Okay, get up. After hearing Cao Xing's order, more than a dozen people came out in a crowd. Elisa said sleepily, Is it dawn so soon? Tongchachi beside her smiled excitedly. Sister Elisa, I slept so comfortably last night. Last night, they fell asleep leaning on Valiba's thighs. Valiba's thick fur provided them with warmth, allowing them to sleep well. This made others envious. Lab said excitedly, Lord, are we going to fight? Lab had a good sleep in the tribe, and now I feel like I have endless energy. Cao Xing smiled. It's time to fight, but there's a little change in the plan. There will be a blizzard tonight. We will continue to explore the forest during the day, and then rush back to the territory before dark. Hearing this, everyone looked at each other. Cao Xing didn't say much, and directly ordered, let's go directly to the depths of the witch forest, around the castle, and try to explore as many areas as possible. Considering the huge area of this forest, it is definitely impossible to explore it in one day, so Cao Xing could only explore the deepest parts first. Yes, Lord. Everyone still maintained a high level of enthusiasm. Then they walked out of the wild boar tribe together. They walked all the way. They came directly to the depths of the witch forest. That is, near the castle. Then, they began their battle and exploration journey. Boom. Boom. Dabe's heavy footsteps echoed in the forest. Soon, they encountered the first wave of monsters. Hoo-la la. The white petals slowly opened, like a whirlpool, revealing the black and purple spikes inside. This is a group of nightmare piranhas, about 30 or 40 in number. The level is above level 38, and there are a few level 40 piranhas. However, there are only a few elite creatures among these piranhas, and there are no boss level creatures. Cao Xing gave the order directly, do whatever you want, and fight quickly and decisively. This level of monsters was a crushing blow to them. Bron. Attack. Wild Boar Warrior. Charge. Braum and Lab, two battle maniacs, rushed up together. Then, it was a Sam riding a frost wolf and Jonad holding a spear. The situation was controlled by them in an instant. In the back, there were Cao Xing and a group of powerful mages and archers, suppressing with long-range firepower. This group of carnivorous plants had no chance to resist at all. It only took them 6 minutes to end this wave of battle. Then, he and Liu Muxue spent about 10 minutes cleaning up the battlefield. And Cao Xing also walked over as usual and picked up everything on the ground. Obtain. Nightmare piranha plant spikes. Green. Asterisk. 2438. Obtain. Nightmare piranha plant spikes. Blue. Asterisk. 431. Obtain. Nightmare piranha plant elite soul asterisk 2 right square bracket. Obtain. Intermediate power heart asterisk 5 right square bracket. Obtain. Level 3 elite nightmare court archer scroll asterisk 2 right square bracket. Obtain. Level 3 nightmare court archer scroll asterisk 5 right square bracket. Obtain. Not bad, not bad. There are actually 5 intermediate power hearts and 7 scrolls. Sure enough, the explosion rate of higher level monsters is also higher. Cao Xing nodded with satisfaction. In addition to these things, there are also a lot of materials, and the benefits are quite good. After finishing this wave of battles, they continued to explore. It took about 40 minutes for Cao Xing and others to encounter the second wave of monsters today. It was a group of human-faced trees. Then it was still the usual crushing battle. Time passed slowly. In the next 3 or 4 hours, they experienced a total of 3 battles. The battles did not last long. Most of the time was spent on the road of exploration. There was no way. The witch forest was too big. Although the monsters in the depths were of higher level, they were not as dense as expected. In addition, it took a lot of time to collect the spoils on the ground. The morning passed quickly. Cao Xing and others appeared next to an open space. He could already feel the temperature in the forest dropping rapidly. He looked at the numbers above his head. Due to nightfall. 6:32. Current temperature, -61. The temperature directly reached more than 60 degrees below zero. Obviously, the blizzard is really coming. Cao Xing said, everyone, rest here for half an hour, and prepare for lunch. Fight for a while in the afternoon, and then we will go back. Hearing this, everyone's face also showed expectations. After all, they knew that Cao Xing would prepare a rich food in his backpack every time he went out. Then, Cao Xing took out a lot of white bread, roasted secret rabbit meat, honey, etc. from his backpack like a magic trick. This is the advantage of carrying a backpack. Even outside, you can eat a rich food. Everyone started a picnic on the spot. Lab and Bron devoured the food voraciously. Oh, really delicious rabbit meat. At this time, Elisa patted her buttocks, stood up from the ground, and walked to Cao Xing eagerly. Seeing her somewhat embarrassed expression, Cao Xing asked in confusion, "What's wrong?" "It's that, Lord. Can you give me a bottle of milk? Elisa hasn't had any milk today." Hearing this, Cao Xing was stunned for a moment. "Do you drink milk every day?" Elisa nodded like a chicken pecking at rice. "Yes. My mother left when I was very young, and then my father would take me to squeeze fresh yak milk for me every day in order to make me grow up healthily. This is a habit I developed since I was a child." Had he? Elisa laughed embarrassedly. Cao Xing looked at him strangely. Old Mel raised a lot of cows, so it was normal for him to have so much milk to supply his daughter. However, Elisa drank so much milk from childhood to adulthood. Why didn't she grow up? That flat chest, and that height of less than 1.6 meters. Noticing Cao Xing's gaze, Elisa also looked at him curiously. Cao Xing smiled, and then took out 2 bottles of cloud yak milk from his backpack. "Here, remember to share 1 bottle with Zhao Chuchu." Elisa took it happily. "Wow. Thank you, Lord." After that, she jumped to Tong Chuchu and shared the delicious milk with her. After eating and drinking, everyone stood up again. Then they continued to explore the area around the castle, about 10 kilometers away. From noon to more than 3 o'clock in the afternoon, they experienced 2 more battles. During this period, Cao Xing harvested a large number of intermediate power hearts, as well as many elite souls and leader souls. In addition, the number of nightmare piranha spikes has exceeded 20,000, and there are a lot of miscellaneous blue and purple grade materials. You can imagine how amazing their harvest is today. Especially those spikes, if they are all handed over to Herald to be made into arrows and then taken to the market for trading. It will definitely bring Cao Xing a lot of resources. At this moment, Cao Xing and others continued to walk through the forest. Checked the time. Due to nightfall. 3 hours and 7 minutes. Only 3 hours left. We have to hurry back. Sure enough, as long as people are busy, time passes quickly. Cao Xing thought with a smile. Now, it's time to share these high-level power hearts in my hands, and then improve everyone's strength. And at this moment, he suddenly raised his eyes, because he saw a lot of thick trees. After dealing with them for 2 days, now, they can distinguish whether those trees are ordinary trees or human-faced trees through some very inconspicuous details. Obviously, those in front of them are human-faced trees. Cao Xing said, "Shoot 2 arrows and see." Hearing this, Elisa and Irina had already pulled the bowstrings at the same time. Swish, swish, the arrows hit. The group of human-faced trees also instantly removed their camouflage. Hoo la la. Dozens of ancient trees turned around at the same time, revealing the pale human face on the trunk. Cao Xing looked over and found that they were all a group of human-faced trees from level 38 to 40. Among them, there were 5 elite human-faced trees and 3 leader human-faced trees. The most important thing is that there was actually a level 39 leader level human-faced tree. This made Cao Xing very excited. Great. Finally, I encountered a leader level creature again. Although they killed many monsters today, most of them were leaders and elites, and they only encountered one leader level creature. The soul has not exploded yet. Now, Cao Xing finally encountered a leader level creature again. So, he quickly commanded, the old method. Bron, Dabe, Valaba, deal with the leader level human face tree. Isabel, Hilda, Assam, each of you deal with a leader level human face tree. Jonad, Josant, the 5 elite human face trees are left to you. Others, do your best to kill those ordinary human face trees. After receiving Cao Xing's order, everyone instantly aimed at their targets. Compared with yesterday, their strength has not only improved by 1 level, Irina, who has transformed into a leader, Hilda and Isabel, who have broken through to the 4th level, and the group of nightmare court archers, all of whom have greatly increased their strength. Especially Irina, in the state of hunting heart, she was shrouded in red energy. Quickly pull the bowstring. Swish, swish. Arrows shot out one by one, landing on the leader of the human-faced tree, bursting out with powerful damage. -4072, -4132, -4093. Every arrow is a critical hit. Her current output can compete with Isabel, a 4th level holy light priest. Thanks to the book friends, Autumn Wind Blowing 2 monthly tickets. Thanks to God Monster 9 monthly tickets. Thanks to I Love to Eat Fruit 2 monthly tickets. Thanks to Han Shengi 2 monthly tickets. Thanks to Demon 136,781 2 monthly tickets. Thanks to Yuking Ling Bao Daozen 1 monthly ticket. Thanks to Emlan Yuan M 1 monthly ticket. Thanks to the book friends for the recommendation tickets and subscriptions. Chapter 225, Brahm's Transformation, Ice Giant Form. Once Irina breaks through to the 4th level, she will undergo another powerful transformation. Only 7 seconds have passed. The first human-faced tree was killed by her on the spot. Your territory member, Irina's Hawkeye killed the ice crystal human-faced tree LV39, a 4th level common creature, and gained experience points. 1560, combatants gained experience points. 780. This scene made Elisa, who was also an archer next to her, envious. Wow. Sister Irina. So amazing. At this moment, Irina, who was standing, glanced at Elisa with a gentle smile on her face. Little Elisa is also great. Keep up the good work, and the Lord will definitely help you continue to improve your strength. Yeah. Elisa will work hard. Elisa nodded continuously. The performance of others was equally impressive. For example, Andrew, who had already broken through to the 4th level. In the owl beast form, he began to cast starfire and moonfire continuously. Bang, bang bang. The sound of explosions continued, causing a large number of damage. -6375, -5412, -6451, -5321. As the top 3 output in the team. These ordinary level 4 human-faced trees only have 20,000 or 30,000 HP and can't withstand Andrew's bombardment. In the blink of an eye, a human-faced tree was killed on the spot. Your territory member, Andrew, killed the ice crystal human face tree LV38, a 4th level ordinary creature, and gained experience points. 1520, combatants gained experience points. 760. Next to Cao Xing, the 4th level Isabel and Zeta each dealt with a 4th level boss. Both of them are 4th level strength, and Isabel and Zeta are also leader level, plus they have a buff on their bodies. You can imagine how badly these leader level human face trees were suppressed by them. The opponent had almost no power to fight back. Bang, bang, holy lights and a shield, and holy light ball, exploded one after another, causing the boss level human face tree to shake continuously. And Hilda next to her, after stacking up the blood poison layer, made the opponent scream continuously. The dense damage numbers began to fill the screen. Of course, Sarah was still the most powerful. Since she learned the new skill, Phantom Step, Sarah became even more unpredictable. With the silent blade in her hand, she would not be able to show her attacks, even when she was in stealth mode. Swish, swish. One after another attacks came out from the darkness. Minus 6858. Minus 4632. Minus 10,724. The gift of liberation. One by one, the heart-shaking damage numbers appeared. From Cao Xing's perspective, he could only see the health of the human face tree dropping one by one. In less than 3 or 4 seconds, a human face tree was killed by her on the spot. Her position as the top output of the team remained unshakable. The battle was going on in an orderly manner. Soon, those ordinary human face trees were gradually cleared out by them. As the outputs freed up their firepower, the remaining 5 elite human face trees were also quickly killed. Then, Isabel, Hilda, and Assam had finished the battle. Your territory member, Isabel Gospel, killed the human face tree Elder LV39, a 4th order boss level creature, and gained 7800 experience points. Combatants gained experience points. 3900. Your 3 kill messages appeared. Only the last leader level human face tree was left on the field, still resisting. However, its health had also dropped to a dangerous level. It was almost only the last 10,000 health points. With Cao Xing's ice-breaking flying blade. Bang, bang, bang. Minus 4732. Minus 7059. Minus 7124. A wave of explosions took away nearly 20,000 HP of the leader of the human face tree. The HP was instantly reduced to 0. All the branches on its body also drooped down. The system prompt appeared. Successfully killed the leader of the human face tree LV39, a 4th order leader level creature, and gained experience points. 0 combatants gained experience points. 7800. At the same time, a white light rose from Sarah. Your territory member, Sarah Blade Dance has been upgraded. Current level, level 31. Hearing the system prompt, Cao Xing also smiled. Very good. After killing so many monsters today, Sarah, who was the first to use the Heart of Power, has been upgraded. However, 340,000 experience points are required to upgrade from level 31 to level 32, which is equivalent to 40,000 more experience points for every level upgrade. The battle is over. Next, it is the stage of cleaning up the battlefield that they are looking forward to. Cao Xing ordered. As usual, you go and cut down those vines. Everyone started to act. Cao Xing, on the other hand, ran straight towards the leader level human face tree and picked up the things that fell on the ground. Obtained the life tree heart of the leader of the human face tree, gold, *1 right square bracket. Obtained the soul of the leader of the human face tree, gold, *1 right square bracket. Obtained the strong bark of the leader of the human face tree, gold, *1 right square bracket. Obtained the best tree sap, gold, *7 right square bracket. Obtained. Haha, another leader level soul has exploded. For Cao Xing, a leader level soul is more precious than a high level power heart. After all, a high level power heart can explode on some 4th level leaders, and the leader soul can only be exploded on rare leader level creatures. At the same time, everyone also cleaned up the corpses of the human face trees. Cao Xing quickly walked over and collected everything. Obtained Soul of the leader of the human face tree elders asterisk 2 right square bracket obtained. Heart of life of the human face tree elders purple asterisk 3 right square bracket obtained. Life vine of the leader of the human face tree asterisk 78 obtained. Heart of advanced strength asterisk 1 right square bracket obtained. Heart of intermediate strength asterisk 8 right square bracket obtained. A large number of materials were once again collected by him. Looking at the materials in his backpack that were about to accumulate to 40 grids, Cao Xing's eyes showed a joy that could not be concealed, because it also contained a large number of ordinary human face tree hearts, nightmare stings of man-eating plants and other precious materials. From the morning until sunset in the afternoon, they experienced a total of 8 battles. 3 waves were nightmare man-eating plants, and 5 waves were human face trees. Almost the entire area around the castle was cleared, not counting other gains. Just intermediate strength heart, the number in Cao Xing's backpack exceeded 60, which is equivalent to 600,000 ice dragon marks. A total of 5 high-level strength heart were obtained. There is also 1 leader level soul, 8 boss level souls, and 31 elite souls. In addition, there are more than 20 nightmare archer recruitment scrolls. You can imagine how amazing their harvest this time is. Cao Xing said with joy, very good, I killed another leader level human face tree during the day. Now I have 2 leader level life tree hearts in my backpack. This time when I go back, I can make the pale tree improve a lot. Next, it is the stage of distributing the spoils. Cao Xing said, okay, let's all rest here. Let's divide today's things and then prepare to go back. Hearing this, everyone's faces were also filled with joy. After all, nothing can be more exciting than the improvement of strength. Cao Xing began to look at the pile of spoils in his backpack and think about the personnel to be distributed. The first one to be distributed is naturally 5 high-level power hearts. According to the order of joining the territory members, Cao Xing gave 1 to Irina, Blot, and Lab respectively. Then, he gave 1 to himself and Liu Muxue. Originally, the last one was intended for Braum, but Cao Xing looked at the leader level soul in his hand and decided to give it to him. Braum, come here. Hearing this, Braum raised his shield and came to Cao Xing. Lord, Braum is here. Is there any good news? Of course there is good news. Cao Xing smiled and then threw the soul in his hand to him. Take this soul and start breaking through. Braum looked at the thing in his hand and excitement instantly appeared in his eyes. He also knew that this leader soul was more important than the heart of advanced power. It can also be seen that Cao Xing values him. Braum put the heavy shield on the ground and said respectfully, Lord, thank you for your recognition of Braum. From now on, Braum will use the shield in his hand and his life to defend your honor. Due to your generous gift, the loyalty of the territory member, Braum Iron Wall is further improved. Because the loyalty is full, the special effect, D-Head is triggered. Hearing the system prompt, Cao Xing also had a hint of joy in his heart. Not bad, not bad, another loyal subordinate. Then, he came to Wally and Dabe again, and took out 6 leader level, human face tree hearts from his backpack. Looking at their eager eyes, Cao Xing also had a smile on his face. Then, he directly fed them to each. Crunch, crunch. Dabe and Wally, like eating candy beans, swallowed the 2 leader level tree hearts. The surging vitality continued to surge in their bodies. Then, Cao Xing walked to the side of a Sam's Frost Wolf and slapped an elite soul into it. He ordered, okay, use what you have in your hands, and start to break through. Yes, Lord. Everyone responded at the same time. Those who were given the heart of power and the soul began to break through, including Cao Xing and Liu Muxue. They also began to use the advanced heart of power. The method of using this thing is the same as the primary power heart, just crush it. Crack. As the crystal shattered, pure power poured into everyone's body. Everyone on the field entered the breakthrough state. The others were also waiting quietly on the side. As time passed, the aura of the 5 people was also growing, especially Brot and Rinus. Their aura has reached a peak level. Just looking at them, you can feel a sense of oppression. Then, 3 consecutive system prompts appeared. Your territory member, Brotsoffer Stone, has successfully broken through and has become a 4th level creature. The basic attributes have increased by 100%. Your territory member, Renus Hawkeye, has successfully broken through and has become a 4th level creature. The basic attributes have increased by 100%. Your territory member, Lab, has successfully broken through and has become a 4th level creature. The basic attributes have increased by 100%. At this moment, Cao Xing, who was in the breakthrough state, saw the system prompt and his eyes lit up. Damn. So lucky. I actually succeeded 3 times in a row. Haha. However, good news came again. Cao Xing felt that the power accumulated in his body had reached a terrifying level. With the continuous impact, a pop sound rang in his mind, like a bubble being punctured. At this moment, he seemed to have broken through some kind of boundary. In an instant, the world in front of him suddenly became clearer. He could even clearly feel the fluctuations of the ice element in the air. You have successfully advanced to 4th level Frost Mage. Basic attributes increase by 100%. Because your spiritual attributes have been greatly improved, your understanding of the ice element has deepened, and your skill, primary ice control, has been upgraded to intermediate ice control. Is there still such an effect after the 4th level? It actually upgraded my ice control skill. I see. I was wondering why I could feel the ice element around me so clearly. Cao Xing's eyes showed joy. This is a key skill. The higher the level of ice element control, the more proficient you are in using the element. After reaching the advanced level, he can even learn from Iceable and condense the ice element in the air into the shape he wants. Not bad, not bad. From level 3 to level 4, it's really an important transformation. Feeling the power filling his body, he couldn't wait to look at his attribute panel. Name, Cao Xing. Race, Blue Star Human. Level 30/30000. Level 4 Frost Mage. Detailed attributes. Click to view. I actually have 2600 magic attack. If I add Muzu's blessing, I can easily reach 3300 magic attack. This wave of ice-breaking flying blade will hit, and ordinary monsters of the same level will probably be killed on the spot by me. Cao Xing's mouth showed a strong smile of joy. This was a joy for the improvement of his own strength. The most important thing is that his ice healing technique is about to reach 1600, and the ice armor technique can increase nearly 700 armor. Although, because of the system update, the calculation method of armor has been changed to division calculation. But this is still a huge improvement, which can reduce a lot of damage. At this time, the aurora breath on Liu Muxue's body gradually subsided. She looked at Cao Xing with a frustrated look in her eyes. Xing, I seem to have failed to break through. Cao Xing smiled after hearing this, and then comforted her. It's okay. 4 out of 5 succeeded, and 1 failed. This probability is already very high. Just think of it as a scapegoat for us. After hearing this, Liu Muxue's beautiful features flashed a bit of thought, and then nodded heavily. Yeah. If my failure can exchange for all of you to successfully break through, then I would rather fail a few more times. Hearing this, Cao Xing also showed a gentle smile on his face. Although Liu Muxue didn't participate in the battle directly, she was really assisting Cao Xing wholeheartedly. Rubbing her head, everything was self-evident. At this moment, Renus, Blot, and Lab, the 3 4th level strongmen who had successfully broken through, had excited looks in their eyes. Lab said excitedly, "Oh, I actually became a 4th level wild boar warrior. Great. If the clan leader knew, he would definitely be proud of me." Including Blot next to him, he was extremely excited. Very good. With my current strength, I should be able to destroy a squadron of the Blood Legion, right? When I'm strong enough, I will return to the southern continent and launch the most fierce revenge on those invaders. His eyes were filled with hatred. This peace-loving Charles had been trained by Cao Xing into a militant without knowing it. Only Rena stood quietly aside. She quickly accepted her breakthrough and began to adapt to the surge of power in her body. At this time, the 3 of them looked at Cao Xing with gratitude at the same time and saluted. "Thank you, respected lord." Cao Xing waved his hand. Then, he looked at the attributes of the 3 people after the breakthrough. Boar tribe warrior, Lab, race, human, level 30/30000, 4th order boss level creature, detailed attributes, click to view. Black Smoke Shaman, Brot Brimstone, race, share, level 30/30000, 4th order boss level creature, detailed attributes, click to view. Ascalon Archer, Renus Hawkeye, race, human, level 30/30000, 4th order boss level creature, detailed attributes, click to view. Good. Renus also has 3300 attack power. With the Blessing of Honor, it can easily break 4000. Plus with a 100% critical hit rate, almost every arrow has a minimum damage of 6000. What a terrifying transformation. Of course, Brot and Lab's attributes are a little worse, but this is because they are now only boss level creatures. Once they break through to the leader, they will also have extremely powerful combat power. At the same time, Dabe and Volibear have also digested all the life force in their bodies. Your pet, Dabe, has eaten 2 leader level human face tree hearts and has grown to a new stage, health plus 9%. Your pet, Volibear, has used 2 leader level human face tree hearts and has grown to a new stage, health plus 8%. Seeing the system prompt, Cao Xing smiled again. He glanced at the health of the 2 giants. Cao Xing's pet, Dabe, level 30/30000, level 3 boss level creature, HP 74,515/74,515. Cao Xing's pet, Volibear, level 27 18,324/26000, level 3 boss level creature, HP 51,738/51,738. Haha, Dabe's HP is almost 75,000. This wave of improvement is huge. Vali is not bad either, it has also exceeded 50,000. When it reaches level 30, it can increase its HP by several thousand points. Plus, I still have 2 leader level human face tree hearts in my backpack. When I go back, I can further increase the blessing of the pale tree and increase my vitality. Thinking of this, Cao Xing became more excited. Next, it was Sam's mount, the Frost Wolf. The aura of this white Frost Wolf was also rising rapidly. After a while, it completed the transformation to the elite level. Your territory member mount, Frost Wolf, successfully advanced to a 3rd level elite creature. Basic attributes increased by 30% and learned a new skill, Snowfield Rush. Passive skill, running speed increased by 20%, and in snowfields and other terrains, running speed increased by an additional 10%. This skill is also pretty good and can greatly increase the mobility of the Frost Wolf. After all, as a knight's mount, flexibility is the first requirement. At this moment, there is only one Braum on the field, and he is still in the state of transformation. This time, it seems to be really as Cao Xing said. Liu Muxue's failure to break through gave them a knife. Not only did 4 consecutive high-level power hearts succeed, but even Braum's breakthrough seemed to be smooth. This strong guy, his muscles bulged all over his body, and his body was also rising rapidly. From the original 1.8 meters, he rushed directly to 2.5 meters. Coupled with the sturdy muscles all over his body, he looks like a devil muscle man. Crack. As a terrifying ice force burst out from his body, Braum suddenly opened his azure eyes. The mustache on the corner of his mouth moved without the wind, and his thick lips gradually opened up, revealing an exaggerated smile. He laughed loudly. My lord, Braum did not fail. I succeeded. I'm now powerful leader. Ha ha ha. Cao Xing also had a smile on his face. Congratulations. Although the system prompt has not appeared yet, but from Braum's current momentum, it can be seen that he will definitely succeed this time. Moreover, Cao Xing has a hunch that Braum's breakthrough this time must be very important. At the same time, the transformation of this big guy has reached the final stage. With Braum's roar, he seemed to have taken back all the strength in his body, and his surging body size also returned to its original state. Your territory member, Braum Ironwall, has successfully used the soul transformation and has become a 3rd level leader level creature. The basic attributes have increased by 30% and a new skill has been learned. Ice Giant. Ice Giant. After activating this skill, in the next 90 seconds, the body size will be enlarged. The strength attribute will increase by 50%. The health value will increase by 50%. The armor will increase by 20% and an additional skill will be obtained. Giant Roar. Wow. Braum's new skill is quite powerful. His current health has already reached 60,000 and after activating this skill, it can directly reach 90,000. Moreover, once Braum breaks through the 4th level, his basic health will be at least 90,000. After using this Ice Giant skill, it will be at least 130,000 health, plus a 20% armor bonus. It's really scary to think about it. But what is this? Giant Roar skill? Cao Xing glanced at the attributes. Giant Roar. The ice giant roars angrily, forcing all enemies within 50 meters to attack him. The effect lasts for 20 seconds and the cooldown time is 60 seconds. Oh my god. Isn't this a taunt skill? It's a group taunt. Cao Xing looked at him with surprise and exclaimed, Braum, this new form is very good, and it can better protect our team. Braum touched his head and said, I think so, Lord. Looking at the powerful momentum of Braum. At this time, Assam said with a smile, Mr. Braun, in this way, you don't have to worry about your position as the first shield guard of the team being taken away, right? Braun responded, Knight Assam, you are right. I feel that I can even withstand your attack head on now. Hearing this, Assam's eyes also showed a hint of fighting spirit. The honor of being a knight did not allow him to fail to break through the enemy's defense. And now he was in front of his lord, and he couldn't fall behind. Assam even wanted to have a fight with Braun on the spot, but he also knew that now was not the time. So, Assam smiled and said, let's have a fight another day, when we have a chance. Braun readily agreed, no problem. Of course, you can't use that ancient sword, otherwise I will definitely not fight you. Don't worry, I won't use the ancient sword. Everyone listened to their conversation with smiles on their faces. Now, all the things that can be used for improvement have been used up. Next, we have to return to the territory. Cao Xing quickly ordered, follow me and prepare to return. After that, he and Liu Muxue came to the back of Dabe. Elisa and Xiao Chuchu climbed onto Waller's back. Under the guidance of Cao Xing, the group began to walk out of the witch forest. Boom. Boom. It took them about 50 minutes to rush out of the witch forest. There was no other way. After all, they went too deep this time. However, the only good news is that Cao Xing has figured out the secrets of this forest. Next, they just need to wait for the blizzard to stop, and Cao Xing will come to the forest again to reveal the secrets of the castle one by one. As soon as they walked out of the forest, the cold air coming from the front made everyone shudder. Just like last time, as soon as everyone came out, they saw snowflakes all over the sky. Thanks to Bookfriend, Tkij for 1 monthly ticket. Thanks to Kiesilin for 1 monthly ticket. Thanks to Bookfriend 202060400040 to 9227 for 1 monthly ticket. Thanks to Bookfriend 202201121414090020 for 1 monthly ticket. Thanks to Bookfriend 2023052914224398 for 1 monthly ticket. Thanks to Gukaduhei for 2 monthly tickets. Thanks to HUIG for 3 monthly tickets. Thanks to Skycat for 2 monthly tickets. Thanks to Taizu Yinlong Kang for 1 monthly ticket votes. Thanks, Beiho for 2 monthly tickets. Thanks, Bookfriend 120,531,162,742,891 for 1 monthly ticket. Thanks, Sanjin Chenpi for 1 monthly ticket. Thanks, Bookfriend 2023010719205380 for 1 monthly ticket. Thanks, Want a Beautiful Girl to Get Married for 1 monthly ticket. Thanks, Bookfriend 202302141356044694 for 1 monthly ticket. Thanks, Bookfriend 202206170859514452 for 1 monthly ticket. Thanks, Ultraman Fights Thanks to Zuayusata for 2 monthly tickets. Thanks to Vincent for 5 monthly tickets. Thanks to Shuayao 20,230,329,812 for 2 monthly tickets. Thanks to Yanhuo Fuxin for 1 monthly ticket. Thanks to Han Pizza Ocean for 1 monthly ticket. Thanks to Yan Kilin for 2 monthly tickets. Thanks to Lian Tameng Tasitashishai for 3 monthly tickets. Thanks to Kyang Lidad for 1 monthly ticket. Thanks to Huan Huan Huang for 1 monthly ticket. Thanks to Paul Bunan for 2 monthly tickets. Thanks to Kyokia Defengchu for 2 monthly tickets. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.